All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here. I finally figured everything out, Mike, in terms of the technicalities of this, which are wonderful when you can do them. But
It's always good when it works.
yeah, but here it is. It's working. And I just want to make sure I'm signed into Skype in case we get any calls. Yep, there we are. We're at Skype. We can take calls, by the way. 508 637 5596. 508 637 5596. I wonder if I should take the ultimate risk and go live on TikTok, which is a place where I'm generally not welcomed, but I'm going to do it. Yeah, we're live on TikTok. Welcome aboard TikTok.
For now.
Yeah, for now, until they shut it off. But here we are. Mike, I wanted to talk a little bit today about the two cases, of course, that are in the news, where in both cases someone ended up dead. And in both cases, two individuals were charged with the crime. And that is the case of Luigi Mangione and the insurance man, and also the case of Daniel Penny on the subway in New York. These things seem to have coincided in terms of Daniel Penny's case being dismissed and Mangione being caught at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania. And I think that there's an element
hang on, Trey. It wasn't dismissed. He was acquitted.
He was acquitted, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I want to just comment on each of them. On the first one, the case of Daniel Penny, this is an example of how critical race theory has taken over the minds of this country, at least the elite minds, the legal minds, the high ground. And in that everything comes down to race. Race had absolutely nothing to do with it. This guy was dangerous. He was wielding a knife. He was threatening to attack people. He had a long record of extreme violence. He was not sane. And Daniel Penny, being a Marine off duty, conducted a function by which he subdued him and saved a lot of lives in that subway, according to everyone who was there.
Well, not only that, there was at least one black passenger that helped Daniel Penny subdue the guy.
Right.
So race wasn't involved in this at all.
No, and it just happened to be a coincidence that the guy happened to be black. It had nothing to do with anything. But the fact that it was made into an issue and it was brought to court, which it never should have been. And then you had this radical leftist attorney trying to put Daniel Penny in prison for life. Or put him in, charge him with manslaughter. Shows how out of whack our system has become. This guy ordinarily would be hailed as a hero, which he is. He saved lives by stopping this person from going on a violent attack. And just the twisted means by which our society now looks at these things. Everything has to be looked at through a prism of race, and everything in that context has to be looked at through the phenomena of anyone who is, in this case, a white man, is naturally seen as the oppressor, and anyone who isn't is seen as the victim.
Yeah.
And
let me just add this, though, that I'm not sure that, quote, society feels this way. I think that it is true and very unfortunate that the institutions have become dominated by these lunatics, including this ugly, angry lesbian prosecutor. Yes. Is there any other type of lesbian other than angry? I don't know.
Well, let's just say that they tend to, I with due respect, I don't want to get shut down on TikTok here, but let's just say that there's something twisted going on there.
Yeah, well, okay. So she also went viral for a case where she felt sorry for a murderer and reduced his sentence because he'd had a hard life. But I guess don't confuse the way society at large is reacting to something with the very, very unfortunate fact that these evil lunatics tend toward these kind of jobs.
No, I think that society at large views Daniel Perry not only as a hero, but as someone who stood up and took, like an ordinary situation where you would protect people's lives. I mean, I think that most New Yorkers, including most liberals, think of that, think this way. It's just this radical establishment, the very people that President Trump won against, who have become so twisted that they think there's some virtue in this kind of a bizarre and inverted outlook that would lead to prosecuting this man for.
I think what helped is that, and maybe we can use this as a sort of BCAD kind of thing, before COVID, after COVID, all right? I think there were a lot of people who for their whole lives have been brainwashed into the idea that their betters know the way things should be. But that forever lost all credibility with how the experts handled COVID. So when it came to this case
Yeah.
of Daniel Penny, the elite were trying to say, well, it's terrible. He shouldn't have put the chokehold on the guy for that long, and so on and so forth. Didn't hold. Didn't wash this time.
No.
And that, I think, is one of the reasons that Trump won, that the elites are out of control. The same thing with the movie industry, everything else. All these institutions are falling apart because people aren't buying the lie anymore.
That's right. And now I think because of this acquittal, it's time to revisit the case of Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin, who also basically was putting this man in a hole that he had been trained to do as a police officer in Minnesota, and that they had undergone training to do that procedure. Now, maybe they shouldn't have been doing it, but that was what he was trained to do. It had been done many times before, and that he did it because this man was resisting arrest. He refused to get out of the car, and he was behaving in what all observers said appeared to be violently. The fact that he died is something that they could not have foreseen. The man was on fentanyl and he was on other drugs they found in his system. Then he had an enlarged heart. And yet this became another one of these successes for this leftist establishment that then ginned up this case with somehow the fact that he happened to be black had anything to do with it, which it didn't. And that it was he became like a symbol of all of the situations historically, which are real, where black men were attacked, yes. But this particular case, it didn't really add up to that. It became more kind of an archetype of something else. And that's sort of how they use the legal system in a way.
Well, yeah, what happened here was, and there were a few people that spoke out at the time. Not only was this guy a career criminal, but he was raised up to be some sort of secular saint. So I think they overplayed their hand, but the establishment in Minneapolis felt that they were trapped into going along with the crowd, much the way, I suppose, because it's almost Christmas, you could argue that to some extent Pontius Pilate maybe was kind of railroaded into going along with the crowd and so on,
Right.
rather than doing his job. So the good news is that when they tried to gin up a BLM type situation on this Daniel Penny, it didn't work. It didn't work.
No, it didn't work, and it backfired on them. And just not to get off on a topic, but I view Pilate as having been part of the deep state in his day.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that in the case of Chauvin, you had the deep state putting on kente cloth and bowing in the Capitol. Remember that with Pelosi, and then you had them launching these what I would describe as a Kristallnacht against Black communities in major cities where businesses were looted, houses and businesses were burned, and people were shot to death in response. Almost in a coordinated way, while the media, while filming the fires, was saying this is a peaceful, mostly
Mostly peaceful.
protest. Yeah. But I also want to talk about Mangione because there are certain conspiracy theories around this,
Oh, good.
and I have no idea about any of them. Who knows the truth about it? But I think there are a couple that are
And you
worth
never
listening.
will know the truth, by the way.
Probably
Any
not.
high-profile shooting, no.
There's some very strange things around it, but there is social benefit in examining certain aspects of this, and one of them, and again, and I am not in any way in favor of this insurance man getting gunned down like that, of course. But it did bring up some issues about what's happening in insurance. That Brian Thompson probably in accord, and you know something about this, Mike,
Yeah.
with other insurance companies over the past maybe 3 or 4 years, maybe since Biden took office, I don't know, maybe earlier, they had consolidated and become so huge that they were in a position to deny benefits to people who may otherwise have gotten benefits. And these are people who had paid into that system for decades and who, owed that system. Now, I'm speaking here as somebody who actually got a life and health insurance license. So I know something about this. And I remember being in the office when I was trying to sell those policies. I was terrible at it. I didn't last long. But I remember my supervisor there on the phone with this poor man who had bought an extended policy. I'm not going to mention the company, but like an advanced policy for cancer, and he was calling because he had cancer.
Yeah.
And my supervisor was saying, "Sorry, we're not going to cover that because it was on this day and not on that day, because it's this kind of cancer, not that kind of cancer." And I was listening to this, and that conversation made my blood curdle. It was really, really brutal. Now, I can understand where people get very hot under the collar in these matters. I think in the case of Luigi, I don't know what the truth of it is, but my understanding is that his mother had some kind of a disease and they thought that was covered by insurance and they were not getting the coverage. And that since this massive consolidation on the part of major insurance companies, people are not getting the coverage that they previously got, and many of them are dying. They finally get approved for a drug or they get approved for a procedure, and it's too late.
Yeah.
The additional aspect to this that I think should be considered is that in recent years, insurance companies and other major companies are switching to artificial intelligence to make decisions. I think this is an aspect that needs to be examined. I'm not in any way an expert about it. I was listening to Joe Allen talk about this. He's the author of Aeon. He's been a guest of mine. He's a regular with Steve Bannon. And he pointed out that, like, for example, recently there was a case where someone was being denied coverage while they were in the middle of anesthesia, right? The insurance company, "Oh, we don't cover this." And it was a decision that was not made by a person. It was done through these algorithms, the same algorithms that, by the way, not to go into this, but deal with voting machines, but we won't talk about that, right? I mean, it looks at averages and it looks at the mean and the standard deviation, and then it makes an estimate. And it's not really a person in charge of it. And the result is that more and more people are being denied coverage that they paid for, or that they at least thought they had, and that ultimately they get when it's too late. So he's expressing a rage over that is actually a real issue. Now, obviously, he shouldn't have taken it out on this man, shooting him in the back in cold blood. However, it is a cry that does resonate with people. And the other factor with regard to Brian Thompson is that he had been making tens of millions of dollars more than anyone had made in recent years in that industry, and he's not the only one. And I think that, I'm a small government guy. However, with insurance particularly, there is and there was pretty significant regulation over these sorts of things. There certainly is regulation in terms of them having to have a reserve account to cover policies, and a reinsurer and that sort of thing. But I think there was regulation around these sort of mega consolidations and massive salary increases, which is taken out of the funds that they're earning, and that gives an incentive to deny policies when they may not have otherwise been denied. What do you think?
All right. It's interesting that it happened in the case of United. As a small business owner back in the day, United was one of the very first companies as a private insurer to offer these products. And ironically, when they first started, they were one of the best. But then I guess someone decided, well, we can make more money if we start denying some claims. And that's exactly what happened.
Right.
And we changed carriers. But the other sort of theoretical problem is the nature of the business of insurance. All right. Most people deal in business with some sort of tangible product or service. When you're in banking, you really don't have a product. You're renting money. Okay. But it's pretty established what you do and what you can't do.
Mm-hmm.
The nature of insurance is interesting because it deals only in what we call claims. All right. So imagine that I have this big pot of money. You have to come to me and prove to me that you have a claim on my money. All right. So even though I've paid in, I have to beg you to get my claim. All right. By the very nature of how that works, it's always going to be a struggle, especially when it's not so tangible as I need to repair the fender on my car,
Mm-hmm.
or my house burned down or something like that. So the other problem with healthcare is it's so screwed up in so many ways that they can take advantage of it. And it's very interesting that today was my very first medical appointment with my primary care doctor, who just became a concierge doctor. And the main reason was insurance makes private practice as a primary care doctor impossible.
Right.
There's no model for it anymore, other than you spend 5 minutes with the patient and try
And
to
then,
get.
and then yet the doctor sits there looking at a computer screen rather than looking at his patient.
And she didn't want that anymore. And there you go. So everybody hates insurance companies. And I told her a story which had to do with many of your audience members remember back in the, I think, 70s and 80s, there were a lot of TV commercials about like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yeah.
And they would focus on the State Farm agent in some very small town somewhere,
Right.
who is the State Farm agent in that town, right? So it ended up that there was actually a case of the State Farm agent in some little town in North Carolina driving down the road, and he sees one of his policyholders pulled off to the side of the road, changing a tire or something, an older guy. So the agent stops, helps the guy, and as he's walking back to his own car, he gets hit by a truck and gets killed instantly.
Oh.
He had his life insurance through State Farm, and the benefit was denied because him working on the side of the road was not part of his normal occupation. This thing went up to the North Carolina Supreme Court, and they eventually paid it. But the sad part of that was, look at the mentality. This isn't just some guy. This is your like a good neighbor guy, and you still deny it. That's the mentality.
Right. They have an incentive to deny. And yet, I don't know if you can answer this, and it's kind of a paradoxical situation, but you have drugs that are very expensive.
Yeah.
And I particularly would note some of these injectables that are becoming very popular, like Ozempic
Yeah.
and
Anything.
Wegovy and all of them. And they cost thousands of dollars, and yet the insurance company is happy to cover that. And so it's out of pocket for the consumer, like just a copay of whatever, $50. How does the insurance company, I mean, aren't they losing on that? I mean, why are they doing that?
Well, you don't know exactly what the reimbursement is. Okay. You
But you
start,
know that everyone's making a buck on that. I mean, the
Yeah,
drug company,
you start understanding that when you go into the hospital and they have an itemized bill and some service, let's say, is $31,000 and the insurance company pays $2,000 and that settles it, then you get some idea of how this pricing works.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, but doesn't the insurance company have an incentive to not cover these drugs? Because, I mean, how are they making money from that?
I think the theory is that it's the flavor of the month, and maybe this one they're going to take it on the chin, because look how good we are. We're
Yeah, but
paying
then
for
you can say that about a lot of things. Like, for example, I recently read that the industry of doing sex change operations for children is like billions of dollars. Who is covering those costs? Not the people that are doing the sex, the family of the paying for their child. God forbid anybody does that. But I'm just saying that this is a huge boon.
Well,
to
there's
some-
all kinds of things in the background. There's foundations that are created by rich lunatics.
Right.
There is money involved in how the surgeons are paid, which surgeons, how high profile it is, how much PR they get, how much money comes in from other sources.
Well, somebody's making a pretty good penny on that, and there's that's all. I get the sense that that entire thing, besides having a political and social aspect, is all about money. I mean, there's
Well, of
huge,
course.
usually these hospitals are making a great, and then of course that even brings up the bigger issue, which is COVID. How did they make money? I mean, hospitals made money every time that they called a case COVID. If somebody went to the hospital with a broken arm and they tested positive for COVID, they call it a COVID case and get money for that. Who was paying that? I mean, in that case, I think the government was paying the money.
Yeah. Now you have to understand, when you get into complicated issues, it's very difficult to figure out where the money's coming from. Let me give you a real prosaic example. Many years ago, I had a good friend that owned a car dealership. All right. Long story short, no one knows the dealer cost of any car. Why do I say that? Because there's an arm length list of incentives that the dealer gets at any time. Okay. So factory invoice doesn't mean anything. He could be getting another $2,000 for selling that car because for some reason the factory wants to move it. So imagine now, in a situation as complicated as healthcare and as corrupt as healthcare. I mean, I wrote an article on this many years ago. They estimate that 40% of the money spent on healthcare is fraud.
Well,
So-
yeah, but in the case of purchasing a car, you do pay for that. I mean, I had to take a loan.
No. Well, what I'm saying, Chuck, is you pay for it, and it might be below "quote unquote" dealer's cost, but nobody knows what dealer's cost is.
Yeah, but I end up paying a lot more than that because if I take out a loan, I probably am
Yeah.
spending an extra year of payments to pay the interest on the money. So everybody, I get where they make money on that. That money comes out of my pocket, but with issues like COVID or issues like these other things, that it's very little comes out of the consumer's pocket. Somebody's making big money.
Well, let me answer that with this wonderful statement. To give people who aren't familiar too much with how corrupt the federal government is, I think the tally was made in the early 2000s. The war on poverty, which started in 1964, by that point had spent $26 trillion on the war on poverty.
Mm-hmm.
And lo and behold, we still have poverty. So what that proved is that money doesn't cure poverty. All right. Why doesn't it? It doesn't, because God knows how much money went to NGOs. Beltway.
I think that we know that a lot of the money in the so-called war on poverty, which was taken out of the Social Security Trust Fund, went to all of this whole cottage industry of social workers and social scientists who were there to handle poverty and who were basically had incentives to not solve the problem.
Yeah, poverty camps.
Yeah, I mean, the more cases they could show, the more money they get. It's
but by the same token, healthcare, which costs a lot more than anti-poverty, has all sorts of parasitic organizations connected to it. And
I mean, isn't this an example? I mean, even like we look at Nixon launched the so-called war on cancer, right? One of the first things they did was, and not to get into a topic here that I could get banned for, but they got rid of Laetrile, right? Which is basically the inside of a peach pit, and which has proven to help cancer, cure cancers. I think that's now being admitted, that these things, have a benefit. I don't know if they cure cancer, but they have a benefit in terms of managing it. But the drug companies couldn't make a buck on that.
Yeah.
So they got rid of it and they denounced it, and they had it. It's not totally off the market, but it's been vilified. It's sort of like what they did more recently with I shouldn't say this because I'm on YouTube today, but hydroxy, you know what, and Ivor, you know what. Right now, 3 years later, the medical journals are acknowledging that these things are standard treatment for viruses, and probably had they been promoted, they would have saved a lot of lives, and they would have reduced the involvement of COVID, which was a real thing. And by the way, this is probably one of the few issues that I do blame Donald Trump for as president. I think he could have done a better job of standing up for those things. I think he was listening too much to Fauci and Birx and this whole rotten establishment around him. So I do hold that against him. But the point is that those drugs, long ago FDA approved, the long standard record of reducing virus and his treatment of virus if it's taken early, they were denounced. I mean, there's a perverse incentive to perpetrate these diseases. I don't know if it's a financial thing. Probably is all of it. It's financial. They're making money on it.
It's financial. But what supports
a social agenda?
What supports it, unfortunately, is that the entire medical establishment, and not really by their own fault, okay? The entire medical establishment is very weak, all right? Mm-hmm. If you apply to med school, and this goes back to before I was even involved with it, going back to even the early 60s, they wanted people that were kissy-assy A students, never asked any questions, never caused any trouble, because it was quite profitable for the medical industry and the journals and everything else to be controlled by big pharma, all right? And what they did was create this, I mean, it's not a false history, but it's a stupid history where they would, cling to certain triumphs, whether Jonas Salk, which is legitimate, and Sabin,
right,
and Francis Kelsey with thalidomide and whatnot, and they keep hammering that so that you just can't question the establishment. So when RFK Jr. and others started questioning the COVID vaccine, and he wasn't the only one, and he wasn't even the first.
No, we know those great doctors who questioned it. These were amongst America's most respected medical people. I mean, right? Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Peter McCullough, they were on the top of their field. I mean, they had everything to lose by doing this, and they were knocked out of their field. They did sacrifice a lot to bring it up.
Well, I mean, and what had happened was that, and this is why Fauci is so evil, all right? His career of killing people didn't start with COVID. It started with AIDS.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the AZ team was responsible for more AIDS deaths than AIDS itself.
Yeah.
And what I understand.
And what happened was, if you want to get conspiratorial, I want to know why Corey Mullis, who was the most outspoken critic of Tony Fauci, suddenly and very quietly just died.
Very, very suspicious. And he was a Nobel Prize winning scientist who I think invented the test kit that would later be used to test.
Yeah, well, he was the guy that came up with PCR, polymerase chain reaction, which, among other things, is what really, if you will, launched forensic science. Because back in the day, the only way DNA would be useful is if you had, 3 gallons of blood at the crime scene necessary to extract the DNA. He figured out how to amplify DNA from small quantities. Right. He always hated Fauci. He was very public in his condemnation of Fauci. Most famously, during AIDS, there was an AIDS conference. And, this is sort of well known, but not kind of well taught. There was a conference where Corey Mullis and others came up with 5,300 documented cases of AIDS, of which the patient did not have HIV. All right.
Okay.
And as far as Fauci went with that was, well, guys, we'll call that idiopathic, which means no known cause, AIDS. Boom. That's it. Done. Because it's pretty clear that HIV doesn't cause AIDS, certainly not by itself.
Right.
But that was the flavor of the month at the time. And there was money to be made. How AZT got involved with that. Here's a failed cancer drug that apparently had some very limited properties that they were using to treat AIDS. It killed the patients. So the point is that it's a matter of money. It's a matter of false gods too, because let's just say, I mean, it's like the judiciary. The good ones, as a rule, don't want to be judges. I mean, think about it, Chuck. You could be 100% mediocre lawyer like a Mark Elias, and you pay tons of money practicing law. Why would you want to be a judge?
Oh, by the way, I would say Mark Elias is a very brilliant lawyer. Evil, but brilliant.
He doesn't do the work.
That may be, but
he has a bunch of associates who are true believing liberals.
No, but he can't be underestimated. He's very good at what he does. He's evil.
His organization, but he personally is a mediocre lawyer at best.
Probably, yeah.
But I guess the point of that was that he doesn't want to be an academic in the law school. He's just going to make a lot of money. He billed out $650,000 just for, what was it, week and a half, 2-week attempted recount in the Pennsylvania Senate race.
Oh my God. Yeah. And not to mention the fact that I think they all got rich off of Cackles, the Cackles campaign, right?
Yeah.
They shelled out over $1 billion into who knows who. Consultants became multimillionaires overnight. But by the way, just for the record, I should note, I've just been shut down on TikTok. I don't know what something you said, Mike.
Something I said.
Right. I think it might have been the business of of Mullis, or there was some trigger that led them to shut off the stream.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Who the heck is listening that carefully to this?
There are people. No, I had people when you go on TikTok, people pick it up. I mean, I have about 8,000 followers now, even though I've been shadow banned.
Well,
And
what I think happens in, and
there's
this
people
illustrates,
keeping tabs on me on TikTok.
what illustrates my point here
Yeah.
is that people generally in an atheist society like we have worship authority. And believe me, I have been attacked mercilessly on various forums for trying to tell the truth about Tony Fauci.
Oh yeah. Well, that's taboo. I mean, and now of course there's rumors that this corrupt, illegitimate regime is going to issue some kind of a retroactive pardon for Fauci before they leave. But you touched on something that gets into the second conspiracy theory around Brian Thompson, the insurance man. And I'm not going to be articulate about this. I'll be general, but generally speaking, they were under investigation by the Federal Trade Commission for antitrust activities.
Yeah.
There was rumors that there had been insider trading, in that Thompson and several other figures who are these people are super rich. They had been alerted in advance that they were under investigation, which they then took that information and sold all their stock, pocketing tens of millions of dollars and basically screwing over the shareholders and their own employees in the process. And that this case was coming up for hearings, and that Thompson, rumor has it, was planning on spilling the beans on a bunch of things in order to save his own hide. And he was in a position, he was one of the top figures in the insurance industry, who probably knew everything about everyone.
Yeah.
And including, apparently, not to mention names, but Nancy Pelosi and her husband, who apparently made a few bucks on that deal as well, and some other people in Congress. So there may have been an incentive to knock him off. I'm not saying I know anything about this. I don't. But that is one of the theories that's out there. It all looks a little too neat, and in terms of the timing. When you have a situation like this, you have to look at the timing.
Well, of course, there's got to be intel involved saying that this guy is going to be here at this time.
Yeah, and you have to take a look at who benefits.
Yeah,
Who benefited from this?
Somebody. So this Mangione guy had to get that information from somebody.
Right.
Nobody knows this guy's personal schedule.
No.
So,
and he strikes me as the classic patsy, right? Like Lee Harvey Oswald. You know, it's like I was talking about this the other day with as a guest, that there's this historic medieval group called the Hashishim, the assassins that were operating out of Islamic Persia, who would do this thing where they would, I don't want to use the word brainwash, but they would find some young, disaffected, disillusioned man in a community, in a village somewhere, usually poor and just kind of aimless. They would whisk him up to this palace in the mountains of Persia, where he would be indulged with everything you can imagine. He would have everything in his, every kind of like vice, and he'd live this enormously luxurious experience. And then and not to mention a lot of hash and a lot of drugs. That's where the word hashish comes from, the hashish. And also it's where the word assassin comes from, the hashishim. These are all come from this cult. Then after living that wonderful life for about 3 weeks and thinking he's in some kind of a nirvana or some kind of an Islamic heaven, and actually being told that he had passed away and that he was in heaven, they then send him back to his village with the job of taking someone out. You have to kill this person. And when you do, their essence, their soul is going to enter your body, and you were then going to fly up and have eternal joys of everything. You'll live this life with the 70 virgins and all of that. And then they send him out and he commits the assassination. Now, there's obviously more modern versions of this. I would note that another example of this, I think, is, and I've studied this a little bit, not too deeply, but enough, would be Sirhan Sirhan, who assassinated.
Yes, I was going to mention that.
Yeah, I mean, he's been interviewed. I think that RFK Jr. believes him. He's the longest held man in American prison, and he does not remember what happened. It was almost like he had been tampered with mentally. The night before the assassination, he was having at a party with people who were involved with Charlie Manson, okay, who was another one who was part of maybe this sort of, I don't want to use, say CIA, because I don't know, but there was this kind of mind control thing going on there. And he said that there was some kind of a trigger. He was at the hotel, and there was like a sound that went off, or he saw this woman in a red dress, and there was something happened, and then he felt like he passed out. And then before he knows it, he's awake and he has the gun. And, I think that there's a lot of people, who have interviewed him over the years, who believe this story, that he really didn't know what was going on. Another example is this guy who shot up the gay nightclub in Orlando, Mateen. I actually wrote a short book about this for my college. We had to pick, like, in my criminology class, we were given a list of people that we had to do a dive into and study, and I picked him. And I discovered that he had been on several trips to Saudi Arabia. He was one of these disaffected guys, kind of an in the closet kind of a guy. And I think there's evidence that he came back from one of these trips and he was very different, according to people who knew him. It was like his brain he'd been tampered with. And that his experience of doing this shooting was one where he didn't know what he was doing. It was almost like he was under some kind of, hypnosis. So that,
the famous term MK Ultra was raised.
Yeah.
After the Mangione thing. And as I predict, you can hold me to it, you're not going to find out a damn thing about this.
No.
Other than, physically he did it. They're going to tie him with the evidence to the crime. But, I mean, it would have been very clever if this Hashim organization, so to speak,
the Hashim,
some guy that has a vague connection to this insurance company by the fact that his mother was denied benefits or whatever it is, and he's groomed to be the assassin.
Well, that's the theory. And like the Israelis have found that some of these guys who will show up in a pizza parlor with bomb belts and pull the trigger, some of them like were caught in advance and they were stopped. And they were interviewed, and they said, "Look, it's almost like I was I didn't know what I was doing. Now that I'm awake, I do know, and I'm sorry that I was doing this. I didn't mean to do it, but there was something going on." It's sort of, a modern version of the Hashishim. I mean, our intelligence apparatus. I mean, what Michael J. Glennon calls the double government. They've studied and they've gone deeply into psychological conditioning on a mass scale. And I think the master at that and the one they emulate is Hitler. But also on the individual scale by using psychotropic drugs and by using other means to get people to do things that they want to do. And there's a certain type of personality that they seek out who might be vulnerable to that. People like
Hitler and Goebbels claimed that they got it from us. So I don't really know.
I don't know either, but it's been around. The British are involved with the Tavistock Institute, and certainly the Soviet Union was involved with the Polytechnic Institute.
Yeah.
And the Israelis are involved certainly with Mossad. I mean, this isn't new. They all interact with each other, and they all while they all have their own agendas, I think they share information about how to do these things and how to conduct these sorts of operations. So maybe there was someone, and again, I'm not saying I know anything, because obviously all I know is what I read in the paper. But but there might have been someone on the inside, what Michael J. Glennon would call a Trumanite, who wanted to take out Brian Thompson, I mean, from the insurance. There was an incentive to do this, and so they had this.
I will tell you this because I've heard this from people that you wouldn't suspect. Let's just say Brian Thompson is not being heavily mourned. All right.
No, I mean, we talked about that. I mean, he's screwing people left and right. There were a lot of people who were angry, and plus the amount of money he was making, that's just greed. Why? You think that he was getting, his salary was almost $10 million a year. I mean, the guy's living in Minnesota. There's pictures of him with his yacht on a lake with his beautiful wife and two beautiful young sons and this magnificent mansion. Did he need more money? Why was he doing an insider trading deals until he could make more? I mean, that's another question. Why do people get? I mean, I would have been very happy. I mean, most, having a 20th of what he had.
I've met some people like that, and it becomes sort of a numbers game because a lot of them that I've known don't even really spend it. It's just like, what did you score?
So what do you do with it? I don't think he was. But the point is that to make him do stuff like that's corrupt on top of, why would he even risk it? But even so, I mean, hasn't he $10 million a year, and he's going to now stiff his own shareholders and his own employees by doing this insider deal and walking away while everybody else is screwed because the stock plummets and people lose all of their pensions, and their elderly people lose their. I mean, it's just the greed of it is astonishing. I mean,
there's not a lot of morality at that level, and,
right?
You just have to kind of leave it at that. I mean, you don't. Most people in business, including me, are happy when they have positive cash flow,
right?
And happy when they make a profit. I've never been in a business where I made obscene amounts of money, so I've never had that experience. But I can see. All right, I knew one guy that had kind of a windfall. He was an engineer that had a contraption for lowering the amount of noise put up by jets. And when these regulations came true, this guy became an instonaire, right? Suddenly has hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
So what's the first thing he does? He divorces his wife and
picks up a younger woman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, she gets a big piece of that anyway. I won't go into all her problems, but it was it. Some people think that, well, I've been denied and now I deserve it and it's my time. And
yeah, but at least he earned it fair and square. He invented something and it took off. It's like,
I'm saying he got a little strange.
Okay.
And,
okay. I mean, I don't begrudge someone, like I wouldn't begrudge like a baseball player who is making what he makes, or I wouldn't begrudge a talk show host or a musician who makes what they make. It's obscene, but they're making it because that's what the market will bear. They're doing it honestly. That's in the case of Thompson, though, he was not doing it honestly. I mean, he was in that he was getting, like more money per year than an obscene amount of money, but that's the way it is. I mean, that was in the open, and his company decided to do that. Now, I think should be some regulation around that, but even so, that is one thing. But the other thing is, on top of this, he has to do this deal that was causing, investigation. I mean, why? It's just, I mean, I suppose it's the same question of, like, I don't know, it makes you think, I don't know why. It's a different subject. But it makes me think of Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
He had to have sex in public with a woman on the steps of the state capitol. Wasn't it enough, to, be having an extramarital affair, but he was like the thrill of it, I suppose. He enjoyed, you going to the church and waving a Bible in people's face, and then going back and having various assignations with Monica Lewinsky in the Oval Office.
Well, he got a perverse pleasure for publicly doing stuff that was wrong.
Right. Because it gave him a sense of power. Like,
and daring people to call him on it. I mean, he purposely misquoted one of the Beatitudes when he said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will inherit the earth." The correct quote is, "Blessed are the peacemakers because they will be called children of God." All right, not a big deal, but he did it because he knew that the sycophant media wouldn't call him on it.
Right, and he enjoyed that, and he had nothing but contempt for them.
Yeah.
And he was like, kind of sticking it to them all. And hey, even in his book, which was 1,000 pages of absolute drivel and dull crap, he says in one sentence, he acknowledges with regard to, he talks about Lewinsky only, but he says, "I did it because I can."
Yeah.
That was his explanation. He left it at that. "I did it because I can." This kind of arrogance and this sort of, sticking it in the eye of the very establishment that created him and that he served so servilely, right? I mean, it's, I don't know how I equate that with Brian Thompson. I mean, I don't think his kind of corruption is different.
Well, you get to the point where, you do a little chiseling and a little more chiseling and a lot more chiseling.
Before you know, you're attending parties with P. Diddy before you know it.
Yeah. That becomes your modus operandi. All right. And this is why he is not heavily mourned.
No.
And then there are people trying to make you feel bad for the fact that he was killed. I mean, I don't know how innocent he was. I don't think he was that innocent.
No.
It's pretty clear.
I don't think anyone has any sympathy for him. Although, I don't think anybody deserves to be gunned down like that.
Yeah.
There's something about it that it would have at least been decent if he was able to face the guy, eyeball to eyeball before getting gunned down. I mean, but doing it that way was not the American way. It's not like the old West, the model with Wyatt Earp. You meet somebody at high noon at the OK Corral, then you see who gets to pull the gun first. It's not like a, John Wayne or some, the movies. It was not really done that way, and that's wrong. I mean, the whole thing is wrong. I don't think anybody deserves to be assassinated, but he's not a sympathetic figure.
No.
And this other guy seems, as I said, like some kind of a patsy. I don't know, showing up at a McDonald's and he's identified by an employee, and the police come and he's got everything there. He's got his fake IDs, he's got the gun, he's got everything sitting there. It's just a little too neat. There's something about it that's
the whole McDonald's thing was a little weird.
It just doesn't add up. I don't think we'll ever get to the bottom of it.
No.
And of course it's going to be a sensation on trial because he's quite good looking, and women are going to, I mean, he's like the Menendez brothers, right?
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, with all due respect, I remember my late grandmother said, "I can't stop watching the Iran-Contra hearings because Oliver North is so handsome." It's like there's going to be that going on. Right? I mean, unfortunately, maybe that says something about women. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to cast aspersions here, but it's going to be a show. It's going to be like it'll be like Hollywood, and that's why all the media was covering it.
Oh, it's already starting up. His defense attorney said, "I don't know of any evidence they've got against him." Really? All the stuff they got. Okay, so. But
and I've seen images of him on TikTok where he's dressed like a Catholic saint. and
Yeah.
with holding like a heart. He looks like almost like Jesus. So there is this going on, and that's not good. That's not healthy. There's something about that it's a snapshot of our society, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be some tumultuous times here as we readjust back to a Trump situation. There
Thank
are
God.
people in the establishment that are really scared of what's going to come down.
Oh yeah, and by the way, all of Trump's nominees are going to be approved.
Yeah.
They've got 53 Republicans. Even if they lose like Murkowski and some of these rhinos, they still have enough. Between 53, they've got 3 extras, plus they got a tiebreaker, which makes it 4. They're going to get them approved, and there was just another hoax or another smear job attempted against Hegseth. I don't know if you saw this, but the media was big establishment magazine was about to go out with the latest. They were going to claim that he never really was accepted at West Point. And somebody on the inside at West Point was working to make sure that he was information about that was taken out. But Hegseth fortunately saved his receipts. He had the letter of acceptance. He had the documents which showed that he was accepted at West Point. He chose not to go. Instead, he went to Princeton. But he had it. He put it. He posted it. He brought it up, and they canceled the story. And and West Point changed the record back. So, you have to be careful. I mean, they're going after these people and they're failing. It's not going to happen. All of them are going to be approved. And it's very exciting. Trump is going to hit the ground running.
Looks good.
Yeah.
I think 2025, we're going to have more positive attitude shows than maybe we did before the election. You seem to be a changed man.
Yes. I mean, I feel very hopeful. I really do. And I was, they're into the same old crap. I was listening on the way over here to do the show to NPR because I want to see what the other side's saying. And they were interviewing you can guess, none other than McCabe, right? Lied to Congress something like 20 times.
Yeah.
Never charged, disgraced, part of the FISA fake dossier case against Trump, the Russia. And he's just spouting the same old garbage. I mean, it's just not working for them. Oh, Trump tried to, was trying to assert power, and he was like trying to overthrow the election results. And nobody believes that anymore.
And like I said before the election, they don't have any talent. They're pulling out the same crap that maybe worked for them 20 years ago.
Right.
But
it's not. It's already been rejected by the American people.
Yeah.
It's not. Nobody believes that stuff anymore, and yet it's like they're a broken record. And
so now McCabe is forced to do the circuit of these NPR people. Great, good for him.
They're all there drinking the same old Kool-Aid that they've been into, and it's not. I don't even think the host was buying it. It's like you could just tell.
Yeah.
I having been a talk show host, I can hear things.
Yeah.
Because I'm sort of tuned into what people are really thinking, and they're not even buying this anymore. It's just it's over for them, and hopefully he might be held legally, called down to the carpet for first of all for lying to Congress. I mean, Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro went to prison for a lot less.
Oh yeah.
Than what he did. I mean, they just refused to testify to this phony committee. That all of those people should be held accountable, especially Liz Cheney. God, I mean, the worst. Stealing,
She's really begging for a pardon now.
She's going to need a pardon because she's in trouble, and she should be.
Yeah, destroying evidence of federal investigation. Yeah.
They destroyed everything before the Republicans took over, and they don't. It's like the whole thing was illegitimate from the beginning, and even even Speaker Johnson has said that publicly, that they should reconstitute a legitimate committee and actually look into all of this stuff. I hope they appoint Matt Gaetz as a special prosecutor to look into like the 2020 election for starters. Maybe that might be asking too much, but we'll see. You know,
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
they should, because they need to get to the bottom of that once and for all. After all these years of gaslighting and attacking anybody and who questioned that election as almost being like a subhuman, it would be a beautiful thing to see them get into it. But that might be too much to ask. I'm happy that Trump's been elected.
You have to ask. I mean, Bill Clinton is asking for a pardon for Hillary.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
They're going to need they want all these rotten criminals, Hillary, Fauci, the whole stinking Schiff. They'll all get this blanket pardon before Biden leaves office. It's going to destroy whatever's left of that awful party. I don't think any American is going to buy that. You know, it's just it's just an ugly, sickening, and pathetic way for this illegitimate regime to go down the tubes. Anyways, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, you know, I was going to try to do a few more articles before the end of the year. Fortunately, we've been busy in my other business and, you know, just trying to keep up. But, and I feel kind of embarrassed because, you know, there are people that, well, they make a living on Substack, but they're writing all the time. Mine is free. So, you know, whatever I put out is there when it is.
Well, you do it as a passion. I mean, it's not necessarily.
Yeah, it's right. It's a passion project.
Yeah.
Other things going on, you know, house hunting in a crummy market and all this sort of thing. But
okay,
hey,
good.
This is what we do, and it's always a highlight talking to you, especially now that you're this positive individual.
I know. I don't know what to do with myself after 4 years of like, oh, you know, it's like it's almost like you have to shift gears.
Well, it's a good shift, though.
It is. I'm believe me, I'm grateful, and I feel very excited as we enter into the Christmas season, and it's just a beautiful time, you know. And it's beautiful to watch these criminals scurrying around. And thank God Kash Patel is going to be there. Yeah. What a great guy! He's going to clean out that rat's nest at the FBI. You know, he really is. And so these are all great. Pam Bondi, she's fine. Yeah. You know, these people, every one of them is excellent. A couple of bad ones, but so be it. You know, but the important ones are in place, and they're ready to go. So anyway, Mike, but so I'll talk to you next week, and be well.
You too. Talk to you then.
All right. Okay, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me, slightly delayed due to computer issues, but here you are, Mike, cranking it out.
You know, it's funny, Chuck, how within really a few years of the advent of the internet being publicly available, people started relying on it to an extent that it's unbelievable. I mean, if it's down for a minute, people get upset.
Oh yeah,
and, rightly so. You know.
No, you freak out. I mean, can you imagine? Like my phone, I remember my computer's not working. I'm there having a complete meltdown.
Yeah, it's just so. And you know, in the famous words of, I have to tell you, the first computer I ever bought, I had a friend who was an old-time mainstream guy, right? And this was an IBM PC, if anybody remembers that.
Was this the old-fashioned big desktop?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I had one of those.
So what happened was they came out with their first model that had a hard drive in it. That was the IBM XT, which I got. And my friend Alan Stewart, and again, old mainframe guy, older than me, he opens it up and said, "It's a miracle this thing works at all," you know, because he was used to the huge IBM 360 mainframe takes up a whole building.
Oh yeah.
And
I remember
although,
you to go online, there was the handshake and you
yeah,
hear like the clicking noise. And I mean,
yeah,
back then I was the head of a pretty big and successful business, so I had money back then. I spent a lot of money on this big, you know, monitor and the keyboard and a printer and a column and memory and all the bells and whistles. Now, basically the laptop can do all of it for, you can get one for like $300 or $400 at
yeah,
Costco.
yeah, yeah.
So,
It's a whole different thing. But
yeah,
anyway, the best thing that I saw all week, and I'm sure you see it because you watch all this crap,
yeah.
was that joint press conference of those Senate Democrat leaders. And you know what I know
I
why
know
you're laughing.
with Schumer.
Yeah. And
Oh, that was
they were
hilarious.
asked, okay, Schumer was the head of it. And he's asked, what about the pardon? Well, I got nothing to add. And then the next reporter comes up, what about the pardon? So he's asked 5 times. All right, here is my sincere question to you in the audience. Biden's a dead duck. Why not, Chucky Schumer, just say, hey, we were disappointed. But
Well,
to not even speak, do you appreciate how gelded this guy is? The Senate Majority Leader doesn't have the huevos to just give an honest statement. Hey, we were let down. But to
well, I mean,
say,
that's why they lost. That's what, I
yeah,
mean, the worst violator, of course, was Harris. I mean, they could not answer a direct question on the most
yeah,
simple things. I mean, we've all seen the congressional testimony over the past couple of years.
yeah.
Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz and some of these other guys asking questions of people, and they just would spit out this kind of like shibboleth, this kind of pre-planned slogan, and they kept repeating it. Some of these judge appointees are the worst. Oh my God, they're just like little robots. And I think that really peeved a lot of people, and this is why they voted for Trump.
Well, this stems from, and it's one of my great cliches, the Model UN mentality.
Right.
What do I mean by that? Because this probably predates some people. Back in the day, and you tell me if even in your era this was true, you get all the kiss-ass 7th and 8th graders, and they would be the Model UN. And they would have this set of liberal beliefs that were drummed into their heads. And the problem is most of these people never changed. Because there's people
it's a finishing club for the future left-wing
yes,
activists. I know my daughter was briefly involved in it. She didn't like it, but she went to the convention in Boston for it, and one of the main speakers was Noam Chomsky.
Oh, there you go.
And he's there rambling along, and all of a sudden he said something outrageous. He goes, "The United States got what it deserved on 9/11," or something typical.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, my daughter's like, she's like, "What?" Her ears pricked up.
Yeah.
But yeah,
she was smart. I mean, she was actually smart as opposed to just being a quote good student. So the point is, and I think you'll agree, that the ones that weren't smart, like your daughter, there was it. They were
just spoon-fed, and it's kind of how to act, how to walk, how to talk.
Yeah.
It's a finishing school for the left and for the future, rulers of the world.
And they never change. It's pathetic now, really, to watch it, because I knew people like this that had some intelligence, but despite all that's happened, they don't change. And
no, they can't. They're locked in. I mean, as I've said, a classic example is Harris, who obviously is not the sharpest knife in the drawer, complete tool, but nevertheless, she just could not answer a question. I don't think she's capable of it. So programmed at probably such an early age, probably by her Marxist father, that it's like there's no one home. It's like a robot. It's a hologram. There's lights. It's made up of like pieces of particles of light that look a certain way, but that there's nothing really there. It's I know I use
That's
that
a good
analogy.
analogy.
Oh,
I never
I always use that. It's a hologram phenomenon. Smashing the Hologram. That's the subtitle of my new book.
Oh,
I'm well, it's not out yet. I'm writing it. But look, there's a lot to be celebrate right now. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I think that there are some damn good things going on.
I can't believe you're in a good mood. What's wrong?
I know I'm not used to it. I don't know. I almost don't know what to say. It's like I'm used to this kind of,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with myself. I mean, it's one victory after the next. Even this most aggravating story that's just coming out, that Biden, after pardoning Hunter, which in the broad sense, I suppose I don't blame him. If it was my son, I'd do the same. However, there's now talk within that administration, whoever's running it, that they're going to pardon all these rotten people. I mean, Fauci and Schiff and Liz Cheney. I mean, it's aggravating. It is. I mean, I think it's the last miserable gasp of a dying, illegitimate regime that has just weeks to go. They weren't able to trigger World War III in Ukraine, even though they gave a green light to mines and far-range missiles to hit Moscow. That didn't work. They're on their last legs. So Biden has just done something that involves some kind of an executive order that they claim will have legs after he leaves, that allows something like.
But they always talk about that. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to do all of this crap. This is like, I mean, Massachusetts is a microcosm of this. They say they're leaving the candle on at night, the day before the legislative leaves for Christmas and the day before the governor leaves for a new administration. They're there at like 11 p.m. at night on Christmas Eve, signing laws and signing legislation and trying to ram through. So this is a very dangerous time, but the days are waning, and the big stuff, they're not going to pull it off. But he did sign this one thing that is aggravating, and that is that it allows something like upwards of 42,000 federal employees to not show up to work. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that as it is, apparently it's very revealing that they're allowed to they only have to come in and show up one day out of the month. I mean, these people what are they doing? It's like a no-show. I mean, the real work is done by consultants who are also ripping everyone off.
Well, right. I mean, the story on that, and this is not well known to the public.
Yeah.
Right? Remember, I lived in the DC area for almost 20 years. There were people that I knew, obviously not going to mention the name, but this guy worked for a contractor for Department of Agriculture.
Right.
He was getting paid 3 times the salary of the agency guy who was supposedly a supervisor. And that's not uncommon.
And he was a subcontractor. He was because look at, I mean, Harris pissed through about over $1 billion of, no one knows where the money disappeared. Now they're 20 million in debt. And, it's been, I think there's some whistleblower has said that consulting firms and consultants became multimillionaires overnight. They just put the money in their pocket. They did nothing. And, I mean, I could just give a personal anecdote here as well. This even happened to me. I mean, in my campaign, people got checks for doing nothing that I didn't know about. I had this one guy, all of a sudden they all come out of the woodwork, and then he got a check as a consultant, and I ran into him at a Starbucks 2 years later.
Oh.
And he sheepishly said to me, he says, "I want you to know that I did nothing, for that money." I'm like, look, I kind of suspected that, but I mean, that's the way this business is. I mean, everybody's like getting these checks. And it's a situation which in Washington is so bad now that you have people who haven't shown up for years. And I think that the exciting news is that Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk are fully aware of it, and they're going to clean out those rat's nests, every last one of them. And I don't think if Biden is signing some kind of an executive order to protect them, I don't think that's going to work.
No,
I
it
mean,
isn't going to work. And of course, the problem is for them that they're making it worse than it is. All right. If you have to decide an executive order to protect 40,000 people that aren't working, there's not going to be a whole lot of sympathy against government cuts. And
yeah, but
those
you think he's going to do this blanket pardon of like Liz Cheney and all these rotten, swamp
I'll
monsters?
tell you whose name is at the top of the list is Fauci.
Oh, I know. Oh, what
And,
the Mengele Fauci. I mean, that's aggravating. I mean, obviously, if they accept
remember, though, Chuck, the good news is about that, and you know what I'm going to say. Yeah, it's terrible that this guy's killed thousands of people, maybe more. But now they're admitting it.
I mean, yes. I mean, obviously, if they're not getting pardoned for nothing. I think that the party line is, well, this is all Trump's fault because Trump is going to prosecute these people. I don't think anyone, even the liberal media, didn't buy that when they claimed that about Hunter. Everybody knows that he was just a real scumbag. I mean, on the top highest order, nobody bought this at Trump's. First of all, he's not even on the list of people that Trump is going to prosecute. I mean, and also, unlike them who make up crimes, like they'll take an alleged campaign misdemeanor, turn it into a felony, split it into 34 pieces, and get 34 convictions from a corrupt jury and a judge who's made $85 million in contributions to his daughter's firm. The Trump people aren't going to do that. They're not going to make up crimes. There's plenty to work with there. They're going to work, you just work within the law. I just had on earlier today this lawyer, Peter Tickton. He's been around a while. He's actually a longtime personal friend of Trump in Florida. He's in Florida. He's bringing a case in Florida regarding voter fraud. And he's calling for the decertification of a congressional race because the independent, so-called mail-in ballots, which come in at an average of like several hundred to 1,000 a day in a period leading up to an election, he discovered that there was on one day 185,000 of them came in, which is statistically impossible, and that someone had shut off a little computer machine run by the state, which requires that they prove that they have a driver's license and that there's one other proof of personhood. That was shut off by someone or automatically the day those came in. And he's got a lawsuit. It's happening next week. And it's going to open up a whole deal. He knows Pam Bondi, who's going to be the attorney general. He knows Trump. They're aware of this. And I think that if they open this thing up, because he says this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of a national phenomena. Trump won anyway because he got such a huge vote, but they were doing this crap that we've been talking about for years with these fake votes. He says that they're almost like drone votes. They're phantom votes. They're not connected to a real person. I've heard about this before. I mean, this has been out there, but he now has the receipts for it. And he says that if this trial is on track and it really gets the kind of traction that it should get, it's going to open up a can of worms because Trump actually, in Congress, the Republicans actually carried 40 or 50 more seats than they actually seem to have. And that this was more done on a local level than nationally. Probably Trump did get bigger amounts of votes, but for it was mainly a congressional thing. They couldn't take down Marco Rubio and Tim Scott because they're like Trump. They had a big vote that these kind of votes couldn't overcome. But they were able to take out several close elections for Congress.
Yeah.
And if this thing is exposed, oh, it would be beautiful. I mean, we'll there'll be a lot of new congressmen coming up.
Well, there's three elements that are very entrenched that are going to be attacked. One is voter fraud,
Right.
which is everywhere, and you just have to use your old friend inductive reasoning, right? How did California go from being at worst a purple state to be blue as hell? It's voter fraud.
Yeah, but I think we have to differentiate. It's not so much voter fraud, like people engaging in fraud.
Voting fraud.
Well, yeah, that's a felony, and that's something that it's out there, but it's not. There's no big change in that. That's been going on since the days of Washington. What has changed is what I would call election fraud, ballot fraud.
Good.
These are not real people. These are fake ballots. This is, Attorney Ticton talked about ballots that are made up of algorithms that are entered into the computer system, that somehow they appear and then they disappear. It's like a ghost. They show up in the system a few days before an election and then they vanish. And he says that it is something it's a national thing. It's an international thing, actually. And that he's on the tip of an iceberg on a huge, huge story. One that I think that the leftist media is going to try to, ignore, but it's percolating. As I said, he has Trump's air, he has Bondi's air. They know about it, and it's going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah. Well, with as you call election fraud, there's also healthcare fraud. There's also defense industry fraud. And I think that's going to be the one that's hardest fought. All right. The reason they're after Hesketh is that he's the first actual war fighter, I think, in at least the last 100 years. Well, they never.
Yeah. And yeah,
this is a big war was, but in the research I've done, they've always been bureaucrats.
Oh yeah, always desk. And also, the fraud in the Defense Department. They cannot pass an audit.
They failed 7 straight audits.
Yeah, and even my own Senator Ed Markey, before he went in the tank for the left completely, back when he was making his bones as a rep, he was the one, he held up a toilet seat and said, this cost $2,000. He's the one that kind of exposed that back in the early, I think it was in the late 80s. He's been around forever. Yeah. But now he's completely corrupt. He's a complete stooge of the leftists, powers. But back when he started out, he was a fairly decent, solid Boston Irish guy, who knew how to go in and knock around some things. And he brought this up way back then. So this is nothing new. And yeah, Hesketh is somebody who could go after it. He's not part of it. And that's exactly why they go after him.
He's not part of it. And it really is interesting that the only argument they can use, forget about all this crap they're trying to dig up on him, but the generic argument that, well, this is unprecedented. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's look at Robert McNamara. Boy, he hit a home run. He was another typical industry guy. How many lives have he had,
all these people, Schlesinger. We could look at all of these guys, and that they're getting into like digging up someone's personal life, and I don't think it's going to work. I heard just yesterday, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but apparently all of the Republican senators are backing Hesketh, and that includes, even the real rhinos like Murkowski and Collins. So this is a huge victory. This is a major step.
I think they're backing him because now they know which way the wind is blowing. There seems to be this whole bulldozer going through the entire corrupt government structure. The big money is in defense, and the big money is in healthcare. And Uh, that's the thing that they have to fix, those rotten agencies.
No,
Isn't
yeah.
it funny that the guy from Stanford, Bhattacharya, I believe his name is, he was on their enemies list, and now he's going to be head of the whole NIH.
Oh, yeah. And Kennedy, that I don't think they can touch him. You know, they've demonized him. They've tried to go into, his past, and they're digging up personal stuff. I don't think, this is the same crap they've always pulled. I mean, if they can't find something, they'll make it up, and they'll basically bribe people and hire people to come forward. I mean, this goes back to Anita Hill. That was the first example. She was a mediocre mid-level executive working under Thomas, and he might have told a few dirty jokes. Fine, he never touched her. He asked her out, not appropriate, but it's not like that has to come up in a Supreme Court hearing. I think that she was awarded. I think that she was groomed, and she got money. I think that apparently afterwards she was charging $10,000 to appear as a
Right.
as a speaker at a college, and she got a big fat book deal. Then she got a tenured position at Brandeis, and she was rewarded.
Yeah.
Where she heads the diversity and inclusion department. So, right, she does. So she was. I think that that's how that works. I think that she was given some plums.
Well, you're from that area, so you tell me, how does the destruction of Brandeis University reputation comport with the Brandeis family, if it's still even involved?
I don't know if they ever were involved. I just think they named it after Brandeis because he was America's first Jewish Supreme Court justice. Right. It has nothing to do with Brandeis. It's just they wanted to come up with a good name to kind of give a brand. But even now, I mean, there's a woman making the rounds attacking Hegseth. For what? He was seen publicly drunk. There's no one's ever charged him with anything. But I think she's getting an award. She's going to get a book deal. She's going to get her fat face on television.
How about that? If everything she says is true, it doesn't matter anyway.
So
she
what?
The guy's room.
I mean, these are like the worst kind of like attacks. I mean, and she's appealing to the cottage industry of Trump haters, which are people who do spend money on books. Trump's own niece made millions, peddling her book. Right. And she was a disgruntled family member. It wasn't even against Trump. She was angry because the family screwed over her father. Fine. But she's used that anger to, hook into the Trump derangement industry. I mean, and as I said,
such a large percentage of book sales are based on this vicarious sort of weird sensation. Okay. If you go to any fat person's house, you'll see 2 bookshelves full of how to lose weight books. Right? And if you go to any liberal's house, you're going to see, I mean, before Trump, you'll see whatever the flavor of the month, left-wing cause, all the books.
Oh, yeah.
And
you walk into Brookline Booksmith here in Boston, near where I live, and it's all those books on the front of the house. I mean, that they're like in the windows, and along with the Black Lives Matter flag. Not to putting aside the fact that I think the head of Black Lives Matter endorsed Trump, but putting that aside, I mean, there's still, and they have what's called the apple pie and motherhood placards. We support science. We oppose hate. All these euphemisms that are saying that they hate Trump, basically. But
I've always wondered, because as a marketing guy, I'm always a student of human behavior. All right, maybe you hate Trump or you're liberal, whatever you are. How does it make it any better? How does it hurt Trump by you sending money for a book describing how bad he is? How does that affect anything?
They just wallow in this stuff. Yeah. I mean, look, I saw it at my Thanksgiving table.
Oh, I was going to ask you.
Oh yeah, I mean, there are people, with due respect to her, my 91-year-old mother is one of them. that are going to spend the rest of their lives just stewing in hate and rage and anger and just absolute bitterness. I mean, I don't know how they sustain it. And it's so like they repeat, all of a sudden, these people are experts on tariffs. They don't even know what a tariff is. They should have taken a little time to look it up in a dictionary. And they're like, all of a sudden, they're like, anything that they can get. And it's, oh my, I mean, it's just, it's really like, and I think that that cult is diminishing. I do. I think that
I
it's
think you're
becoming
right.
marginalized.
Reality has hit too many of these people right between the eyes. I mean, you can be the most flagrant Model UN type there is, but after a while, you're going to see, hey, you know what? My worldview that was pumped into my head when I was 12 maybe doesn't apply anymore. But then by the same token, you and I have met people who still talk that way,
They do.
and you just can't convince them otherwise.
It's
all
like
right?
it's like Michael Savage says, it's a mental disorder.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
is.
mental disease. And I said to them, I said, look, I certainly respect opposing Trump's political positions, or using reason. And I get the fact you may not like him personally, you don't like his style, fine. But really, I mean, this kind of hatred, this irrational hatred. Look, I didn't like Obama. I disagreed with his socialistic agenda. I didn't like him as a person particularly. I found there was something about him that I didn't like his character. But when he did something that I thought was good, I praised it.
Right.
I wanted what's best for the country. I mean, I was glad that he wasn't worse. I wasn't like, stewing. And same thing with Clinton, who was even more of a loathsome individual. But still, I mean, I never was, there's something really wrong with them. I mean, yeah. And I said, look, Trump has won. He won a substantial mandate. Get over it. You don't have to like him and you can criticize, but it's like the campaign is over. You lost. Get over it. It's like, it's a
Some of
really,
them
no. Although I
because
will tell you, I haven't seen any. I mean, after John Kerry lost in Massachusetts, you still saw those signs up on the lawn a year later.
yeah.
I haven't seen that with Harris. Those are
Yeah.
gone. Nobody's. She's bad. I mean, she's like, just as I said, it's going to be like Dukakis. People don't want to ever think about her again.
Well, no one voted for Harris.
And by the way, you're right. I think her husband is leaving her, from what I understand.
It was pretty clear to me,
Yeah.
having been around, the Hollywood situation, but that was just an arranged marriage.
Right.
Obviously, she had to have some quote husband.
Sure.
She was going to be on a political trail, but just
Terrible.
you almost feel bad for them because, good God, what a terrible candidate.
Oh, just the worst. I don't think there was a worse candidate in history. I mean, it was horrible. And
Well,
now
people have made the argument that she was the worst
oh yeah,
president in history.
hands down the worst figure to ever reach that level in a presidential campaign. And I mean, I think most people are relieved, even people who hate Trump. They're not happy. They would not have been. They're happy that she's gone. I mean, it was awful. And they may hate Trump, but Trump is, at least, even for the worst Trump haters, they understand that Trump is consistent. He is who he is, and we know what to expect from Trump, and he delivers it. I love that stuff. But even if you don't, there's a virtue to that. Same thing was in a way true of Reagan, even though I'm not a big fan. But he was consistent. He carried himself in a certain way. He stood for certain things. You knew what to expect with Reagan. And there's something to be said for that.
Yeah,
So-
I would agree. People have asked me, what do you think she's going to do now? She's going to disappear, right? Who the hell wants to interview Kamala Harris?
Well,
Oh,
I mean, Bill O'Reilly says she's going to run for governor of California.
If she does, we'll
She's going to have to run
probably
against Caitlyn Jenner.
She's not popular.
I don't
She
think so.
doesn't realize everybody hates her. You know, it's
She
kind of
doesn't
like
seem to realize it.
you can almost compare her career, if you follow the movies, to Rachel Zegler. It's the same thing. Some pumped up situation, and in the case of Rachel Zegler, it's even worse because she torpedoes herself nonstop. At least Harris would generally keep her mouth shut.
Yeah.
Imagine being Disney, already spending over $300 million on the live action Snow White. Everybody hates this broad. Everybody. The trailers have come out, ratioed 10-1, 15-1 on YouTube.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. And they changed it. Here was the latest thing to come out. Well, in the original story, it's Snow White because her skin is white as snow. I'm not making up the following.
No, I know.
They changed the story to she's Snow White because she was out in a snowstorm as an infant and survived.
That's a good one. Oh,
So
can't have a white girl, you know.
And of course the other problem, which is just killer. Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? All right. If you look at Gal Gadot and Rachel Zegler, who's better?
Enough said, yeah. Oh man, yeah. That's a huge debacle.
The DEI thing is just dying a well-deserved death.
Yes.
And it couldn't come any sooner, you know.
It's yeah. I mean, so yeah, these are all great and wonderful byproducts of this election. It really, you know, and I don't know, the Democratic Party could be in the wilderness for another 40 years. It'll be like the Israelites in the desert before they finally find a new promised land. I mean, they just, I think they're clinging. They're like, it's like the reverse of what Obama said, bitter clingers, holding on to their.
Exactly. I mean, the whole thing was based on, it's basically a communist model, right? You find the hobby horse du jour, all right? In 1917, it was the peasants and the poor workers. There's always some oppressed group.
Right. There has to be like that's part of like the critical theory. You know, you need to set people against each other, find a group that's you know, being oppressed. I mean, it's the great conspiracy theory of exploitation. I mean,
I mean, let's face it, it worked for a while. You could be sympathetic to the peasants and the low-paid workers.
Right.
The trouble is they ran out of victim groups. You know, not that many people are sympathetic to trans women playing collegiate sports. So
no, I mean, this is like this is kind of the Waterloo, it seems, and conveniently this case is now before the Supreme Court, and it doesn't look good for them. I mean, it's just, you have you know, Ketanji Jackson, who comes across as about it's just as a dimwit. I mean, she says something about that she's comparing sex change operations for children to miscegenation. I don't know how
but she was outdone, I think, by Sotomayor.
Oh, yeah, another one.
Sex change operation has about as much risk as taking an aspirin.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think I think that most people, including most liberals, are cringing over that. They don't want to talk about it. It's so, and it's just coming at a time when, you know, they're already on the ropes. And, you know, this is one of the many reasons why Trump won, is because people reject this whole agenda. You know, sex change operations for children is ghoulish. It's, you know, it's sinister. It's sick. It's really something that, you know, and meanwhile, you have these young women who are trying to come forward and testify in terms of what they've been through. They're the real heroes, you know, and they're being ignored and they're being shot.
They're being ignored and silenced, and and you really have to wonder about big pharma, about the whole
It's a
healthcare.
billion-dollar industry, right? People are
Yeah,
making. I mean, Steve Bannon had on this guy the other day that it's just heartbreaking. I mean, he had twin sons, and one of them, I don't know what he did. Maybe he picked up a Barbie doll or something when he was 3 years old. The wife decided that he was actually a woman, a girl in a boy's body. They got divorced. She got custody. She's forcing him to have sex change operations. The father can't even see the child. It's heartbreaking. It's like, oh my God. And they got this radical judge, basically, coming down on him because he disagrees. I just don't think that's going to fly in this country. It's so evil and so
it is
despicable.
evil, but remember, they've controlled the institutions for 50, 60 years. So
Yeah.
it's not going to come back all at once. Um, but we let it deteriorate to this extent. And shame on us. All right. So,
Yeah, I mean, this is how far it's gotten. Sterilizing children,
yeah.
removing a young girl's fallopian tubes and a boy's testicles. That's what we've come to. That's the symbol of the opposition now. That's what they're fighting for now. I mean, that's how low it's gotten. Have they run out of everyone else? I mean, this would have been unthinkable even 3 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Always something. No, they want to call in the show.
Okay, tell them to come on.
Yeah. So
By the way, I mean, just
I
as a note,
this is as low as it's probably going to go, and I have zero sympathy for these idiots that have followed this train from championing the peasants and the workers down now to this transsexual stuff, and people, nodding, yes, that's the cause. It's all despicable.
it's ugly. And by the way, if someone is watching this live stream, you can call in 508-637-5596. We can take a call if you want to call in. 508-637-5596 is the number. I think we also can take chats on Kick and on Rumble. Let me just see if I can see that. I'm terrible with this. Yeah, I mean, I should get Discord, whatever that is. People tell me that that's something that could be used for, like, technically to get chats. I am really bad at that. By the way, if somebody knows someone who understands how to do some of these things, contact me and I'll hire you. To help me, because there are these various live streams that I just don't know how to hook them up, but I should have, and they're not even, a lot of them are free. I mean, I should be live on Substack. I should be live on Telegram.
All you have to do is find a conservative young person.
Yeah,
in the Boston, Brookline area.
I should. I mean,
2 or 3.
that's what I need. I need some kid maybe from BU at the BU
Yeah.
Quickie Job Service, who it probably could do this in their sleep. They just line up. But I don't really have the wherewithal for it. I mean, I've done some things, but anyway. So
Well, you're already on 33 networks.
Yeah, I mean, I am up there, but I need help to get them on more of them and eventually get some consistency in terms of regular times and all of that. So anyway,
What about your upcoming book? You dropped a hint on that.
Well, yeah, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, I'm working on that slowly.
What's the subject, if I may ask?
Well, I am studying. So I'm going to get a degree in sociology through Arizona State University, and I'm using a lot of this assignments and materials and research for the book because it goes into what's happened to education. It's so far left that and some of the people that are taking these, as you say, like with Model UN, you have young people who are taking these courses who really don't know better and who are just steeped in this stuff. And it's real, it's Marxism brought up to today and put into today's paradigm about the different causes And so I'm writing about that, and I'm taking notes, and I'm writing papers, and I don't like to leave anything unpublished. So when I write a paper, I'm then incorporate. It's kind of easier that way, you know. I have
Yeah.
a paper I've written, and then I incorporate it into the book. So it's
In
kind of
the case of your old friend Sam Blumenthal,
yes.
how long ago did he notice this trend in education?
Well, Sam has written a shelf load of books on this. His magnum opus, I think, is NEA Trojan Horse in American Education,
Yeah.
where that was the first book that really launched him, and very influential, where he goes into the history of how this kind of behavioristic leftist um, modality took over public education, and how it originally was not that. He shows how Harvard really started out as a Puritan uh, thing. I mean, it was congregational, and how it changed. And same thing with Yale and all these colleges. They started out as Christian colleges, and they changed. And he goes into when that happened, how that happened, and points to several major figures, including particularly John Dewey, as coining the phrase "change agent," and turning education into a tool of world change and reconnoitering the human being, as opposed to teaching people how to think. So yeah, I mean, I think Sam, if he were here today, he'd be very pleased with what's going on. Trump has said that he's going to abolish the Department of Education, and he will, because he means it. And Reagan,
That was absolutely the low-hanging fruit. Okay,
yeah.
you could get rid of the majority of federal agencies, but if you wanted to pick the absolute easiest one that has no justification existing at all, that would be it.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's just the beginning. I mean, there's what do they call it? Council of Democracy or something.
Yeah.
It was started actually by Jesse Helms, and it was started as in a sense, it was good in the beginning, but now it's run by Victoria Nuland and her husband, who basically wrote a column in the New York Times calling for Trump's assassination, and who is instigating color revolutions. They're behind the Ukraine revolution. Now they're starting trouble in Georgia. And they're out there. I mean, they get something like an annual $300 million check from the taxpayer. I think that Musk and Ramaswamy are going to cut them off at the knees right away. And these other things are just, we're going to, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, I don't think that they're going to be corrupted. We'll see. But I think that these guys mean business. I think that, the wind is on their back. I mean, it's going to be, I think that all of Trump's people are going to be confirmed. You got Mike Davis out there, who I think would have been an interesting attorney general pick. He's the Project 21 project outfit. He was involved with helping shepherd in the Kavanaugh to U.S. Supreme Court. He's been around. He knows the score. And he's like, if any senator votes against, the Senate is there to advise and consent. And if someone has to have a pretty damn good reason to vote against a nominee of a president, they are there simply to look at whether or not someone's fit for the office, or if there are anything really major reasons why not. And there isn't. And so he says if they try to pull any crap on any of these people, those senators are going to feel a certain level of wrath. Not just in terms of being primaried, but there's other things that he's in touch with that I think he can do. Maybe some of the old, going back to the old J. Edgar Hoover approach. I don't know. I don't know what he has in mind, but nothing violent at all. I'm just, that there's going to be a price to pay if they don't vote for the nominees. Trump won the election, and he has a right to appoint his cabinet, and that's that. Just like any other president, unless there's a damn good reason. So I think that Trump is going to get his people in, and it's going to be great. I just
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
really looking forward to it. And what's nice is what an attitude change on your part.
yeah.
My goodness.
After 4 years of traveling in the vineyards, and just being disheartened. I mean, it's exhilarating.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to have seen. Um, and it doesn't mean we dropped the ball because, as I said earlier today, I had on this attorney Peter Tickton, who is bringing a case in Florida of voter fraud or election fraud. We have to stay on that. They still have that apparatus. It's still in place, and they will use it again. And they have used it around the edges. You still have Mark Elias, who almost got, stole the election in Pennsylvania, right? The Casey. I mean, they meant business. I followed him on Twitter. They were trying to get him in. And the only
Well,
reason
people are going after him now. On his Twitter feed was full of lawyers that claim they knew the guy that said he's got a serious, not making this up, BO problem. And they were arguing with him in Supreme Court, couldn't stand within 10 feet of the guy.
Oh, he's obnoxious. I don't doubt that. He looks like a hound. But the the only reason that stopped is because even Shapiro in Pennsylvania finally stood up and said it's over. Forget it.
Yeah.
So I think that they're still out there. They still have this machine in place, and we still have to stay on it. We still have to interview people. We still have to examine it. There still has to be challenges to it. It has to be pulled out root and branch. It's like weeding a garden. These are deadly, weeds. They are, they're invasive species, that need to be. It's like in Florida, that snake that's destroying the Everglades.
Yeah.
They've hired bounty hunters to go in, and they're paying the big money for every snake they get, and they get more money for every egg that is in the snake. I mean, I saw a video about this. These guys went in and this huge thing. I mean, they slid it open the stomach, and something like 30 eggs came out.
Oh,
we're going to be able to build a house on this. I mean, this is like, and they deserve to. I mean, that's what you do. You have to get rid of these things, or else they're going to strangle the entire Everglades. It's an invasive species that was put in there by who knows who. And that's what this is what this voter fraud thing is. It's an invasive species that it has a grip like a snake on our system, where every man, one vote, with the sacred system of elections. And I just think that, you knock them back, but they're still there, and they can grow again. It's like the kudzu plant. You can burn it, but it's going to come back. So we have to stay on this, and I will stay on it.
Well, that's great. But it's good to see you in a positive mood.
Yes.
And, can't wait for what happens. I can just see Trump on January 20th walking off the podium, and immediately everything happens,
It's
So-
going to be, I mean, I heard Steve Miller talk about this, and he said, look, the world is going to change on that day. And I believe that.
Yeah.
It's already affecting the world. Romania just elected a conservative guy who's stopping the trafficking of tens of thousands of Romanian children, apparently.
Yeah.
Germany, the liberal government's collapsing. France, the liberal government is collapsing. England, I think that Harwell, whatever his name is really unpopular, and he's probably going by the way of the glue factory. Ireland, I think, just elected a relatively conservative prime minister. It's happening, and it's all because of Trump. It's a boomerang effect all over the world. I don't really understand what's going on in South Korea, but maybe there's something with that. I don't know. But
God bless.
Yeah. It's a worldwide phenomena where people are waking up and they're taking back.
That's great.
Yes. People are reasserting or asserting for the first time their sovereign rights as citizens under God.
And look, MSNBC and CNN are at their lowest ratings in decades.
Yeah.
decades.
They have become, I mean, Rachel Maddow was literally crying on the air. They had to cut away. She was like, so yeah, I mean, and they're gone. And I don't know, rumor, I suppose maybe,
You realize, does everybody realize that that whole mess wouldn't even exist but for the way cable TV is set up? And cable TV is dying. I mean, I
Yeah.
always said, and I maintain this, and I said this, I think, on your show and years before. What a business model. You charge 100 million customers for something that 80,000 people watch. What a deal.
oh yeah, right. And then they pipe it through the airport.
Yeah.
But I think that Elon Musk might buy MSNBC probably at a cheap price, and maybe he'll replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, when things quiet down a little bit before Christmas, I'll put up a couple articles. I haven't done anything for about 10 days. So
Well,
just imagine.
if the war against Christmas is over too, I think it is.
Yeah, well, that,
That's
the
been-
war
that's
on
been
Christmas, that quote doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, the war against Thanksgiving didn't go over too well this year either.
Yeah.
So I think that culturally, there's some very interesting developments. America, in many ways, is back. So thank God.
Yeah. Well, it's been away for a long time. So
Yeah,
glad to see it back.
be it back, but we have to keep educating and keep moving the ball. All right,
All
Mike. So I'll talk to you soon.
We will see you.
Thanks a lot. I have a what do I have? I have HP, which I
Yeah.
think is a pretty good brand. I don't know, and I've had it for a long time, and I think these things have a shelf life. But
Well, when I was active with my businesses, I get a new machine every 2 years. Didn't want
yeah,
to screw around.
I'm about due for it, and
Yeah.
so yeah. Anyways, Mike, I don't know if you heard the news just come over the wires here, but
Matt Gates? Yeah.
yes, and that's not good. I mean, that's troubling. I know he had some personal problems before his marriage. Maybe he hired a few hookers. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I just would have been a very key figure at the very
Well,
center.
sometimes the trouble with being a flamethrower is you have a pretty exuberant personality. And the trouble is, as good as he is in doing the good things, he's pissed off a lot of people on both sides.
Right.
And they were probably marshaling a lot of resources to make it very difficult for him. And besides, he's got a Senate appointment that's going to be given him by DeSantis. So what the heck?
So you think he'll be yeah, okay.
I think that I think that
Won't he have this? Well, I guess that's something he doesn't have to go through any confirmation process.
yeah. So maybe he was always saying this was all made up and so on, but you and I know where there's smoke, there's fire.
No, I
Right.
mean, look, the man obviously had some issues, but I think
Yeah.
that look, I think he kind of cleaned up his act after his marriage. With where you take a guy like Bill Clinton, and the problem started after his marriage.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's obviously a double standard, but there you have it. I think that I'm worried that any attorney general in Trump's administration, that's such an important position, not only because they can protect Trump in the same way that Janet Reno protected Clinton, by the way, or Holder protected Obama.
She was completely incompetent anyway. I mean, that was a joke appointment.
No, but she stopped any attempt to try to. Clinton
Yeah.
was surrounded by scandal. I mean, if you look back, you could look at the archives of news. He had a scandal a week.
Pretty
Cabinet
much.
members taking money, people doing all sorts of stuff. And she kind of ran interference. That's the only function I think she had, basically, was she knew how to run interference to protect him. And that's, when you're a figure like Trump, you have to have that. He's going to have, we're talking here mainly about the lame duck period here, they are going to throw they're not stopping. I mean, the Trump hatred is as vigorous as ever. I think that they are, besides the fact that they're trying to start World War III with nuclear Russia.
Yeah,
So I mean,
Biden should be just for that impeached.
oh, clearly, I mean, who knows who's in charge of that? Anyways, I mean, this whole policy of giving Russia a green light to fire missiles, or Ukraine
Ukraine,
to
right?
fire these advanced missiles, and also lay landmines. This was done. Biden wasn't even in the country when that was done, which brings up the broader question of who ran that illegitimate, rotten regime. But putting it
Oh,
aside, probably, yeah,
yeah.
they're trying to set a trap for Trump by launching a war that Trump will be embroiled in. They don't give a damn how many people they kill. And on a domestic front, my understanding, according to the reporting of Natalie K. Winters, who I think is a pretty in-depth reporter, they're doing some of the same crap they did when Trump came in the first term. And Obama basically embedded various figures inside the government that could not be easily removed, could not be easily discovered, and that would basically thread and marble the Trump administration and just run interference every chance they could get. They're lining up people like Mark Elias, who's not going away. I think he's ended the big steal in Pennsylvania now that even Shapiro has come out against it. So he's now lining up, according, again, my source on this is Natalie Winters, lawsuits to bring out against Trump. Every single thing he does is going to be a lawsuit. There's going to be lawfare. Is going to go in a high gear. That's not going anywhere. You've got a shadow government set up. I forget who was talking about this openly on NPR. I believe he was a congressman who was like, we're setting up a shadow government, just like they have in Great Britain, where you're going to have, for example, the shadow attorney general is going to be none other than Shifty Schiff, and the shadow secretary of state. And each of these people are going to be there to attack and criticize every time one of Trump's cabinet members and office holders, whatever they do, they're going to get attacked. They're going to get criticized.
Well, here's the good news. All right.
Yes.
No, seriously, this is not his first rodeo. All right.
Right.
So this second term, he's got pretty much more of a free reign, and he's figured out, I think, who his loyalists are. So this may sound threatening and so on with all the stuff they're doing, but you got to look at the other side of it. This is all they've got. They're destroyed. And I believe that Democrats are going to be out of power for a long time. And I'll tell you why. They haven't figured it out. You keep doing this crap. You keep, and I wrote about it. I think it's a good example. There's Alan Lichtman, idiot.
Oh my God! I had him on my show, and he basically hung up and left after
he's a little prima donna.
Oh, I mean, he basically said that Trump has to be impeached because of his war on women. I'm like, hello, where in the Constitution? I mean, this is absurd. You know?
So, but what I was getting at by that is that, and there's a point to this. All right, in the article, I talk about his quote 13 keys.
Oh yeah,
well,
right.
The problem is that if he had followed his own model, he would have predicted Trump would win. If you take his 13 keys, it's incontrovertible that Harris was going to lose. So his head was so far up his ass, so to speak, that he couldn't even use his own model correctly. And by the way, that also applies to this primary model guy who's used this to predict supposedly every election since 1912. Well, here's the problem. There wasn't a legit primary candidate on the Democrats this year. Whoops. So that all fell apart.
Well, the whole thing is...
The other one, the primary was Biden, but he didn't run. Okay. So I think that let him double down and triple down and bring out all these weapons, but they're going to lose. They're going to keep losing because what they're doing is they're simply denying the fact that the FDR model of winning elections doesn't work anymore. All right. They don't
I
have
think
all
that
the
Nate
right.
Silver kind of got a wind of that, and he changed his tune and came out and acknowledged that Trump was going to win. But they're going to try to do all this crap. You're right. I mean, it's the same old playbook. It doesn't work for them any longer. They haven't learned anything. They're so mired in this really demented and irrational hatred. Either that or
And it gets more and more irrational by the day.
and you got people on the inside, people like George Soros and his son Alex, who have announced, oh, heaven forbid, they said, don't break bread with any Trump supporters. Don't meet them. Don't talk
Oh,
to
no.
them.
I missed
You
a
know,
chance to go to lunch with Alex Soros.
oh, well. I mean,
I'm going
first
to
of all, I
slash
don't
my
think
wrist.
any self-respecting Trump supporter wouldn't want to be seen having lunch with him. Your career would be up the river. But putting that aside, I mean, they obviously haven't learned any. It's the same old bit of stuff. I'm seeing it still. I mean, they're just it's like they're locked into some kind of and their brains are locked into some kind of an iron cage, and
Well,
they're
it's,
just
it's, it's very sad. I think we talked about this before. And the shorthand I use for it is the model UN mentality, which
yes,
may be lost on some people. The idea was back in the day, the little kissy assy smart kids in junior high would be appointed to the model UN.
right.
And this was a big deal. And these were all the smart kids. And this was the worldview they had when they were 13, 14 years old. The trouble is, it doesn't apply anymore. But instead of modifying their view, they're just trying harder and harder and harder to make it work. It's pathetic. I've seen this in high school sports all the time, where the team is losing by 30 points at the half. And what we have to do is double down and do even more on the same losing game plan
Mm.
we've already
It's
done.
the
And
definition, as I said, it's the definition of insanity.
yes,
You had that pop psychologist Dyer, I think his name John Dyer, back in the 70s, the erogenous zones. He
yeah,
he wrote his research based on spending many years working in mental hospitals and observing mental patients and their patterns. And one of the things he takeaways from that was that the pure sign of mental illness is that someone would do something over and over again, even though they knew it didn't work anymore, but they would keep repeating it. That is someone who's mentally ill, and
yeah.
that's what they're doing. They're
Well, I
mentally
mean,
ill.
I think that's true. And, I had said in the past weeks that there's no talent on that side. Now, there's talent to do the same old crap they've been doing time after time, but they can't adjust. So what do? Well, as I mentioned in the current article, they attack the customer, so to speak. I mean, Lichtman, the people have to go to that video. It's unbelievable. This is the best time I've ever seen Cenk Uygur. He just laces into this guy.
Yeah.
And
Now he wants to be on Musk's Doge, I guess,
yeah,
apparently. And they're all basically, selling out to Trump. You've got Joe and Mika, Morning Mika, meeting Trump. I don't know why Trump even gave them the time of day, but putting that aside.
well, showing that he's gracious and all that.
Yeah, I mean, they're off to Mar-a-Lago. Now they're on the verge of being fired. MSNBC is considering changing its name. All these leftist media outlets are going down the tubes. I think that, but and look, I feel elated. I want to celebrate. I want to relish the moment. But at the same time, this war ain't over.
Oh,
It's
no.
just starting. I mean, Obama laid some very ugly traps for Trump as he left the door, including the Steele dossier and all of that stuff. That all was. This is a matter of public record. I mean, that was devised in the Oval Office with Obama, and Biden was there also. and they all basically put this thing together.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can pull something like that off again, but I think that
I,
Trump.
I don't think so because they don't have the advantage that Obama had. Okay,
Right.
remember he was the golden child, and as an aside, he could have done a lot of good. Instead, he
No,
chose to do evil, and
it was
I'm
a
telling
wasted
you,
opportunity.
history is not going to be kind to that guy.
And by the way, speaking of Obama, I don't know if you heard this, but Obama wanted to appoint RFK to Health and Human Services, and the drug companies called him and said no.
Yeah.
So he didn't do it. It's just to show how much he was a stooge of this.
No, Obama was a
establishment.
garbage human being, and
He had no
was able
background. He
to
had no authority. He was just another
Yeah.
one of these, as bad as they all were. Biden, the Bushes, Clinton, they've all been bad since Reagan. Since Reagan was shot, it's all been bad. This.
would
I
agree.
mean, I think that's of course why they despise and fear Trump. And I think that this time around, Trump isn't going to get. He's not going to step into another Steele dossier thing.
No.
He does need to get a strong attorney general, though. I don't know who it'll be, and I hope it's someone that maybe Matt Gaetz could be brought in as an advisor. To
That's a good
whoever.
idea.
Right? Let Gaetz be the kind of informal attorney general if he can't.
Well, what do you
actually.
think a street fighter type like a Peter Navarro? I don't know if he has a legal
Oh,
background.
I think he's great.
Yeah.
Well, put Steve Bannon in there.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I don't think he's a lawyer. So, yeah, I think a attorney general has to be a lawyer.
Pretty much.
Maybe, if Trump can get the recess appointment, he could still put Matt Gaetz in there.
Yeah, I think the trouble with that is that would just be a flashpoint forever and
Well,
ever.
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they've got so many things on him that it's a big distraction. It's too bad, but that's where we
One
are.
way, and maybe I'm glad that Trump chose not to go this route. I was kind of relishing a real street fight in that, okay, bring it on against Matt Gaetz or whoever. And believe me, there's no shortage of dirt on the other side.
Well, when they talked about releasing the ethics report, I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene made the very good point. She said, fine, release all the ethics reports.
Yeah.
Right? On all sides, both parties. They have an immunity fund in Congress that they basically use to pay off people who are making accusations. And it's been used, I think, many dozens of times. Let it all come out. If they want to have it come out, fine. Let's have it. So, but the point is that maybe that's why he's stepping aside.
Well, the trouble is, that sounds fun, but it's kind of a distraction from getting stuff done. I think you'll be able to find.
And you could be blackmailed. It's like, I understand that like J. Edgar Hoover used to show up at the LBJ White House, and he'd bring lots of these files with him, and they would go through it and look at all the dirt, and they'd have a big laugh, and they would just go through everybody and what they had on them. So I mean, this is all blackmail material, and I mean, obviously, this wouldn't happen if it was a Democrat appointee. We know that. But here it is. I mean, I just hope he finds somebody who can pick this thing up, because you can't have another, weak person like a Jeff Sessions, or you can't have another backstabber like Bill Barr. You have to have somebody on the outside who is going to come in and do. This is such an important position right now. I mean, I don't know who it would be. Peter Navarro would be fine.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a lawyer.
I don't either, but he'd be fine. I don't know. I can't
He's a tough guy.
He is.
And ideally a tough guy without a lot of past.
And also, Mike Davis is good from the Century One Project. He would be a tremendous attorney general. Recently, Tish James made some comments about continuing with the lawfare in New York, and he came out and he said, "I dare you, go right ahead. I'll have your fat ass in prison so fast your head'll spin. And that's what he said, and I'm quoting.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like, you know, he would
Well,
be
he
good.
could be the guy, you know.
He could be. That would be tremendous. Okay, so that would be, I'd feel a lot better seeing him in there. He is like the real, you know, I've listened to him this past year on with the Steve Bannon and you know, and filling in for Steve Bannon while he was in prison. He's tremendous. So, you know,
Well,
we'll
what I like about him too is he got this sense of humor. I mean,
yeah.
in the same speech where he went after Tish James and he was talking about Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, and Tish James, said, "Where the hell they get these people? Weight Watchers?"
Exactly. Yeah, right. And I'd like to see them investigated for how much money they've gotten from all this, and throw in Fannie Willis, big Fannie.
Well, let's talk about money for a second.
Yeah.
All right. What happened with the total of tens of millions of dollars that the Harris campaign spent on celebrities? This was just incandescently stupid. All right. They were reversing cause and effect, right? Well, because we spent all this money, it's going to do all this good. And can you imagine giving $2.5 million to Oprah to make some kind of speech that essentially slavery is going to come back under Trump?
Oh, it was horrible.
I don't get it. What is
It
in
was
it
so
for
flat.
her? She's a multi-billionaire. Does she have to now go on TV and expose how stupid she is?
Well, she did it for Obama too, and she did it for Biden. She's a hack. She's a
Yeah.
liberal. You know, she's drank the Kool-Aid. You know, she's just. I mean, you could see from her interviews, and she's kind of. You know, I never really got what her appeal was, but whatever it was, it's gone. You know, I think that she kind of bit the dust after she left her show. For a while, she was the biggest radio talk show host in history.
Yeah.
But once she left that show, she just faded, and I think that she's never found her footing again. She moved out of Chicago and she moved to like a tropical temperature. I think she's retired. I think she just had it at that point. So whatever happened to her, I mean, that's obviously an
I
embarrassment.
think it was part of the it girl phenomenon, right? She was the it girl because the color purple, and she
Right.
does the radio thing, and oh man, this black women are people too, and they can do stuff, and isn't that great?
Mm,
Then she puts out the magazine and all the fashion stuff and so on. Gets a lot of money with her
sure.
broadcast empire. But then, as with all these it girls, Clara Bow being the original one, people start thinking about, wait a minute, why is she the it girl? What's behind all this? And then the facade sort of falls apart. And unfortunately, in the case of Clara Bow, went kind of negative. But
Yeah.
Oprah had enough money that she was able to withstand it. She doesn't need this anymore. Although she did take the $2.5 million from
Yes, I know.
Harris.
Really, what the hell? I mean, she's one of the richest women in America.
This is so important to me that I'm going to charge you $2.5 million. Yeah.
I mean, and obviously Harris has gone down in complete disgrace. I mean, imagine spending over $1 billion of contributions and money sent in by people, for her campaign, on giving like 10 million to Beyonce and who else? Nobody knows where that's just typical of a Democrat liberal. The money disappears into some gigantic vacuum. It's like Black Lives Matter. Everybody probably is building mansions. They're all like, cashing in billions of dollars disappearing. And she then leaves the campaign $20 million in debt. I mean, can you imagine what a disaster that would have been? I mean, it's really, I mean, Trump kind of had a great troll in that he said, "Hey, I have a surplus. I'll offer to pay off the campaign debt for her." But meanwhile, I heard Bill O'Reilly say that in response to your speculation about what will happen to her, he said, she'll do some shows. She'll be on TV. Maybe she'll fill in, co-host The View for a while. But when now Newsom leaves California. She's going to run for governor because apparently there was a poll done and she had 70% approval among Democrats, which means she's a shoo-in. So she'll become governor of California, as awful as that sounds.
Well, we've had so many awful governors in California that.
How does California put it? I mean, is it just a stolen election there? I mean, I know that when Hillary got that huge popular vote in 2016, there was a lot of evidence of fraud. There was a lot of, like kind of street activity of signing up illegal aliens in
Oh, yeah.
Los Angeles, and you've talked about what happened to battling Bob Dornan, and I mean, I guess.
Well, Dornan, Chuck, was the beginning.
Yes.
And I think it was a trial balloon for the fraudsters, all right? Because they could have stopped that, nipped it in the bud, but they didn't.
Mhm.
So the Republican Party of California, it's 100% their fault for letting it go. And if you think about it, from a strategic point of view, what a great test case, right? You take a popular congressman, I think he was in for 4 terms,
Right.
Loretta Sanchez, who, by the way, that wasn't the name she used until the campaign.
Right. It's like she's as phony as Kamala.
Yeah, it was some Anglo name I don't remember.
She became black.
But she suddenly became Sanchez, which was her maiden name that she never used professionally. And there was clear evidence of illegals voting.
Yes.
There was also clear evidence, unfortunately, of complicit Catholic churches allowing her to speak. And you don't do that. All right.
No, why would they cozying up to this?
Because it started even before then. There was this sort of left-wing liberation theology thing that was going through the church.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Pope you have now is part of that.
Right.
So this allowed the massive corrupt infrastructure to start. Okay, there was always an active Democrat Party in California, and when I was a kid, LA politics was dominated by Sam Yorty. I can't think of her name.
Mhm.
These various people who were just fixtures forever, and of course that took advantage. In fact, Yorty was actually one of the rare conservative Democrats.
Didn't he run for president?
Ross Wyman was the other one. They were working on this since the 1940s, and I think they let Schwarzenegger come in as a token, quote, Republican, but they were just vicious. I mean, Gray Davis was recalled.
I remember that, yeah.
As a Democratic governor, and here was a guy who was a perfect candidate, right? War hero, worked in the party forever, and all the chickens came home to roost when he was up there. The power issues, it's been a mess. It's been a corrupt mess forever. Not maybe quite as long as the state of New York, but close.
But pretty rotten. And I mean, I suppose that in this, kind of war to MAGA-ize the country, which is, I think, something that is ongoing.
Yeah.
And then when President Trump puts his hand on the Bible, it's going to be enthroned. And we need to make sure that we identify and call out all of these enemies. Every time they file a lawsuit, I hope that we can file a counter lawsuit. Every time they bring up, we should be the shadow government. Every time they do something, we should expose it. Not because we'll ever change the core of it, but because we can all continue to peel off percentages of the population who are sick and tired of it, especially if Trump is winning and doing well, which I think he will. And but I don't know where I was going with this, but
how California got corrupted to this extent.
I mean, can it be saved? And can the blue states? I just had Trevor Loudon on my show earlier today, who he's from New Zealand. He's an expert on communism. Interesting guy. They have this new movie out called Behind Sheep's Clothing, which is really interesting. He talks about the influence of China in the United States and how strong it's become. We even talked about in Massachusetts. He says there's this Chinese Progressive Association that really owns the state. We don't know it, but they control a lot of what's going on in our state. And he shows that this is like part of Minnesota with walls, and California, major infiltration by the CDC, Chinese Communist Party, the CCP.
Well, it ends up being, and I think you'll agree, a major cultural issue. All right.
Oh, and by the way, just in the middle of my interview with Trevor Loudon, TikTok canceled my they canceled my live stream, and Trevor said, "Oh, well, you mentioned China. You know, that's a no-no for TikTok."
Yeah.
I think
that happens, and the cultural problem is this. All right. Generally speaking, people on the right are normal. They have families, they have careers, they have things that they truly care about.
Yes.
People on the left are freaking animals. All right. They don't care about family. They don't care about anything other than politics. It's almost like everybody, in a sense, is Ethel Rosenberg. And, you just have to look at it that way. So that's all they do. It's for the great cause. And the people on the right just aren't wired that way. Okay. So we're always going to have a disadvantage because you're up against these psychotic zealots. But their fatal flaw is their platform and their programs are terrible, and they don't know how to get to normal people. Now, the question that you and I have been struggling with, whatever happened? How did suburban white women become so deluded? I wish I knew.
Well, that is the core. I mean, I don't know what exactly. I know what you mean. I know this personally. I mean, it's like what is it? Abortion? I mean, I don't know. It's there's just something going on there in the water. Suburban white women used to be conservative. They used to be the backbone of conservatism. I don't know what's happened. I mean, it's there's been like there's something manipulating going on. I don't know.
Well, I mean, my friend, the late Vin Lewis, said it ended up being sort of pure hatred, right? They're raised with feminism, but then they get trapped into having families and kids, and all that would have been avoided if they'd only had aborted everybody. So they're walking around with this huge chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, but are they happy to have a family with kids? I mean, don't they love their husbands and their children?
A lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't. That they felt they were thrown and shoehorned into that role. They hate their lives.
They resent it. Yeah. I know women like that.
And
they always feel like somehow they gave up, they sacrificed their wonderful life.
It goes back, unfortunately, to this Model UN thing. When you were a bright college student at age 19 and they filled your head with all this feminist BS and you thought that was the gospel, then you come into real life and find that, no, it doesn't work that way, which comes back to maybe my all-time favorite cliche, is real life more like high school or college? All right?
Mm-hmm.
And the people that thought real life is more like college are pretty damn unhappy as they grow older.
Right. No, it's true. And the colleges, of course, speaking as, I'm continuing with my own college studies with Arizona State, and it's real left stuff. I mean, it's really I keep notes, and I'm actually going to probably
surprised, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to publish a book using all the information I'm getting, but it's become this is what Trevor Loudon talked about this in my interview with him. I mean, they control the high ground in the culture. They control the academia, media, entertainment, Hollywood, television networks, all of it. Publishers, Historians are all on the left. You take a look at Wikipedia, it's all left. I mean, they've totally, Wikipedia, when it started, it was a great resource. I could get a lot of information from them in my own books and my research. It's all now been deleted. It's not. I mean, I'll give you just as if anyone wonders. Let me make a suggestion. Look up a page on Hunter Biden on Wikipedia, okay, and see what they have to say about him. That will tell you everything you need to know. It's complete bullcrap. It's complete propaganda. And they have
And the
removed.
sad thing, if I could interrupt, is that if you pick a topic that isn't political, the material is usually fairly accurate.
Right. Well, the one thing that the one redeeming quality with Wikipedia is you can still go to their footnotes and get source material.
Yeah.
Even though they've also removed some of that. But you cannot get to a lot of the great stuff that I used to be able to get to.
Yeah.
The alternative history of this country. And, it's all gone. It's all been deleted. I hope that one of the byproducts of this new administration is that we're going to get away from the censorship. I don't think it's going to ever be completely, but I think that we're going to move into a little bit more freedom. The real censorship started in 2018. It was before the pandemic. That's when I first had my YouTube channel taken down. And there are a lot of groups that are coordinating in that. Unfortunately, one of the big ones is the ADL, and they really are trying to control what we see, what we learn.
Let me ask you about the ADL, okay? When was the Rubicon crossed? Where they changed
they've always been a left group. I mean, since they I mean, they started with this the Leo Frank case in Atlanta, and they saw an opportunity to essentially make anti-Semitism a national issue and use it as a way to raise money and organize in the same way that the NAACP uses racism. I mean,
unfortunately, Leo Frank was guilty. However.
Leo Frank was he brutally raped and murdered that girl, and then he tried to blame the black security guard, and the trial was the most racist thing. I mean, you're going to trust this black man? You look at him; he's completely innocent. And the ADL came down from New York, and they orchestrated the whole thing with their lawyers, and it was really a disgrace. They still stand by that. Had nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
They still do? They haven't disbanded? Oh my word.
He was convicted. He was convicted several times. And then when they pressured the governor at that time to commute the sentence, I guess that he was corrupted. He was working as a lawyer. He had worked as a lawyer in one of their offices. And so he did commute the sentence. And just as Leo Frank was leaving prison, he was kidnapped and lynched. Right, and he deserved it. And that governor had to leave the state. I mean, it was.
And wait, and they're hanging their hat on that still?
Oh yeah, there was just a Broadway show about this with Leo Frank. The evils of that anti-Semitic incident had nothing to do with. I mean, it's a disgrace that he happened to be a Jew, but it had nothing to do with that. I mean, and the South is not generally anti-Semitic anyway. Putting that aside. They generally, are very tolerant toward Jews. They admire Jews, especially with Judah Benjamin, one of the main figures in the Confederacy. Yeah, and he was Jefferson Davis's right-hand man, and he was a true Confederate. Yeah. So, I mean, generally speaking, it was a non-issue that they made into an issue for political reasons and for social,
I learned something today. I thought they had disavowed that finally.
No, absolutely not. Oh no, they still stick by that story. They'll never change that. So that's the story of the ADL.
Day one. All right.
They've been leftists since day one. They are like the ACLU is to the establishment. They're Fabian socialists. They want to gradually change the country by changing the meaning of words.
Well, here's
And-
okay, but like the ACLU, and you know more about this than I do. I mean, to his credit, Roger Baldwin, who founded the ACLU, was a communist. All right. However,
was.
he disavowed the Communist Party some years later. But now you're going to tell me that the origins of the ADL, they never disavowed that. So they're
No,
just
and I don't know if he might have disavowed the Communist Party, but he didn't disavow communism.
no.
I mean, the ADL, I mean, the ACLU to this day, I mean, they will continue to promote leftist causes and denounce, I mean, do you think that they would take a case against the Black Lives Matter? I mean, never. I mean, they're very much an apparatchik of the international illuminated left-wing establishment. And I think that they ran a full-page ad denouncing Trump, calling him Hitler, this kind of thing.
Well, here's the good news then, going back to how we started the show. The left hasn't learned a damn thing. They're going to keep doubling down on the same ineffectual talking points, and they're going to wonder why they're losing the muse.
A good book on the history of this, and I probably have it in my book collection, is None Dare Call It Treason by John Stormer.
Oh, man, I wrote about that. Oh, John Stormer.
John Stormer.
7 million copies, baby. Self-published.
Yes, and not only that, but I think that he came out with a revised edition that was double the size, I think in the 1990s. I don't know if he's still around, but it's
I think he
really
died only a few years ago. But
yeah, but he goes chapter and verse into a lot of stuff from the ACLU and from the the National Council of Churches, how they were Communist Front, how the ADL is a Communist Front. He shows all of the communist takeover of these, or creation of these establishment institutions, and how they then went ahead and became dominant in the media in terms of what would be, the official and approved narrative.
right.
I mean, obviously the Southern Poverty Law Center, which spawned that rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson. I mean, they're very much part of this communist movement, and that he goes into it chapter and verse. I have to get that. I mean, he really quotes it, and he does a brilliant job. You have the whole perpetual war for perpetual peace movement.
Yeah.
He shows how they wanted to have what's called, quote, convergence, and that this is a policy that was openly espoused by Roosevelt. That basically the idea was that the United States would move to the left, the Soviet Union would move to the right, and they would both meet and converge at some point in the middle to create a world government. You think I'm making this up? There was this, no, I mean, this is documented. This guy, Rowan Gaither, he was the head of the Ford Foundation, I think, or the Rockefeller Institute. He was interviewed by Norman Dodd, who was a researcher in the late 1950s, as part of the Reese Committee hearings, which are not well known today, but they were very pivotal. They investigated the big foundations and how they had been infiltrated by communists. And he interviewed Rowan Gaither, the head of the Ford Foundation, and he went on record as saying all of this. We were working toward convergence. We were working toward creating a new way of being, a middle ground that would merge, capitalism and communism, Sovietism and Americanism. And we were pouring money into doing this from these big foundations, which were created thanks to Wilson in 1912, 1913. Anyway, interesting history. But that's
the good thing is it's history, and they keep using this, and it ain't working anymore.
Well, it never worked. But the point is they're still doing it, and they still have that kind of power. They have, George Soros is no piker. I mean, these guys have international power. They have a way of framing narratives the way they want them framed. They will create a world war if they think it's going to benefit, and they're trying to do that right now. Yeah. We have about how many weeks left of this corrupt illuminated, illegitimate administration. I think the rest of this month in December and then 2 weeks in January, during that time, they could create a world war. They're already, firing high-end advanced missiles into Russia. And Russia's firing back. They just hit a power plant in Dnipropetrovsk in Ukraine. The people that are going to suffer from this are the Ukrainian people who would like to see some kind of a peace agreement and who are willing to give up a couple of those Russian provinces. Who cares? I mean, they're Russian anyway, in order to get peace. But they're going to try to push for this massive war. I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about today. Between now and January 20th, there's a lot of things that could go down. There are we don't know what could happen in the world, but it's a very, very dangerous time, the lame duck period. In the 1930s, I think it was, Congress actually passed, I don't know if it was a constitutional amendment, it probably was, to kind of reduce the lame duck period, because it used to run from
through March.
November, it's all the way through till March of the following year, almost 6 months.
Right.
And it was a lot of crap went down. I mean, it was a very bad time because you had an outgoing administration, and if it was from another party, they could do all sorts of things. I mean, thinking in Massachusetts, it says they have this idea where they have the lamp in the State House on the night before the governor leaves. He's burning wax, signing legislation, passing laws. You've got Elizabeth Warren trying to shove through, along with Schumer, radical judges. They've got 50 openings, and it's and shame on J.D. Vance and Rubio for not going and doing their work right now in the Senate to stop this from happening, because there were votes, and they what do they went home for Christmas? I don't know. It's like they have to. This is a fight. They just passed through this radical appeals court judge who had given a pass to child rapists, saying that laws against child rape are racist. I mean, this person is going to be on the bench as a fairly young man. He's going to be there for decades. And this is in the South. I think it's Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. So, I mean, they're putting in position people that will never get rid of them. I mean, they'll be there forever. And, this is all lame duck. As Congress goes out, they're keeping the midnight oil. They're burning candles at night, signing who knows what. I mean, it happens every time there's a lame duck and there's a change of parties. And it is a very dangerous time. I mean, they like to talk about democracy. You can't get less democratic than this. I mean, this is real, insider power play where you're putting.
Well, it is, and it's really pathetic, because how can anybody, even on the left, support some of these horrible judges? Everybody watching this show,
on
YouTube, some of these proceedings, where, first of all, most federal judges are terrible. It did not used to be the case. I'm old enough to remember I had a friend in high school whose father was a federal judge when it actually meant something. Now it tends to be people that can't get a real job or zealots.
Oh, they're cheering. I mean, there's this guy on TikTok that I follow, Aaron Parnas. He's like Harry Sisson with a brain. Yeah. He's like this twerpy little guy, white guy. He's a lawyer. He looks like he's in his early 20s. He brags about how he graduated law school when he was 21. And he just keeps going on almost every day. He does a TikTok, talking about how wonderful it is that these elections are still being challenged and they're still counting, and we're going to beat, McCormick in Pennsylvania. And I mean, it's ridiculous. And he's like bragging about all the judges that are being put on the bench. He's happy about that. He's got this smirk that he really needs to wipe off of his face. It's just disgusting. But it's that mindset. It's this amoral, little, party hacks. They don't care. They just want the power.
They don't care. maybe they will if they get involved with the system. I had the misfortune many years ago being involved in a large federal case, and I can't begin to describe how incompetent the federal judiciary is. This guy was falling asleep during the proceedings. He was a damn drunk. It was outrageous.
Yeah.
And
they have real power. I mean, they can.
Oh yeah,
they can change, ruin a person's life. They can change the course of the country's direction. I mean, I think, and Elizabeth Warren, of course, is all, she's working, 18 hours a day trying to get these people jammed through in these last miserable weeks. Who knows what else they're doing?
It was just a numbers game, because even Warren would admit that some of these people are just total scumbags.
Oh, she doesn't care. They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care.
They want to have their seat warmers. They're going to do. I mean, you see them being interviewed by people like Senator John Kennedy. He's hilarious, and he just asks them basic questions about, are you familiar with the Clark versus so and so? No, they never heard of it. I mean, these people are dumb as bricks in some cases.
Yeah,
but
think about it, Chuck. Who would want that job? All right. If you're a halfway decent lawyer, you're going to make 3 to 4 times what is paid there.
They want power. They want to have
power.
Change the world for communism. I don't know, make a more collectivized world. These people they have that glassy-eyed look on their face. You could tell with that smirk. It's like Rachel Maddow on Speed. They just, of course, she's getting $6 million a show, but putting that aside, I mean, they want power. It's a very powerful position. It's these people who have like low egos and low self-esteem, they feel important, and in a way, they are important in a position like that. They can change lives.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, there is a small number of people that seem to really want to be on the bench to do some good. I mean, right. I knew a guy who was a really, really good litigator with a big firm in LA and making serious money. But he got the call from whoever the president was at the time.
Yeah.
We want you under the. And talk about taking a pay cut. Good God, But I guess he was a true believer. The guy was, not necessarily liberal.
Right.
But this was some sort of brass ring. I truly don't know why.
No, I think that most of them are good. I mean, in Massachusetts, the federal bench is very good. And even though many of them are liberal leaning, they're pretty good. I mean, they are committed. They're hardworking. They do want to try to be fair. But there are these political appointments that Biden seems particularly involved with that are just rotten apples. I mean, it's very bad. But I'm not trying to, it's like most Catholic priests are religious people, but you have some bad ones that give the whole bunch of bad names.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the same thing is true with the judiciary. Most of them are good. I do think that they are well-meaning and hardworking, and they do their job. But you do have what I'm talking about here particularly is these really rotten Biden appointees are just bad news. I mean, they're just being shoved onto the bench, and they serve the purpose of basically siloing power as Trump goes in. And then, of course, you have others on the bench who are now not going to leave. They won't retire because they don't want to have Trump have an opening. I mean, right? I mean, of course, that backfired with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but,
Yes, it did, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think Obama actually asked her to step aside, and she said, nope, I'm going to live forever. I'm not going anywhere. So they blamed Trump because he had an appointment. I mean,
she was rotten to the core, and and this friendship between her and Scalia, I will never understand. But
whatever. I mean, the thing is that they become there's a sense of invincibility after a while they're indispensable and they're never going to go. And but here we are, Mike, in these final miserable, decrepit days of this rotten, illuminated regime, this illegitimate regime. I just I don't know what they're gonna. They're kind of dismoored of any responsibility. They can pretty much now show their cards and do whatever they want to try to perpetrate their power. I think they're still in denial in a way that they have been beaten and that they are going to go. You know, Donald J. Trump, assuming they don't, something drastic doesn't happen, God forbid, he's going to put his hand on the Bible on January 20th, and he's going to be president. And it's going to be a great day because he's going to go in there and he's going to kick ass. And he has a lot of things that are going to happen. I do believe that, assuming he gets there. And they don't really, they're trying to figure out these sort of sneaky, miserable, end runs around that. And I mean, again, Obama tried to do it and it was bad, but I don't think they're going to pull that crap off again because Trump, isn't going to be fooled this time. No. I just hope that we don't have nuclear missiles hitting Boston anytime soon. That's all. I mean, who knows what they're going to do?
Well, what about well, not your mayor, because I don't think you're directly living in Boston, but
I do live in Boston.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Michelle Wu saying she's not going to cooperate.
Yeah, that's what they're. I mean, look, you've got Pritzker in Illinois. You've got. They're all saying this.
Yeah, well, they're talking big, but when
in a way, there's actually a silver lining to all of it because what they're doing is they're asserting states' rights.
Yeah.
Right. That's good. Even if they're left-wing states, it's states should reassert. I mean, they were, they're complaining about that with Roe versus Wade. They want the federal government to come in and mandate abortions. But at the same time, hypocritically, they're all about states' rights when it comes to Trump. I say that, if they want to go that route, that does set positive precedent. It is a reinvigoration of the 9th and 10th Amendments. They do have a state right in many areas. They don't have to cooperate.
They have a state right in immigration, though.
No, they don't. But they don't have to cooperate. And right. Homan has said as much. He goes, if they don't want to cooperate, that's fine. But they better step out of the way with regard to a federal prerogative, which is immigration, especially when you're dealing with crime. And that they're talking about a lot of, they're going to put people in jail and they're going to separate families and put people in cages. No, that's not what's going to happen. They're going to, Trump in the first year is going to focus on criminals, on drug dealers, on drug traffickers, on sex traffickers, on people that are bad, violent people, all the, not the best, as Trump likes to say. And deport all of them. Good. And also, he's going to cut, as I said, I think I said earlier, they're going to cut off their money, which is going to save the taxpayers billions, and which is going to result in a self-deportation. If they don't have any more money, they won't stay.
Yeah.
Now, if some of them want to get jobs and be gainfully employed and not be criminals, I don't think that Trump's going to go after them. Maybe eventually
it's going to be wonderful to go after the criminal element,
right?
And look into all the corruption involved with putting these people up in hotels and whatnot.
That's right, and that's exactly what's happening in Massachusetts, and in other states. I mean, the state is going broke, putting people up in fancy hotels. They have this meal plan. They get $75 a day. I mean. And the state's hired a caterer to feed them all. I mean, the state is going broke. There's no logic to that. What are we supposed to get out of that? Meanwhile, so I think that once you cut that off, they're gonna leave, and we're gonna have millions of people.
Well, what it is virtue signaling with somebody else's money.
Yeah, but why is this a virtue? What's virtuous about?
Well, I hate to go back. I've been to the third time. It's this Model UN thing. You see,
Yeah.
we have to do right by these people, and
Yeah,
to
but we
take
could
an
do.
old term from Rudyard Kipling, white man's burden, right?
I
And
thought that there was a hilarious YouTuber. I don't know who he was, but he he went to during the campaign. He was knocking on the doors of people with Harris Waltz
oh
signs.
yeah, I saw
Right?
some.
Hey, we have an illegal alien here. There's some guy would come out of the van. He wants to move. He wants to live with you. Will you take him in? It's like, right. So I mean, to a man they said no, of
Of course.
course. What do you mean? I can't. I have children at home. I can't do that. No, you'll send them all. I mean, it's like what DeSantis did with Martha's Vineyard that
Instead
time.
of Martha's Vineyard.
It was hilarious. Martha's Vineyard deported them. They hired 150 National Guardsmen came to the island. They put them on a bus and they deported them, sent them to a camp, I might add, at Otis Air Force Base in the Cape. That's what the liberals did when it came to actually dealing with illegal aliens instead of sending them to the red states. Anyway, it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I mean, it's, they're going to complain, but the point is that the American people voted for Trump, and it was a mandate. And that you want to talk democratic principles. That's what we have: democracy. We have democratic principles. They're complaining. Well, Trump is going to get rid of agencies, and he's going to fire all these people. Guess what? That's what every administration is supposed to do. Every administration actually has done degrees of this when they take office, because that's why we have elections. Why bother having, if you're going to just keep people in there forever, why, that's a dictatorship, it's an oligarchy. Why bother having an election, really? Yes.
Why was it okay for Roosevelt to create all these agencies, but someone can't come back in and either consolidate them or eliminate them?
Or get rid of them. And that's exactly what I think Trump's going to do, starting with the Department of Education. You get rid of about 80% of it, and maybe the rest of it can be absorbed by another department, the little piece, the tiny piece that they do that's actually of any worth. But you get rid of all of these federal agencies. And I think that with Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, that's exactly what Ramaswamy just gave an interview where he said, yeah, we're going to consolidate agencies, get rid of them in some cases. We're going to pare them down. That's what Musk did at Twitter, and it worked beautifully. That's what's going to happen. And I say hallelujah. I never thought I'd see the day. I remember the late Sam Blumenfeld back in the Birch Society. They've been talking about this for a generation, and you never thought it would happen. Well, it is happening. And they can, and as Steve Bannon would say, they can suck on it if they don't like it. He's on fire. You got to listen to him. I don't miss a show.
Oh, he is.
Since he got out of prison, he is like kicking. I mean, he's like amazing. I mean, he's great. I mean, I'd love to see Trump give him an appointment. He's tremendous. Although I'd like to see him stay at the War Room. I mean, he's doing he's got millions of followers. It's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing gangbusters over there.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but going to prison really helped his game.
Oh, he didn't. He just came out. He's better than ever. He didn't miss a beat. I mean, he's roaring, and I just think that he should continue right where he is, where he's really playing a big role, in a way very similar to the role Rush Limbaugh played, except, he's taken Rush Limbaugh in a way kept the kind of.
He was
Yeah, I mean, he didn't go too far outside of certain lanes, because he knew that they could pull the plug on him. But I think that with the internet, with Bannon, he doesn't care. He was already thrown off of Facebook and Twitter years ago. It didn't matter. He just keeps moving along. He's got his own network. He's consolidated it. I mean, to my way of thinking, they can't do to him what they could have done to Rush, just because of technology now being what it is. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that he should continue on doing exactly what he's doing. I mean, and other people, I mean, I certainly emulate that. Other people should try to create their network as well.
It's going to be an interesting holiday season.
and a festive one, I might add.
Yes, festive.
So, Mike, what do you have coming up on your
All
Substack?
right. Well, I had that piece that went out last night called "Victory," but we focus on the issue of blaming the consumer and your favorite guy, Alan Lichtman, who just gets to be more of a joke with every passing day. I mean, after he was pilloried on all these video forums, he gets interviewed on a YouTube video by his son, who said essentially that, well, even though,
That's the only one left that will interview him.
yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
mean, and
it's
some of
just fun
these left-wing
watching all this
historians,
construct.
some of these left-wing historians have really gone off the deep end, like Mitchum, who has written some pretty good books, completely Trump deranged, and Michael Beschloss, he wanted Trump to be executed.
Yes.
Remember that? Because of the after Mar-a-Lago was raided, because he had papers that might reveal some national secrets. Anyways, they've all shown their true colors. They're absolutely insane. So I guess I'll talk to you next week.
We will see you next week. Looking forward.
God bless America. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz, welcome to the program. The movie in question is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and my guest to talk about it is author Trevor Loudon. Trevor is a New Zealand author, speaker, political activist, blogger. He was vice president of ACT New Zealand, a classical liberal and right libertarian political party from 2006 to 2008. The author of 5 self-published books on U.S. politics. Trevor, thanks for joining me today. It's an honor.
Always good to be on. Thanks, Charles, for having me.
Trevor, before we get started, I have to ask you about this New Zealand story with this haka, which took place in the parliament. I mean, it's something that, in spite of myself, I can't stop watching it. It's fascinating. And what is going on there? Briefly, what's happening with that?
Well, we've got to see the head of the ACT party, which you mentioned I used to be the vice president of, is David Seymour. And I knew him very well when he was the head of Young ACT when I was the vice president. And he's introduced a bill defining the rights conferred to all citizens under the Treaty of Waitangi. That was signed in 1840. It's like your Declaration of Independence. It was a founding document of New Zealand. And what it was the Maori citizens, a native race, transferred sovereignty over New Zealand to the British Crown in exchange for British citizenship. Okay. Mm-hmm. They became citizens. Now, the left, the communists, ever since then, have been trying to say, no, this was a partnership. Maori are equal partners to everybody else. Maori should have 50% of representation in government. Maori should have 50% of this, 50% of that, 50% control of the airwaves, the seabed, etc. So David Seymour's Act law was to basically codify the rights so that Maori and everybody have exactly the same rights as everybody else. Nobody has special rights, which I 100% concur with. That's the principles that America is founded on. But the left spins this as though this is a horrible bill taking away the rights of people. No, it's not. It's stopping communists. The Maori Party is a communist party, effectively. Is stopping communists getting leverage over all of New Zealand society, way out of proportion to their numbers. So that's what it is. It's a complete scam. And David Seymour was calling out the scam and saying every New Zealander should have exactly the same rights, no more, no less, regardless of your ethnic origin, which I think you and probably all of your listeners would agree with, Charles.
Of course. And the bill doesn't take any rights away from the Maori. It just simply recognizes that all citizens of New Zealand are equal and that the Maori
Yeah.
are free to organize their identity any way they choose. Doesn't
Yep.
change anything. It just it doesn't give special group rights to any particular group.
It just stops Marxists using race as a wedge issue to get more power for themselves. Like, for instance, they were pushing things, and it happened in some places that Maori, who are 15% of the population, would get 50% representation on government boards. For instance. So this is a great way to blackmail people. Oh, we're on the Waikato Water Board. Well, if you want to build a new pipe, you'll just have to give a couple of $100,000 to our Maori Resource Centre.
I
And
see.
then so it's ending an endless stream of scams, of special privilege, of affirmative action. But the left-wing media, of course, says, oh, this is taking away rights from people. It's like saying if you arrest the mafia, you're taking away their rights.
Do
Because,
the
you know,
Maori have a particular geographic part of New Zealand, or are they well distributed throughout the country?
they're well distributed. Well, look, the further north you go, the more Maori it gets. Like
Right.
New Zealand is about 1,000 miles long, 2 main islands. When I grew up in the South Island, Maori were probably 2% of the population. If in the far north are probably more like 40% of the population.
I see.
The further north you go, the more Maori citizens you find. But they are everywhere. Every community has Maori
Right.
citizens.
And the other thing, I mean, this gets into a broader question of the indigenous issue, which is something the left is, I think, using on an international scale as a
Absolutely.
leverage
Yeah.
to try to undermine sovereignty and to use people. And just to go to that briefly, my understanding is that historically, the Maori people and the British arrived in New Zealand roughly around the same time. It
No,
wasn't like they were there first, and if they were there first, it wasn't. It wasn't. We're not talking about a long period.
no. The Maori arrived about 1,000 years ago from the
Okay.
Polynesian Islands. So they were well established by the time the British came. The British established formal sovereignty in 1840, but there'd been British communities there for about 60 years before that. A lot of Massachusetts whalers were there, by the way.
Oh,
There's
sure.
a lot of Massachusetts blood in certain communities in the northern,
Interesting. Yeah.
because the sailors had to have something to do in their time off, you know. And so there's a lot of Massachusetts ancestry in certain
Yes.
parts of the North Island.
Just like a lot of
Right.
Massachusetts people are in Hawaii. They
Well,
settled here.
Exactly, because of the whaling industry and that's
Whaling industry and also missionaries.
yeah,
Puritan
exactly.
missionaries.
Well, that's exactly the same pattern in New Zealand, and the Maori are basically the same Polynesian race as the Hawaiians.
Understood.
They're the southern reach of the Polynesian diaspora, which went to Hawaii, Tahiti, and many islands in the South Pacific. But look, you're right about this being used internationally. The communists call this the nationalities question. It was devised by Stalin. It's where you don't have a working class, you find ethnic minorities, religious minorities, racial minorities that you can instill a sense of grievance in and use them as revolutionary cannon fodder. So this is the Hawaiian independence movement. It's a Marxist movement. The La Raza movement, which wants to return the southern states, southwestern states to Mexico.
Sure.
The communists who worked in the black community in America and the Native American community for decades. So this
Right.
is a common thing. Wherever there's minorities, there's Marxists stirring them up.
Right, and they want to sow division, and they run on this assumption that somehow if a timeline indicates that a group of people were there before another group, they have some kind of a divine right to that country. And
Yeah.
of course, they apply this very arbitrarily because they will never apply it to Jews trying
To Israel,
return
yeah,
to
that's
their,
different. That's different.
to their homeland of that tiny little swath of land that we call Israel. I want to bring things to politics right now, and I feel remiss if I don't talk about the fact that after the resounding victory, thank God, of President Donald J. Trump to serve a second term, he received both the electoral vote and the popular vote. It's interesting that all those states that were trying to get rid of the electoral college by signing a pact saying that all of their electors will go to the whoever wins the popular vote, they're now going to have to send all their electors to support Trump,
Yeah,
including
isn't that a
California.
sweet injustice? Isn't
And-
that sweet justice?
yes, and
Well,
also that Republicans have taken both houses of Congress, and it does look like we're moving toward a significant realignment politically, one that is as profound as any going back to the Reconstruction after the Civil War.
yep.
But they are causing a lot of problems in these miserable final weeks of this lame duck, illegitimate, illuminated, radical regime. They're trying to trigger World War III in Ukraine. And I do think that that's obvious. Now you have green lights for the Ukrainians to fire advanced missiles into Russia and place landmines. And it's all happening in these final weeks. I think that they're trying to embroil the United States into a world war, which will, of course, make it difficult for President Trump to fulfill the mandate that he called for, which is to bring about a negotiated peace in that war. Do you think
Yeah.
that is the case?
Well, look, I'm a big Ukraine supporter, so I'm glad they're getting these capabilities. But yes,
Right.
look, Biden didn't. The Ukrainians have been pleading for 2 years to be able to strike back into Russia when they've got troops massed across the border ready to attack them. They're not allowed to attack them. So now Biden has given them some limited capability right at the end of his term. I think this is basically to take a card off President Trump's table.
Okay.
Basically, there's nothing to do with helping Ukraine here, though I'm glad they have the ability to defend themselves. This is all about sabotaging President Trump.
Well, that's right. And I think that both sides want a negotiated peace at this point. And I don't think it's realistic for the Ukrainians to expect Russia to return Crimea or some of those eastern provinces. So there's going to have to be-
Russia wants all of Ukraine. Russia's not going to
well,
negotiate.
that's right. That's why there
anything
has to be a
less
negotiated
than
peace.
all of Ukraine. So
Of course.
there is no negotiated peace.
Okay.
Really, in my opinion, because
All right.
Russia said quite plainly, we want all of Ukraine, not just the parts we occupy, all of it.
Right, but they're not going to get all of Ukraine because
Well,
it's
they're not going to
stalemate.
negotiate till they do.
Well, that's just it. There has to be painful concessions. A war can only end with a total victory by one side or painful negotiations to result in the compromise. And I think that Trump's position is that to protect Ukrainian sovereignty, there's going to have to be, and to stop the war and the killing, there's going to have to be a painful negotiated peace. And that's sort of where I am with it. But let's go on to your movie.
It's not mine, it's Julie Beerling's movie, but I'm interviewed in it.
You're interviewed
play a
in it.
role in it. Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the movie because it gets into a topic of how much communism and communist ideas have infiltrated our liberal Western democracies, and something right under our eyes which we don't see. It's imperceptible, but yet done in the broad daylight. So
Yeah, well, look, the movie is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and Julie Beerling did it. She was a missionary in Russia not long after the collapse of communism, and wrote a thesis on how the Russians suppressed, how the Soviet communists suppressed religion specifically, the techniques they used. And she found that when she got back to the States, she found that the Democrats were using exactly the same tactics against Christian churches and conservative Jews, Catholics, etc. here, even Mormons. And so what she's done the movie basically showing us how we're in a communist revolution. That's what we're in right now. Now, Donald Trump has put the brakes on that, and he's going to reverse a lot of it. but we got to understand that's what we're in.
Right.
You know, we're in a 70% completed communist revolution. They have our education system, they have Hollywood, they have sport, they have most of the universities, they have the Democratic Party, the unions, and they're trying to consolidate their power by winning one more time and legalizing 30 million illegal immigrants, so who will then vote Democrat religiously. So we're in a revolution. Donald Trump is putting the brakes on, but they ain't going away. They're
No.
going to be fighting tooth and nail, and I mean violently, lawfare, everything. And Julie's is the best movie I've seen out there that actually makes it real to people that that's what we're in. You know, that we can understand that this isn't just stupid Democrats or silly liberals. Open borders, the indoctrination of kids, destruction of the energy industry, all of it is communism. All of it is a manifestation of the American communist movement, which is allied to various foreign communist movements.
Yes, I mean, well, more philosophically, I think that Whittaker Chambers got it right in his book Witness when he noted that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it goes by different names at every generation, but what it is essentially rule by man, as opposed to the sovereignty of a creator of the universe, with man under God having a limited sovereignty. And that every generation has had to grapple with this idea. It really, in the modern times, was launched with the French Revolution. In the United States, it was launched, I think, or got the successful foothold with the election of Wilson in 1912, and the transfer of sovereign powers to unelected bureaucracies like the Federal Reserve and the Council on Foreign Relations and all these other groups that are shadowy and unelected and don't represent the people. President Trump has thrown a stick into the hornet's nest by basically openly calling for a return of sovereignty to the people under God and not to this clique of internationalists who want perpetual war and the erosion of sovereign borders. And for that reason, while he won, the war goes on. It's not over. In fact, this is just the beginning. They're not going to sit down and allow for a reversal of hundreds of years of setting the stage for their creation of this international beehive of where nation states become just pro forma and provinces of a world order.
Yeah, look, and you now analyze it perfectly, Charles. This is ultimately satanic. You know, the natural order of things is God, man, nature. You know, and there's hierarchies. You know, we're given institutions to govern ourselves, like the church, like civil government, like the family. They're the godly institutions. So communism in its various forms, and you're right, it's gone back thousands of years, has always sought to overthrow and undermine the church, to overthrow and undermine the family, and to overthrow and undermine civil government, to basically give Satan the upper hand on earth. That's what communism it is, and its various names. Today we call it sometimes globalism or the deep state, but it is communism, and it's heavily influenced by China, by Iran, by Cuba, by North Korea, other countries who have control over large numbers of our senators and congressmen, and have their agents working all over our communities. Like if you look at Boston, you know, there's a group there called the Chinese Progressive Association, which is a communist group, works with the Chinese Communist Party, and basically runs the Boston City Council and runs Elizabeth Warren and many of your other Congress members. So
and
all
Michelle
over
Wu.
America.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Massachusetts is behaving in a very strange way. I think particularly since Maura Healey and Michelle Wu were elected.
Yeah.
And you have this phenomena, I think, manifested in this spending, maxing out the state budget to pay for bringing illegal aliens in and putting them up in nice hotels, giving them 3 meals a day. There's no sense to it. There's no logic to it, and the state's going broke over it.
Unless it's part of a revolution. It
Yeah, and
doesn't
now they're
make
covering
any
up a
sense.
pedophile scandal that involves these people. I'm not going to go into details about it because it's a story that's just emerging. But in normal times, this would be enough to force them all out of government, but it won't happen
Yeah.
here. They just control the levers. I mean, the Boston Globe is a huge power in this state, has been for many, many decades, and they kind of call the shots in terms of what is permissible and what isn't in the public sphere. And I'm sure Massachusetts is just a microcosm for a lot of other states, not all. We have some, they call the red states, more freedom oriented, but they still control what, the high ground of the culture, as you say. I mean, I think there
Yeah.
was Andrew Breitbart once said that, politics is downstream from culture, and they control the big culture, the big media, big tech, big, entertainment, Hollywood, all of it, academia. They really have, and they have worked to develop this stranglehold on it slowly over time. It's like a Fabian approach, where they
Yeah.
gradually weed out their opposition and install their friends and agents.
That's exactly how it works. How do you take over a university or a union or a church or a government? You just get a few people into key positions, secretary of a union, president of a union, chancellor of a college, head of a sociology department in a college, and they just hire their friends. They
Mm.
keep hiring their friends and they get rid of any opposition. And that's in 10 years, you could take over a university or a church or a labor union. And that's what's happened. Most of our institutions in America, the unions, churches, Hollywood to a large degree, are controlled by communist sympathizers, many of them loyal to China. And one way it exhibited, if you look at all the states that had the harshest lockdowns during COVID,
Mhm.
Massachusetts being one of them, Minnesota being another, headed by Tim Walz, the Chinese communist
Indeed,
aficionado,
yes. Mhm.
California, Hawaii, Oregon, all of the states that had the worst lockdowns were all the states with the most Chinese influence. Because it
Right.
was designed not for public health, it was all about wrecking our economy.
Right,
Because if
and
you have
it
no
was
economy,
and
you have
nothing to do. That's a huge scandal, and they were able to shut down small, as you say, mom and pop businesses,
yeah,
and while leaving the big box stores open, shut down the churches, shut down the schools. Children had to get education through Zoom, which, by the way, actually turned out to backfire on them because we got to see what was
yes, I
going on.
agree. I agree. Yeah, exactly.
And eventually the regime had a major setback. Thank God for the Canadian truckers who
Yeah,
stood up and said, "We're not going to go for the forced vaccines of the jab, which of course is questionable." And the whole regime collapsed here in Boston. Michelle Wu, our new mayor, talk about maybe communist associations.
oh, absolutely. She is
Yeah, I mean, her first
very
act
heavily
was
tied into the communist movement.
you couldn't go into a store or a restaurant unless you showed your card proving you'd had the vaccine. And that happened right when the truckers struck, and there was fear that the trucker strike would spread to the United States. So they backed down, and she backed down.
Yeah,
And so they had a setback, but they're going to try something else. I mean, it's only a matter of time. I think that they've had another setback with the election of Trump.
yeah,
And the team that he's putting together is tremendous. They're going after every one of them. They have people who they're planting a strategy, from what I understand, where they're going to sue everybody. Every move he makes is going to be lawsuits, attempts to
yeah,
impeach him. And I think that Trump has become sophisticated enough, and the people around him, that they're going to respond by countersuing. They'll tie them up. I mean, they'll bleed them out. This is a tough group, and I just was censored on TikTok. I guess I said something that PO'd the TikTokers, so I've been suspended for a week. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's the agenda. Look, I mean, it's happening in real time here, They
Well,
still
it's wonder
control-
because we were talking about Chinese influence in the
Yes, I think that was
COVID.
the key, mentioning Chinese influence.
Yeah.
That I think you're absolutely right, which is profound. China has, basically established a censorship regime in the United States with scores of, they got the EKG thing. I mean, they got rid of that to an extent, where if you don't rate well in three areas: economy, environment, governance, and social consciousness, you get a lower score and you can't function as well. I mean, that's open in China, but in this country, it's a little more subtle.
Yeah.
But it's a gradual tightening up of control over the lives and the destinies of citizens.
Well, that's right. And what people see these things, they see the open borders, they see the ESG, they see this transgender education, they see the lockdowns, they see the destruction of the US energy industry, all of these things. What they don't see is that these are all arms of the communist octopus. All of these can be linked back to China. The COVID, obviously, Black Lives Matter was a Chinese operation.
Right.
The election, every state has major Chinese-backed election voter registration organizations. The Chinese Progressive Association does that for you in Chinatown. They run Boston through doing that. So if people understood the actual depth of Chinese penetration of every level of our society, from Congress and the Senate to Hollywood to the unions, whatever, they would be shocked beyond measure. But this is why they had to get rid of Trump with the COVID and the Black Lives Matter and the election shenanigans. And now they're freaking out because they've overplayed their hand, and Trump is a lot smarter this time and a lot better people around him. So we're going to see a battle royal coming up over the next few years. But as the point being, don't go to sleep. It ain't over. Too many people went to sleep the first time Trump got elected, and they came back and they won the election and they rubbed our noses in it like little puppies in the carpet,
Right.
And we got to understand Trump's a leader, but we got to all be involved in taking our country back, all of us.
Yes, indeed. And we, as we said, the battle is just beginning. I mean, it's a great victory. We should bask in it and enjoy it as we enter into the festive season. But they're setting all kinds of booby traps for Trump. And I mean, even Obama did this when he set up the Steele dossier, and he put people that they call it burrowing. They burrow people into the civil service and into administrations and positions that you can't remove them. I mean, right now, in the final miserable days of this administration, Elizabeth Warren and a couple of other senators are trying to shove radical judges into place. And by the way, shame on Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance for not going into the Senate and working to stop this. They're sitting on their laurels. It's these are positions that are going to be with us for decades.
And look, their own literature, I read the left literature, they're talking about the job is to entrench their word, entrench as many justices in the system as we can to hold up the Trump agenda, entrench their word. So this is a very organized, very disciplined, very focused revolutionary program that we're dealing with.
Indeed, it is a color revolution. In fact, recently, one of the congressmen, I forget his name, he openly stated that they're setting up a, quote, shadow government. They want Shifty Schiff, who basically lied for years about having proof that Putin colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. He's going to be set up as a shadow attorney general, and they're going to everything that whatever Trump does or any of his cabinet members, they're going to counter it. So, I mean, this is like, it's subversion at its worst. And they point to the British system as an example. Well, guess what? We kicked out that system in 1776. I mean, we don't want to go back to that.
No, we don't. We got a constitutional republic, which has set the country free and made the most prosperous and great country in the world. But you just mentioned Schiff. all the time he was going on about Russian collusion, he was working closely with the Committee of 100, Communist China's main influence operation in America.
Mhm.
So he was going on about Russia, 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 and nobody called him for his China, China, China. Deeply in bed with the Chinese Communist Party all through that time, and nobody called him on it. That's why I write my books exposing this kind of stuff. But Adam Schiff is hardcore, and
Oh,
he's connected to the Committee of 100, which, as I keep saying, is Communist China's main influence operation in America. But this is the thing, Elizabeth Warren is deeply tied into the Chinese Progressive Association, Communist China's main influence group in Massachusetts. So is Ed Markey. So are several of your congressmen. So is Michelle Wu. So are several other people on the city council. China controls Boston. China controls San Francisco, LA, Boston, I believe Portland, Oregon, certainly Honolulu, and many other cities around the country, the Twin Cities as well. And so we got to understand how deep this is, and the battle that Trump's got on his hands, and that we have to play a role in this.
What we can do is exactly what you're doing right now, Trevor, which is to identify, expose, and then oppose the nature of this conspiracy. And I use that word openly because they call it that themselves. I mean, the entire communist edifice is by nature a conspiracy. They don't operate.
That's what they call themselves. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're not operating out in the open. I mean, they're not. They are subverting institutions because they know that if they came out in the open, they would be kicked out so quickly their heads would spin. So they do it through, careful, subversive, well-studied means of changing perceptions. People that are involved in this, some of them don't even know they're involved in it.
Yeah.
It's very, very tricky and very difficult to detect, which is why it's very important, especially now with Trump coming to power, that we get into identifying the nature of this. And by the way, your blog is called the New Zeal blog. I really recommend
TrevorLoudon.com or New Zeal blog. Yeah.
TrevorLoudon.com, New Zeal blog, shining the torch for liberty. You get into American politics. Your book is Stealth, Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. That was something that I think people did become aware of that one.
Well, that's the book just behind me. You can see it just there. Stealth, yes. Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. But that is not just about Kamala. That's about the movement that made her, the communist voter registration groups, the massive communist infiltration in California and other states. So, yeah, I recommend that. But Beneath Sheep's Clothing is a must-see for everybody too,
Yeah.
People
I mean, the reason they couldn't steal the election this time around is because the Republicans at least learned some lessons from last time, and they were able to field thousands of volunteers who worked the polling places, who sat in the counting rooms to make sure that there were more eyeballs on those absentee ballots. They couldn't do a mass mailing of absentee ballots this time around, but they couldn't pull it off. But yet they still are counting in some places. They're still trying to do rearguard actions.
See, there's a group called Seed the Vote, which is run by the Chinese Progressive Association of San Francisco, which works directly with the Chinese consulate. They are running the vote curing operations around the country. That's where they send their people, and they're openly saying this is to get more seats for the Democrats. They're openly saying this. So that this Chinese operation is going around finding faulty ballots and getting them cured. But they only get them cured and admitted if they're Democrat ballots. If they think they're a Republican ballot, if the person who did it is a Republican, they're not going to cure theirs.
No,
so
they're
still trying to steal seats. They're still trying to steal state Senate seats and congressional seats around the country right now.
There's still 3 seats they're counting in California. And of course, you have in Pennsylvania the attempt to steal the Senate seat. One of the electors, one of the election officials there actually openly admitted that they were counting illegal ballots, and she said, "I don't care because everyone breaks the law anyway." So
Yeah.
even their communistic governor has come out, Shapiro, and has put a stop to it. It's just so obvious that they
Well, they
can't
should
do
be
it.
going back. You should be going back and throwing out all the ones that have slipped through the
Yes, they
cracks.
should. And also, we do have now groups on our side like Turning Point USA. You've got Charlie Kirk, and you've got others who are curing ballots for us. So, I mean, they've learned some lessons. They're going out and doing, voter harvesting now, because that's how the system works. We all voted early this time around. We didn't wait for election day. We didn't fall into that trick. They still stole Arizona, but the stealing has been met on the field by people who are playing that same game. And I think that's been very important. Although now that President Trump has won, I hope that he doesn't forget about the fact that we need national reforms on voting. We need national voter
Look,
ID. We need to have paper ballots, get rid of the machines. Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts put a bill up in 2018. I mean, where she said that the voting machines are rigged and that we need all paper ballots. Of course, she denies that now, but that's
yeah,
what,
well,
we have to call that up and say, I support Elizabeth Warren's bill.
yeah, and I do too.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, isn't it? All these reforms have to be put in place, and people have to go to jail for committing vote fraud.
Oh, absolutely. And
know,
by the way, it's not
What's
voters who are
worse, stealing your car or stealing your ballot?
Yeah, I mean, this is a crime. It's a felony. It's not individuals committing voter fraud either. It's election fraud. It's ballot fraud.
It's organized, hardcore. It's like an organized crime issue, and I want President Trump to set up an organized crime unit, federal government that goes and does RICO lawsuits against the organized ballot crime operations in Boston, in New York, in Los Angeles, in Chicago, and you start finding the low level people, and you say, we've got you for vote fraud. You get 2 years in jail, but you can go free if you rat on who paid you, and you go up the chain and you find the people at the top and you put them in jail. And if you do that, vote fraud will be gone. It'll be over.
I think that's an excellent program. I mean, those rotten big city machines have been in power by these means for several decades now. That goes back to the 1960s.
At least, and we're not going to fix the country unless we fix that problem.
Oh, I totally agree with you. That's the first priority, returning the voting system to one man, one vote. And the integrity and sacredness of that system has to be restored. So, Trevor, just briefly, let's talk a little bit about this movie again that you're here to promote. What will people expect to see if they get this movie?
What they'll expect to see is understanding that communism is alive in America, and it's way more powerful than they think. And it'll show how it's done, the ways this is manifesting, because we all see these weird things going on, whether it's open borders or transgenderism or the attacks on the energy industry, whatever it is, but we don't understand that it's cohesive, that this is part of an organized program by our enemies to bring us down. So the movie features me, James Lindsay, Alex Newman, and a whole bunch of other people some of whom lived under Soviet communism and are talking what they saw back in their own country. They see is exactly the same that was happening in our country until the last election, and still is happening, though now more on the defensive than it was. So look, it's a great movie. It's very, very gripping and very educational. And I want millions of Americans to see it. I really do. And I don't make any money off it. I was in it because I believed in it. And I just want people to see it.
And now more than ever is the time to learn these these messages, these lessons, and to examine your local politics, your state politics, and when you see strange things going on, like governors saying, "I'm not going to allow illegal alien criminals to be deported," or "I support sex change operations for children," or any of these other things which are hard to explain, you know that there's something rotten underneath, because these are not things that people elected our government to do or to allow.
These are not stupid people. They're saying crazy stuff, but they're not stupid people. These things only make sense if they have an agenda to weaken and divide the country in preparation for a revolution. And you got to look at it through that lens. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing will help you to understand that lens, how we actually look at these phenomena and see the connections between them.
I can already see the battle lines forming around the issue of deportation of illegal aliens.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that the Trump administration is going to focus on, first of all, deporting the worst people. I mean, certainly in the first year, criminals, fentanyl dealers, drug dealers, violent criminals. And also, I think that there's going to be a massive self-deportation because they're going to cut off the money. They're going to cut off the fancy hotels and the dinners and the credit cards. Even Mayor Adams in New York is already starting to do this, which is why I think he's under attack.
100%.
He's actually shown a little independence, and I think that's going to be the Trump strategy. But their strategy is going to be to try to resurrect all of this old demonization. Oh, he's separating families and the children in cages, and we're going to hear all that kind of propaganda.
Yeah.
How do we respond to that?
Well, I think like Leo Hohmann is, you don't apologize for it. You said these people are criminally in the United States. They are taking the place of legal immigrants. There is no justice for this, and for the integrity of the American system, and for a lesson to all of those around the world who want to cheat that system. These people must not be allowed to enjoy the fruits of their criminal activity. And when I say criminal activity, jumping the border is a crime.
Exactly.
It's not just everybody who is here illegally is a criminal by definition. They've committed immigration fraud.
Law and order. And the idea that they would be flown in by the Biden people, that shows how Biden, I think, to the degree that he had any scruples or brain left, was very compromised, probably by China. And
100%. Yeah, he's China's man. He's been China's man since at least 2001. He was Russia's man since the early 70s, and Iranian's man since the late 70s. But but this, look, allowing the borders to go wide opening, having 10, 15 million people streaming across the border, that's not stupidity.
No.
That is a deliberate program to alter the United States on a permanent basis, to swamp the conservative voting base, to cripple the hospitals, cripple the education system, and economically destroy us. That only makes sense if it's malicious. These people are not that stupid.
Oh, no, it's quite deliberate.
It is absolutely deliberate. The goal is the social transformation of America on a permanent basis towards socialism. You imagine, had Kamala Harris got in and she legalized 30 million illegal immigrants who then voted 90% Democrat, that was their goal, to have a one-party state that could never be thrown out, ever.
You'll never get getting
it.
Once you have a communistic government in place, it's very difficult to get rid of it. I mean, look at Venezuela. You could look at the Soviet Union. It took almost 100 years to get rid of that. I mean, they immediately assume control of all of the levers of power, all of the nexus of influence in a country, and there's just no defeating them. So I
No,
mean, yeah.
You know, people used to say to me when I campaigned against communism in the 80s, they'd say, "Oh, Trevor, if the people in Russia didn't like communism, they'd just organize a revolution and throw it off." And I'd say, look, to do that, you need a few people, right? So you got a room, you got 25 people in it, you're going to organize a revolution. 5 of those people are KGB informants, but you don't know who they are. And if they tell the KGB what you're doing, you're going to get executed. So are you really going to try and organize this counter-revolution?
No, they use, of course, they have the mechanism of terror. I mean, I've talked to a couple of Iranian exiles here who have told me that they go back. That some people try to go back and they all get killed. I mean, it's just they control that ability and they have an outreach all over the world. And so, through terror, certainly China does this. China has in colleges the Confucius clubs, which keep an eye on Chinese students, making sure they're in line.
Yeah,
So
and they had about 17 secret Chinese police stations in Minneapolis and others, monitoring anybody who might say something bad about China, and then their families will get pressured. They will get kidnapped. They've actually kidnapped people from this country and taken them back to China. Chinese nationals living in America who have criticized the Chinese regime have been kidnapped and returned to China.
Oh yeah, and to disappear.
And that was right under Tim Walz's nose. Tim, China-loving Walz in Minnesota was allowing this to go on.
Yes, and it's something that, I mean, we can see how China even handles its own citizens. People disappear if they run afoul of the Communist Party. So, Trevor, let my viewers and listeners know where they could get more information about you and your excellent work.
Yeah, trevorloudon.com. That's my website. All my books are available there. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing, you go to beneathsheepsclothing.com or go to Amazon and look it up and get a copy there.
Trevor Loudon, as always, I want to thank you for joining me. Great conversation.
Always a pleasure.
Welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here, live. Taking your calls, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596, or you can text me or chat me, whatever you want to call it. I'm also live on TikTok right now and on Podomatic, so thank you. And of course, the flagship station is Rumble. Welcome aboard. Thank God, first of all, I just want to say again that President Trump has won a resounding victory. This is not something that for 1 minute I or anyone in this country should take for granted. This is not only a miracle, but it is a game changer in world history for the better. We really bit the bullet recently by avoiding another illegitimate regime. I don't want to go more than that regarding the opposition because TikTok will take me down. There's still censorship. But I just feel grateful. I feel happy about it. I almost at a loss for words. Be we need to continue the fight forward. This is just the beginning. President Trump, God willing, will be inaugurated and will begin his administration on January 20th of next year. And I can only count down the days. We don't know what kind of mischief they may be pulled off in the meantime. It looks like they're trying to instigate World War III. Maybe embroil the administration into a war with Russia, nuclear Russia. They're going to start authorizing American missiles in the last weeks of this miserable administration. That's really, I don't think anything that anyone sees in any other way than a deliberate, blatant attempt to try to launch World War III. The new administration God willing, they get to the finish line without that happening, and without them killing half the population of the planet, we'll be in a position to negotiate a reasonable peace with both sides of that war. A war that really, we now know from information recently released, that the Biden regime, whoever was running the shop over there, instigated and started when they had Biden go up and give a speech where he basically gave a green light to a limited Russian invasion of Ukraine. And that's exactly what happened. You know, it's interesting if you look at these things from a modern geopolitical standpoint, that a lot of wars were started that way. Korea was started that way. You had Secretary of State Dean Acheson deliver a speech a couple of weeks before North Korea launched a full invasion of South Korea at the National Press Club. He was the Secretary of State, where he said basically the same thing. He gave a green light to North Korea invading South Korea by saying that South Korea was outside of the U.S. defense zone. You know, so many other double talk kind of references. So you have to ask yourself, why do they want war? They want war because they want world order, and they want to wipe people out and weaken the world in a way broadly, and more specifically, various populations, socially, psychologically, culturally, every other way, so that they can implement their world order designs. They can turn the United States into a province of the world, as a sort of a gendarme of the world. And also they make money from it. Arms dealers. I mean, it's interesting that the Clinton family, the Bill and Hillary, reestablished the Clinton Global Initiative shortly after the launch of the Ukraine war. These are scams. They're making money from taxpayers, with the blood of young people in these countries, and enormous suffering. And I mean, the immorality of it is impossible to calculate. And they have an interest in keeping perpetual war. The historian Charles Austin Beard developed, kind of blew the lid on this. He was an establishment historian in the 1920s with his book, Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace, noting that has been the policy of what, you might euphemistically call the Anglo-American establishment. The United States, the British Commonwealth Empire, and all of their apparatus, including their secret apparatus, such as the Council on Foreign Relations and networks of other societies. That has been their policy since World War I. Perpetual war for perpetual peace. Constant nation building, constant interventions, constant arms dealing and war, right up until today. Donald Trump was a distractor. He stopped this. He came in and he said, no, the United States will have peace through strength. Will offer a hand of support to our allies and a hand of friendship to our allies, but we will not any longer engage in this perpetual war. We are the peace party. That's why we one of the many reasons why we elected Trump, to get us out of wars, to stop this policy. Hi, you're joining me on TikTok. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Good, very good. What are your thoughts?
What do you say?
Yeah, welcome aboard. We're talking about the new administration coming up. We're talking about this push toward World War III on the part of this decrepit Biden regime. What do you think?
Oh, that's really nice, though. Like, where are you coming from?
Well, I'm in Boston. Where are you?
Oh, you're in Boston. I'm from Africa.
Really? Which country?
Yeah, Nigeria.
Nigeria, wonderful. Great country. One of the powerhouses of Africa. I understand there's a fantastic...
Yeah. We are the giant of Africa, Gosh.
You got a great economy. You've got great. Lagos has a great
But
skyline.
the economy, like the economy is bad. Like we didn't have any fucking great economy, to be sincere with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope that Nigeria could be a leader in African sovereignty, you know, in the development of all these great independent states. I know there's some corruption, and that's too bad. Maybe you should run for prime minister.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, right? I don't hope everything goes better, you know.
Well,
So,
what do you people
so
think?
what are you up to now? Like,
Well, I'm just doing a live stream here on my station. Let me ask you, what is your impression of President-elect Donald Trump?
oh, you mean the elected president Donald Trump, right?
Yes. What do you think?
Wow. Yeah, I think it's a good decision for the Americans. You know, Trump is a leader, is a all-round and father that knows what to do, you know.
Yes.
He's someone that is moved with a great ambition that wants to make America great again, you know.
Yes. I mean, well, I couldn't agree with you more. And by the way, I've talked to people overseas, and they're generally very, very favorable
I'm
to
very
Trump.
happy
Good.
for Trump and for American people.
Thank you for saying that, and we're very excited and hopeful, you know, that we want to have a more prosperous and freer world. So very good, you know. I think that most people I've spoken to overseas have said this. They're grateful and happy that Trump is in office because they want to stop the wars and they want to stop the.
Everybody's happy that Trump is happy.
I agree. Listen, thank you for joining me. Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome. Anytime.
All right.
Yeah. All right, my friend.
All right. Take care. All right. So you're welcome to join me, obviously, on TikTok. This was, and by the way, you could call in at 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So I want to get to the main. I mean, I'm kind of riffing here and not getting into the main subject that I suggested today and that I put on the masthead, and that is the MAGA cabinet, the appointments that President Trump have made. All of them are brilliant and excellent. All of them must be approved and must be seated. It's that simple. Donald Trump won the election. He won on the Electoral College. He won on the popular vote. He swept all of the so-called battleground states. Congress is Republican, both Senate and House. And he made inroads in all of the blue states, by the way, including Massachusetts. And thus, he has a mandate to govern, and we must ensure his ability to govern smoothly and effectively, not like last time. And the most important way to do that is to ensure that all of his nominees are confirmed and put into office. Now, the deep state, as President Trump calls them, the double government, as Michael J. Glennon calls them in his book by the same name. He's a professor emeritus at Tufts University Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. He's a former legal counsel to the U.S. Senate. He's an insider. The military-industrial complex, as Eisenhower called it. The power elite, as C. Wright Mills calls it, my sociology mentor. They will do whatever they have to do to try to stymie, slow down, impede, obfuscate the Trump mandate. They're already talking about setting up a, quote, shadow government, unquote, with people like Shifty Schiff from California operating as Attorney General. I mean, it's really, really subversive and frankly un-American. This is what They even say openly. I mean, there's an interview about this that I listened to on NPR. I forget the name of the guy, but he said that the British have been doing this for many centuries. Yeah, the British. I think we got away from them when we kicked out King George III. I mean, excuse me, but hello, we had a Declaration of Independence. We don't do that here. We may be, the Democrats could be part of what's called the loyal opposition, of course, and they absolutely should criticize. I do. I mean, we all do. That's American. But the idea of setting up a shadow government, really? Anyway, it's more serious than that. And the big problem, of course, is not really them. The problem is the rhinos. The problem is people like Mitch McConnell, who is anti-Trump, who hurt Trump in the first term through, dragging his feet, making sure that he couldn't function in many areas. He's going, thank God he's out. But his replacement, John Thune of North Dakota, is apparently his protege, and that's very bad. It's not good that he won. I will say about John Thune that when he started in Congress, probably about 12 years ago, he was a Christian. His main motive was to bring morality and faith to his functioning as a U.S. Senator. And he was a pretty good guy. I don't know. I think that, power corrupts, as Lord Acton said, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that political figures, when they're in office too long, are all, without exception, bad people. President Trump, by the way, is proposing term limits, which would be great. And I think Thune possibly has become corrupted by the system. You no longer are serving the interests of the country, the interests of your own constituents, and you start to serve your own interests and do favors and trade favors with other political figures, and you lose your moorings. I don't know if that's true about Thune. So far, he has said he's recognized President Trump's mandate, and he has said that he will allow for recess appointments, if not bringing people through the process quickly. We'll see. There is an insider fight over this right now, because McConnell has apparently gone on record as saying that he's going to oppose recess appointments, even though it's been done before. It was done by President Obama, by the way. And yet, Mike Johnson has stood up. So we have an ally in him, at least at this time. I wouldn't trust anyone, but he seems to be a stand-up guy. He has stood up and said that the Constitution states that both houses of Congress have to agree to a recess, and if they don't, then the president, as chief executive, can come in and call a recess for Congress. Now, that is a constitutional theory. I'm not sure it's ever been done before, but Mike Johnson is a pretty smart lawyer. He has stated this by quoting from the Constitution, and that is one way to get it done. Either way, it has to be done. We have to get all of President Trump's nominees in their seat. We have to do it now. We have to call our congressmen, our senators, our representatives, and let them know in no uncertain terms that we expect all of President Trump's nominees to be seated in their respective offices. Now, Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, particularly Matt Gaetz, they seem to have some personal problems, or did have some personal problems, that are being brought up as ways to stop them. I would argue that this is very political because those same types of problems would not have been brought up had they been playing ball. I mean, whatever Matt Gaetz was doing before his marriage, I think he was married in 2018. It doesn't look good. You know, it's not good, free, solid moral behavior. Okay, whatever it is, and I'm not saying any of it is even true, but I think it probably a percentage of it is true. It was before he was married. It was before he was in Congress. It was before he was married. He is married now. Apparently, marriage has done for him what it does for a lot of men, in that it's made him better, made him more moral. It's straightened him out. And you know, and by the way, I would contrast that with Bill Clinton, who really misbehaved after his marriage, or probably before too, and who did, you know, the stuff that Gaetz is accused of is nothing, you know, remotely comparable to the activities of Bill Clinton. Not to mention other major figures like Joe Biden, for example. Let's not forget about Tara Reid and other people. I mean, this is the kind of thing that goes on. It's not good, and it should be identified, but it's personal. It's not, you know, it's not really should not have bearing on his career. You know, he's not running for Pope. He's no angel. He doesn't hold himself up as some paragon of virtue. He's a tough lawyer, smart. He'll defend President Trump and protect him. He'll protect the MAGA movement. He will investigate the real corruption that has permeated the Department of Justice. You know, you have a guy like Merrick Garland. He's probably as straight as an arrow. I mean, he's probably never, you know, he's never even jaywalked, and yet he has launched a complete politicization of the Department of Justice, using it to spy on political opponents of the present regime, however they're perceived, spying on parents as they go to school board meetings because they criticize critical race theory or transgender surgeries or COVID laws, spying on Catholics in church, spying on pro-life Christians protesting outside of an abortion clinic, spying on whoever else this regime sees as an enemy. That's, you know, I mean, that's evil. That's un-American. I mean, he's turning the FBI into a Gestapo, basically. And by the way, I hope Kash Patel is chosen as FBI director. That would be a beautiful thing. So I would rather have somebody who is going to go in and know how to function. And you should see, you can watch it on YouTube, some of Matt Gaetz's examination of corruption in Congress, when he questions Merrick Garland, when he questions Christopher Wray. He is just a tremendous lawyer and advocate, and he thunders and he takes no prisoners. He just goes in and he does it. So I think that he would be a fantastic attorney general. I understand he's got some personal problems. I think that we need to turn a blind eye, overlook those, and look at the interests of the country and of this administration first. Same thing with Pete Hegseth. I don't know a lot about Pete Hegseth, but I know who his enemies are. And he's a decorated veteran. I mean, my sense is that he's interesting because of the fact that for 20 years, he actually was directly involved in real combat, unlike people like Mark Milley and, you know, these sort of desk officers who really never saw combat. And as such, he's a disruptor of the system. He understands the actual inner workings, the guts of the military. And in that capacity, I think that he is a person who more likely will make the military what it should be, which is a fighting force, a force that can protect both coasts, that can protect America from invasion. That's why we have it. It's not a social experiment. I think that Hegseth will get rid of that aspect of the military, and that is something that is good for all of us. In fact, all of the cabinet positions are oriented in that way. They want to bring back the function of their respective offices to its original function. Most of them have expanded too far beyond those functions, and they've particularly gotten involved in politics. The obvious example is the FBI. Now, the FBI has always been problematic. I mean, under J. Edgar Hoover, it was problematic. It was spying on people. But at least Hoover went after genuine enemies of the United States, like the Ku Klux Klan, like the Communist Party, like the Mafia. Since, I think probably starting with Mueller and then on through Comey and then finally with Wray, you have these political lawyers who are not agents, who don't have a background in investigation work, who basically have used the FBI and turned the FBI into a political house. I mean, that goes after people they don't like. I mean, Comey made his bones by going after Martha Stewart, right? I mean, it's just, it became arbitrary and it's dangerous for freedom. So I hope that Kash Patel is the nominee, and I believe that he'll make it right. Anyway, I'm going to take off at this point, but I will just give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in. 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So just to encapsulate here and sort of wind it up. Thank God President Trump has won. We need to enjoy and feel happy and grateful for that victory. I certainly do, especially as we enter into the Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah season. I feel good. I mean, I'm pleased with the direction of this country. At the same time, we have to understand that this is just the beginning of the fight to take back our country. We have to make sure that President Trump's nominees are confirmed. We have to make sure that President Trump's agenda is carried out. That doesn't mean we can't criticize when criticism is warranted, but we have to do it in a constructive way in order to make things better, not to tear things down. Anyway, I want to thank you for joining me. My books are available on Amazon Books. Charles Moskowitz, you can check them out. I'm looking forward to a reduction in the censorship regime as we enter into this new year. I am planning on expanding my live stream capacity. I'm planning on inviting various guests. I am planning on doing the program consistently at the same time each day so I can develop an audience and start to get people calling in and texting, and we can really have this experience. And I feel optimistic about that. That was my original purpose in terms of getting into this back in 2018, around the time the censorship started. So I feel optimistic personally. I feel optimistic as an American. I feel optimistic as a Jew. I feel optimistic as a person, as a man. And I guess I covered all my bases. So anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. God bless you all. God bless America. The program, we're now live. Thank you very much. Charles Moskowitz here. The number to reach us, 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, 508-637-5596. And of course, you can send chat as well. I'm doing a little live streaming here to discuss an issue that's very important, both to me personally, but also, I believe, to the world. And that is my basic advocacy and suggestion that the state of Israel immediately annex what is called the West Bank and Gaza. What has been called historically and in Israeli circles, the lands of Judea and Samaria. I advocate that they do this before President Donald J. Trump takes his oath of office on January 20th, which of course is really less than, 2 months away from now. And that they get it done. They get it done now. They have a ceasefire in of course, on the northern border with Hezbollah, but that they must do this now. This is a unique, historic opportunity for Israel to take the bull by the horns at last and codify what was certainly a military victory in 1967, the Six-Day War, but which will end this ongoing political agenda to tear out from the very heartland of the tiny state of Israel another state that would be hostile to its existence. This would be like, creating a Taliban state out of one of the American states, or an ISIS entity out of one of the American states. To expect Israel to do that politically, militarily, it would be insane. Religiously and spiritually, it would be wrong. Israel must assert sovereignty over that tiny country that was recognized by the Balfour Declaration, was recognized as part of the British Mandate of Palestine, at least the western part of it. The eastern part, Transjordan, was basically the Arab part of Palestine. And they have to stop the quibbling and the ongoing and endless arguments and discussions. Get it done. Get it over with. Israel is Israel. Israel today, before I address the political issues, I want to address the spiritual issues, and then I'll go to the practical question. The spiritual issue is simple. The Lord God, King of the universe, blessed be he, spoke to Abram, who became known as Abraham shortly after this message, where he told him to go up and go to the land that I will show you. That land is exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. That land, Abram did go up, Abraham as such, as the world's first believer in the creator of the universe. And he established a commonwealth there. He fought wars with the Canaanites, the seven nations, and he successfully established the first completely sovereign Israelite commonwealth that continued through his rule and through that of his son Isaac, and then on to his son Jacob. Of course, we know the story of Joseph and how he ended up in Egypt, and he became the de facto prime minister of Egypt after saving the country from famine. And then Jacob and his sons, dealing with terrible famine in Canaan, went down and had a reunion with Joseph, and they lived in Egypt, where eventually, after Joseph's death, they became slaves. We all know the story. They would then be liberated by the hand of God and his messenger, Moses. They would wander through the Sinai for 40 years, where they would receive the Torah at Sinai, at Mount Sinai. They would then conquer the land that God had shown Abraham, that being exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. The book of Joshua talks of how Joshua crossed the Jordan and defeated the Canaanites at Jericho. Now, the book of Deuteronomy is clear about two things here. Firstly, that 2.5 tribes of the 12 tribes asked to stay behind, to stay on the other side of the Jordan, and yet remain part of the Israelite Confederation, and continue to help with their brother tribes in the conquest of Canaan, which God commanded the Israelites to do. So that tells us that the border of the Holy Land was the Jordan River. The Jordan River today is the exact border between Israel and Jordan, or the Kingdom of Jordan, or Transjordan, which, of course, according to the British Mandate, is Palestine. So you have the border established. The second piece in Deuteronomy that I would note is that when Joseph blessed his sons and his brothers, and God and Moses, I think, or God blessed them, the borders of their tribes were clearly delineated. And those tribes stretched from the Jordan River to the Great Sea, the Yam Soph, which of course is the Mediterranean, and from the north, Dan, to the south, Beersheba. Those are the exact borders of the state of Israel today. The Tel Dan is actually in Metula, which is in the very northern tip of Israel. And of course, Beersheba is a city today. It's one of the oldest and most ancient continually inhabited cities. And it's in Israel today. The only part of the state of Israel today that is outside of these lands that God commanded Joshua to conquer is a stretch of desert that goes from Beersheba south to the Gulf of Eilat. That's called Negev in Hebrew, which is a word for desert. So, in other words, Israel exists in the parameters of that great land. That is a fulfillment of the commands of the Torah. It is the commands of the God of Israel, the God that we believe is the one God. There is no other God before him. Why God chose Israel, I don't know. I mean, that only God knows. But that is the very cornerstone of our faith. And it is very clearly delineated that we are to establish a commonwealth in that land, and we are to observe certain laws that would separate us from all the other nations and make us into a priestly sect. That's the concept of the chosen people. Not to go too deep into that, other than to point out that this concept has been misinterpreted by both Jew and non-Jew historically to mean that the Jews are involved in a command to control other people, to control the world because we're superior. Not so. That's not what it's about. We are not superior to any other human being. All men and women, I may add, according to the book of Genesis, were created in the image of God. We are all equal. We are all children of God and images of God. And it is that element of the book of Genesis that was recognized, thank God, by the founding fathers of the United States Republic. That's what Jefferson pointed out in the Declaration of Independence, issued July 4th, 1776, where he stated, all men are created equal. That's where that came from. It came from the book of Genesis. God said that all men and women are created in the image of God. We all have the same rights under God. We all are born equal. We all die equal. We're all equal. So I just wanted to dispel that misconception, one that's been occasionally amplified by people who don't mean us well. But also at that time, the borders, as I said, were clearly delineated between the 12 tribes, and Joshua conquered Canaan. He left some of the Canaanites where they were, which means that in some ways he failed to completely conquer Canaan. And that failure continues, frankly. But on a more practical level, the land of Canaan became somewhat of a diverse region where you had both Israelites, Canaanites, Philistines, and others. So you had an Israeli or an Israelite kingdom, but it wasn't, ethnically pure. It had different ethnicities in it, for better or for worse. And that's, of course, the story of the book of Judges, the book of Kings, the book of Samuel, right up through the book of Chronicles. I'm just getting into a brief history here, okay? The kingdom is united under first Saul and then David. And then it reaches a zenith of power under Solomon, where it becomes a great, powerful empire. Jerusalem is established as the capital. Solomon builds the temple in Jerusalem, which is actually not commanded in the Torah, but which is in the writings. And then, of course, Saul falls into sin, and he spends so much money on his concubines that he bankrupts the country. 3 years after his death, his son Rehoboam turns out to be worse and not even as intelligent as Solomon. And then the empire divides into two, Judah and Israel, or Judah and Ephraim. The northern kingdom becomes more pagan. They set up idols, mainly because they wanted to stop people from making pilgrimages to Jerusalem, since the two countries are now enemies. And at times, friends, Judah remains Judaic. It remains children of Judah. It adheres to the covenant, with some major lapses and some bad kings like Manasseh. But nevertheless, it retains its consciousness, its identity as the inheritors of the covenant of Sinai, the extra code and all of it, and the worship of God, the rejection of idol worship with all of its evil practices. Eventually, the northern kingdom is taken away by the forces of Nineveh, of Assyria, in the person of Sennacherib, and they are dispersed to, generally according to the prophets, regions in what is today Iran and Azerbaijan. The kingdom of Judah continues, and the kingdom of Judah is more than just the tribe of Judah, of course, because Judah had conquered Benjamin, and you had the disbursement of the tribes of Levi and Simon. Since both of those tribes never received an allotment, they were dispersed among all the tribes. And you have elements of the northern kingdom who had made their way to Jerusalem to worship at the temple and who stayed, and then in exile reuniting with the Judahites who had been eventually sent into exile with the Babylonian conquest in the person of Nebuchadnezzar and the destruction of the temple and of Jerusalem. So that happened maybe a century later. Then, of course, after the destruction and the exile, the Judahites, the children of Israel, are commanded to return to their ancestral land once again as clients of Cyrus the Great of Persia, who conquered Babylonia and who is referred to as the Messiah in the book of Ezra. Ezra, the scribe, and his general Nehemiah lead the children of Israel, or a big portion of them, not all. Many of them stayed in Persia or Babylon, where they set up, by the way, an incredible and learned civilization of Judahites, or what in English we call Jews, and eventually leading to the writing of the Babylonian Talmud many, many centuries later. But Ezra returns to Jerusalem. It's miraculous. He reestablishes the state in Judea, or Judah. Judea is just a Roman, Latin, Greek way of saying it. He rebuilds the temple, and he reestablishes the Commonwealth under Persian sponsorship. Eventually, Alexander the Great defeats Persia, passes through Judea, recognizes the Judean client state under Greek control. The Greeks, of course, after Alexander's death, his General Ptolemy takes over and rules from Egypt, still recognizing the sovereignty of the Judeans, the semi-sovereignty. And by the way, around that time, Ptolemy, or one of his children, developed the Septuagint, which is a Greek translation of the Torah, and which basically brought Torah principles to much of the world. After Ptolemy eventually has a war with Antiochus of Syria, who victoriously presides, he conquers Judea. A lot of Judeans are beginning to become super secular. They're becoming Greek. They're becoming Hellenic. There's a civil war there between them and the religious Judeans, led by the Hasmonean clan, which is a priestly clan. Eventually, the Hasmoneans defeat not only their fellow Jews who were secularists, but also the Greek state under Antiochus. That's the story of Hanukkah, which is a story of sovereignty. It's a story of nationalism. It's a story of religious assertion, one that should and has inspired all of man ever since. And by the way, the book of Maccabees is codified by Catholics in their Bible, the Vulgate. It's not actually codified in the Tanakh. But nevertheless, we observe Hanukkah. Judah Maccabee, the son of Metzisyahu, establishes sovereignty, complete sovereignty, even though he does send a gift to Rome, because Rome at that point was the major power in the world. After several wars and the martyrdom of his brothers, each of whom had a period of control, eventually Simon, who was the last of the Hasmonean brothers, his son, John Hyrcanos, becomes a powerful ruler of Judea, expands Judea, and then, of course, his son further expands it, that being Alexander Yanai, who was evil. And then when Yanai dies, his wife, Queen Salome, becomes queen for a great period of time. I don't think it was long, maybe 10 years. And after her death, her two sons, unfortunately, fell into a civil war. The Romans used that as an opportunity to back one of the sons and install him as a dictator under Roman auspices. And the general Pompey, Gaius Pompey, entered Jerusalem and entered the temple. And while that ended the sovereignty of Judea, the infrastructure continued. They were punished by the installation of Herod, who was an Idumean and who was a forced convert as such by Hyrcanus, which is seen as a sin in the Talmud. And he was evil, very evil. And he established what you might call the so-called deep state, what President Trump would call, in Judea. And the Herodians under Herod would control all of the institutions. They'd control the high priesthood. I would argue that they were the ones who were responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus, because they're the ones who advocated it to the Roman dictator, Pontius Pilate, who, by the way, I know that he's portrayed this way somewhat in Christian sources, who I think wanted to soften any attack on Rome later on, as they basically eventually literally took over the Roman Empire. Nevertheless, according to Alexander of Philo Alexander, a Jewish scholar in Egypt, and according to Josephus, who was one of the primary sources as a historian of those times, Pontius Pilate was a very cruel and brutal dictator who probably crucified thousands of people outside the walls of Jerusalem. Eventually, he was so brutal that he was even too much for the Romans, who recalled him after he massacred Samaritans who were going to pray on their holy mountain, Mount Gerizim, which is in the heart of Samaria. By the way, the Samaritans. Generally, scholars believe that they are descended from a hybrid of the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom and the invading Assyrians and other surrounding peoples, and that they continue to practice Judaism, belief in God, and except with some differences. They approached Ezra to ask for a reunion. Ezra refused. Now, for reasons that we don't totally know, but that's what happened. And they're still there. They live around the city of Nablus, which of course is the Greek city of Neapolis, or the Roman city of Neapolis, and goes back to the ancient Hebrew city of Shomrim or Samaria. And they continue to practice a form of Judaism. They have had a rapprochement with the Israeli chief rabbi, and that is a relationship that ought to continue to be explored. A lot of Palestinians who trace their lineage back many centuries, and that's only a small segment of people who call themselves Palestinian, by the way. I'll get into that in a minute. They trace their ancestry back to the Samaritans, and the Samaritans, ethnically, genetically, are very similar to the ancient Judahites. So, in a sense, in the broad sense, we are brothers with the Samaritans. So back to the history of Israel. In 70 AD, the temple is destroyed due to a civil war amongst the Judeans, with a cult of zealots who were feared and hated by people like Josephus and by the establishment, basically dividing Judea into factions that defeated each other. So the Romans were able to walk in and pick up the pieces, just like they did under Pompey, and destroy the temple. About maybe 75, 100 years after that, you had another rebellion, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, where the Judeans achieved sovereignty for, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 years. They were defeated by the Romans under Hadrian. Hadrian used a classic Roman technique, the one that the Jews always feared would happen, one that Rome did to Carthage, which is that he really destroyed Jerusalem and built a temple to his god Apollo on the ruins of the temple. He changed the name of Jerusalem to Aelia Capitolina, and he changed the name of the country from Judea to Palestine, Palestina. The reason he did it, according to most historians, was because Palestine was the name derived from the ancient Philistines, the sea people who had settled on the coast and who were the eternal enemies of the ancient Israelites. Goliath, for example, was a Philistine, and the wars between Judah and between Israel and the Philistines are legendary. David had wars with them. Eventually, they were defeated by David, and they disappeared from history at that point. So you had the complete defeat of Judea, and yet they continued on in a weakened state. There was a disbursement of Jews, one that started by the Babylonians but continued and accelerated throughout the Mediterranean. Jews, according to history and archaeology, settled in the Rhine Valley of Germany. They were as far as Ireland. They were traders. They were merchants. They got into business. They were known to be polyglots. In other words, they knew many languages. So they made themselves useful to various courts. There's a big Jewish community in Cyrenaica, which is today in Libya, Benghazi. They were in Spain. They were everywhere. And yet they continued in Roman Palestine and Byzantine Palestine, and they continued to write the Talmud, or the Palestinian Talmud. And they continued to have communities there. They never left. They continued right up till Herodotus, who was a Byzantine emperor and who was oppressive to the Jews of Aleppo, of Antioch, and and basically at that point the Jews formed an alliance with his enemy, the Parthians. The Parthians came in and defeated him, and for about 20 years, this was just before the Islamic conquest in the 6th century, the Jews again asserted sovereignty in Judea. People don't realize this. It was a difficult one. It was insecure, but it was under Parthian sponsorship, which of course echoes Cyrus the Great. They were able to establish sovereignty for a brief period of time. Herodotus came back in, completely defeated them under the guise of the True Cross, and there was a bloodbath by the Byzantines at that point. About 10, 15, 20 years after that, you had the Islamic conquest, the Battle of Yarmouk, which was fought by Abu Bakr at the Yarmouk River, which is near Lake Tiberias. And the Islamic forces were successful in conquering Palestine. One of the caliphs at that time, I think it was Ali, or Omar, he allowed the Jews to return to Jerusalem. He allowed the Jews rights under his control. They did not reassert a sovereignty at all, but the community was able to reestablish itself somewhat. And they formed an alliance with the Muslim authorities. Some have speculated, for example, that the famous Dome of the Rock, which is on the Temple Mount, is actually a synagogue. It is unlike any other mosque in the world. It has writings on the wall which could be viewed in some translations as Jewish, as Hebrew, or as derived from the Torah. And we don't know this, but it is at the site, according to faith, that where Isaac with Abraham did the Akedah, and where Melchizedek ruled in Jerusalem. He never died. He went to heaven. One of the few figures in religious history who did so, along with Elijah and along with Jesus, who can make that claim. And so you had Jews in Arab-controlled Palestine at that time, which was not really a separate government. It was ruled by the Umayyad Caliphate, then eventually by the Abbasid Caliphate. This period went maybe for a couple of hundred years. Eventually, you had the Crusades come in. The Jews of Palestine helped the Saracens, which is what the Frankist Crusaders called Arabs, defend Palestine from the invasion by the Christian Crusades. They were allied with the Arabs, and they were slaughtered by the Christians. These are just facts of history. And by the way, with regard to the Crusader kingdom, Israel has learned lessons from why that kingdom eventually failed. The reason that kingdom failed, according to many historians, is that after the Frankist king, I think it was Godfrey, or I don't remember the name, established the kingdom in Jerusalem, the original Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem. They invited their wives and children to come in from France, and there was a great celebration. The wives and children decided to go down to the Jordan River to celebrate and to where Jesus was baptized and all of it. And while they were down there, they were slaughtered by a gang of Saracens. One of them escaped and was able to go back to Jerusalem and talk about what happened. And the reaction to this by the kingdom of Jerusalem, the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem, was rather than to go out and fight, they built higher walls. They went behind the walls. They cowered in fear. In many cases, they sent their wives and children back to France, and they kind of hunkered down into a siege. And that was the beginning of the end, because if they weren't willing to get out and fight, they were not going to survive. And eventually they didn't survive. I mean, there were several more crusades, but they were not ultimately successful. And eventually they were defeated on the fields of Hattin by Saladin. Israel does not respond that way. When Israelis are attacked, they don't cower. They may just temporarily for a day to protect their lives, but then they come out and they fight and they defeat and smote the enemies that are trying to wipe them out. The same enemy that successfully defeated the Crusades. So that's a lesson learned. After Salah ad-Din, who was Kurdish, so the Arabs were gone at that point, ethnically, ruled an empire. Eventually they were defeated by the Mongols, who came in and really devastated what was left of Palestine. And at that point, the country, according to historians, really became a kind of a backwater. There was very low population, low industry, low development, low activity there. The Turkish eventually, under the rule of Osman, became the Ottoman Empire. They took over and they ruled the area for 400 years, from 14th century, right up till World War I. And they did so with a kind of a loose hand, the Milliyet system, where they had local families, local tribes who were loyal to them, basically serve as landlords and send them tribute, but otherwise were left to their own functions. And of course, one of those tribes, the Husseini family, their son was Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who was one of the people who started the war against Israel. I write about this in one of my books called The Nazi Connection to Islamic Terrorism. So anyhow, every generation, and I get into this, by the way, in my most recent book, right over my shoulder here, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, I document how in every generation there were Jews who tried to make aliyah, to go to the land that God showed us, to go reestablish our homeland, and that this was uninterrupted in every generation, every decade, from the ancient times till today. And that there were communities there in every generation. The Jews never completely surrendered that land. They never completely gave up in terms of population. Napoleon tried to reestablish Jewish sovereignty there, and he was not successful. But in a way, Napoleon, in around the turn of the 19th century, kind of could be viewed as one of the fathers of modern Zionism. Zionism, again, being a movement that it's both nationalist and religious, that has existed within the Jewish people and their allies in every generation and in every decade and in every year from the ancient times right up till today. After Napoleon, you had wealthy Jews like Montefiore and Edmund de Rothschild later, who became interested in Zionism and who tried to help establish Jewish settlements from European Jews in what was then called South Syria, and did so very successfully. I mean, it's a great history of how they established neighborhoods. Montefiore established that neighborhood right outside Jerusalem. The Khan Yunis, I forget, no, that's an Arab name. I forget the name of it. Harnoff, I think, the one with the windmill. Rothschild, who was one of the few members of the Rothschild banking dynasty that was actually friendly to Israel, he set up what eventually would become the Jewish National Fund, which purchased land from local owners at fair market value and turned it into this massive Jewish fund that to this day technically owns the title to about 85% of Israel outside the West Bank. And all done, on the marketplace. They continue to proceed. Anyway, so we're up to more modern times. I'm not going to get into that. It's just too much for today. There are many, many books written on how the Zionist movement, people began to make Aliyah. It was an organic movement. Yes, it did not start with Theodor Herzl and the Zionist conference in Basel. It actually started more in Eastern Europe in a big way, with the first Aliyah, which was 19th century, and the second Aliyah, which was in the late 19th century, and which was mostly Russian Jews, mostly religious Russian Jews, but also left secular types as well. I get into this in my book. I'm not saying you have to buy the book. You can get it from your library. The Anti-Semitic Imagination, Charles Moskowitz, where I show the different waves of settlers coming in, a lot of them from Russia, some of them from Western Europe, even some from America, and how they really started to develop what you have today, which is this incredible, organic, dynamic society that is established. So that brings me up till now. And by the way, let me give out the number you're welcome to call, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So we're up to modern times. Hi, Paul. Nice to see you on TikTok. By the way, you're welcome to call in, as is anyone else. 508-637-5596. So, again, I've got the history of Israel. The modern history is accessible. We know what happened at the establishment. I've written books on the topic. There are many good books. 1967, Israel successfully conquers all of British Palestine, and that means what's called the West Bank, what actually before 67 was called West Jordan, but which historically is called Judea and Samaria, and religiously certainly is called Judea and Samaria. Oh, I got a warning on TikTok because I said Judea and Samaria. I don't know, whatever. I guess I'm still there. Thanks for the warning, TikTok. I don't know what I said, but just for you who are watching the show on TikTok, let me mention that I could be shut down any second. Looks like I might be suspended, in which case, check out charlesmoskowitz.com and all of the live stream sites that are now carrying the show, okay? Just a forewarning. I don't know what I said. I'm not going to worry about it. We've got Paul wanting an invite. You're invited, Paul. I am now advocating, especially after the events of October 7th of 2023, where you had a genocidal assault on Israelis attending a rock concert and Israeli villages along the border of Gaza. I am now advocating that Israel annex Gaza and they annex the West Bank in its entirety. And they do it before President Trump takes the oath of office, God willing, on January 20th of next year, which is only about 6 or 7 weeks away. That they do it now. They rip the Band-Aid off the arm. No, it's not going to be easy, but they must do it in order to assert sovereignty over that tiny country, that they assert the rights and the privileges of all the citizens of that country, both Jewish and non, both Israeli and Arab and otherwise. And that the only way to do it is to get it done, declare sovereignty. Donald Trump, President Trump, I believe, will recognize that sovereignty once he takes office, but it has to be done first so that he can do that. He can recognize it. And the best time to do it is now, today. Get it done. Declare sovereignty. Okay, so what do I think will happen if Israel does this? I think nothing will happen. They'll just do it. Israel should offer citizenship to Arabs in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. They should offer citizenship. If they get citizenship, then they'll have all the same rights as any and all other Israeli citizens. They'll be free to travel in Israel. They'll be free to live as Israeli citizens. They should have that. All of them should have it. Israel shouldn't be afraid to offer it. Now, what would citizenship entail? Well, let's look at the process of receiving American citizenship as an example. Someone doesn't just get American citizenship. Every year, you might note, and certainly here in my own community of Boston and in other major cities, there are what's called naturalization ceremonies where new citizens take an oath to support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. They pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. They take a test to see whether or not they have basic knowledge of American form of government, American culture, and other factors. And they swear a loyalty oath to the United States. It's a process. You don't just get it. It just isn't handed out. And one of the questions that I believe used to be asked, I don't know if it still is, if it isn't, it should be, is whether or not you have loyalty to an enemy of the United States, namely the Communist Party. Have you ever been a communist? And you have to disavow that if you were, or you shouldn't be, obviously. And you have to say, I no longer adhere to foreign alien principles that are anti-American and that are antithetical to American government and way of life. And I totally, wholly, and with all my heart adhere to and accept the American way of life as part of my responsibility as a citizen of the United States. So I would suggest that therefore, only naturally, there has to be that same process in the state of Israel. So if you have Arabs living in Hebron or Nablus or Ramallah or Gaza or anywhere else who want to become Israeli citizens, they would be required to go through a basic process to get to that point. And that should include probably a year of education on Israeli history, on Judaism, on Israeli law, and on other factors. And then they should be required to take a test, mostly written test. And finally, they should be required to take an oath of loyalty to the Jewish state. And once they fulfill these obligations, and once it is demonstrated that they are not adherent of or affiliated with enemies of Israel, like, for example, Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the other enemies who are openly and avowedly dedicated to destroying Israel, then they should be welcomed as citizens. I just think that's the right thing to do. Now, if they become citizens and they take the oath, and then they obviously will then be expected to be loyal to that oath and continue on as loyal Israelis. If for some reason they behave in a way that contradicts that, then of course that is a violation of that oath, and that's a crime, and they should probably be prosecuted or expelled. Now, as far as Arabs who don't match up to that level, or who don't want citizenship, I would say to them, that's okay, as long as they are peaceful, as long as they don't take up arms, then they shouldn't have to become citizens of any country. And for that reason, I would suggest that the Palestinian Authority should be allowed to continue operating sort of like an American state. It's like Massachusetts operates within the United States, the federal system, or Rhode Island, or Delaware, or any other state. I know that's an inexact comparison, but the Palestinian Authority should be able to continue to engage in municipal decisions, infrastructure, roads and bridges, welfare, healthcare, all of the normal things that local sovereign states do. They should not be able to make foreign policy. They should not be able to have military, of course. And they are under overall Israeli law, but they have limited local autonomy. They can elect people if they want to elect Hamas, as evil as that is. As long as they are observing the laws, then fine. I have a feeling they won't. I know that there was experiments after the Six-Day War in 1967 where municipalities elected governments, and some of them became radical and they went to war, in which case they had to be ended. I hope that doesn't happen again, but it might. Either way, as long as they want to be loyal, as long as they want to be peaceful, they should be able to operate local and regional sovereignty. Those who want to continue to fight Israel, those who want to continue to take up arms against Israel, ought to be treated no differently than what Tom Homan, the new head of security and border control in the United States, is talking about doing to radical criminal gangs like the Frente Amplio from Venezuela, and syndicates, crime syndicates, who are illegal aliens coming into the United States. They should be viewed as terrorists. They should be detained. They should be expelled. And if they want to fight with weaponry, they'll have to be killed. And that's something that I think we can assume is going to happen in Israel. They're not going to just put down their arms. They aren't now. And thus, Israel is going to have to continue fighting them until they are defeated. And that war could take a long time. It could take 100 years. It could take 1,000 years. I think that Chaim Weizmann was once asked, the first president of Israel, by a reporter, when do you think there'll be peace between Israel and the Arab countries? And I don't know if he was making a flippant comment, but he said essentially it's going to take 1,000 years. Well, I hope and pray it doesn't take that long. I hope it doesn't take much time at all. But if you have a subversive element inside your country, that's continuing to kill you and fight you, you have a moral obligation and a practical need to stop them, to defeat them. So, if Israel declares sovereignty over its entire country, I assume, unfortunately, that that particular element of the war will continue and will continue over time. And I think Israel should take its time. It doesn't need to go in guns a-blazing. It just needs to control its borders, stop any flow of weaponry to them, and just gradually, carefully, strategically, and surgically take them out one way or the other. So that's my rant for the day. I think Israel needs to get it done. I think it will not affect Israel's position in the world. There may be some wringing of teeth, and the UN, which, of course, every day they condemn Israel. I mean, every agency of the UN, you can have an agency on basket weaving, and somehow they're able to work in a condemnation of Israel. Israel does not need to concern itself with any of that. Israel needs to preserve and protect and defend its own citizens and its own interests, both politically and nationally, as well as spiritually and religiously. And therefore, they have nothing to apologize for, especially after the attack of October 7th. People who were slaughtered that day, over 1,000 Israelis and guests, their blood cries out from the grave for justice. This is doing them justice. This is making sure that their deaths were not in vain, that their deaths led to a positive change. I think that it is taking an evil event and making it into something good. Just like Joseph in the Bible, in the Torah, took an evil event, which was that his brothers threw him into a pit, a snake pit, and left him there to die. Eventually, after a chain of events, he turned it into something good, and he was able to redeem his brothers and forgive them for their horrible, evil sin. I think that in that same way, Israel is right to respond to this evil, which if they don't respond to will happen again. They have a right, a moral obligation, and a practical necessity to respond to it by declaring sovereignty over their tiny country once and for all, and to then let these other issues work themselves out in their own time and on their own terms. Anyway, on that note, I want to thank you this afternoon for joining me. Now that President Trump, thank God, has been reelected, I am assuming that some of the censorship is going to start to fall, and that I'm probably in this next year going to establish a regular live stream that will be consistent. I haven't done that this year, but I'm hoping to do it next year, where I come on at the same time each day and where I open the phone lines and really start to develop a great online experience for myself and all of those who participate, and where we will be able to really, drill down and talk about issues of all sorts. Okay, looks like I have. Oh, nope. You're welcome to come on board on TikTok. I almost got a guest. I'm signing off, but you still have some time here if you'd like to join me. So once again, I want to thank you all for listening. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. Charles Moskowitz. I've written probably about 20 books. They're all there. And God bless all of you. God bless America. God bless Israel. God bless President Trump. Keep him safe and keep his family. I'm very optimistic about the future. I'm very bullish on President Trump's establishment of his cabinet. We need to support all of them. And on that note, I shall say adieu until next time. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon and welcome to the show. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly, probably by telephone. I felt compelled to go on the air today to celebrate. Hallelujah. MAGA is triumphant. President Trump and the MAGA movement has entered the fray. Thank God. I do think that there's a hand of God. God is watching over this country. This is almost a miracle, given what we've been up against, what President Trump has been up against for 4 years. The very fact that he survived, and the fact that we're all here today. I know it's going to be a difficult road forward. I'm not a utopian. I'm not a perfectionist, but we can at least our relish our momentary victory. Thank God. Anyone who'd like, and by the way, I've I've been banned from TikTok, so sorry I'm not there. But welcome aboard. I just welcome Podomatic. Thank God this is a day to celebrate. President Trump is triumphant. The MAGA movement is triumphant, and we have created a moment in history that is unlike any in certainly my lifetime in this country. President Trump, we should remember, was not supposed to be there today. And, oh my goodness. This was not supposed to happen. They tried to kill him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. They tried to discredit him and his family. They tried to do everything they could to throw every piece of mud they could come up with. And yet he prevailed, and that he was triumphant. And today he is the president-elect. Hallelujah. Now, I always thought that he would win. The only question was whether or not they would let him win, and I didn't think they would. And I do think they tried to do everything they could to stop it. But they didn't stop it, and Trump probably would have done better had they not tried everything they could, I think, to steal the election, but they were behind the times. They didn't estimate what was going on. Now, President Trump and the Republican National Committee, under the auspices of Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, and they did a wonderful job. They basically embraced the model that was established by Glenn Youngkin of Virginia, who understood the lessons. Mike? Here you are, but let me give you the number to call so you can be right in the system here. And I'm giving the same number to others as well. 508-637-5596. That's what you called, and you ended up here. Oh, that's odd.
Well, what number did I reach?
You reached my regular number. So what I'm going to do is maybe hang up and try it again. I'll shut my phone off. That might do it.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Michael Shaw is having a couple of power problems, so that's why we're having some technical difficulties. Oh, I see the problem. SKYPE. I need to put this on. It might help if I actually did things right here. The code in Charles Moskowitz. That would be 535705. 535705. Sign in. Here we are. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so the basically, the situation is such that Glenn Youngkin and the Republican National Committee learned the lessons of 2020, and they realized that they could not allow it to happen again. That being the level of election fraud that took place. So what they did, starting with Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, is that he fielded thousands of volunteers to man the voting booths, to man the counting rooms where they get the absentee ballots, to make sure that there was a Republican there, and he basically put up a staff of lawyers who understood the law and who were prepared to deal with any interruptions in that election and to do so quickly. And the result was that there were very few interruptions, and those that did take place, they were in court within an hour, and they were dealt with. Like if they tried to block access to any of the polling places, or if they tried to inappropriately count ballots or discard ballots, or if they were counting illegal ballots or fake ballots, or those or anything else that we could describe, who knows what. People who saw this would drop a dime, and they would basically let me just see if we can get this thing. And they would deal with it right there. Well, that's exactly what President Trump did, and that's why he won. I mean, he would have won anyway, and he also got such a big vote. But he was able to thwart efforts to steal the election in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and in Wisconsin. There were instances of fraud. Everybody was watching. They tried to, and in Arizona, they tried to keep illegal aliens on the ballot. And they had hid this from the public until it finally came out. They had lawyers there making sure that those votes would be taken off the ballot because they were not legal votes. They were not connected to a citizen. And in some cases, they were not even connected to any person. There were reports. The Gateway Pundit also would be applauded for doing a great job of reporting this. There was, tens of thousands, who knows how many thousands of ballots that were mailed out to bogus addresses. And there were a lot of reports of this. The Republican National Committee caught it immediately. They were sharp as a tack, and they were able to stop it in its tracks. And the result is, look, Trump would have won anyway, and they're still trying to show up, apparently, in Philadelphia and Detroit with boxes of ballots. So it's not like they're not trying. But the Republican National Committee was fully engaged and fully prepared to deal with the problem. So you had, they couldn't pull it off. And as a result, we genuinely had one of the most honest elections in American history. Now that President Trump has won, thank God and hallelujah. I just love saying that. He needs to, I hope that he doesn't just drop the ball on this issue, and I hope that he does pursue broader questions of election reform. I understand that elections are state by state, but if there is a remedy nationally, and that's something that maybe Congress and the new administration can look into, to make these necessary reforms, then let's hope and let's pray that they do it. What is this? Let me see if I can get Mike to call in.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Okay, so did you get that number thing worked out?
Well, I mean, for some reason you're not coming in on the computer, but that's okay. We'll just do it this way.
Oh, all right.
No problem at all. So, Mike, we have a lot to celebrate in this country of ours today. I think that the election of President Trump is a miracle. And I also think it is an act of conscious, hard work on the part of the Republican National Committee, which should be applauded, and which prevented the kind of voter fraud. They learned the lessons of 2020, and they followed the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. And I followed this on the Gateway Pundit. They did a really good job of reporting it. That every time voter fraud came up, and by voter fraud, I should be more accurate. Election fraud, ballot fraud, voter fraud is rare. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of unaccountable ballots that were on various rolls in different states. Whenever this came up, the Republican National Committee had thousands of lawyers ready to go and to challenge it in court right down to the hour and get these ballots thrown out. And they did this in Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee, the key cities in the key states, and in Maricopa County. So this is why President Trump won. He would have won anyway. I think that even if they didn't do it, he got such an overwhelming vote that he probably would have won anyway. What do you think?
Well, here's a darker interpretation, if you will.
Sure.
Yeah, all due credit to Lara Trump, but this also smacks to me of Ronna McDaniel working for the other side, because it's just too dramatic of a difference.
Well, she might, whether she actually was or not, she might as well have been.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't think that they expected such a disastrous result. I think that in spite of the stealing and in spite of the theft and the VOA votes from overseas and all these other things that they tried to pull off, it just wasn't enough to overcome Trump's vote. It was fantastic.
It wasn't enough, and I didn't mean that literally. I'm just saying that by Ronna McDaniel being a rhino and doing business as usual, and being an election fraud denier,
No.
in effect, she was working for the other side.
Yes, and as were all of the rhinos. Mitt Romney and Chris Christie and Paul Ryan, who's one of the worst, who was basically stabbing Trump in the back while he was Speaker of the House. All of these guys, Bill Kristol, not to mention the Cheneys.
All these other factors don't seem to be even as large anymore. I mean, Josh Shapiro could have helped him win Pennsylvania, but that wouldn't have mattered anyway.
No, and it just, the vote was so convincing. I mean, there's still, according to the Gateway Pundit, there are still trucks arriving in Philadelphia and in Detroit with boxes of ballots. They're still doing it, and they're not going to get away with it. The Republican committee is there meeting them at the door.
Well, that's what I was saying, in previous shows, that there's no talent on the other side.
No.
You can't bring up the 1953 playbook and keep using it. It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the whole thing is so ham-handed and so cheesy. I mean, they're trying to do the same freaking thing they did last time, and they were depending on the media. The media didn't even buy it. I'm sure you watched some of the returns. I mean,
oh yeah,
the liberal media, even like people like, what's his name over there, the pretty boy on Channel 5. I mean, the one that tried to screw Trump during the debate. They weren't even buying it. I mean, they all looked crestfallen. Rachel Maddow with a smirk was just off her face. She looked normal almost. The
hardest of the hardcore are still taking the position that despite the result, despite the popular vote, the American public is wrong.
I know, and And they're going to lose because of that, because that's why they lost in the first place. One of the reasons. And they're doubling down. I was listening to NPR here in Boston a little bit, which is what made me run back home to do this show. But, you know, what's his name? Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. And they're doing the same crap. I mean, it's all because they don't like a black woman, right? And they're all, in other words, we're all racists and sexists.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just such bull crap. I mean, then the fact that they would be still, I mean, this is, I mean, the one of the ugliest and darkest moments of this whole rotten campaign on their part was that they stooped to calling everybody Hitler and Nazis. And, you know, people are like, no, we're not Nazis. We don't have anything against a woman. This is garbage. We're tired of this.
I mean, this is a great case of sin clouds the intellect, and you've seen this already in the entertainment industry, that with failure after failure after failure, these movies, they attack the audience.
And, you know, I just wonder if it's putting aside the fact that it's really a form of mental illness when you do something over and over again and it doesn't work. You know, who is it that he did a book years ago, you know, back in the 70s, one of these pop books. It's got this book called The Androgynous Zone or something like that. I mean, it was John Dyer. He was a therapist who researched his book by spending a good bit of time in prison and in mental institutions, studying what people's behaviors were. And one of the things that he noticed about people who were mentally ill and institutionalized that made them who they were is that they would keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, even though it didn't work. And they couldn't kind of get out of that. They became like fixated on this action. And that is one of the signs of mental illness. And that's exactly what they are about.
Well, it is interesting because I think what's happening here is the liberal media seems to be composed of people that, I mean, my shorthand for this is the junior high school model UN type, you know, that they have this particular picture of the world, and that's what it's supposed to be. And when you're in junior high, when you're in the model UN, that's great. But then they start getting into real life, and the way they avoid countering this is they're only with like-minded individuals. So you can be in that echo chamber of being in your media center, but the problem is you're selling a product to the general public, and the general public, in a sense, might be wrong. I mean, if you get into specific issues like, was Betamax better than VHS? Well, in some ways it was, but the public didn't think so because VHS tapes were longer, you record more. Okay, and I'm using that as a trivial example, but the point was that sometimes your idealized version of what's supposed to be happening isn't really what's going to sell to the public, and they just don't see it. And the reason that they don't change is, hey, they've been doing this for 50, 60 years, whatever it is. It would be catastrophic for them to admit, you know, I'm wrong.
No, they'd probably, they would melt away. It would be like it would be like throwing a bucket of water in the face of the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah.
In the Wizard of Oz, they'd melt. All my beautiful wickedness is going down the drain. How could you little brat? You know, it's sort of, you know, it's kind of like, except in their case, it's one thing to keep repeating this thing, that this worldview that's not true, or that doesn't reflect what reality really, but that the particular worldview that they are pushing is so nasty and so ugly and so defamatory toward others.
It gets more and more ugly the more they cling to it.
Yes.
And by the way, has Harris conceded yet officially?
I think that she's maybe waking up from a drunken evening. I don't know what the hell is going on, but you know, talk about, you know, classless. I mean, she sends out this guy who basically makes a quick statement, and then you see that's at that point I knew it was over, obviously. And then everybody leaves, and at that point I went to bed. Yeah, it was
Yeah, well,
over.
that was the Hillary Clinton playbook. But I ended up watching Charlie Kirk had a streaming thing, which was just great.
Oh, sure.
I mean, there were these 4 or 5 guys on there that were consulting every possible website and Twitter feed that you couldn't possibly do on your own,
Yeah.
and getting these updates and being very conservative in some cases with which states they were going to call, and then they started making fun of Arizona with this. I think it was just total denial on the part of Maricopa. They couldn't bring themselves.
No, they couldn't. They even the media, they couldn't. You know, they were like choking to actually declare the reality of it. I think it was only just a few hours ago that corrupt, rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, who I've been talking about for years, she finally has conceded Michigan. And it's sort of just they don't want to take that bitter pill.
No, because you see, they were right and everybody else was wrong, and it was going to work out like this. And
it was hilarious to watch it. I mean, it wasn't as funny as 2016, because then they really didn't expect anything like it, and they were completely shell shocked.
Oh, right. You're exactly right, because as much as I hate Hillary Clinton, she did at least have some credibility.
Yeah, and I think that was a shock to them. It was a shock to a lot of people. We all were shocked.
Yeah.
But this time around, I mean, it was kind of known, and they just looked so morose and so crestfallen. That was just amazing to see.
It was fun to watch because there was no doubt from the beginning. It was just piling up, and the map was getting redder and redder. And
oh my
there
God.
are all these clips that are going out there. Like I think there was one on CNN. Well, is there any county, and I don't know how many thousand counties there are in the U.S., is there any county in the U.S. that Harris did better than Biden?
Oh, I saw that.
A single one.
That was with David. Was it with David Muir? Or is it?
Yeah.
Oh no, it was Jake Tapper, and he's looking at it. He's like, "Holy smokes! Not a single county." And they showed the map of the United States, and it was completely blank. Yeah. There was just nothing. It was. I don't think that I think she collapsed in just about every demographic, except maybe one. And that would be suburban, well-to-do, single, highly educated white women. Now, you can attack me for saying that, but that's the core.
No, that's exactly what it was, because it's the same mentality, and so this is just tremendous. And I guess RFK Jr. has already come out and saying he's going to dismantle the FDA.
Oh,
which,
my
of course,
God!
I've been calling for years.
Yes. I can hardly wait.
You can do everything the FDA does with a few contractors, and there'd be no politics. So it's it's just
a beautiful thing.
Dawning here.
It is, and the other thing I've noticed is squealing about is this is an assault on bureaucracy. And not only are they saying this, I saw a video of this on YouTube. They have them. It's like a talking head thing. Bureaucracy, 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 bureaucracy. With each one of them making the exact same statement, like somebody sent this out to them, and they got the message. And I say hallelujah, good.
Yeah.
Throw out the freaking bureaucracy.
They were saying that as if it were a bad thing.
Exactly. They're so out of it. They just don't see this. I mean, this is what Elon Musk did at Twitter. He cut about 80% of it, and it became better and stronger and more free as a result. Probably more profitable too.
Yeah. Well, it just became big and fat, and it very much typifies a tech company with too much money. So
And
you
and
hire
they must be
more
shaking in
more-
their boots because they know that the people around Trump and Trump himself, that they understand this, because these people are business people. Elon Musk was in business. Even JD Vance, I think he was in business.
Yeah.
I mean, all of them. I mean, they understand what bureaucracy is, and they know how to kind of pare it down and turn it into a more efficient machine. And all these layabouts, all these hacks, they know their days are numbered. They better look for a job because they're going to be out on their backside.
Well, and they're completely unrealistic about stuff. I mean, as we had discussed, I think on previous shows, how can you have a job at the LA Times and quit thinking that there's going to be another media job waiting for you?
That's right. Those are plum jobs, and they're
I mean, so-
disappearing anyways.
So what's the upside? Okay, and you're gonna start taking out a Substack column, and you're going to be all bitter about how you were forced out. It's sort of like a riff on Colin Kaepernick, right? He
Right.
was offered a couple of deals and he didn't take them. Everybody forgets that, you know. He just decided he was going to make more money being a professional race baiter.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Good luck to these people that left the Washington Post, LA Times. There's no upside.
No, and if
That
they can,
industry is done. And what's going to happen to MSNBC with Joy Reid talking about it was all racist and fascist and everybody in the country is wrong?
no, they're going down the tubes. I mean, this whole, on one hand, it surprises me that they're still using that argument because it obviously failed them, and it's insulting, and it's denigrating to about, pretty much most of the country.
Yeah.
And yet they're doubling down, and they're gonna end up.
But that was, I figured that would happen again
Yeah.
based on what was going on with the movie industry. And all these videos of Amanda Stenberg and Rachel Zegler Brown, it's all the fans, and the fans are negative, and we produce all this great stuff, and they should love it, and it's garbage. So
Well, they don't get
I
it,
don't know.
and the Democratic Party is gonna go the way of the dodo bird if they keep that up, because they're losing, traction. I mean, it's so out of touch and so elitist, and this old playbook, which comes out of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, it just doesn't play anymore. No, too many people have been red pilled now, and they'll continue to rally their base, but that base is going to start shrinking even more. They lost this election in a bigger way than you can imagine, and they're going to continue to lose if they keep that up. If they don't reform the Democratic Party and get rid of that kind of woke, hostile fascism, and they don't get rid of lawfare, they don't get rid of censorship, they don't get rid of goose-stepping, attacks on their opposition, then they're going to be extinct. It's going to be like the Whigs. That could happen.
This is almost a mirror when the Republican Party was all rhinos.
Yeah.
You had to have voices come up and say, we really should get more conservative because the idea of driving off a cliff at 55 miles an hour versus 80 miles an hour is really not a good selling point. And it took all this time, and it took a complete outsider.
That's right.
Remember, Barry Goldwater was a senator and a big political figure for a long time,
Right.
and he couldn't change it. So
No, but this is really almost revolutionary, and already you can see an international alignment by like-minded nationalists in their countries. People like Milei from Argentina and Orban from Hungary, and I think Meloni in Italy, and several others. They're all
the guy from Poland whose name I don't know.
not Musk, not Tusk, the other one who was basically removed due to a color revolution, thanks to the EU. They're all coming around to congratulate Trump, and it's really the beginning of a major movement toward a kind of a nationalist, populist, sovereign development. And I think that Trump is, he's going to do some amazing things. You've got Ukraine, which, by the way, now there's video out that shows that Biden basically gave Russia a green light to invade Ukraine, mainly because they wanted to have war so they could feed, trillions of dollars to the defense industry,
Right.
and it creates international order and all the other interests, which is the policy that's been in place in this country since Wilson. And, Trump is going to put a stop to that. He's going to probably take Putin and Zelensky and invite them maybe to Camp David and make them hammer out an agreement, because Ukraine now is on the verge of collapse. They've got, they have maybe another 6 months. And, the atrocity of that, all the losses of, lives. I mean, it's really loathsome and evil. And I think that it never would have happened under Trump, and Trump is going to stop it. He said that he could do it even before he takes office, which I think is possible. I mean, Eisenhower did it in Korea before he took office.
Yeah. Well, that's right. That's a good analogy. So,
And the way my understanding from history is the way Eisenhower did it is that he flew out to Korea and to Panmunjom, where he met with both sides. And he said, look, I'm going to become president in 3 weeks. And if you don't stop this war, I'm going to drop a nuclear bomb on you. And they believed him. And they stopped the war, and it's been peaceful ever since. I'm just saying Trump he knows how to do that. And I think that he could do that. I think he could do it with the Israeli-Arab conflict too. I mean, I'm happy that he's pro-Israel, but he might force the Israelis to make some painful concessions to get peace with the Palestinian Arabs, and I hope he does.
well,
So-
it was divine intervention. I'm not sure we deserved it, but we were given another chance. And it is, again, we've said this a couple of times. The funniest part of all this is they're just doubling and tripling down with the same crap. They just don't get it.
They really don't, and they've now seen that the rug has been completely pulled out from under them. This is a glorious day. We ought to relish it. I know that it's going to be a long slog. I'm not utopian about this. It's going to be a war, but we can enjoy a moment of basking in the sun, for now, and relish our victory, and now get to work in terms of how to define it for people, how to make people understand what this is about, make people understand about, Trump derangement. Why did they hate Trump? Were they manipulated? Yes, they were manipulated by this deep state apparatus, and they ought to take another look. They ought to take another look at this whole movement, because it's incredible. And, it's time to get into the program now. It's not going to be easy, but it can be
I
done.
think there are going to be more conversions than you might expect.
Oh, yeah.
Because, the old hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. How about hell hath no fury like some wild-eyed optimist who got taken over by this crap, seeing how they were misled, and just sort of do reverse Harry Sisson, right? Oh, well, it
Oh,
was
my
all
God.
BS. Well, yeah, his initial tweet was, how could the country be so wrong? And other people are saying that, that the women didn't come through as much, or whatever it was.
Oh, my God.
It's just not.
It's not flying. I mean, he's talking. First of all, he's paid by by an ad agency. I mean, that's something that's been public. And in fact, it's now being said that the Harris campaign was literally paying people to go to those events.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the case of Sisson, he's doing this thing where he shows up with these two other goofballs, and it's so embarrassing. I mean, they're these white, privileged, empty-headed dimwits you know, standing there like in front of the camera with goofy faces. They've never worked a day in their life. I mean, and they're like, oh, well, we support Harris, and they make these ugly charges. They're probably all on a payroll, and they're dumb. You can tell that they're just dumb. I mean, it's embarrassing. This is what they say. Well, we represent, Men for Harris or some crap like that. Really? That's what it's come down to. I mean, you see this thing and you're like, that's a sad state of affairs that they would represent Men for Harris or Men for anybody. But anyway,
who knows? You may have a situation like in Germany after World War II when suddenly you couldn't find any Nazis. So
well, that's fine. Look at Germany after World War II. Under Adenauer in particular, it became a powerhouse, and they were all former Nazis. Who cares? They all, I mean, Adenauer was not a Nazi, but he was certainly a man of the right, and he was able to negotiate an end to conflict between the unions and create a united economy that turned into a powerhouse in Europe. An incredible story. So if they want to join us and put aside, their past, great. Come on down. I believe in redemption.
Oh, of course.
Anyway,
and I believe you're going to have a bunch of converts because I think the only ones who are going to stay on the other side are the ones who are paid to do it. But at some point, the MSNBC and CNN model cannot sustain. They're only around because of the old cable system, but that's falling apart.
No, they've lost the momentum, and it'll be interesting to watch what happens to them because, they're not going to be able to sustain that, not any longer. I mean, they barely were before, but now this is a big blow to them, and we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, remember the way that it worked was 80 million cable subscribers were paying so that 400,000 people could watch CNN.
Well, I mean, they got certain deals, like they were piped into all the airports.
Yeah,
and
which
stuff
you
like
don't
that.
see that much anymore. So, well, good. I mean, you seem to be in a much better mood.
Oh, totally. I mean, who isn't? This is a great day. I mean, I'm exhausted. I was up late and I, just stressed out. And I'm sitting there in a stupor on my couch, eating pistachio ice cream. And all of a sudden, something happened on the TV, and I said, "Wow!" And I sat up. I think that it was when I don't know, one of them said something, and I think one of the big states came in, and I was then riveted, and you could just see the whole thing unfold. So I think, like a lot of people, there was like a moment where you realized that you'd crossed the Rubicon, and that they were not going to get away with it, and that the election was going to happen fair and square. And Trump, of course, came out with his beautiful family, and he gave an eloquent speech. And, I think that I think you've said that Trump has been somewhat humbled, maybe after having been shot, and that, he's becoming molded into just a great statesman. It's just an incredible thing. Anyway.
Well, good. We can all relish.
All right, Mike.
It's going to be exciting times now.
Indeed.
And not the least of which is that you seem to be in a positive mood. So
totally.
Don't lose that.
No. I mean, I'm very optimistic. I really feel very, very. I'm just absorbing it, and I'm basking in it. And I hope that everyone is, including people who didn't like Trump. We all want to see things work out well. I think that everybody's relieved that it was not close, even whether they admit it or not, because then we would have had Mark Elias there with his team of lawyers, and they would have been dragging on week after week. And the liberals were talking about doing that, and they can't do it. It's too late. He got the popular vote, for God's sake. I mean, not just the electoral. Plus Congress.
And, he won the popular vote, they said, by at least 5 million. And then, of course, it's all falling apart. Don't forget, people say, well, wait a minute. How is it possible that that Biden got 81 million votes? Well, he didn't.
That's right. All of a sudden, what happened? They just evaporated. And yeah, it is falling apart. And also, the fact that Trump got such a large popular vote shows that those votes came from the blue, so-called blue states. They came from New York. They came from California, from Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for Massachusetts to go red. But
No, that's not.
happen.
That's not. I don't. There's not much hope for that.
No,
But
but they didn't lose these classical blue states by all that much. I think it was New Jersey by 3.
I mean, they almost Trump. They held on to Minnesota by a thread, and New Hampshire too. So they didn't. I mean, they lost steam in every single state, maybe except Vermont. I mean, and the District of Columbia. Other than that, they barely held on, and that's why the popular votes there. Both houses of Congress are going to be Republican, which means that little Jamie Raskin is going to have to put away his impeachment filings. Right? I mean, he does. Yeah, he was talking about this one with Bill Maher. Impeachment. We're going to not certify the election. That's all out the window. Ain't going to happen. Thank God. So, and I think that most Americans, including most liberals, are relieved. It's just so miserable. The lawfare agenda is dead. The censorship agenda is dying. It's not completely dead, but we'll see. All of it is going. It's disappearing. And if the Democrats don't learn that they need to move into a new way of thinking, they're going to be dead too. So anyway, Mike.
All right. Well, great. I mean, it's like night and day with your mood here.
All right.
So
great talking to you. I hope you get your.
We'll get the power on.
Yeah, get your power back.
And we will talk to you soon.
All right. Take care. Thanks. All right. So that was Michael D. Shaw coming in by phone. He's having some kind of a power outage. And I've said what I've had to say. I mean, I've been taken off of TikTok for some reason. I don't know what I said that offended them, but whatever. I appreciate y'all joining me today. I'll give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. And or you can text me or chat me, as it were, on Rumble, which is the flagship station. That's rumble.com, Charles Moskowitz. My books are available at Amazon Books. Just put my name in the server, Charles Moskowitz, and you'll see a bunch of books come up. That's how I sponsor the show, with my books. So all I can say is God bless America. Thank God it's a new day. It's a new day in this country, a day of sunlight and hope and goodness. Anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Have a great. Welcome to the show. Charles Moskowitz here, live streaming on all the usual live streams and downloading on all the usual podcast sites. I'm in the process of expanding my live stream numbers, only in that there are all these wonderful live streams that work independently, but I can't figure out how to get them to work yet with my system. I am clumsy when it comes to these matters. But I would just mention to anyone listening that if you know how to do these things with live streams, I'll pay you. Contact me. Send me an email. I want to hire you. I need help figuring this out because there's all this opportunity. And I do think that now, as we enter into the glorious age of President Donald J. Trump
2.0.
Yes, we're going to see a reduction in censorship at last. So I want to be ready and to hit the ground running on that. I am already thinking about really launching a weekday regular show with calls and all the things that I wanted to do before the censorship regime kicked in around 2018, just before the pandemic, when suddenly I was taken off YouTube and all that. But I think that already I'm seeing positive response. Already there's a loosening up and everything looks like it's a go. Things are looking very, very good. I'm feeling giddy, actually.
Well, I
More
think
than-
what's happening, Chuck, is that the 25% of the lost audience of CNN and the 50% of MSNBC has all signed up on your channel.
that they've lost a huge audience. I don't know if you saw this, but even like the left-wing podcasters and YouTube channels, like David Pakman was quoted in an article in the Gateway Pundit. He noticed that right after the election, he lost something like 25% of his subscribers.
Oh, that was glorious watching that video.
And he had been growing for years, and I think that they made the point that even the left is sick and tired of all the gaslighting and lies that they were pushing all those years. And it's all kind of people have had it with it, and it's just I think that Joy Reid is now gone. My understanding is she just deleted her entire Twitter X account, and they don't know what to do with themselves. I mean, it's just it's all falling apart. They can't. Apparently, MSNBC is up for sale, and they can't get anyone to buy it.
Well, I have heard that the Daily Wire wants to buy it. Obviously, it's not going to stay liberal, but there is some value in having a TV network. Not the value that there used to be, but that David Pakman thing was great because if you watch the video, he was figuring out in real time what was going on. First, he said, maybe it's just a tech glitch, or maybe a couple of people subscribe. But then toward the end of it, he was beginning to see that if you keep lying to people and telling them all this dire crap and it doesn't come true, then it's going to fall apart. And what's going to happen after that, remember, this is just news media. But the people that were really lying to you, where really affected your life, unfortunately, was public health.
Oh, yes. And, I've heard rumors that RFK is going to be the head of the EPA.
You mean HHS?
Yeah. Health and Human Services.
Well,
which and he's been talking. I mean, he's got a channel where he's like, I'm going to clean this place out. I'm going to we're going to get to all the toxicity that's put in food, the pushing of vaccines unnecessarily, and he's one of America's preeminent environmentalists, and he's got guts. I mean, he's a very successful lawyer who's had won many lawsuits against drug companies and against all of these people. And that's huge. That's, this is like, I can't believe this is happening.
Well, the other thing with him is he's got a big chip on his shoulder now because he was betrayed by the party of his family. He was betrayed by his own family, for God's sake.
Yes, he was. And he does. And, he's on the right side. He's probably a lot closer to where JFK and where his father would have been had they been, were they alive today. And I think that he knows that. And he wants to by the way, speaking of that, he wants all that declassified. And Matt Gaetz, he's going to declassify Diddy tapes and all that crap. Epstein. Oh my God. That's why they're going into a frenzy right now against him. But Trump needs somebody like that. I mean, in his first term, he had like Jeff Sessions. The guy was like a noodle. I mean, he didn't do anything to help defend Trump.
He gave, it's funny. My wife was mentioning Jeff Sessions.
Yeah.
And I explained to her, reminded her that he got the gig because he was, to his credit, the first senator to endorse Trump.
Right.
But that ends up being pretty thin gruel, unfortunately, because the guy turned out to be a lightweight.
Right.
Some good old boy that just kept getting reelected in Alabama. And
and I think Trump, and then of course Bill Barr was worse. He was an outright traitor. I mean, he actually lied to Trump. Oh yes, we investigated the election and we found nothing. So I think Trump has learned his lessons. It looks that way. Trump he has somebody in there because obviously I think it's fair to say that he's going to have 4 years of attempted impeachments and lawsuits and bullets and everything you can imagine they're going to keep throwing at him. And so you need a guy like Matt Gaetz. I mean, he's I've seen some of the video of him in Congress interviewing people like Christopher Wray. I don't know if you saw this.
Oh yeah, well he's a flamethrower with that.
Oh
you know?
yeah. He's a tough, like old-fashioned Southern lawyer. He has a great ability to smoothly move forward on an argument. I mean, JD Vance has that too. I mean, they don't take any crap. I mean, you can throw everything at them and they just keep going, and they know how to keep the thing, they keep on the topic. They don't get rattled. And you can see in his interview with Christopher Wray, and he's saying, you don't know where the Hunter Biden laptop is. You've had it in the FBI for 10 years. And Christopher Wray, what an evil individual. You can see they have a close-up of his face. He's got, Tourette syndrome. He's twitching and everywhere you can look. I mean, the guy is just, there's something really rotten. And now I understand that just before coming on the air, I'm looking at news. Kash Patel is going to be the new FBI director.
Is it FBI or CIA? It was
FBI. FBI.
Yeah.
That's freaking amazing. He's going to clean, because he wrote a book about this gang, Washington Gangsters, I think it's called. I wish I'd interviewed him back then. I probably should have. I whatever. But the point is that he knows the score. I mean, he's going to clean that office up and get through all of these, rotten, FBI officials.
Well, let me tell you about the FBI. The morale at that place has been going down the toilet since, believe it or not, about 2005, and I'll tell you why I know this. As some of your viewers may recall, I'm a California guy, moved to the DC area for some years, came back to California. Point being, when we had moved to Northern Virginia, I joined a health club and got to be friendly with a woman at the front desk, who then I found out her husband was an FBI special agent detailed at headquarters.
Right.
And she just wouldn't stop talking about how bad the morale was and how everybody hated the leadership. And that was back then. And it was only getting worse and worse and worse. Chris
That was
Wray,
probably back when Mueller was the director.
yeah.
Or Comey before him. These people are political hacks who are just weaponizing, and I think Wray has been the absolute worst. I mean, they're going to, Patel is going to take the politics out of it and start to investigate actual criminals, actual enemies of America, people who are, the drug cartels, whoever. He's going to stop prosecuting Catholics by sending spies into churches and parents at school board meetings. I think that the other thing, Gaetz made mincemeat out of Garland. What a rotten individual he is. These people, I mean, they have the nerve to talk about, criticize Trump's appointments. I mean, this is excellent. These guys are great. And Hegseth, he's fine. He, look at his resume. I mean, the guy spent 20 years in combat, unlike a lot of these generals like Milley, who probably would faint at a nosebleed.
No, Milley was a desk general.
Desk generals, exactly, who worked their way up through cocktail parties and social circuits. I mean, Hegseth actually is in combat. He's awarded several Bronze Stars, front line. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, look at her record. It's incredible. These people are great. I mean,
these are the kinds of people, Chuck, that were always passed over for these inside positions. I mean,
exactly.
That's the problem. And you can go back to Secretary of Defense a long, long time, and you know who I'm going to mention. Your favorite guy, Robert McNamara.
Oh, yeah, right. Formerly head of Ford Motor Company. Knew nothing about
the Wonder Boy who said that we were going to win easily in Vietnam because on paper we looked better than the Viet Cong. And this moron it took him to, people can call in and tell me the exact date, but literally 6 months before he died, for him to finally admit, gee, I really screwed up.
I remember that interview he gave at that time, and reporters started to ask him questions about it, and the man just absolutely flipped out. He was screaming at them. I mean, he's filled with such remorse and such guilt. I mean, he's responsible for, the blood on his hands of just these stupid policies and bad decisions in a war that we either shouldn't have never been in, or we could have won it in a matter of maybe a year. And just, it was really a pathetic, rotten. I mean, and these guys, I mean, they're all, even Lloyd Austin, who is right now Secretary of Defense, and who's a relatively good comparatively to most of them. He was he like CEO of Raytheon or something? I mean, he wasn't like, I mean, he's a general, I think, but it wasn't from war. I mean, it was more like another one of, I mean, I suppose we could even go back to Eisenhower, I guess. Never really was actually.
In fairness, Eisenhower was basically a desk general.
He was.
And let's face it, he became, quote, a hero because of the way World War II worked out. But he was promoted way over MacArthur for the only reason that he was able to kiss a lot of FDR butt. And
MacArthur was the real McCoy.
Yeah,
I mean, MacArthur, he was when he was in the Philippines, and they lost the Battle of Manila, and then they were in the Corregidor, in retreat. He didn't want to leave. He was like, I'm not going. I'm fighting. Eventually, FDR had to personally call him in the Philippines and order him to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, that's tough. I mean,
he was a tough guy.
Yeah.
And of course, my late friend, Vin Lewis, always, what he referred to when Harry Truman fired MacArthur, he referred to it as the original Revenge of the Nerds.
Right. Although Truman was correct in firing MacArthur. I mean, it was in retrospect, because we have a civilian government, and you cannot have a military figure defy and contradict and be insubordinate to that government.
But what was great, and Vin was always very intelligent about this. It literally was true to the movie Revenge of the Nerds, because the nerds had legitimate complaints about the jocks, right? I mean,
right.
So there was stuff that MacArthur was doing that was wrong, no question about it. But if you looked at Truman,
yes. Well, MacArthur actually was right, but the problem is he was contradicting Washington. He wanted to invade China, and keep them out of North. He had completely taken North Korea by force, and he wanted to strengthen that border and eventually do some forays into China. And Truman put a block to it, and then of course China invaded. So it was a disaster.
Well, I mean, that was the really a bleak period, because this whole Marshall Plan type idea for the world and so on was a terrible failure. And you're right, MacArthur was right.
He was right, but unfortunately it was insubordination because Truman was president. So I get that. I mean, that's like what Milley did. I mean, he was insubordinate to Trump. So, and in fact, now Milley has said, and I hope he's right, that he's afraid that once Trump is in office, he's going to be called back into service so he can be court-martialed. I hope they nail him. I hope he is. What a horrible person.
It was just terrible. And here was a guy, didn't really have anything on his resume other than playing the game and being one of these desk generals. And when I lived in the D.C. area, there were hundreds of these kind of guys.
They're all, I mean, he didn't even go to West Point. I mean, he went to Princeton. He didn't have any military. I don't know if he had any background in military. It's just, I hope that Trump revokes all of the security clearances of all those people, those intelligence agents who signed the Hunter Biden laptop letter, and maybe even have them investigated. That's, Trump wants revenge. Fine, good. I mean, it's not so much revenge, it's justice. The left has for years, I've been hearing them gaslight, no one is above the law. Really? Well, now they're gonna eat that now, hopefully. Yeah, because no one is above the law. And those people, I mean, they need to be brought before tribunals and interviewed. And if they're guilty, let the process take its course, of course. But if they're so worried about it, what are they hiding?
Well, call it revenge if you want, but I would
Sure.
prefer to look at it as straightening out and reforming the system. If these scumbags can exist in such a bad system like this, then it's got to be looked at heavily. Okay. And an article came out some weeks ago, I think in Epic Times, asking sort of rhetorical question, exactly what was wrong with the spoil system? It seemed to work pretty well.
It's sensible. I mean,
this horrible civil service thing, which now your new Department of Government Efficiency is going to look into.
Yes.
And by the way, great article in the LA Times, clueless thing on the front page of the LA Times today. It's unclear how this new department is going to find out anything. I mean,
I think it's going to get pretty clear pretty quickly. I mean, Elon Musk. I mean, how can you get better than that?
Yeah.
I mean, he's the richest man in the world, and Vivek Ramaswamy is no slouch either. I mean, to have them go in forensically looking at every government agency, I can't believe it. I mean, I've been talking about this for decades. In Massachusetts, they should do this. I hope when they're done, they have a Doge in each of the states, and they clean up Massachusetts and the Massachusetts, the MBTA for starters. I mean, it's like 40,000 people on payrolls and their pension plans and their hacks. Meanwhile, the train is running last year with their train with no engineer running over the Neponset River. I mean, it's a disaster. And so yeah, I mean, that's huge for them to go in like that. I mean, no wonder they're nervous.
Well, here's a little speculation. You think, despite the fact that we suffered from 2020 through 2024, is it not better that he won in 2024 because now he's more pissed off? The mandate is clear. And, we had to kind of wait, didn't we? But yeah, I think it's better this way.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's almost providential. I mean, Trump has had a chance to learn from his mistakes. The country has had a chance to see what a disaster an illegitimate leftist regime is going to rot. And now he's come back with an ability to bring that new wisdom and this new team. I mean, there's a whole political realignment. I think it was Stephen Miller, another great guy, who said that this is the biggest political realignment in American culture and politics since the Reconstruction. Left and right no longer apply here. This is the people versus the uniparty oligarchs who are corrupt and who are out of touch. And that's why they're going berserk, especially over Matt Gaetz. I've never seen such a meltdown. Oh my God, they're like absolutely, spinning like crazy.
The funniest Matt Gaetz that I saw was Lisa Murkowski tweets out, he's not really a serious candidate, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's really big talk from that broad, right? She was Frank Murkowski, who was the governor of Alaska's daughter.
Yeah.
And he appointed her just as some young woman that from out of nowhere to become a senator. And
talk about legacy. I mean, I don't even think it's going to matter because there's 3 extra Republicans senators. I think it's 53. They're trying to take McCormick out in Pennsylvania. That's not going to work. They got Mark Elias doing like a rear guard election steal over there. He wants
what a scumbag Bob Casey turns out to be.
Oh my God. And he wants to recount ballots that already the state court twice or 3 times has said are not valid. We're talking about ballots of people that aren't even residents of the state.
Right.
So yeah, that's not going to work. But they're trying to do something. I mean, so they've got 3 senators they probably have at least a half a dozen senators who are going to be up for re-election in 2 years, who are probably not going to be so quick to oppose the Republicans,
Yeah.
and who are going to go along. It's not good that Thune became the Senate majority guy. I mean, that's the way it goes. But I think that he has gone on record as saying that he supports President Trump's request for recess appointments and for recess so that they can appoint people and not have to wait a year to get
My
someone in
hope
office.
is that Thune is not going to be as bad as everybody thinks.
Yeah.
I believe that he's had a bit of a transformation. Maybe he got in there because McConnell was able to force this secret ballot nonsense. But I think if he wants to make a name for himself and not go down as another one of these crummy South Dakota senators,
Right.
that he had a chance to do something right.
Well,
So-
Thune started out when he went in as his whole calling card was that he was an evangelical devout Christian, which is good.
Yeah.
Then he kind of lost his bearings, I think, after 3 terms. They get corrupt. Pretty soon he's become another one of the good old boys. He's like garnering favors, and he just sort of lost his soul a little bit. And
Well,
I
that was
think
unfortunately, Chuck, the 17th Amendment problem. That the worst part of direct election of senators is that you get Joe Biden and John Thune type guys, because
Right.
it's
And Ted
always
Kennedy.
dominated by the small states, right? South Dakota has 300 people in the whole state. So it's fairly easy to cater to a sector of that. What Daschle did, by the way, what he was in forever, was that he got very chummy with some Indian tribes, and that was it. All right. Biden's success was a couple of unions, the credit card guys in Wilmington,
Yeah.
and he was in forever. Mike
Right.
Vance,
It becomes a corrupt borough, basically. It's like a
So-
rubber stamp.
I don't know that the people that thought direct election of senators was a good idea even considered this horrible small state phenomenon. But there you go. All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a terrible idea. Basically, it took power away from the states, and the senators, rather than representing the states and the legislators, they represent the federal government. I mean, it's become like Trump has put revolutionary proposals in place. Term limits, Senate no more than 2 terms, maybe House, maybe 3 or 4 terms, fine.
Right.
Moving some of these enormous bureaucracies out of Washington, that'd be great. Maybe you should put, the Health and Human Services into Juneau, Alaska, or something. Like move them around the country so that they're not part of this rotten culture and they have to like hire real people in real places and become like much more efficient. And he's also talking, and this is a miracle, getting rid of the Department of Education. Reagan said he'd do it, and he never did. Instead, he put in Bennett, who turned out to be bad.
Yeah.
And getting rid of the Department of Education and just putting in a couple of national standards for school boards to follow in exchange for federal dollars.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's never been explained to me, just because you have a list of standards that schools have to maintain to get federal aid, why you need a department with 34,000 employees.
Oh, it's a
whatever.
gift to the teachers
do that.
unions. They've been pushing for that for over 100 years. I can just hear the late, great Dr. Samuel L. Blumenfeld, my mentor, in his grave talking, smiling. I mean, he wrote a whole shelf of books on this topic. I mean, it's just a rotten, it was put in place by Jimmy Carter because they wanted to help elect Carter, and it was a political favor. And it has corrupted the system ever since. It is all about DEI and gay rights and nothing else.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do
Jimmy
with
Carter was the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, it's.
Oh man, if they get rid of that, we're going to see finally a return of education to the school boards where you have parents who are elected. I mean, the reason here in Boston that Mayor Michelle Wu is not allowing for the direct election of the school committee. It was taken away during busing because there was so much contention. It was because she doesn't want people like, I don't know, me running for school committee. People who've had a child graduate Boston Public Schools like I have, who actually can go in there and take a look at the curriculum, take a look at the budget. Doesn't want that. But the point is that they still are elected, and there are parents on those school committee boards, and they will make the decision about the curriculum, not some rotten, corrupt Washington agency that is, living off of the taxpayers and foundation money from the Ford and Rockefeller Foundation and pushing a leftist agenda. Now, if they want to be leftist, fine. If like Cambridge, right, or Somerville or Provincetown, they want to elect communists to their school board, good, let them, if that's what they want for their children. But the point is, you'll have choice. You can do this through. There's a little concept that the left likes to talk about called democracy, right? There are democratic principles, and it's what Trump is doing is, it's just, he really is on a roll. I mean, this is downright revolutionary. It's just I can't believe it's happening, and it is happening. And not only that, but if God forbid Trump is somehow taken out, he is setting up enough of a structure that it's going to continue, between all of these people who are now going to be in the government, like J.D. Vance and like Kennedy and Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and, Kash Patel and all the rest of these people. It's going to become a juggernaut. It's not going to matter if ultimately, well, it does matter, but I'm just saying they won't be able to stop it.
No, and they are so scared and so upset because it's all falling apart. But that's not the only thing that's falling apart. Look at the incredibly stupid failed campaign of Kamala Harris, where I think if you play the tapes back, you will find me saying stuff like there's no talent on that side, and they think it's still 1950. All right. Apparently, they thought it was a great idea to spend a lot of money on celebrity endorsements.
Yeah, like millions of dollars. They gave $1 million to Oprah, which she lied about when she was chased down the street by a reporter.
Well, she was confronted, and it was a stupid lie. Well, they didn't give me $1 million. They gave it to my company. Right. Okay.
Well, like Beyonce got $10 million. I mean, these are donations from people who wanted to support, a political candidacy, not to give to Beyonce. And it was all flat. They had to do it because nobody would show up to hear her. She was so horrible. They were paying people to go to these rallies. Yes. And then they had these guys like that numbskull Sisson, that white kid on TikTok. He was being paid by a public relations firm, to do that. He was on a payroll.
Yeah, he was completely phony. He didn't care.
Yeah. Trump didn't have to do
that. He's ever made, so he'll say what they tell him to say.
Of course, he's an employee. I mean, it's really awful, and now they end the campaign with $1 billion spent, $20 million in debt, and she's still raising money to try to cover the debt. Trump maybe was trolling, I don't know, but he said, "Well, I'll tell you what, we'll retire her debt by my campaign. I'll just pay for it because I don't need the money anymore. I'm in office." But I don't know if they took him up on that. But really, really bad. I mean, one of the worst. And now they're all like at each other's throats, trying to blame everybody. And
here's another conspiracy theory, according to, if you want to believe Nancy Pelosi, right?
Oh my God.
That she claims, and remember, she's lies 9% of the time. She claims that the Democrats wanted to have an open primary, but Joe came out and endorsed Harris as a deliberate way of torpedoing everything, because then they couldn't go against that, apparently.
I think there might be some truth to that, actually.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, absolutely no doubt, that Joseph Biden voted for Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, and his wife, she
His
was
wife.
dressed in like red clothes that day. I mean,
Yeah, wearing this MAGA outfit. I mean, come on. All right.
I've never
And-
seen him look happier. He hasn't looked that good in years. He's smiling from ear to ear. I mean, he met with Trump. He looked like relaxed. He's like, yes,
Yeah.
finally. I mean, they despised her. And I mean, she called him a racist and a pedophile to his face during one of the debates. And then you see during Memorial Day, she's sitting there in the stands with Jill Biden, and you could just, it looked like she was about to get up and like it was just really brutal. So, I mean, these are all sort of like the whole thing is just crumbling, and everybody's like pointing fingers, and they don't get it. They don't understand why they lost. They think that it's not her personality, it's the issues. She did better than Biden probably would have done. I mean, they just the whole administration was obviously not legitimate, and it was corrupt. Opening the southern border, right? I mean, hamburger at McDonald's, $15. Just World War III on the verge. What do they have going? I mean, castrations and hysterectomies for children. I mean, they've got nothing other than those things. What? I mean, maybe, but he's made many accomplishments. What? He lowered the price of the EpiPen. Okay, fine. It's like, good. I'm glad he did. Very small potatoes. I mean, it's like this is it for 4 years. It's like, really?
it was just too bad for everybody. He should have quit while he was ahead.
Right.
He was able to get away with 50 years of corruption. He could have retired
You couldn't let go.
to the beach, and that would have been it.
Yeah.
But
No, it's old-fashioned hubris. I mean, people think they're indispensable, and they get drunk with power. It's happening around the world. I mean, it's happened throughout history, where you have these new political figures, these young guys usually, who come up and they're reformers, and they're going to take over the country. They get elected with a huge popular vote, and then after a few years, they start to enjoy the perks of power, and they eventually, they're not going anywhere. It becomes as bad as anything. They're there for life. People get
I
drunk.
heard of a guy named Julius Caesar. I think you're describing his biography.
Yeah. I mean, it's an old story.
Yeah.
You could look at the kings of Judah, like
Yeah.
that. I mean, it's just an old story. I mean, this is why, you want to get biblical about it, why the prophet Samuel warned the children of Israel not to have a king.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's a fantastic speech in the book of, I think it's in the book of Samuel, where the people come to, we want to have a king like all the other countries. And he's like, fine. He's going to, your daughters will be made into prostitutes. Your sons will be sent out to war where they'll all be killed. Your property will be seized. It goes on this long litany of what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what we want, right?
But the people, we don't care. We just want a king. We want to have somebody to look up to. I don't know. It's like a psychological thing, I guess. But anyways, these are very interesting times. And, I feel like we have to still keep the eye on things. I mean, nothing is ever we're never going to be there. This is just the next stage. My job over the next years is going to be to try to articulate the reasons why this administration is in place, what they're about, why they're important, to try to educate people as best as I can to make the most out of this. And also the one issue that I hope that Trump doesn't overlook, and I understand if he does, because he's received this incredible mandate. And by the way, just a little side, not to digress, but all those states that signed a compact to do an end run around the Electoral College, right? Because they said, we're going to only give our electors to the winner of the popular vote. They're all going to have to give their electors to Trump, including California. All the electors will have to go to Trump now because he won the popular vote. And apparently they're still counting, and he's growing. So, but the point I wanted to bring up is that we cannot take our eye off the ball with regard to election corruption, with regard to election integrity. They did try to steal it again. There was
Well,
so
look
many
at Carrie
cases.
Lake. I mean,
Kerry
she got-
Lake, exactly. That's
Yeah.
obviously stolen. I mean, I think in Wisconsin also they stole it from Hovde. You know,
Yeah.
he's shown how this happened. So yeah, they are still trying. They still have this incredible infrastructure that can steal elections on the state and national level. And they did the reason, frankly, why Trump won is because he learned the lessons of 2020, and he saw the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin was able to and he went up against the real left establishment. I think it was, what was it? What's his name? He was a McAuliffe, right? Clinton
Yeah.
guy. I mean, these are entrenched powers. And he came up, he had never held office before. He's a wealthy guy, I think he's a Wall Street guy. He got thousands of volunteers to work the voting booths, to stay in the counting rooms, to watch the counting of absentee ballots, to do all of the tabulation checking. And he also had a team of hundreds of lawyers on call. So if someone saw something funny going on, whether it be just observing a corrupt election official or whether the Democratic Party was trying to pull some bullshit about, we're going to keep counting, his lawyers were ready to hit the ground immediately and get it, and he won because of that. It was the cleanest election that Virginia probably has had since Jefferson. And even that wasn't so clean. But the point is that Trump did this nationally. The RNC did this thanks to Lara Trump and Watley and a couple of other people. They fielded thousands. I think it was something like 275,000 volunteers across the country, not just in the battleground states either, even in some of the red states like Texas. And they worked the counting rooms, they worked the polls, and he had lawyers on staff. And whenever they came up with some bullcrap about, well, we need to, we're going to count, illegal votes, and we're going to do this, they had lawyers in court within a minute, within hours, stopping it. Pennsylvania is a good example. I mean, there was several lawsuits brought up and decided within hours, where you had corrupt Pennsylvania county officials and DAs. They stopped it, and they did it because they knew what they had everything well heeled, well coordinated, and they were able to fight these things. Michigan, they stopped that crap. I mean, they were going to start in again with the white vans. Atlanta, they had it down. I mean, they just, the only place I think where they did kind of falter was Phoenix, but Nevada.
I think, Phoenix, unfortunately, Kerry ended up being a martyr, but I think that was the last gasp because this guy, what's his name? Richards, I believe.
Richer, yeah. Stephen Richer.
He's out. That was it. I mean,
yeah, but he's talking about corruption. I mean, he's allegedly an R Republican. He's like working with these radical left-wing PACs. These PACs, these political, not the NGOs, apparently, UN NGOs.
Yeah.
All left-wing are trying to, they're out there. You didn't have like Zuckerberg write a big check this time. You didn't have the big money coming in this time. But the point is that in the broader sense, the whole system still has to be overhauled. It's been brought up that the states that Trump won were states that had voter ID, and the states where he did not win are states that don't have voter ID. There's a map that can show this without exception. This is this is crazy that they don't have voter ID. I mean, there's no excuse for that. They don't have it because George Soros created this turf group back. I think it goes all the way back to the Bush-Gore race. I think, but maybe not that far. Called the Brennan Center, that basically decided that the way we're going to fight voter ID is that we're going to claim that it's racist, which is absurd. And the media jumped on that. The establishment jumped on it. And it's interesting here in Massachusetts. I can think of an example. I forget her name, but she was an ultra-liberal left state senator who was championing voter ID. And back then it was actually a liberal cause. And then all of a sudden, overnight, she did a 180-degree turn. Suddenly, oh, no, we can't have it. The point is that they have
That
to do
is
it.
so reminiscent, though, of the way those commies turned on a dime,
Oh, yes.
where
After-
Uncle
when
Adolf
Hitler-
is our ally
Yeah.
until he isn't.
When Hitler double-crossed Stalin, all of a sudden, I mean, there's a case where this communist guy was giving a speech at like a public rally, and suddenly this guy comes and whispers in his ear. He gives him another speech, and they literally changed everything overnight. And that's how they operate. And I hope that Trump steps up and does the reforms necessary. There has to be voter ID in all 50 states. There has to be paper ballots. The rotten computer, the Dominion, they tried to do it. They had cases in Tennessee, apparently, where you could not vote for Trump. You'd put Trump on the ballot and it would switch over to Harris. Now, people caught that, but the question is, how many people didn't catch it? How many people didn't notice this? It's still there. They have to throw out Elizabeth Warren, my senator, Hiawatha. She was championing this until all of a sudden there's like a 180-degree turn. In 2019, she put up a bill before the U.S. Senate saying that there will be no voter machines because it's, quote, rigged, unquote, and she was right. And they have to bring that back. They have to get rid of the machines. They have to have paper ballots counted on election day. No absentee unless you have a very good reason for it, like you're in the military or you can show. And if you do cast an absentee ballot, you have to have your signature in the town clerk's office where it can be verified. And it's just that simple. I mean, this country, it's a disgrace that we haven't done it right. I mean, it's never been right here. You go back in history, it took 100 years to get the secret ballot. When this country, in the early part of the 19th century, people would vote in public with a show of hands, and you could get it hurt. The author James Fenimore Cooper, the author of The Last of the Mohicans, his father was murdered after voting for the wrong candidate at a public forum in New York. And after he left, after voting for the wrong guy, he was hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat and killed. So I'm just saying, I mean, this country has never had it right. It's always been corrupt. The whole, the voter rolls. I mean, Mark Elias fought tooth and nail to stop states from removing bad names from their voter rolls. I mean, what could be more obvious than that? With a click of a mouse, all that information is available. You can cross-check it. There are these guys who's doing this statistical analysis. You can go into any state and take a look at tax returns, take a look at utility bills, take a look at all sorts of things to prove that a person is who they are and that they are residing where they say they're residing. And anyone else should be removed from the ballots. I mean, you've got hundreds of thousands of names on ballots of people who have passed away or they've left the state or they don't exist. That is no excuse for that. I mean, we can't have that in this country. I think this is a very important cause. It's not, I mean, there are other things that are exciting right now and I'm thrilled, but they can't forget about this. This has to be done, and they're going to, and when they do, if they do, you're going to hear the left scream louder on this one than anything. They're going to absolutely go.
You're probably right. But I mean, the reason they haven't been able to do much about it is because, again, I go back to public health. People don't want to come to the realization that it's corrupt. Because you're taught from the time you're in the first grade that it's a free country and you can vote and your vote counts. Just like you're taught that, you have your Salk polio vaccine and you do what they tell you to do and everything's great. Yeah. And for people to realize that a lot of this was just crap is devastating.
Yeah, but
So-
Trump doesn't give a damn, it seems.
Oh, I get
He's
it.
going to go ahead and, they can scream and squeal. And his wife doesn't give a damn either. Apparently, she didn't want to go when he went to meet Biden because she hates the Bidens. And she rightfully blames them for sending armed thugs into her home where they rummaged through her underwear drawer and her
Yeah.
son's bedroom and turned everything upside down. She's very angry. She blames Biden. And Trump asked her to come with him, and she said, F that, I'm not going. Yeah, I'm not going to, I don't want to see him. So that's great. That's who you want. I mean, both of them are like that. They're like, they don't seem to care. They're very, and now that they've had this mandate, the left says, oh, he's not going to have the guardrails, they say. I mean, it's on Bill Maher. The guardrails are gone. Yeah, you're damn right they're gone. He
The
doesn't-
guardrails.
The guardrails are gone. He seems to be going right in and doing what he needs to do. And, it's an incredible thing to see. And I just am very excited. I mean, for the first time, I feel,
Your mood is so much better than it was a few weeks ago.
oh my God, I'm still not 100% well. I had such a nervous breakdown.
Oh,
Those few days leading up to that election, I didn't know I was going to be that affected. That night, I was almost like in some kind of a stupor. I mean, I'm there practically passed out on the couch with my pistachio ice cream.
well,
You
I
know, I'm
figured
like-
something was up because, as you recall, it was on the next day when it was clear that he won. You were just euphoric. You called me. Let's do a show right now.
Let's do it. I know. I mean, I'm like half asleep, and all of a sudden, I have one eye open, and I took a look at Rachel Maddow's face. That she had lost all it looked crestfallen, and all of a sudden, I'm like, yes, I was totally up, and something is going on. And then I'm flipping the channels, and they're all like, it's like worse than a funeral. They're like, oh, and one of them, she's like, I'm nauseously optimistic.
Yeah.
Really? I mean, they
Well,
were
you know,
falling
I hell
apart.
with those people because what I saw in the real world, and
Yeah.
maybe you saw it even in your little enclave there, is a lot of these people were coming out of the closet as Trump people. I remember I go to this deli to pick up a breakfast sandwich on occasion,
Right.
and I said, "Well, George, how you doing?" Well, after last night, I'm doing great, And I never knew he was the Trump guy, right?
Yeah. Well,
and-
I think that everybody's very happy. Even people who voted, nobody liked her. Nobody was happy
No.
with that. And I think that even a large percentage of people, other than these crazy women who are shaving their heads, I think that most people are relieved and happy. They know that the country dodged a major bullet. They know that already things are looking up across the board, across the world. The rest of the world is celebrating. I mean, Israel is going to annex the West Bank, okay? I mean, it's amazing. Let them do it. Get it over with. It's like these are major positive developments in the world.
Well, here, I'm going to put you on the spot now because it came out and the numbers were higher than 80%, and in some cases over 90. The three top demographics for Kamala Harris were Black women,
Jews.
Jewish women, and LGBT.
Yeah, but you know
So-
something? Even amongst all three of those categories, I think Trump made a few gains.
He did.
He got 26% of the Jewish vote. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but
More than what?
comparatively speaking, that's 1 out of every 4 Jews voted for Trump. Women, she didn't get the women's vote. I mean, I think that Biden got a bigger women's vote
Yes.
than she did. I mean, all the talk about abortion, it didn't happen. I think Trump, I don't know if he won the women's vote, but it was pretty even. It didn't work for her. Maybe black women, I don't know, but it didn't fly. Gays, I think Trump did better. I was driving around doing my driving, and I noticed in the town of Sharon, which is a very ultra liberal town, this gigantic rainbow flag, gays for Trump. flying on the front of the house. I mean, this is not, they weren't making any secret about it. I think that Trump did better among all
Why
categories.
do you think that the brain trust of the Democrats, or at least her campaign, thought that abortion was a winning issue? I never
I
understood
don't know,
that.
but I think that most people saw through it, which is, first of all, if people do believe in, and they are pro-choice, Biden and Harris didn't do a damn thing other than a lot of hot air on that issue. I
Yeah.
mean, they did diddly squat. I mean, it's not a federal issue any longer. It's a state issue. And if they cared about it, they might want to work with states to try to just maybe tighten up the laws a little bit to help protect the life of the mother, which, by the way, we talked about this and you made the point, and now it's been kind of more proven that isn't happening. Women aren't dying because they can't get an abortion.
No, and the other dirty little secret is that after Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions went up. Went up.
Yeah, and in some states like Massachusetts, they actually liberalized it, like to the point where now you can do it after the baby's born.
Yeah.
It's horrible, but look, that's what it is now. It's up to the states. It's
Well, that's my point, Chuck.
democratic.
So why did anyone think this was an important issue?
It wasn't. It wasn't. And I think people saw that. It was not on the ballot. It was not a federal issue. If they don't like abortion or they want to change abortion policy, it's a state issue. And there was some people that they thought they could get revenge against Trump because he appointed conservative judges. I don't think that worked. You didn't get anyone outside of a hardcore base of people who bought into that. People just, and the other thing on this, on everything is, there hasn't been any rioting. There hasn't been any violence. There hasn't been any,
Right.
pussy hat fight, stuff. I mean, none of it. It's people are happy. They're relieved. None of that. And I don't think it's going to happen at inaugural either. I mean, they just don't have the energy for it. And if they do, if like Antifa comes out, that's not going to help them. The other thing that Trump, and now it's so there were two rumors going around. The first one, as I say, it was dropped by Mike Huckabee, the new ambassador to Israel. That
Boy, was
Israel,
that a great choice.
excellent, brilliant. I think he's tremendous. I think that Israel's going to annex the Judea and Samaria. The other one is that Trump is going to pardon all of the J6 prisoners.
J6, yeah.
2 federal judges have now stopped all hearings. The rotten, Garland office is still trying to, arrest people and raid people. I mean, and they're not. It's not happening. The time is ticking away. They only have a few more weeks.
Well, here's a little speculation thing for you. What happens to Garland next year? What does he do? He goes around the talk circuit. Well, I tried. I was an old warrior. I did all this. What happens to guys like that?
I think that we'll never hear from him again because I think that the far left hates him because they don't think he did enough.
Yeah.
He didn't jail Trump. He didn't do, why? I mean, I'm listening to Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan on NPR here in Boston. I mean, they're like, why doesn't he, go in? I mean, he should have been put into Rikers Island because he defied that corrupt judge in New York. He defied the gag order. He should be put in chains. No, I mean, he didn't do that. So he's hated by all sides. And he's like that's just an old, rotten, that's the past. I don't think anything. He'll go to the same place Kamala goes. Nobody will want to hear from these people ever again.
Well, it's interesting because unlike Mike Dukakis, that ended up having an academic career and being sort of a somewhat respected guy, those two, you're right. Everybody hates him. What I predict is going to happen with her is at some convenient point the next year or so, Dougie and her are going to divorce.
Right.
Because what the hell does he need her for now?
Sure.
And she's just going to be forgotten, kind of like Norman Thomas or something, just fading away. And
she'll end up with a couple of cats like an old cat lady, sort of what J.D. Vance was talking about.
Well, interesting that there was maybe non-Californians aren't familiar. Well, Jerry Brown had appointed this woman, and you know where I'm going with this, Rose Byrd, as the Chief Justice of the state of California.
Right.
And she was a radical leftist who it was a joke. I mean, there were some large number, dozens of death penalty cases came in front of her, and it didn't matter how egregious the circumstances were, she voted no every single time.
Right. Let them loose. Yep.
She ends up as the former Chief Justice of California, unable to get a job with any law firm. All right. Goes on welfare.
Oh my God, really?
No, well, she developed cancer, which I
Right.
think took care of some of the money, and she just died in obscurity. And
Yeah, that's where that I think that's definitely a possibility. I mean, these people have no, they're no, the left will give you, they'll weigh your shelf down with awards when you're of use to them, but when
Yeah.
you're not, they'll pull the rug in a matter of a minute. You're just
oh yeah,
gone.
absolutely.
I mean, these people, I mean, who the hell wants to go? What's going to happen to Rachel Levine? I mean, who the hell wants to hear from any? I mean, but with Harris, I mean, she's so dreadful. I mean, you can't stand listening to her. Nobody liked it. She was the left-wing media people that put her on for softball interviews and who were paid, we now know, to do so, and who did the softest interview you can imagine. They looked like they were ready to slit their throats listening to her talk. It was depressing. She, you walk out of it stupider than you were when you went in. I mean, it's just, it was so bad.
Well, that's having a boomerang effect. Also on, for example, CNN. The only reason people even watch it anymore is Scott Jennings is on.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
a conservative guy, but he's always on with this Abby Phillips, who's an attractive black woman,
Yes.
not very smart, because he'll raise these points and she looks like deer in the headlights. And then she's listening to whatever someone's saying in her earphone and then comes up with some comment. I mean, it's all done. And people are going to reflect. This is what's going to happen. They're going to reflect, wait a minute. Why was Harris even elected to anything?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
everybody knows. She worked her way up through the casting couch.
Yeah.
And then she was like she played the race card, and she just was very manipulative. She knew how to get favors. I understand that Jennings might be the press secretary, which would be great. He's very good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean,
So
Trump
it's really exciting times.
Yes.
It's very exciting, I'm sorry, to watch some of these people crash and burn.
It's a beautiful thing. It's going to be very, as I hear, who is it? As Steve Bannon says, it's time to break out the popcorn and just watch, and
Well,
watch
you can
it all
see
come down.
CNN is getting rid of these overpriced hosts. Your friend Chris Wallace is
Oh,
gone.
he's horrible. Yeah, he's been gone for a long time.
Well, he would, but the thing with him was his father was terrible, but that was the era of CBS with all the leftists. Mike Wallace was nothing more than a left-wing bully. Chris Wallace was nothing more than a Nepo baby who
Well, at
just
least Mike Wallace would occasionally chase someone down the street with a mic,
Yeah.
and try to get some answers. I mean, Chris Wallace is a piece of what. I mean, he's what he tried to do to Trump during that debate, just evil and ugly, and just I'm glad to see him go. Hopefully, all these the final last ditch effort is being pulled off or try. She won't get away with it, but none other than my own Senator Hiawatha is trying to jam down some left-wing judges in the last weeks of the administration. She's trying to shove down, finish the Biden judges, and it's not going to happen.
No.
Mike Davis, who is really a powerful, one of these tough Irish lawyers, he's great. I mean, he's on all the times with Bannon, who, by the way, is just absolutely soaring, and who's brilliant. Check it out on War Room. I don't miss one of those podcasts. It's beautiful to listen to that. But Mike Davis is a regular guest of his, and he's a brilliant lawyer, and he's not going to let her do it. He's got people there in Washington. He's well connected. They're going to pull the plug on that. She's trying to shove down the throat leftist judges at the last minute. I don't think she's going to get away with it. They tried to get Sotomayor to step down, with the rumor being that Biden would then appoint Harris, which I don't think he would have done anyway.
No, there's no chance.
But
There's no
Sotomayor is saying,
You know what? She wouldn't have wanted it because she's just too stupid.
they don't know what to. They think that maybe she's young enough that she'd be a warm body in there. But Sotomayor has said she's not going anywhere, and that means that Trump is going to get more federal, judicial appointments at some point, because apparently she's not in good health. I mean, I guess she's got like an advanced diabetes or something. She has a medical assistant with her at all times, and it's going to be like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. People are begging her to leave, and she's like, I'm not going anywhere. So Trump will get probably 2 or 3 more appointments, and it's just amazing. It's going to be amazing.
We're going to get tired of winning, right?
I know. It's the whole, this country, I that's why I was so sick, because there's such a difference in terms of the course for the future, the way things could go. And I just am so thrilled and pleased.
People were just always overwhelmed. I mean, I called a friend of mine, a retired cop, conservative guy. This is about a week after the election. I said, Neil, I haven't heard from you. He said, I'm still basking in it. I'm still enjoying the glow.
I know. I don't even know what to do with myself. It's a beautiful time. You almost feel like you don't want to get too giddy, because bad stuff is obvious.
And by the way, all these meltdowns that you see on TikTok, this is all crap. And it is, because what human is going to say, well, wait, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown, but let me first log in to my TikTok account. And that's not how humans work. This is all crap. It's all theater.
Oh, I know. There's this one woman who's doing all the screaming in the car.
Yeah.
This musician, I don't know if you've heard this on TikTok. He's turned it into like a rap concert thing with drum beats and music. It's hilarious. And then there's the Lysistrata group, following in the example of South Korea. Apparently, women, no sex, no men, no relationships.
But it's like a parody on itself, because all the women that post these are ugly.
Well, I like the comment made by Natalie Winters, who's Bannon's co-host, and who did a brilliant job of filling in for him while they had him in prison. She's like, well, they're not, as President Trump would say, they're not sending their best.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway,
there's been all kinds of parodies on it. One of them comes up and said, look, what do I have to do to make myself unattractive to MAGA guys? And Paul Joseph Watson said, just keep doing what you're doing. Perfect.
Oh yes, I know. It's just not flying. Good for them. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the?
I was going to do but I think I've just done it on this show. I was going to do a piece called "Dead Wrong," and maybe we'll still talk about how. It's getting old even for me. How there's just no talent. They're going back to 1950s. Oh, just wait till we have the media. That'll convince them.
Yeah.
What I'm waiting for is the owner of the LA Times. I don't know if you heard this, because why would you? Said that he's firing the editorial board and is going to replace it with all conservatives.
Wow.
And I guess if I'm going to get it, the LA Times has been liberal since the mid-'60s, but it's at least a real newspaper in the sense that there's some content and so on. And I'm hoping maybe they'll go a little more conservative, because the thing I get delivered to my house now, and the USA Today Network has a bunch of these things, these local papers where the national news is 3 days old. I'm not kidding. 3 days old. And yeah, you're pretty up to date on the high school football scores in the local area and stuff, but
right.
It's a joke. My wife says, well, and she reads the paper in the morning. Well, that took me 7 minutes, So
I know there's
Um,
no content to it anymore. The Globe is like that too, and I don't think the Globe is going to change.
yeah,
That's not happening. Although there's a lot of rumors about Mayor Wu having some serious opposition here in Boston, including from the son of Bob Kraft. We'll see. It's interesting, and he's more conservative.
well, I never understood, other than historically, how Boston, which to me, a large part of Boston, is hard scrabble working class, how they didn't get all red pilled as much as I would have
I know.
thought that they should have.
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, they go just so far. I mean, they elected Marty Walsh over a very left-wing candidate.
Yeah.
And he captured all the rich, well-to-do leftist neighborhoods like the Back Bay and Beacon Hill,
Yeah.
whereas Walsh got all the more blue-collar areas. So, there is at least some shift there, but you never see, a real, MAGA type in Boston, at least not yet. We shall see.
All right. Well,
All
good
right,
luck.
Mike.
I'm
Thanks a
glad
lot.
you're doing so much better.
As is everybody. All right,
See you
I'll
next
talk to you next week. Thanks a lot. Okay, I think that we're good. Let me just make sure that my sound is functioning here. Let's see, go to Podomatic for that. Doing my special election day program. Hello. Yeah, looks like we're okay with sound. Hello. Let me just try it again. And testing, and we're good. And let's go live on Podomatic. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw will be with us shortly. This is Election Day. What else can I say? 508-637-5596 is the number. Let me go live on TikTok as well. Not that, I'm a little worried about TikTok only because they've been censoring me. What can you say? They might shut down the program for reasons, but God willing, if Donald J. Trump prevails today, the censorship regime will take a major hit. They will not necessarily fall, but you'll have a major setback for the censorship regime. So how do things look out there? Well, what is this? I don't know what the heck that is. I'm getting music from Live Fest. I don't want that. Let me just go. I'm gonna shut down TikTok for now. I just try it again. I don't want to have anyone automatically come in. I'm going to cancel that and I'm going to go live again. All right. This is a live program. We're talking election. If anyone sees anything, knows anything, say something. Call in. What's going on out there? What's happening in your area? 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. And I will put you on the air and you can report on what you're seeing, what you're observing out there. I am nervous maybe I've been traumatized after 4 years of living in a regime where I've had to deal with censorship. I've had to deal with hatred. I've had to deal with threats. I just feel like we're so close. We're finally here. And this is a chance to take back this country. Whether you like Trump or not, I love Trump, but putting that aside, this is your chance to take back the country and do the right thing to end this invasion of our country by 10 million foreigners crossing the border unvetted, this slide into perpetual war and World War III. In case anyone hasn't noticed, Ukraine is on the retreat, and if Biden or Harris are elected, they're going to nuclearize a war with Russia. That means missiles hitting American cities, whereas Trump doesn't want war. He's a peace candidate. He wants to bring about a treaty of peace between those two countries by getting them together and forcing them to come to the table and each making concessions. That's the role the traditional role of the United States. Do we want to have an economy where we haven't increased the deficit by something like $5 trillion, but instead we have a situation where we can, see inflation go down so that a McDonald's hamburger doesn't cost $15? It's really, the choices are stark. Anyways, I don't really think at this point I need to make a pitch for Trump. There we go. We're taking some supplements here. What I'm worried about and what I'm observing is something that I would think was inevitable, which is their attempt to steal the election. Now, again, maybe I've been traumatized by what I observed 4 years ago on election eve, when I saw with my own eyes 6 or 7 states stopping the counting while Trump was ahead, almost to the second. And, after that, they reopened the next day and Trump was behind, or he had lost ground. That was the steal. And we were told what we were seeing wasn't what we were seeing. They told us this is, we've been gaslighted for 4 years. I hope he gets to the bottom of it. Keep going. We're letting more viewers know you're alive. Thank you. One of your friends is live. Invite them to go live together. They're invited as long as you stay with the topic. If you don't, I'm going to have to shut you down. I mean, at TikTok, you get people coming on who are just, they're into something else. And this is, hi, how are you? Did you vote today? Disconnected, looking for another creator. Okay. You're welcome to join me on TikTok if you'd like. Hey, how you doing? Let me just turn up my volume a little bit. So I'm doing a program on the election. Did you vote today? Did you don't know. You're dressed like Santa Claus. So it's a little early. Christmas is a month away. All right. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Let me see if I'm live on Twitter. I should be. Apparently Getter is I'm having problems going live on Getter for some reason. I think they want some money to do that. We'll see. I hadn't paid much attention to Getter until today. I looked it over and I found that I'm not going live there for some reason. Am I live? Yeah, I'm live on yeah. We're live on Twitter or X. If you'd like to chat, you're welcome to do so. Come on down. We are talking election. I want to know what's going on, where you voted, if you voted, how you voted, what you've observed, what you're seeing. I just let's get to let's see. We're also live on Rockfin. Rockfin has been a really good site for me. Yep, Rockfin's live. Rumble is live. Rumble is the flagship station. I'm live on Podomatic, and I'm live on Twitter X. Everything is moving along well here. Anyway, I am. Look, if this was an honest election, Trump would win a landslide. I don't think there's any question about that. We have to get out and vote so overwhelmingly today that their cheating won't really be enough. But they are scrambling to get this thing done, to cheat. They're not getting anyone coming out. They've got no enthusiasm. All of the momentum is on the side of Trump. We are in a position where we can save our country. We can save our future. Everything is at stake. This is the most important election in American history, the most important since Washington. This is one of the most important events in world history, going all the way back to Jesus's Sermon on the Mount. Okay. You want a co-host for now? You've got somebody. Hello, you're no, not that. Yes. No. You want? I'm doing that. Okay. They're just. I got another TikToker who wants to do some dancing. That's. Let's get. Please, people. Let's. I'm doing a talk show here. We're live on several live streams. We're talking the election. If you want to talk election, you're welcome to come aboard. You can join me on TikTok. Thank you. Or you can call. Oh, I've got a violation already on TikTok. A warning. Yeah, I guess you see that's I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on TikTok. God willing, if Trump wins, maybe TikTok can be reformed and there won't be this Nazi-like censorship. I don't know. We'll see. 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, 508-637-5596. You're welcome aboard. We're talking about, or you can join me through chat on multiple platforms, including Twitter, where I'm live, and Rumble, or you can come on down on well, Rumble is the good one here. That's kind of the flagship. And we're talking election. Have you voted? If so, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you observe? Let me just see what's. Yeah, we're live on. All right. Yep, you can chat with me live on Rumble, on Twitter, and on Rockfin, all of which are live. Or you can just call up old-fashioned, like they used to do back in the day when you had talk radio. You could call 508-637-5596. That number again is 508-637-5596. The Gateway Pundit shows frustration boiling as Pennsylvania voters witness, quote, non-English speaking citizens escorted past long lines to vote. Yeah, I mean, I wonder who they are. I think that you had actually John Fetterman, who's a senator from Pennsylvania, admit to Joe Rogan recently, the other day, that non-citizens, illegal aliens, are registered to vote across Pennsylvania. That's what we're looking at right now. That's who they're going to use. Those are the votes. You have people who were registered, and their names are being voted, even though they may not even know it. I don't even blame them. I think that this is underway. I think they are trying to steal this election. Now, if TikTok wants to shut me down for saying that, fine. I have said it. There it is. That's an opinion. I'm not stating it categorically. I don't have any evidence, hard evidence of it. But it appears to me, based on what I know and what I've observed over the past. Am I in PA? No, I'm in Boston, Massachusetts. Are you in PA? What's going on in Pennsylvania? What are you seeing down there? I can tell you here in Boston, where I am, there are large crowds at the voting booths, and they are fired up Trump supporters. You might actually see some surprises right here in the Bay State, the cradle of liberty. I don't think Trump's going to win Massachusetts, honestly. But if he makes some inroads and we see some more areas go red, so to speak, that could be of earthquake proportion in our politics here. We have a very leftist government here. I could get into that. That's a subject for another day. But suffice to say that the reports I'm hearing, initial reports, are that there's a lot of enthusiasm out there for Trump. And there's a lot of people showing up, and they've been waiting for this for 4 freaking years to put Trump back in and to get rid of this illegitimate regime. Anyway, in Tennessee, have you read? Good. What's happening in Tennessee? We're getting a note on TikTok. Have you observed? What are you seeing out there? I mean, are people enthusiastic? I mean, Tennessee is a bellwether state. I know it's red, but that doesn't matter. It's a key state. If without Tennessee, we can forget it. What's going on over there? You're welcome to join the conversation. Up. My access, my live has been removed. Okay, so we're done with Twitter. We're done with. Yeah, I've been taken off Twitter. That doesn't surprise me. You know, this is election day, and Twitter. I've been taken off TikTok. So be it. Anyways, 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Let me just see something. Content has been taken off. That doesn't necessarily mean that I can't go live. Let's just see. I just want to be sure. Live, go live. Yeah, access suspended. November 12th is when they're going to let me come back. Yeah, okay. Did I say something that doesn't comport to the establishment? Apparently I did. Let me just try something here with all right, let's just see. TikTok Studio. Let me see if I can switch accounts. I have 2 accounts here, so maybe the other one will let me go. No, I'm not going to do that. Forget it. I'm not on TikTok's out. So be it. Damn. All right. Anyways, so the Gateway Pundit says that a shocking scene reportedly unfolded at a satellite election office in South Park Ice Rink in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, where early voters who had been waiting for hours witnessed van loads of non-English speaking citizens allegedly escorted to the front by translators to cast their ballots. According to ex-user Emma Carwood, at least 3 buses arrived with individuals being guided in by representatives from, quote, Vote Today PA, a vote mobilization group funded by the progressive organization Working Families Power. Sounds like communists. Which advocates for causes like, quote, economic fairness, racial justice, gender equity, and climate sustainability. All buzzwords for communist action. Some of these individuals were seen wearing hooded sweatshirts with Vote Today PA printed on them. One witness described a disorganized scene, claiming they had these people, they had about 12 of them, walked in and were all foreigners, and they took them up to these younger people to help them fill out and say Vote Today PA, and somehow they beat a 2-hour line. And then they walked up, and one lady, they were even asking her, they were like, we don't have you in the system. Your name's not right. And they're like, oh, we'll take it back and change it. How do you change your damn name? The witness asked. Another individual, Kathy, recounted her experience on X. I was there on Saturday when this happened. We were told when we arrived there would be a 2-hour wait. We watched at least 3 different groups of approximately 20 non-English speaking people were escorted into the building ahead of everyone in line. Another witness, visibly exasperated, commented, I was there. I saw firsthand. So not only do they get everything in their life for free, but now they get to skip the line while the rest of us waited 2 hours. Unbelievable. Okay, these are all commentary on what's going on here. This is, let's see, Gateway Pundit, Arnold Schwarzenegger. What a jerk. He's endorsing Harris. Really? Exactly why? Local ABC news station mistakenly, quote, leaks a, quote, test election result showing Harris winning Pennsylvania as GOP voters stormed the polls. Kamala calls for unity, then calls Trump a tyrant. Buzz Aldrin endorses Donald Trump. Good for him. Florida teen wielding machete arrested for intimidating voters outside polling station. I wonder who he's supporting. Congressman Keith Self, Pennsylvania's call for courage, why conservatives like Scott Perry are needed to save America. Kamala is collapsing. Kamala can barely keep her head up and looks absolutely exhausted after a light day of campaigning. FOIA finds FEMA funding millions to Illinois at the request of House Democrats. Why did FEMA get? Were they part of the Hurricane Helene? I don't think so. What's going on with them that they're getting FEMA? President Trump holds a rally. Great. Biden nukes Harris campaign, calling half USA garbage. We know that already. Trudeau on the edge. Bloc Québécois withdraws support for unpopular Canadian Prime Minister and his Liberals. Now works with opposition to topple his government. Okay, so he's lost Quebec. He's lost everything. Honor and freedom of expression, a distraction from what's truly at stake in the U.S. election. This is about that comedian who said about Puerto Rico, the stupid comment. He should never have made it. Shameful. Kamala Harris makes a comment defending Joe Biden after he called millions of patriotic Trump supporters garbage. Trans kids' mental health no better despite dangerous drug treatment. Yeah, now they released that. I wonder why. Probably somebody leaked it. Anyway, Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly. You're welcome to join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I'm not going to engage in happy talk here and talk about how I think Trump's going to swamp it. I think that because of the cheating and because of the mass media and all of the forces that are out there to try to stop Trump and have done so in every way possible, they're not going to sit back and let this happen. I won't believe. I don't, I saw, first of all, I saw Raskin on with Bill Maher the other night, and I understand he's already drawn up articles of impeachment in case Trump does win. But what I would suggest is that if Trump does win, but if the Republicans, the Democrats are able to take the House, they're going to not only launch articles of impeachment, but they're not going to certify his victory. They just aren't. Raskin is fairly open about that. He also was promoting a radical agenda. He wants to get rid of the Electoral College. He wants to make Washington, D.C. a state, and Puerto Rico, which, by the way, probably would be Republican. And he wants to get rid of the Electoral College, which, of course, is really un-American. It means that the president will just have to run and be elected out of New York and L.A., maybe Chicago. The rest of the country will become irrelevant, will become unnoticed. Let's see. Do we have notes? We've got chats. Your stream so really well. As a proposal for you, I will share your stream. You just see that. To kick community for you to hit 1,000 followers. Oh, he wants me to this is some ad. They're offering to do something in it. Yeah, they want to pay. No, thanks, but no thanks. I don't pay for anything. Yeah, I don't need to have. I don't need that. But thank you anyways. And nothing. There's nothing wrong with making a pitch. I just I don't pay for radio. I want to do it the old-fashioned way. Build up an audience as I go. I'm not going to. I just ain't going to pay. Anyways, 617. I'm sorry, 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, come on down. 508-637-5596. Let me just okay, let me hide that one. And I'm going to all right. I'm not going to overlay it, but I'm going to. You can call in. I just was canceled off of TikTok, so much for that. Let me just take a look at my my Skype here. We have. Let me just see if this works. Best way to do it is just call it. 617-396-4958. Yeah, see, that one doesn't work. It's the other one that works. Let's see. Did I write that out? Yeah, this was in my interview with Dustin Nemos. Right. Nah. Oh, anyways, you're all welcome to come on down. Here we go. If I can find it. I have the number. Here is the number. Okay. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. You're welcome to come on down. Now let's see, where did I put my phone? I think I just lost that. Can't get anything straight here. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, so I'll have to find, oh, there it is. Okay, so let me just try dialing that, see if that number works. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Yeah, that one works. So you're welcome to call. This is a live program. We're talking election. What are your thoughts? 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. You know, let me just put that in there. 508-637-5596. And just enter. Call in at 508-637-5596. You're welcome to join the program. We are live. 508-637-5596. You know, I used to do talk radio in Greater Boston at different stations, and then I kind of got out of it. I got involved with other things. I ran for office. I worked in my business. I had a family. I brought up a daughter. I had other activities. And then I kind of got back in. Now I'm getting back in more so with this online show. But that I immediately bumped into the censorship regime. It actually happened, and it really started happening in earnest in 2019, just the year before the pandemic. And now, if God willing, if President Trump wins, I hope to maybe get back to figuring out how to do an end run around that. Let's see, voter suppression. Quakertown polling in Bucks County cuts voting line nearly 3 hours early, despite 4:30 p.m. closing listed on website. Peace officer cites slow and grueling process as cause. Latest UOCAVA updates. See, this is where they're going to try to cheat. Trump is going to be ahead, and he may even, they've kind of set the stage so that he can't declare victory, even if he has won all these states, because they'll say, well, all the votes haven't been counted yet, which they'll keep counting probably for a week. But in the meantime, they have these UOCAVA votes, which apparently they have lowered the standards overseas for who gets to vote. It originally was for the military, which, by the way, has been stiffed in that they don't have enough ballots in some cases to vote. So that's suspicious, obviously, and a disgrace. But the Democratic Party has spent a good deal of money and resources to galvanize non-military overseas citizens to vote. And apparently certain states in the battleground states, so-called, I would point particularly to Michigan. You don't have to even be a resident of that state, or you don't have to prove you're a resident of the state when you're overseas and you want to cast one of these so-called UACAVA votes. So that's where I think they're spending money and time gathering those. Now, if they do it in Israel, by the way, where you do have a lot of American citizens who are dual citizens and who are Israelis, they're going to vote for Trump. So I don't know if they're really focusing too much on them. Let's see. TikTok notification. Yeah, TikTok has shut me down. Sorry about that, TikTok followers, but I ain't going to be on TikTok for another week. I'm in the penalty box. I don't know. Maybe they'll improve it. I don't know. By the way, if you're out there and you have some tech savvy, contact me. I might hire you. I need help to figure out how to get the stream live on several sites that I really could do this. Like, for example, Substack and Getter is a problem for me now. Used to not be. And several others. I want to be able to expand the program, obviously, as much as possible. What else would I do, right? I mean, that's why I'm here. And, I want to be able to make hay, what can I tell you? Let me do something. Let me also go Twitter and see if I can get the live button going. I know I'm live on Twitter, but there's also this facility where I think I can anyway. Maybe not. Let's see. Twitter. I mean, here we go. Spaces. Yeah. Go live on Spaces. How do I go live on Spaces? Let me try it again. I think I almost had that. Spaces. Let's see. Premium Spaces. Wait a minute. Let me just try it again here. Spaces. Okay, here we go. Spaces. And I want to go live on the video. Reconnect. Hello. Let's see. Mic is off. Mic is on. Mic is on. Welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here. Let me just see if I can get video. I don't see video. MySpace. No video? That's fine. I don't need video. We're live on Spaces. If you want to join the conversation, you're welcome to do so. I'm also live on various live streams where you can. What do I want to talk about? What do you think I want to talk about? What else? All right. The mic is on. You're welcome to join on Spaces. You're welcome to join. I've just been booted off of TikTok. I don't know. What did I say? You can't know. That's the problem. Even if I did know, I don't give a crap. I am concerned about possible theft of this election. There are some troubling things going on out there. I don't believe that the powers that removed Trump in 2020 are going to lie down and let him win. I just don't. I mean, I'll be, I will be shocked. Maybe I've been, Steve Turley, who I follow and who's a good guy, he says that people like me, we've been traumatized. He understands it, but he thinks that we've been traumatized by 2020 and what we saw. And then all the hate and abuse that's poured out and the destruction and the nastiness after that so-called victory. And he's right in one sense. Doesn't mean it's not true. Doesn't mean it's not happening. It is happening. I think they're trying to steal the friggin' election. I stand by that. I don't doubt that they are. I think they've tried everything, including 2 assassin attempts. They flooded Western North Carolina. They tried to bankrupt Trump. They tried to try him on bogus charges. They tried to bankrupt his family. They tried to harass him in every way possible, and none of it worked. And now they even stooped recently to calling him Hitler and this kind of garbage. Enough with the frickin' Hitler talk. Disgusting. These are the same people who are doing stuff that's would have made Hitler and his henchmen blush. Like, for example, castrating young children and removing young girls' breasts. I don't think Mengele would have pulled that off. It was too evil, as bad as he was, obviously. They're the ones who are doing the censorship. That's why Twitter just shut me down. They're the ones who are doing lawfare. They're persecuting and prosecuting anyone who dares be a political opponent. They're spying on Catholics at church. They're spying on parents going to school board meetings. They're spying on pro-life families who, are expressing their opposition to abortion. They're freaking killing a pet squirrel in that guy's house in New York. Really? Some busybody neighbor calls and they show up with a SWAT team. They go in, they ransack his house, seize his pet squirrel and his pet raccoon, and kill them. Commit, well, it's not homicide. You have to have a person for homicide. What is peticide, right? They killed his wonderful pets. I'm sorry, but that does have an impact. And they finished their campaign with this really low, sinking to the bottom of the barrel by calling everyone Hitler, and they're all Nazis. That's right. We're all friggin' Nazis. As I said, the irony is who they are and what they're saying. And what this tells me, again, is that they are not going to allow President Donald Trump to win. I won't believe it until I see it. I really won't. I'm sorry. But that's my position. I just, maybe, again, Steve Turley is right. Maybe I've been traumatized. I don't know. But that's what I see. And that's all I can go by. Let's see what else is going on here. Latest I talked about the UOCAVA updates. Benson is up to new tricks in Michigan. The widespread leftist ballot harvesting operations. Colorado's Jenna Griswold, who put Tina Peters in prison for 9 years for allegedly exposing the code of a machine. She's exposing a ton of codes. She should be in the can. Under fire for leaking voting machine passwords in 63 of 64 counties on the state website. What else is going on? Puerto Rican Trump supporters hold massive caravan rally in support of President Trump. That's in San Juan. Puerto Rico joke hyped by Dems and media has caused zero change among Pennsylvania Hispanics. Good. New Judge Cannon won't recuse herself from would-be Trump assassin. Andrea Mitchell announces she's retiring from her daily MSNBC show. Good riddance. White House spin after Joe Biden called millions of Trump supporters garbage. is so pathetic that CNN isn't even buying it. He came out of jail mentally and physically sharper, Steve Bannon tells the Gateway pundit. He's back and ready to fight, fight, fight. You know, Steve Bannon is really a great leader of this movement. I have been listening to him since he got out of jail. Every single show. Check it out. If you haven't been listening, check it out. It's so, he doesn't complain. He gets right back in the fight. He deals with signal, not noise, as he likes to say, goes right into the research. You can't get better than Steve Bannon. The guy is a powerhouse. He reminds me of growing up in Boston, these kind of Irish, tough, street fighting people, who Boston Irish Catholic vibe. And I mean that in the best sense, not the bad ones. There were a few of them too. But Steve Bannon, this moral power that he brings to the table is unprecedented. And he hasn't talked about the fact that he was a political prisoner for 4 months. He's busy with the campaign, but he did make one quick reflection on that. He said that while in prison, he was giving civics lessons in the rec hall, and it was wildly popular. Everyone attended. You had lines out the door. And that most of the people there were Black or Hispanic. And based on comments that were made and questions over time, and while, of course, this is anecdotal, but it's obvious, he came to realize that they despise Kamala Harris because they know that she was responsible for keeping them in prison longer than their sentences required in order for the corporate interests to get free slave labor in California when she was the Attorney General. And that conversely, they love Trump because they understand that Trump was the author of the First Step Act, which released 10,000 predominantly minority men from prison for minor misdemeanors. Hello, am I on? Yeah, okay. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. God willing, if President Trump wins, and oh my God, I'm sitting on Spielkes, as they say. I mean, the thought of it is just so, it's so tantalizing. Oh, and it could be such a glorious day for this country if he wins. I can almost taste it. That if that happens, for me personally, I'm probably going to start to ramp up this program a little bit. I don't deny the fact that I've been discouraged. I've been behind the 8 ball in terms of marshaling and the amount of energy needed to do it because of the censorship. Look, I was just canceled from TikTok. I was only like about 5 minutes in and they canceled me. I think that if Trump wins, there's going to be ways around that. I believe that. Let me just see if I'm live on YouTube. I have a phantom YouTube. Oh, I'm live on my own website, Charles Moskowitz Live, which I'm going to spend some time promoting if Trump wins. I'll feel energized to do that. Let me see if am I live on YouTube? YouTube's Unlimited Hangout. All right, let's see. No, I don't think I am. It's still, YouTube is still a little tricky. Whatever. Yeah, maybe I am. I don't know. It doesn't appear. Let's see, YouTube. No, it doesn't appear that I am. Let me just see if I click live, if anything happens. No, they won't let me do that. Destiny, he's a left winger. He's live. Yeah, they let him go because he hates Trump. I mean, it's this is they're all having live coverage. Okay, fine. Not live on YouTube. Anyway, you're welcome to join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I don't see. I'm not really attracting much action on the Twitter X. But whatever, it's just another venue. I don't mind. It's all good. Let me just see. Where are we on this? Spaces. Yeah. I mean, I am live on the Spaces. Anyways, Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly. He's a science writer. He does a blog. He has a Substack, a page, and we'll see what happens. Let me just maybe I should take some more of my supplements. I've been working out at the gym. Something I never thought I would do. I always hated it. We had membership, but I never went. But my daughter urged me to go and challenged me, and she kind of like, and I listened to her. Whatever she says, I try to do. And so I actually hired a personal trainer. And, these things get more important when you get to be my age. And I think that the results have been astonishing. I find that I really like it. I look forward to it. I feel better. I'm doing stretch exercises. I'm doing good old-fashioned bodybuilding, pumping iron. I'm doing, cardio by doing the treadmill. I get to listen to Steve Bannon on the headphones while I do it. And I'm finding that I'm feeling better than I have felt in a long time, and I'm getting into shape. Plus, I want to be ripped, especially as Thanksgiving comes up, and I feel competitive with one of my brothers who is very much kind of a gym rat, and he's always been fit. I'd like to be able to show up and not look out of shape, at least, or at least on my way. So that's interesting to me, and I urge people to do that. I'm also a big supplement person. I love supplements. I take them, a lot of them. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program, 508-637, while we wait for Michael. There he is. He's there. How do you like that? Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hey, let me call. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's kind of a casual.
No. Here we are. All right. First thing.
Yes.
I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Please
First
do.
question. What's your gut? What is your gut?
Something, I am, as I've said, I'm sitting on Spielkus. My gut is that Trump is going to win big. And, that even in Massachusetts, the polls are crowded and they have Trump people. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think he's going to win Massachusetts, but I think he could make inroads here. I think he has a chance of taking New Hampshire. New Hampshire's key. New Hampshire is coming out in spades. Kelly Ayotte is running for governor. She's a Republican, very popular, and it's very important that she wins. But she's bringing out supporters. Maine looks promising. I think New York.
Wow.
Well, Maine has. The city of Portland is to the left of Pyongyang. I mean, those people are lunatics. But if you go outside of Portland, you've got real Mainers. And they're coming out in droves.
Maine is an interesting place because yes, Portland's very liberal. If you go into hardcore Maine, it's pretty conservative. But then you go to places like the Mid Coast, and
Right.
apparently somebody created a Trump train the other day, driving up to these Mid Coast little towns,
Yes.
just driving those people nuts.
Yeah, but people are coming out in favor.
Yeah.
And you have to realize the Trump supporters, people like even myself, I would include here, you don't talk about it too loud because you could end up getting in a lot of trouble. So, but today is the day that you can come out and vote. And I think that Trump actually is doing well in New York. The city of New York, you don't have too many. His rally in Madison Square Garden, you had thousands of people out on the street in Manhattan. You had, New York. I mean, the mayor Adams is pro-Trump, even though he doesn't explicitly say so. And Trump has given him a compliment also, and that people are upset about, the whole influx of migrants taking over all the city facilities, and that whole agenda. Plus, upstate New York, it's very red. I think Trump could take New York. I really do.
You heard it here first, folks. You
Yes.
heard it here first.
Pennsylvania is going to be a knife fight. I think Trump. I mean, the people like Scott Pressler have been working in Pennsylvania now for years, registering Republican voters.
Right.
The early vote, which is something that the Democrats always expect to be work well for them, and usually does, it has not worked well for them this time. It's completely backfired. In every example, particularly of the battleground states, Trump's early vote was huge. People did come out, and they were urged to do so. And they're not the usual type of voters. Today, they're swamping the polls. And so I think that if everything was on the up and up, Trump would win a landslide. He possibly could win, about maybe, all of the states except for the far left. I mean, California, I don't think he could win because you've got 3 million illegal aliens voting. So that's gone. I think Washington is probably far left also, but Oregon, maybe, I don't know. Hawaii, forget about it. But all of the West, I mean, even New Mexico, I think that Trump's
Mexico's
making
in play.
Arizona, but of course, Arizona, you still have the corrupt, rotten, Maricopa County. But I just heard Kerry Lake on with Bannon last night, and she said that they have fixed the problems of the broken machines that were breaking only in Republican areas in 2022, and that the street game is good. I mean, I think that I'm optimistic there that the fraud will be overtaken. The fraud in Pennsylvania is a problem. They're blocking access to voting machines. It's like a street fight there. But I think that the overwhelming nature of the vote, they could overcome the fraud. There's always the threat of the UACAVA votes, and they're setting the stage now for preventing Trump from declaring victory by saying, well, all the votes aren't counted yet. He's stealing the election. And what they mean by that is the UACAVA votes. Now, the UACAVA votes are overseas voters. What it is that the standards were weakened, I think about 5 years or 6 years ago. I don't know if it happened during the pandemic, but originally it was only supposed to be for military personnel and their families, and maybe a few others overseas, American citizens. That has expanded to everybody, and that the standards of proof of residency has weakened. The Democratic Party has invested a lot of money in harvesting and gathering those votes, and doing so for the battleground states. And of course, you have the corrupt, rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, who has said that all of those votes will be counted whether people lived in the state or not. So that's a problem, and they could do that, and they could. That's going to be one avenue to steal the election. I think that they may use it. There are problems being reported with the Dominion voting, and there I said it, Dominion, in some states, apparently particularly in Kentucky for some reason, where people are trying to vote for Trump and the machine won't let them. I don't know how pervasive that is, but we know that that's something that's very difficult to detect, the algorithms of those machines. So I'm worried about that. Look, I still think that they're going to try to steal it. I can't imagine them letting Trump win. They've done everything to stop Trump, obviously. I mean, they tried to shoot him twice. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to put him in prison. They've used day after day of these hoaxes and this propaganda to push him. And, oh, he's Hitler. They've gone to the lowest of lows. I mean, the bottom of the barrel. He's Hitler. Oh, yeah, sure. And, nothing has worked, but they're still not going to stop. They're going to do something. I mean, I'm not going to be calm and relaxed until I see it happen. I mean, what about you, Mike?
All right. Well, I can't disagree with any of that, but on the positive side, they have no talent. They keep doing the same things. Let me give you this particular example. That Liz Cheney statement about the firing squad. Now, that may have worked. That may have worked when there was no alternative media. But I ask you, what's the point of making a ridiculous statement like that when it can be disproven in 3 seconds?
Well, even Bill Maher noted that even though he was on a rant about Trump being Hitler, he noted that was a hoax. I mean, and you're right. I mean, there's too much alternative media now who can identify these hoaxes, and they come out with a hoax a week. I mean, I don't know, the latest one having Trump, I mean, just this garbage. I mean, you look at, he's unhinged, or, the most recent one, this is actually the funniest one, and the one that I think encapsulates the entire agenda every week. I'm looking at the Drudge Report, which is really anti-Trump.
Oh, man. Oh.
And they have a big headline, Trump is toast. Trump is toast.
Yeah.
And they show, of course, they do what the Globe used to do to anybody they don't like. They did this with Reagan, where they show a very large picture of him in the most unflattering light. I mean, it tries to make him look really old, or you know what I mean? They'll find something. And then you click on the article, and what it is that Michael Moore, the filmmaker, has said in some stupid interview in some weird podcast that he thinks that Trump is going to lose. This is a headline? I mean, what the hell are they talking about? And they're making this is like, oh, yes. I mean, it's like pathetic. If this is all they have.
Well, this is what I've been saying, that they're being very aggressive, but it's the same playbook they've always used. They haven't adjusted. Now, one piece of good news that I saw on Twitter, I believe yesterday, was that people are looking in Pennsylvania and say, wait a minute, where are all the votes? Where are all the votes? And then the answers come up. Well, if you're comparing it to 2020, when they added 700,000 fake votes, that's why you're not seeing it. And
but I don't know. They still might drive in those white vans filled with made-out ballots in Philadelphia and in Detroit. I mean, I assume that Michigan will be stolen. I mean, it's so bad there. But I hope that maybe that might be the only state she wins because it's stolen.
The signs look good. Obviously, we'll have to wait. But this election seems a lot different from 2020.
Oh, and something, I'm listening to the left-wing radio shows. They all seem demoralized. I mean, they're like pulling, and they're even mentioning, I mean, in passing, what happens when Trump does win. I mean, and these are people like, Nancy Gertner. I don't want to mention her name in particular, but I'm just saying the hard left, street fighters. These are thugs who will like stab at Trump in a second. I mean, these are, they don't F around. I mean, this is like Mark Elias and that crowd. They're not gonna. They are just out there, and they are sounding demoralized, which is a good sign. I mean, if you look at their, I follow his Twitter page. And by the way, the censorship regime is in full force. When I went on a little early and I went on live on TikTok, they shut me down immediately within 5 minutes. They
Really?
suspended.
What did you say?
I don't know. You can never tell. Did I make a reference to getting to the bottom of 2020? I mean, I was trying to actually be somewhat careful, but somebody reported me and they shut it down. You know, I've been suspended for 2 weeks. So I only say this to note that the censorship regime is in full fledged right now. And you know, the last time around, anyone who brought up what they saw with their own eyes, which is that the election had been stolen and that they watched 7 states shut down simultaneously at 11 p.m., anyone who brings that up is demonized as being almost like a subhuman, you know, like you're the Ubermensch, Untermensch.
Untermensch.
Was what the Nazis called you. And that the media, rather than investigate, because they've never really answered what happened with there or some of these other things, they just launched into vicious ad hominem attacks on anyone who questioned that election. That whole infrastructure is still in place. They are setting the stage for demonizing anybody who questions the election now. I do think that. I mean, they're going to try to
I
keep it.
don't think they have the power that they even had 4 years ago. It's pathetic. In fact, there were numerous articles talking about Jeff Bezos' comment in the Washington Post why they didn't do an endorsement.
Mhm.
And I think it was Megyn Kelly and others said, it doesn't matter. The paper's dead. You're not going to save it. You have a hardcore of like a couple 100,000 subscribers and people online, but it's like you're preaching to the choir. And for a good Catholic, this is not a particularly nice thing to say, but you know, they're just going to abort themselves to death. And that's going to be a smaller and smaller faction. I
I
think,
hope so. I mean, but Bezos, I think, knows this, which is why he's not endorsing Trump. And maybe there's a couple of other big names out there who are around now. I mean, look at Elon Musk was anti-Trump until recently, right? He supported Biden. Maybe there's a couple of those types that are out there now and that are going to stand up.
well, even Joe Rogan, as otherwise a liberal, unless
Right.
he's completely changed.
Oh yeah,
Endorsed
he formally endorsed Trump yesterday. So, you know, there are some pretty hard-hitting people, I think, who are around now who weren't before. There's a huge momentum. People are excited about Trump's government. He has amazing people around him. RFK Jr.
That's a big point. It's not just Trump; it's the people around him. He brought the RFK,
Yeah,
Elon, Tulsi Gabbard, some of his good guys from the previous administration.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
His 2 sons are great. His daughter-in-law is great. You know, people he can trust. They're actually very brilliant people. You know, he's surrounded by good people who will not only protect him, but who are going to have expertise in various areas of government. I mean, Elon Musk wants to handle, you know, reducing the deficit. Can you imagine? I mean, Biden, they've rung up something like $9 trillion in debt, which is why people are wondering why hamburger costs $15 at McDonald's.
Yeah.
I mean, to bring Elon Musk in there for that, he's the richest man in the world. He did it at Twitter. He cut back 80%, and it's much better now. I mean, that's like, it's a gift. I mean, this is like something.
Consider that for a moment. Again, I've seen things to this effect.
By the way, let me just interject also.
Cut back 80% of Twitter, and it's running fine. Imagine what he could do to the federal government.
Of course. And by the way, they're UAKava votes. They're not trying to gather votes in Israel because Israelis are overwhelmingly pro-Trump.
Right.
They're going to, you know, they do have American citizenship, a pretty good number of them. I mean, probably in the maybe upwards of, 50, 60,000 Israelis probably have American citizenship, and they're going to vote for Trump, and that can make a difference. So I don't necessarily assume that the Uwakavas are going to all be for Biden. I mean, for whatever the hell they are, Harris.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I think a lot of the military has become liberal, which is a story unto itself. But
Oh,
yeah,
but did you see that they're shafting the military? They don't have enough ballots. I don't know if you saw
Right.
that.
no,
I mean, that's really a disgrace.
they always seem to complain about that. This isn't the first time, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's ugly. That's a disgrace. Can you imagine? Meanwhile, I mean, Jeff Kuna this morning pointed out that the Democrats in Congress scuttled a bill that would have provided for financial assistance to families of veterans who had died in war
Yeah,
for colleges. They scuttled that bill, and instead they supported a bill that gives free tuition to illegal aliens. Now, to me, F them. That's enough of a reason to vote for Republicans in Congress. And Trump has to take both houses of Congress. I think that his chances for the Senate are good. The House, I'm not so sure.
they're trying to. In Senate numbers like 54, possibly
Okay.
more.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I think so because I think that the guy running for Manchin's seat is going to win. The guy in running against Tester in Montana is strong. He probably is going to win. And there might be a few other surprises in the Senate races. I mean, maybe, I don't know, John Deaton can beat Hiawatha Warren here in Massachusetts. I don't know about that, but you never know.
But haven't you noticed that there really aren't too many Democrat office holders that have come out full throat for Kamala Harris?
No, I mean they don't go in, like Tammy Baldwin, who by the way is losing, I think, or challenged in Wisconsin. She didn't even appear with her
No.
when that's a shock in a way. That's a big story because when your president of your party is making an appearance in your state, you join them on stage and you support them. She was nowhere to be found. So that might be a sign for what's going on in Wisconsin. I don't know. But I mean, that could be, and Wisconsin is huge. I mean, if Trump takes Wisconsin, that's a game changer. That's huge. So
Yeah. The other thing that seems to be a good sign is if you look at all the newspapers, the most they'll say is it's a dead heat.
which means Trump is crushing it.
That's what I. That's what I.
And they're never going. I mean, Trump always, historically, performs better than the polls, and this is a good sign. The reports I'm hearing are that people are out on the street, they're voting, and they're waiting in line. If you're listening to this program, get out and vote. Bring your friends, bring your family, bring your colleagues, and be prepared to wait in line. Maybe get a couple of snacks and some water because you're going to have to be there a while. But it's your civic duty. I mean, this is a chance to really, make a difference in this country and get out and friggin' vote for Trump.
Now saying that, today you do, of course, but there are opportunities, of course, to early vote, which 50%?
Is that still happening? I mean,
Well, no, there's not early voting today.
I think the early voting is over now.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is that you didn't have to wait till November 5th. If you did,
right,
you damn well better vote today. But on the other hand, you have plenty of opportunities or had plenty of opportunities to do it. And you should consider, because it's less of a hassle on these so-called election days. So food for thought.
Yeah, but the important thing is that so far, the early voting has been in Trump's favor across the board. Every single battleground state. I don't know so much about. I haven't heard any data come in from the blue states, but I don't know. I mean,
The
I think that,
information coming in from the blue states is there are more Republicans voting early than ever before.
so then, yeah, and that's the so-called firewall for the Democrats. They always banked early votes early, and they were ahead going into election day. I mean, at least in recent decades, and now they don't have it. It's gone. Trump's ahead in all, certainly in all 6 of the battleground states, and he's gained in the blue states. I don't know if he's ahead necessarily, but now on election day, Republicans traditionally come out and vote. And I also assume that independents are breaking for Trump, and a lot of Democrats are going to vote for Trump. They're not, everybody, they all admit that nobody really is enthusiastic about Harris.
No, no one
It's
No one
horrible.
is for Harris except for a very small number of stupid people that think the most significant thing in the world is that a so-called
Is that
black
she has a vagina.
woman, president.
They're voting for her vagina. Just like there was that core of people that voted for Hillary.
Yeah.
And all I can say to them, I mean, is what is her vagina going to affect the cost of hamburger? I mean, what the hell are people thinking?
Well, here's the thing. I mean,
What?
I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton, but I would have to say that Hillary Clinton had a lot more gravitas.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, Harris is the worst. She's absolutely horrendous. I mean, she can't answer a freaking question for beans. Look, she's by the way having said that, I think she's better than Biden, and I think that she's probably going to do better than Biden would have done had he stayed on the ticket, because Biden could not even barely function at all. I mean, the guy he's like gone. I mean, there's nobody home at all.
Well, which begs a big question, Chuck. Who's the president now?
Well, whoever has been president for the past 4 years is who's president now. We don't know. Probably George Soros, I would guess. I don't know. Obama probably. I mean, he's probably out there. And all those people are going to be swept away if Trump wins. The Obamas, the Clintons, the Bushes, all of them will be gone, finally, relegated to the sewers of history where they belong.
Well, let's talk about the Bushes for a minute. Interesting case. I always hated them, but certainly GW was masquerading as a Republican successfully enough to win twice. Okay.
Right.
Now, why the hell didn't he just go off into the sunset, tell his damn family to shut up, and his legacy, such as it is, would have been preserved? But when his daughters and his wife come out in favor of Harris, and I don't believe GW is in favor of Harris. He's kept pretty quiet on that.
Yeah.
But what was the point? What good did that do for those endorsements?
Well, I think that Bush has been affected by the same forces that affected Blackmun, that Nixon talked about. They are blackballed. They're hated. They're denounced. They can't hold their head up at social events. They've been uninvited. They can't go to church probably without holding their head up. And I think that got to them. I think Bush has had, I mean, there was things got pretty ugly for Bush particularly in that final year. I mean, I remember that they revved up that hate machine.
Yeah.
That was pretty tough. And I don't think that the Bushes are set up for that. I mean, they're like, they're country club, people were like denouncing them. So I think that has a lot to do with Bush. I think that his daughters, one of whom is in the media, I think she's on NBC, I think, they want to be part of the beautiful people. They want to be invited to the fancy parties and the dinners, and they want to see.
It's funny, Chuck. What I often ask people is real life more like high school or college? And of course, the answer is high school. And I mentioned this in my latest piece. Why are all these celebrities lining up for Harris? All right, the younger ones, the people on the way up, I understand they have to be part of the cabal.
Exactly.
But Harrison Ford,
Oh my God, what a
Harrison
friggin'
Ford, 84 years old, is never going to make another movie.
I know he's a washed up.
Money than God. So what's the point?
What's the deal with him? He's a washed up actor, and he's now coming out. Yeah, it's just, and Schwarzenegger is one of the worst. Oh my God! I mean,
He
really?
was no. That was, I think something happened to him because this was a scuttlebutt going around California when he was governor. That he was ruined by Maria, who was a true believing Democrat. In
Yeah.
fact, the funny, and again,
Plus, he's stuck with the babysitter. Putting that aside,
yeah,
I mean,
there were the story that went around that I thought was hilarious,
yeah,
and I'm sure is true, is when Maria Shriver was in college. I don't think I ever mentioned this on the show before. She was staying in some dorm or whatever, and she happens to encounter some fellow student.
right.
Well, yeah, I just got a new car, and the payment's a little high. I hope we're going to be able to do it. Maria turns to her and says, "Payments? People buy cars on payments?" And
Oh yeah. Well, talk about silver spoon in her mouth growing up.
yeah,
I mean,
well, a silver spoon and brain dead.
yes.
I know a lot of rich people, and they're not that stupid about common man things like that. Unless they've been sheltered their entire life.
Well, I mean, apparently Kennedy never carried a piece of change in his pocket.
No.
He would go out and people would have to pick up the check. He'd be at church, and when they passed the pew, the thing, he'd have to hit the guy next to him. Could you give me a 10 or something? Oh, by the way, we are live. You can join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I see that Alex from the Donut Factory has just joined us on YouTube. Alex recently hosted me debating Dustin Nemos on his program. Really good debate. Alex, you're welcome to come on if you'd like. 508-637-5596. I'd like to hear from people about what they're seeing and hearing out in the field. Did you vote today? What was it like? What are the lines like? What are people saying? What's going on, especially in Pennsylvania?
Oh yeah.
Pennsylvania is almost turning into, it's almost a civil war.
Well,
I mean,
there was some thing with Cambria County, Pennsylvania, where they're now going to have to keep it open till 10 p.m. I understand.
Yeah, but now they're not. I mean, they've already tried to. They only put like 2 or 3 people in there. There is a war going on in that state. They just had somebody's reporting. I mean, the Gateway Pundit, that people are in line for hours, and these buses are showing up with people who don't speak English, and being done by this radical leftist group who hired them. And they're being ushered into the front of the line to vote, and they don't even know their name. They can't even have a name listed there. So, they are they're trying to pull it off in Pennsylvania. I know that we have a very good street team there. I mean, I don't know if they're going to overcome it. I mean, you've got Scott Pressler is out there. Jack Posobiec is out there. He's from Pennsylvania. You got teams of people. Charlie Clerk is out there from Turning Point America. I mean, there are people, we're not taking Pennsylvania for granted. There's a huge team of people crisscrossing that state and watching everything. And I think that the Republican National Committee, they've had their problems, but it's a hell of a lot better than it was under Ronna McDaniel. Now they have hired hundreds, if not thousands, of lawyers who are ready, just like Youngkin did in Virginia.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're ready. If you see anything, drop a dime, call the Republican National Committee, and they'll have a lawyer on that thing immediately. They've got teams of thousands of poll workers, people watching the counting rooms. Already, the corrupt, Soros-backed, Southern Poverty Law Center-backed Secretary of State Benson over in Michigan, that beautiful blonde woman, she has already tried to block people from going into the counting rooms and has failed. So, it's tough. I mean, those
Well,
people,
isn't this so? I
they're
mean,
going to stick a sieve in your back.
isn't this good news in the sense that they realize they've got a street fight?
Yeah,
And the problem is they got a street fight against people that have already been bullied.
that's right. And they're not going to take any crap this time around.
Yeah.
People are like, they're just, we've been waiting for 4 years for this. And I just don't think that they're going to pull that. I mean, I feel encouraged by that. I just think that even with that, though, they're not going to roll over. They're not going to let this happen. I can't imagine it. Do you think that they've got something up their sleeve? I'm sorry, but I feel uneasy about it. They don't care. I mean, they didn't care last time, but they don't care this time. They want to hold on to power. If they lose, they all could end up investigated and in jail, like they did to Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. I can't wait to see them being called to testify before Congress. Let's see if they do it under oath. It's like they know they're in trouble. They're going to be investigated. There's going to be an investigation.
Here's a model for this. On the ridiculous deal with Trump and the loan with Deutsche Bank, when it came up to New York Supreme Court,
Mm-hmm.
the case started falling apart like a house of cards.
Yeah.
To the point that, and there's video on this, I found it very amusing that toward the end, the lawyers for the plaintiff were begging the judge, don't sanction us.
I saw that. He looked like he was about to cry.
Yeah.
He's like, I have a family. I have supporting.
Yeah. So I think that you're going to see some rats leave the sinking ship. I think you're going to get some tell-alls.
There's already a whistleblower, by the way, in Detroit, a young black man who is saying that they're stealing it in Detroit, just like they did last time. They're putting names out. They're creating fictional people and voting those people. I don't know if there's any way to overcome that completely, because once a vote is cast, it's done, which is why I think that probably they'll hold on to Michigan. I mean, it's just too corrupt.
I'll tell you the way to overcome it in the future is you put these people in prison that are doing this.
Well, that's right. And we should tell people, and I think the Republicans have done a good job, even with commercials. If you cheat and you're caught, that's a felony. You're going to go to jail. If you're an illegal alien and you get caught, you're going to be deported.
Compare this to the early years of the internet, where people were hacking. Remember this? And isn't that cute? He hacked into the public school web server, changed the grades. How clever. And it was, isn't this a little thing? And then you get your slap. Yeah. But now, no. It's a big deal.
Go to jail.
They come down on these people. And I think that I have always said that the only reason that California became deep blue was massive voter fraud after 2011.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they put people on I think they've done it by putting illegal aliens' names on the ballot. Yeah. And voting those names, even if they don't know they're being voted. I don't even blame them. I mean, it's just
you're exactly right. And it was the Republicans did it to themselves because they had a chance to stop this and nip this in the bud, so to speak, with Bob Dornan's campaign against Loretta Sanchez, and they didn't. And they
By the way, we have somebody texting me from Flanders in Belgium, Victoria Perfidum. You're welcome to join the conversation. Send a message and I'll read it over the air, or you can call 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. We are live here. We're talking about the election. We're talking about what's happening on the street. If you voted, I want to hear about it. Have you seen anything, heard anything? What are you seeing out there, wherever you happen to be in this country? if you're listening, one thing I will say that is, if Trump wins, God willing, I intend to really start getting into doing this show. I've been demoralized by, look, TikTok already has taken me off just 5 minutes in. I think that since the censorship regime started to crack down, but I think that that's going to lift. That's one of the positive things about a victory by Trump. This Nazi-like censorship regime is going to take a major hit. They're not going away, but they're not going to get away with what they've done. They're not going to censor legitimate opposition to their political radical point of view. And I think that, the rest of the world, people are praying that Trump wins. I've talked to a few people about that. I attended on the Sukkah holiday. I actually attended a Sukkah celebration in Manhattan.
Did you have a sukkah in your home?
No, that's a big deal. I don't do that, but I did it actually last year. We did it, but we went to a major one in New York. My daughter lives in New York, and a lot of French Jews were there. They're visiting their children who are going to college, and I spoke with several of them, and they're like, "We are praying for Trump. Vote for Trump." They even said it to my wife, and my wife said, you actually make a case. I would not listen to my husband, of course, but you make a case. Maybe I very well might. She doesn't. But I'm just saying that they were very passionate about it.
Well, they should be. The country has been overridden.
Yeah.
And
overridden by anti-French foreigners who, and in Europe,
anti-French and anti-Semitic. Let's not kid ourselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. And in Europe, it's a bigger problem than here. But that could be us, where you have an influx of large numbers of people who are not interested in assimilating into your country, but who are creating their own nationalism within your country. Now, I don't think that's happened here. By the way, the Muslim community in Dearborn, pro-Trump.
Oh, yeah.
The Somali community in Minneapolis, pro-Trump. They've come out. Thank God for them. Thank God for the Muslims. Thank God for the Palestinians and for the Somalis. Get out and vote. They basically said.
Isn't that an interesting turn? Isn't that an interesting turn?
Well, they want to have peace. In fact, Rashida Tlaib, right, who came to office in her first public statement said, "I'm going to screw Trump, that mother effer," and using that word. Remember that? She's not coming out and endorsing Harris because she knows that her constituents are endorsing Trump. So that could tip Michigan. That really could. If the Muslims of Dearborn come out and vote for Trump, Dearborn, Michigan has the biggest Muslim population in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, the interesting thing about Dearborn, because I was born in Detroit.
Yeah.
And you have to be my age to remember this. Dearborn then, first of all, no Jews.
Right.
No blacks. But then they started, they didn't have on their membership sheet anything against Arabs, and they came in and within a very short time became the dominant demographic in Dearborn. It completely changed. The old mayor.
My understanding is that Henry Ford wanted to hire Muslims to work in the factory back in the 1920s because they had a reputation for not drinking. And he thought they'd make very good employees. So he actually sent agents to Beirut and to Damascus to recruit Muslims to come to Detroit to work. So that was the beginning.
There weren't that many living there then.
Sure. But they're all voting for Trump because they believe in traditional values. I think that they're probably also, quite frankly, misogynists. They don't like women in positions of power, which is, I'm not endorsing that, but that's just.
Well, that'll work this time. Okay.
Yeah, that's just a reality. That happens to be a street thing. Steve Bannon has not talked about his prison experience. He says he's going to get into it after the election. He's completely focused on the election. He's doing an incredible job. Check out the War Room Pandemic. It's really, he goes into each state, he gets into it, brings in the right people. The one thing he did mention about his prison experience was that he said that while he was there, he was giving these seminars in the rec room, these civics
Right.
lessons, and that they were hugely popular. People were lining up to go. These are prisoners, most of whom are Black or Hispanic, and that this may seem anecdotal, but he said they despise Harris because they all know that when she was Attorney General in California, she kept prisoners, majority of whom were Black men, in prison longer than their sentence required. They could have gotten an early release because she wanted to have cheap labor for her leftist support, the leftist supporters of the Democratic Party out there,
Yeah.
who, this is, they're going to have slavery practically. And they know this, and they despise her for it. And they love Trump because of the First Step Act. The First Step Act, Trump worked personally on that and getting that across. The result was that upwards of 10,000 prisoners, predominantly Black men, were released from prison for misdemeanors, for like having a nickel bag of marijuana, really small crimes. And that he promised to do more. So, that's I think Black men are not supporting Harris. They hate Harris. And I think Hispanic.
That's exactly right. She made her bones, such as it is, by going with tremendous and stupid zeal on relatively minor drug cases, putting tons of primarily Black men in prison.
Yeah.
To put more notches in her belt. And she was very emblematic of the cartel of the criminal justice system, which is horribly corrupt. It just exists to prosecute drug offenses, to enrich defense lawyers, and keep incompetent judges on the bench. It's a whole mess, and she was a big part of it,
Right.
being involved in the largest state in pursuing that. So I don't really know what her bona fides are, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she has not once talked about anything other than being, quote, Black and female.
Right.
She's not talked about a single accomplishment, of which she doesn't have any, in her entire career. And
Yeah,
the
really,
only-
exactly.
so the only reason to vote for her is if you really hate Trump beyond all reason.
Mm.
But do you really hate Trump enough to
I
put her?
think people are tired of the Trump hatred. I mean, they're going to still have their hardcore cult, Trump derangement cult. That's going to be there. But I think
And
that,
you're never going to change those people.
and who
So-
cares? I mean, I think the numbers for them have eroded. It's becoming, most people are just getting sick and tired of it week after week, year after year. And they're like, this is enough for me. I mean, how long can you sustain that kind of irrational hatred? I don't think people are buying it. They didn't buy the whole convicted felon thing. Everybody saw that they were persecuting a citizen. And then when Trump, of course, is like, he's a brilliant media person. Let's face it. I mean, he's like P.T. Barnum. And I mean that in the best sense. He knows how to work the crowd. I mean, coming out with the mug shot, right? When he gets shot, standing up, fight. I mean, Trump has instincts in terms of how to be a public figure and how to inspire people. The garbage truck, these things, the McDonald's takeout window. He's brilliant. I mean, he really knows how to do the business of politics.
And
It reminds
contrast
me of- yeah, I mean,
contrast
with
with
Harris, I mean,
Harris, when there was a chant, Kamala, Kamala, and she said, okay, now everybody yell their own name.
and everybody sat there in silence.
Yeah,
Trump is it's like the novel The Last Hurrah, which is about about Boston, Boston politics, and it showed this great skill that the fictional character had there. It was based on James Michael Curley, who was he actually won re-election while in prison because he garnered this. He knew how to work the public. I mean, he knew how to do things that would connect with people, and that's a great politician. Trump has that, and I think that's served him well. I think he's gotten
He's not
better.
corrupt like James Curley, but
Right. Well, James Curley, I mean, he had a few. He lived, he had a few beans went in his pocket. Okay, but the point is that he also was a great populist, and he connected with people, and there are similarities. Trump doesn't need the money, but Curley was somewhat corrupt, although they probably went after him because he challenged the Protestant establishment at the time, which he was scathing. He called Saltonstall horseface. I mean, he and all these old Yankees who were running Boston. Curley was, in a way, it is similar to Trump. I mean, in a way, and he was a memorable figure. My grandparents loved Curley, because I mean,
Curley is the guy that originated the notion of having ethnic groups dominate the city so the WASPs would move out.
Which they did, except
Yes.
Beacon Hill. But he pushed them all out. I mean, John Kerry was like one of the last Yankees left, and maybe Bill Weld when he was governor. I mean, they were the last of the breed, and they were not the best ones either. But no, Curley was a brilliant politician, and I think that there are similarities with him and Trump. And he got a lot done for the city. It was amazing. Anyway.
Well, that was the model in a sense for Richard Daley, right? That you can be corrupt, but things have to work.
As long as you get something done, I mean, people are willing to turn a blind eye. Everybody knew Curley was, making a few bucks on the side, but he didn't hurt anybody, and he meant well. And with Trump, he doesn't need to be corrupt. He made his money already. Believe me, if Trump had a shred of corruption, that would have been front page week after week. They haven't found that. Instead, you have some corrupt judge saying that he claimed that Mar-a-Lago was worth $18 million. Show how ignorant he is. I mean, Mar-a-Lago is worth $300 million at least. The parking lot next to Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million. I mean, just to show how rotten that and corrupt that legal system is. That hasn't worked. We don't even need to talk about that. People have forgotten about that. That's dead.
Well, in a sense, I'm glad they forgot about it.
Oh, yeah.
Because this was supposed to be a big strategy. This idea of worshiping authority in general. I mean, when Mandy Cohen, and this has to sink in, of the CDC comes out a week ago saying you should get your COVID booster. It's like my head would explode, right? I mean, how can you keep this up? How is it possible for you to keep this up? And here's the thing, they don't know anything different, right? That's what they do. But it isn't working. No one's getting these shots anymore. And why not? Well, because 60-something% of people did. A lot of them had side effects. Some of the side effects were horrific. And people thought, it's sad, but I can't trust public health anymore. Now, as one who was writing about public health for years, well, I had come to that conclusion a long time before that, the thing that made me write off public health was when they came out against vaping as a method to stop smoking. And then I realized this is so corrupt.
Oh, that's
so stupid.
Well, we'll get RFK going in there with a scalpel and clean up that whole mess. He's one of America's preeminent environmentalists. He has a record as a lawyer of winning cases against the big pharma and against environmental violators, and that's a great thing. I mean, I think that he could bring in a lot of people from the old left, right?
I think you're right, because people that have opened their eyes,
Yeah.
seeing
People, as they say,
something-
they've been red pilled.
yeah, well, but it's red pilled in a good way, in the sense that, you know, I think I mentioned this last time, that my oldest son said, like, what the hell is wrong with Republicans? Why have things gotten this bad? And I said, well, the first thing is, look at who these so-called Republican presidents were, going as far back as you want. After Calvin Coolidge, you have Ronald Reagan, and then Trump. None of these, they're all rhinos.
They all are. They're Me Too presidents.
Lyndon Wilkie, Thomas Dewey.
Yeah.
And let's face it, Eisenhower lucked out because Robert Taft, well, he didn't die before the election, but he was as good as dead.
Yeah.
So they never put up anybody. Barry Goldwater they put up, who was subject to pretty nasty campaign rhetoric from LBJ and company. Remember with that famous
The Daisy commercial. If you vote for Barry Goldwater, he's going to blow up the world.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, they're trying that against Trump. He's going to be like Hitler. You know, we're going to have Nazis. And they showed the Madison Square Garden rally, and they showed the Hitler rally. I mean, talk about ugly. I mean, it hasn't worked for them though. People aren't buying it. It's like the boy who cried wolf. You can just do it so many times, and eventually you're going to be ignored. They're not paid. No one's paying any attention. It's like, here they go again, the latest hoax. You know, it's just they're not. It has no traction.
Well, it has no traction. But then I point out, who was stupid enough to come up with that anyway?
The Hitler thing. Well, I mean, they've called every Republican a fascist, going all the way back to Eisenhower. That's nothing new, but they've gone a little too far this time.
Who thought that it would resonate to compare a rally in 2024 to one in 1939? What does that have to do with you?
And they went in all in with that. I mean, you know, you had the lead up to it, and it just didn't fly. Nobody bought that.
But Chuck, what was the point? All right,
maybe they thought they could rally their own supporters. You know, they thought this reflects the very base of the Democratic left.
But what's the analogy? The fact that it would, first of all,
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's completely fabricated. It's an utter lie. There's no analogy, but I think they're doing it because they want. It's like a dog whistle to their reporters.
Yeah,
they're going to drum up, you know, try to get people out to the polls. You have to stop Trump. He's going to be like Hitler, you know. And it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked among Jews either, by the way. Trump, I predict, is going to get a big percentage of Jews. I think, especially in Philadelphia, and the governor there, who happens to be Jewish, that being Josh Shapiro, I don't think he's showing all that much energy in terms of helping.
No, I was going to say that. I think you're being polite here.
Yeah, I think that
he's very actively doing nothing.
Exactly.
Because he got screwed. And
yeah, he doesn't have any interest in it. Plus, he actually is popular there, and he can see that Harris, he's like any other Democratic politician. He's moving away from her like a Chesapeake Bay crab. Yeah. You know, they're like going sideways. Yeah. They don't want to be associated with her. She's like, it's like what happened. I talked about this last time. What ultimately happened to Michael Dukakis. They're going to move away. They don't want to be seen with them. This person doesn't exist. I have nothing to do with this.
I think Shapiro is thanking God that he didn't get picked by her.
He bit the bullet on that one. Yeah. And he'll be around for another round, and he's fine. But so anyway, if anybody would like to report on anything that they're seeing out there, we're still live here. We're going to wrap it up soon, but you can call in 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. This is the most important election in American history. It's as important as the election of George Washington, going all the way back. I mean, this is this is monumental, in terms of which direction this country is going to go. You have, domestically, you have somebody who wants to come in and stop this crazy, inflation, which is leading America into like Banana Republic territory. Internationally, we're on the verge of World War III. I think that it's now being reported that Ukraine is collapsing. They have maybe about a few more months left. They've run out of men. They've run out of ammunition, and they're losing. And if Trump's elected, he's going to find a formula for peace there. He's going to bring Putin and
This is a
Zelensky.
live show, folks, and I think I have to answer the door.
Okay,
But take a look, Chuck, for a minute.
okay. He's going to bring Putin and Zelensky into a room somewhere, probably Camp David, and he's going to force them to come up with a peace and stop the war, stop the killing, stop the fighting. If Harris gets in, God forbid, there's going to be a nuclear war because that's what they've always wanted. I mean, there's now video out which shows that Biden actually gave Putin a green light to invade Ukraine because they wanted this war. They wanted to create this perpetual war because it benefits the arms dealers. It benefits the internationalists who rely on this constant warfare to weaken resolve to develop sovereignty in the world. And that's what they're up to. So we're going to have war. It's probably going to be nuclear. There'll be nuclear missiles hitting Boston and New York. And it's going to be a complete world war if she wins. Whereas Trump is going to bring peace. Same thing with Israel. Trump will end that friggin' war. He will force both sides to the table. The Israelis are going to have to make painful concessions to the Palestinians, but there will be peace. Biden released something like, it now turns out to be $850 billion in monies that had been retained by Jimmy Carter going way back to Iran. They immediately funneled it into Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas, which then invaded Israel with that terrible genocidal invasion.
Why did he do that?
Because they believe in perpetual war for perpetual peace. That's why. The policy that was mentioned by historian Charles Austin Beard back in the 1920s, who, by the way, was attacked for being an anti-Semite. They tried to destroy his reputation. He was a great man, not an anti-Semite. No, they want to create war in the world. I just was mentioning that it's now come out, this video that shows this, that Biden gave Russia and Putin a green light to invade Ukraine. They want war because they want to, weaken the world. They want to have, the arms dealers, the internationalists. They want to have this perpetual state of war.
Well, here's a good question for you. What happened to all the peaceniks, the Democrats, the lefties from the 60s, all the anti-war types?
Some of them are coming home, like the RFK crowd. I mean,
Yeah, all right.
some of them are waking up. It may not be too late. Probably most of them are gone. But there is some, I think there has been some awakening of people to this internationalist illuminated agenda that seeks to weaken sovereignty, to weaken the United States, and to turn us into a province of the world. That's why they're inflating the dollar. That's why they're engaging in international war. That's why they're telling municipalities that men can be women and women can be men. This is all part of this bigger agenda. And Trump is openly and articulately countering it. To me, it'll be a miracle if he wins. It'll be an event that proves that there is a God. It almost makes me want to become Christian.
Hey,
I mean, I don't know.
the greatest Jew of all time, maybe.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I only say that because it makes me become a believer in God in all of the forms. It's just something miraculous.
Here's something to think about on this military-industrial complex, the term created by Eisenhower on his 1961 farewell address. I'm thinking that he developed a lot of guilt feelings at that point. that he was part of this massive cabal of death and destruction, which, okay, worked out well for the US maybe, but he could see it was not ending. And it was
No, I
Korea.
agree. I mean, I think that he did decide to spill a few beans at the final
Yes.
moments of his administration. He waited for the evening before he left office, and JFK was sworn in.
Literally
And-
the 11th hour.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
and he also said more than that. If you look at that speech, he also talked about big pharma and the biological industrial complex. I mean, there's a lot there that he got into, and you know, he's not the only one. I mean, there were other people in the establishment. I mean, we've talked about Michael J. Glennon and his book, The Double Government. You know, I mean, C. Wright Mills, the sociologist, wrote The Power Elite. It's all about that. You know, there were other people who have tried to blow the whistle, not just Trump and the deep state, talking about the deep state. And that this is a rotten establishment that's been with us since time immemorial. It's nothing new. And it's always been a struggle by people to bring back sovereignty under God and not under the state. I mean, this was the Protestant ethos of the Puritans who founded Boston. Boston is really the cradle of liberty. They brought in the idea that, and it was definitely anti-Catholic, it was anti-Jewish too, probably, that sovereignty comes from God, who is the great sovereign, and that he grants a limited degree of sovereignty to the individual under God, and that the state exists as a vehicle to protect and to preserve those God-given rights. This was the ethos of the founding fathers. This was the ethos that was captured by Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence. This is the political philosophy and the religious philosophy of America. It's a Puritan country. We believe in this concept. Catholics and Jews also have become slightly Protestantized as Americans. It's not the same as it is in other countries.
Well,
Because
tell
that's what we are.
when Eisenhower, confessed in 1961,
Yes.
why has it taken so long, and why did it take a guy that was completely outside the system before more people woke up?
Because they control the media. That's why. You've got Walter Cronkite. You've got them. You know, they've been able to, kind of like, manage what we know and what we don't know, what we see and what we don't see. They really have to a large degree, and they do so less now. There have been great figures who have stood up. I don't know. I mean, I'm a fan of Pat Buchanan. I don't know if you like his books, but
Yeah.
he's somebody who who threw out some ripples. Nixon was not completely on board with it, which is why he was, I think, removed from office. Reagan was not totally on board with it, which is why he was shot. And there have been people who have been at least willing to stand up to somewhat to this. Rush Limbaugh, the late Rush Limbaugh, he didn't go so far as to like completely expose everything he knew, because he knew that they'd pull the plug on him in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But talking between the lines, he made a big difference in terms of bringing people to a more conservative consciousness, an awareness of the American values. He really did. I mean, but he worked within the system because he wanted to maintain. It's kind of it is a compromise. He had huge influence. He had the biggest show in the world, really. They used to listen to it clandestinely in Havana.
Yeah.
And he was there for decades doing that show. Huge difference. But he did play ball to a certain extent with the illuminated establishment. But he pushed the edges, and that's what you have to do. I mean, I don't do it, you don't do it. But if you reach that level of influence, you kind of have to an extent. I'm sure Trump does to an extent. But within that context, you can still move things inexorably toward individual freedom under God, toward the existence of an objective body of moral and ethical values that come from Sinai. you can move things in that direction. The founding fathers understood it, and that was almost a miracle, the fact that there were so many of them that did. And they didn't always agree on everything, but they did embrace this American system. And, ever since then, this country being a microcosm, we have struggled to realize the true, as Martin Luther King said, the true nature of our creed. But in a sense, America's as a microcosm is, you can expand it and look at the entire human experience as the macrocosm. We have been struggling to realize our own individual potential since the days of Adam and Eve. I mean, it's not new. And that, it's every generation we have to struggle to advance. And we've made major strides in this country, especially. So, anyway, Mike.
Well, there you go.
So get out and vote. And as the Irish in Boston used to say, vote early and vote often. and please, pray for this country and pray for our future. There's so much at stake. If Trump doesn't win, I mean,
no, they're really, and let me put a final historical perspective on this. All right. Consider how consequential the election was of 1912 when Wilson came in.
Great
Transformed the country, and no one's looking back at this point. All right. That's where all this left-wing stuff came from, and it just marched on and on.
That's a great example, because that year, the entire country changed.
Yeah.
Wilson was an open and self-avowed socialist, and that we've never been the same since.
He was an open and self-avowed racist, too.
Oh, yeah. And he was an internationalist. He got us involved in World War I, which is unnecessary. He basically embedded the United States into this international agenda. He was very open about it, and there were people around him who were even more open about it, like Edward Mandell House, who coined the phrase New World Order.
Yeah.
And he did it. He got in there through trickery. I mean, they convinced Teddy Roosevelt, who I think was a great man, but he had some weaknesses. He had an ego, to come in and run, as a bull moose, and that split the vote so that Wilson could be snuck in. They implemented the income tax. They implemented a reform so that the Senate would no longer be appointed by the states, which removed state power. They reduced the size of the U.S. House. They implemented the first social experiment, which was prohibition, right? Who the federal government should have no role in whether our people drink. They implemented World War.
He was an unmitigated disaster, and the election of that guy changed the course of the United States, and not for the better.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he implemented, as part of the Income Tax Act, you had exemptions for foundations and nonprofits.
That's the only way they could get through.
Yeah, the multi-billionaires could park their money and use it to influence our politics, buy politicians, hire their layabout children for fat jobs, create this aristocracy in this country, this informal aristocracy. David Horowitz from the Horowitz Center has done a good job of writing about that. And just generally speaking, it's been a shift in sovereignty from the individual to the state. It's a big subject, maybe too big to get into, but you bring it up very well, Mike.
But right now, if you haven't voted, you got to vote.
You bring it up well, because that is what can happen. There can be a major change in the way we see ourselves, the way we govern ourselves, by who is elected. It does matter. It's significant. That's a good example in 1912. We can't let that happen again. Anyways, Mike, I'll talk to you next week, and God bless America. Get out and vote. Let's not have any illusions.
Get out and vote.
Thank you. All right.
Mike, take care. See everybody next time.
And good afternoon. Charles Moskowitz here. Steve Turley is my guest of this segment. Steve is internationally recognized scholar, speaker, and classical guitarist. He is a professor in theology, Greek, and rhetoric. Steve, thanks for joining me.
Well, it's my pleasure, Charles. Thank you for having me.
And Steve, you certainly have a gangbuster of a YouTube channel going. I've been watching it. Very, very good.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Now, you bring up a very interesting premise in that you seem to believe that we are entering into a, you might say, renaissance of Western Judeo-Christian culture in the United States and maybe around the world. And I think you peg that to the, not to the pandemic itself, but that the pandemic is an opportunity to advance such culture. So talk a little bit, if you will, about your premise there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Charles. Yeah, so what I saw prior to the pandemic were a number of dynamics that scholars tend to call post-security politics. It's a very interesting term. The nation state that's got structured, and not to get too nerdy, but the nation state that got structured around the 17th century, that really in many respects, like Yoram Hazony, the Israeli scholar, argues, was more or less modeled after sort of a biblical cartography, so the Israelites, the Hittites, the Canaanites, the Egyptians. Well, prior to the 17th century, in many respects, the world was kind of run by empires and imperial structures. And after sort of the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, we started breaking up into what we now know as the nation state. And there were three advantages to the nation state. We had a sense of border security, so we could stay safe from marauders, We had a sense of economic security, so we can find jobs and provide for our families. And we had a sense of cultural security so that our religions, our customs, our traditions could be celebrated and revered and give our lives a sense of meaning so we can flourish as human beings. What globalism has done over, say, the last 4 decades or so, what scholars have noticed is it's smashed those three securities. It's opened up our borders into basically a borderless world. It's instituted what's known as an economic global division of labor, where manufacturing and industry has been shipped away from first world nations to so-called third world nations, China being the primary beneficiary of it. So we've lost all our manufacturing, and it tends to replace our customs, cultures, traditions with lifestyle values. Increasingly, proponents of globalism see our cultures, customs, traditions as hateful, as bigoted, as discriminatory, and the like. So, in the face of all that, there's been a massive backlash, and that backlash is going on all over the world, where populations are increasingly re-embracing their borders, their economic manufacturing base, and their cultures, customs, and traditions as mechanisms of resistance against globalization. And in many respects, this pandemic is only, well, in frankness, it's hastening both dynamics. It's hastening the craziness that we see with globalists and their autocratic tendencies, but it's also hastening and intensifying the blowback against that. Everybody now is closing their borders. Everybody wants to bring manufacturing back home and the like.
It seems to me that the portrayal of the idea of the nation state and national sovereignty involves a major case of psychological projection on the part of those who advocate globalism, because the nation state is a very progressive institution. It's one that evolved over thousands of years, and it's one that, as you say, it protects a culture, it protects property, it's natural to a nation to protect the life and the safety of its citizens and their futures. I mean, it goes back to the Bible, really, and when they began to develop national borders after mankind tried to overthrow God in heaven at the Tower of Babel. You developed different languages, different cultures, different nations, and then the Bible, the Torah, goes on to give very specific borders for the nations and for all of the individual tribes of Israel. So the whole concept emerged. It's not new, and it's something that has advanced, and I think the greatest advancement in the great progression of the nation state was the development of the United States.
Yeah.
In that we have, we are the first nation to really embrace the biblical idea that rights come from God and not from the state, that we're created in the image of God. We're not God. And that as such, we have a limited sovereignty that we derive from God. And then we give a state certain powers that protect and defend those rights. It's not, the state isn't the supreme, which is, of course, a biblical idea, but it's a radical idea. And it's an idea that was patented by the founding fathers of this republic. So, I think that the pandemic brings to fore the necessity for things like property. And now we're protecting our own private properties more from this dread disease that is banging at the door.
That's
the
right.
nation, exactly. And that the nation is protecting itself by limiting people coming into the country because they might have the disease. And I think that even the European Union, which is very globalist, as you say, they've begun to protect their borders because that's what you do naturally. I mean, the animal kingdom understands this. A bird understands this. Try to interfere with the bird's nest and see what happens. Dogs understand it. Go too close to a dog and see what happens. The idea of the nation state or the idea of the individual property is a natural thing. It's kind of hardwired into us, and this movement to erase it and to try to claim that it's anachronistic or something is actually an unnatural development.
In many respects, what we're seeing now is simply a deference to the very nationalist, populist, America First policies that Trump had been implementing for the past 3 years. If I told you, say 6 months ago, that a North American leader of a North American nation, whose last name starts with TRU, has closed all his borders, has instituted a travel ban from Europe, China, you name it, in an effort to seal those borders, you would be shocked that I told you that one would be a fellow by the name of Trudeau. But it's exactly what's happened. Even globalists are behaving like Pat Buchanan right now. Even globalists are adopting this nationalist populism, and the whole idea of the supply chain, of farming out our manufacturing for pharmaceuticals to China, that's dead. That ain't coming back anytime soon, that's for sure.
Right.
You have Macron and France talking about bringing back industry to France. Japan has done the same thing as well, as starting to bring back their industry away from China. They start to see it as all economic nationalists do. They see the economy as a national security issue. We are a nation with an economy. We're not an economy that happens to be a nation that bows to it all the time. That's the very globalistic structure. And it's stunning. They did a study even before the pandemic. Breitbart talked about it, and they found that over 70% of the American public, when you polled them and asked them pointed questions that were reflective of an America First nationalist populist agenda, 70% of Americans agreed with it. The biggest, the single most conservative demographic, racial demographic on border security are African Americans. They have one of the highest. Yeah, do you mind? Sorry, my phone is.
No, that's all right.
They have one of the highest rejections of immigration of any population, and of course because they're adversely affected by, especially illegal immigration with entry-level jobs.
Well, labor and minorities have always had an interest in reducing immigration because it cheapens the value of labor, and it cuts back on opportunities for minorities who are trying to get a place at the table, so to speak.
Right.
And I think that we can see from this the situation that a nation state has the right to decide who enters the national home in the same way that you and I have a right to decide who enters our private home. It is a normal, natural thing. It's a good thing. You don't have to explain it. It's just one of the basic building blocks of any nation. I mean, you try to enter into a communist country. I mean, if you're not wanted. I mean, it's sort of, the left is now criticizing Trump because they say he didn't do enough in terms of stopping flights from China in the early stages of the pandemic. They're saying, oh, you still let people in. Well, hello, they were citizens And that at the time, I remember they were screaming about the fact that, oh, he doesn't like Chinese men and women.
Right.
That's
It's called
what's motivating.
xenophobia. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's all very situational for them.
Yeah.
But the fact is that, it's just a normal, natural thing for any sovereign nation to do. These are the functions of sovereign nations. And I think it does certainly put globalism on its heels. The latest thing I'm hearing is that now, it's sort of a last-ditch, desperate attempt by the globalists that anyone who criticizes globalism, this is a euphemism for anti-Semitism. Yeah. Hello, I happen to be Jewish, putting that aside, but as a Jew, I mean, Israel is a sovereign nation. I mean, the United States, I mean, this isn't an anti-Jewish thing. It's, are Jews supposed to be globalists? Some of them are, some of them aren't. But, this isn't something that is inherent in Jewish understanding at all. If anything, it's the nation state is the primary idea.
Exactly. And again, Yoram Hazony has been one of the major voices in that, a wonderful, wonderful scholar. He runs the National Conservative conferences. They just had theirs in Rome right before the pandemic. And of course, they had all those horrible anti-Semites like Viktor Orban and the like speaking there, as they're all, of course, laughing at such an assessment. Yeah, one of the funny things, there's some scholarship on this now, where they're finding that, in point of fact, people like Geert Wilders and a number of nationalist populists in Europe are extremely pro-Israel because they see the danger of Islam, and because Islam, in many respects, the Brazilian philosopher Olavo de Carvalho actually argues we have three globalisms going on right now. So the first globalism is the one we're all familiar with, the Western liberal globalism. That tends to be very economically driven. Then you have the Chinese globalism, which of course is Marxist driven, and that's getting hit hard as we speak. Thank God for that. But then you also have a religious globalism, which is the Islamic globalism, particularly via Iran. And their expansionist tendencies. They want to take over the world. They haven't been able to figure out how to do it. But nevertheless, nationalist populists in Europe tend to recognize that. And they tend to see Israel as a beacon. And of course, Israel's probably, when all's said and done, the most nationalist nation on the planet right now. In many respects, the commentators are saying the left doesn't even exist in Israel. The best they have is a center. The best is the white and blue party that just got formed. I mean, Likud is your consensus party, and then of course you have all the orthodox third parties, as it were. There's not even a left anymore, really, in Israel. So the nationalist populist right, particularly Trump, of course, have looked at Israel as actually inspiration in the midst of all this, especially as they're trying to fight their particular globalist enemy, which is militant Islam.
Right, and I think that Israel has always reached out an olive branch of peace to Arab and Islamic countries, saying, we're an example of a nation that has created our own sovereignty. We got rid of the British occupiers, and we want to urge you to do the same for your own respective nations. So, now you have Trump coming into office, and he's using some of the same rhetoric, of course, that was used by the Bushes and by Obama and Clinton, except he means it. And everyone knows that they didn't. They were full of it. They were just saying it for the bubbas, He talked about, protecting the borders, and he's doing it. He talked about better trade relations with foreign countries, and he's doing that, and economic relations that favor the United States and our labor and our industry, and he's doing that. So that, to me, is the thing that is leading the globalists to really take a very strong-fisted attempt to have him removed from office, and that includes several attempts at impeachment. I think there might be more coming down the pike. I mean, I pray for Trump. Yeah. This is the enemies of Trump are the enemies of our sovereign nation right now. And I think we need to understand that. And I say the same thing to liberals who may not be aware of this, and even leftists who are not cognizant of it, because we all have a life in this country. We all have a family and we want to have a future. And do we want to have that future under our own? I mean, sovereign nation, that's democratic.
Right.
That means that you as an individual, as a community, have more say and more control over your own life and destiny, not some foreign, unelected, faceless bureaucracy that's either in the form of an international form of governance or an international corporate form of governance. It doesn't matter. The point is that they have to be held accountable by a constitution and by elected officials who we elect to represent our interests.
It's so interesting because even Bill Maher, an ultra leftist like Bill Maher, recognizes that if you actually want to have a conversation, a deep, meaningful political conversation, cultural conversation, you have to go to the right. The left is almost, it seems, incapable of doing that today, particularly the media, the mainstream, I like to call Marxist media. If you want to have a reasonable conversation, John Stossel found this out, Stossel being very libertarian. So being a libertarian, he's very liberal in many things, also conservative in others. He found liberals shocked and absolutely offended by the things he was saying, whereas conservatives are like, oh, that's interesting. Let's chat about that. That's why we have the talk radio everywhere. I mean, talk radio is by definition 99% conservative because we love reading and thinking and reflecting and then conversio, having a conversation. Because we're not afraid. We have a sense that there's truth out there. We're all trying to get to it. And we're confident that we feel a certain sense that we're really pretty close to it here. And when you have an entire political movement that says no, and anything to the right of us is by definition taboo. It's by definition now going to be defined as hateful, bigoted, homophobic, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and on. And therefore, it's to be dismissed, rejected, and excommunicated. The cancel culture. How is that even remotely democratic? How is that not the very authoritarianism they try to denounce us for? We're the ones who want democracy. We're the ones that want referendums. We are the ones who want more say over what happens in our nation. And we want to do it through conversation and a normal democratic discourse. So it's crazy, but that's why we get to have these great conversations.
That's right. I mean, it's a major case, again, of projection because the left is very solitary and conformist in its views. Their arguments have more to do with degrees of how fast they want to go or personality disputes, but not on ideology. I mean, the ideology, whether they're conscious of it or not, tends to be the same. Their hatred for Trump is that he's actually challenging that view. And the hatred in the media, and you talk about this on your YouTube channel, Steve, and you do so quite eloquently. It is really unprecedented. It's really open to the point where they really are no longer professional. I mean, they'll do a story based upon one anonymous source, which is unthinkable before Trump. And then, of course, the next day when it's disproved, they then take it down and go on to the next one. And it's just this constant barrage. I mean, and the hatred is so palpable. I mean, I was listening to Michael Smerconish, who's a big time left of center radio talk show host in Philadelphia. He's been there for about 30 years. And early in the administration, when the atmosphere was almost like Frankensteinian, I mean, people were showing up with torches and the rage was just on the street. He made one mild comment that praised President Trump about something he had done. And it wasn't even a big deal. It was some technical thing. And he says, we have to give a little credit. And then he got such hate mail and people were going to boycott his sponsors. I mean, people that had been sponsoring him for 20 years. And it was so bad that he had to back down and he had almost like retracted. The atmosphere is like, it's like a carnival. And I think that it might have lessened a little bit because a lot of people, I mean, the average person who dislikes Trump is not like that. They have legitimate complaints. I get that. Or they don't like his personality. That's fine. But this derangement is something that I think what they're weighing and balancing now is how far do they want to go with that, because if they expose it any further, it's going to sink them. So what do you see happening with the upcoming election? I mean, I'm actually very concerned, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the forces that are arrayed against Trump. I mean, these people aren't going to take no for an answer.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's I think the way to situate the election, at least the way I'm doing it, is to have a healthy balance between recognizing we are in uncharted territory right now, especially with this pandemic, and we're going to have to see the economic fallout from it over the next few months. So we're going to have to see what's going on there, but also to look at it in terms of the patterns that have been pretty prevalent, certainly over the last 100 years of presidential elections. Now, for that, I tend to be very impressed with what's called the primary model by Helmut Norpoth of the University of Stony Brook, because it's an algorithm that has studied elections since 1912, which is the first year that the candidates had to go through a primary. And what he found is he found a pattern. The pattern he found is that the primary is the election in microcosm. So you look at the candidate who wins the most votes, particularly in the early primaries, you plug that data in to this algorithm, and then out comes the algorithm's determined winner. And he found it lined up with every single winner all the way up to 2016.
Wow.
I think there was one exception. I forget where that was, but that was the pattern. There was that's your ultimate poll, right? Your poll numbers. Who tends to win those elections? Who tends to win those elections are usually the incumbent. It's a twofold pattern. It's usually the incumbent. So if you've had the same party in power for 2 administrations, 9 times out of 10 we go to another party. It's we swing back and forth. Certainly since FDR and Truman, we've been doing that pendulum swing pretty consistently. Jimmy Carter was the one interruption with that. He had one term, and
also Bush Sr.
Well, Bush so what he says is Bush Sr. technically is the 3rd term of Reagan.
Oh, okay.
So Bush Sr. getting voted in was the disruption of it. That's the interesting thing. So you had 12 years of a Republican administration there. So you almost had a little bit of a going back to the FDR Truman era to a certain extent. So Trump had that going for him. And then when he ran the numbers for the primary, Trump is setting records in terms of voting turnout in Iowa, in the caucus, in New Hampshire. He got 3 times the amount that Obama got the last time an incumbent was running for re-election, 2012. So he ran the numbers for Biden versus Trump in terms of the primaries. And he gives, based on that, plus with the pendulum swing, he gives Trump a 91% chance of winning re-election. Now, he is saying this is unprecedented territory, but if it plays out the way it's been playing out for the last 100 years, we should see Trump in a blowout. We'll have to see. So I know what you mean. I'm with you 1,000%. I'm scared too. There's just so much going against him and everything like that. But Norpoth is standing by his prediction, and he was right in 2016. Yeah.
Did he do this before the pandemic?
So he did it before the pandemic, and then if you go to the website, primarymodel.com, he has a caution on there. He says, now that we had this outbreak, I'm going to be watching to see if there's a massive disruption in Trump's poll numbers. If he goes down to 15%, he'll probably say, all right, forget it. My primary model isn't going to be applicable to this anymore. So he's been watching the poll numbers. And of course, I mean, his polls go up and down, but of course, the Gallup polls have been pretty impressive. Trump has positioned himself as a wartime president, and his support among Republicans has remained absolutely solid. So his support among independents is around that 50%, 60% mark. So he seems to be doing so. Helmut Norpoth has since said, the one thing he said is the last thing we got to watch out for is just the economic data that comes out this summer. If we're going into this election with 20% unemployment, all bets are off. But if he can bring that back down, we can open up the country again, which you've noticed blue states don't want to do, interestingly
Right.
enough.
Mhm.
Right. So I think they know it's going to really hinge on that.
Well, it's all very unknown because the situation is so unprecedented, and I guess the question is, are they going to be able to hang blame for this on Trump? Are they going to parrot the communist Chinese line and do that? I think that in my opinion, we should be grateful, and I pray to God that Trump's president during this thing, because if we had the liberals and the left in office, we'd probably have concentration camps right now for people who step off the lawn.
I can't even imagine.
Take a look at some of these states. I mean, like Oregon is now, moving the opening date up to August 1st. I mean, it's and they only have like a couple of hundred cases, so it's not. It does show the authoritarian nature here, and we could go through other states. My own state of Massachusetts actually has been somewhat moderate so far.
Okay.
I guess maybe because we have a Republican governor. I don't know, but it's not as bad as Michigan or as some of these other states where they're arresting people for going to church. So, I think that all of it, however, remains to be seen. I think that I don't want to sound too tin hat here, but I wonder if they're trying to damage the economy as a way to stop Trump. I mean, I know that sounds far fetched, but given the lowness of this, I mean, impeaching him and doing all these other things and all these, frankly, these conspiracies, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, I just, my way of thinking, I mean, they'll do anything. So, because we're not talking just about Donald Trump. We're talking about, as we started, Steve, a global movement that is, which people are beginning to wake up. They're getting really woke, to use the term.
in the good way, right?
Yeah, in the real sense. And they're realizing that they want a government that protects their rights, not takes them away and decides to grant them on whim, and that they don't want to have this global entity that doesn't care about the individuals and the communities in their own nations. I mean, these things are basic common sense. And I think that the international community, what we talk about, the globalists, they don't want people to wake up to this, and they want to stop it. So I wouldn't put anything past them.
Right. No, I agree with you. I do. Unfortunately, I have to. I mean, just look what they tried to do to Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, that was insane.
And look what's happening now.
Yeah, I know. I know that's the joke.
Elizabeth Warren, always a hypocrite. She's coming out.
Yeah, there you go, Elizabeth. And I'm from Connecticut, by the way. I'm a fellow New Englander as well. Yeah. So, I know. Be careful what you weaponize. It's always going to end up being used back against you. And that's. You just look at what they were willing to do to destroy in order to stop. And, well, I mean, it comes down to exactly what you said, Charles. You had a great distinction. We can disagree. We're all for disagreement. That's fine. It's derangement that we have an issue with.
Exactly. All right, Steve Turley, let my viewers and listeners know where they can read your excellent work, where they can see your excellent YouTube program.
They can go, so if they want to see just the whole panoply of stuff, go to turleytalks.com. It's my last name, T as in Tom, URLEY, talks, like TED Talks, turleytalks.com. And then just all you have to do on YouTube to check out the YouTube channel is just punch in Dr. Steve Turley. It'll take you right to the page.
All right, Steve, listen, I want to thank you for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, Charles.
And we start recording on this one.
And if you need to take some time, take time.
No, we're ready to go.
Cool.
All right. Charles Moskowitz here. And my guest is Charlie Robinson. And Charlie is the author of this really interesting book, The Octopus of Global Control. Charlie, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Let's get into it, shall we?
Shall we? Why not? First of all, what led you to write this book?
Oh, man. So it's funny because there should be some deep, complicated story about it all. But really what led me to write it was a very simple question. A conversation I had with my mom. I had discovered some new great conspiracy topic that I had gotten into, and I was filling her in on it. And she just, and she's always such a good sport, and she listened to me about these crazy things. And afterwards, she just said, "This is all this is all great. You've got all this information about all these different topics. What are you going to do with it? And I didn't have an answer. It never even crossed my mind that I had to do something with it. I just kind of, I just was compiling it in my head, and I was interested in the topics, but I never had any sort of plan. And after that question, I sort of, I just started thinking about it, and I thought, well, I could do a documentary. Well, I don't really have the background in film and all that. I could do a podcast. Well, I wasn't really at the point. I now have one, but at the time I wasn't really ready for that. And I just decided, well, I think I can write about it. I think I have a way of injecting my dark sense of humor into these dark topics. And I think I can find a way to make them, while still being respectful of how serious the topics are. I feel like I can do it in a way that also kind of makes it a little bit funny, because I've been inspired by guys like George Carlin and Bill Hicks and Joe Rogan and, comedians, and Jon Stewart, that comedians that had understood the political slant, and they could tell you a story about it, and you would get the gist of the story, but you'd still find yourself laughing at it too. So I figured if I could find a way to kind of do that, that would be a good part. But then I also remembered that back, I don't know, I think this might have been 2006 or so. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the, I don't know if you want, I guess, truth community, if you want to use that term. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the truth community make, which is I brought up 9/11 at a Thanksgiving dinner, and I watched watched the table turn on me, and I watched everybody not appreciate my contribution to the dinner table conversation. And I also realized that through that botched conversation, I realized that they saw me as somebody that didn't have any sort of authority to talk about these topics, in part because I didn't have any authority to talk about the topics. I was just a guy that was interested in it.
Right.
But I felt like, you obviously you don't take your notes with you to a Thanksgiving dinner, but I felt like if I had that conversation again, what I would have done was I would have brought in the words of, not me, because they didn't value my opinion on it. This was my in-laws family at the time. They didn't value my opinion on it, but they did value other people's opinions. So so for instance, I felt like if I would say, if you heard Henry Kissinger say this, would you believe it? If you heard David Rockefeller talk about the New World Order, would it be more real? What about Bill Clinton? You like Hillary Clinton. What if you heard Hillary Clinton talk about it? So I started thinking about that conversation. And when I wrote the book, so the structure of the book was that, yes, I've got my opinions on these topics, and yes, I brought in a dark sense of humor, but then I also brought in quotes from over 500 different people that had a front row seat to some of these events. Either they were involved in it, or they were witnesses to it, or they had some interesting take on it. So that's where I was able to pull in some George Carlin quotes and some Bill Hicks, but also Rothschilds and things like that. The format of the book is I'm talking about these 8 tentacles of this octopus, but then I'm also peppering it not with footnotes, but with quote footnotes. So I would talk about how they had this plan for a one world government, but then I would inject the quotes that was them talking about it, behind the scenes and everything. So that's how the book came about. And I wrote it in total secrecy because I didn't think I would finish it, or I wasn't sure if I'd finish it. And when it finally came out, and when the boxes when the first batch of books got delivered to my house, I hadn't told my wife I was writing a book, which is maybe not the best strategy. I left for the day, or I was out doing something, and the boxes came, and my wife didn't know what they were, and she opened them and found all these books, a 540-page book, flipped it over on the back, and there's my picture on the back of it.
Oh,
and
my.
When I got home, she threw me out of the house for 2 days because she said I was cheating on her by writing the
Now,
book.
did you send a copy to your in-laws?
I did not, but they should get credit for spurring me to write this book. So that's kind of how it started out.
Oh, that's amazing. I had a similar experience. I don't know where you fall politically, but after the last election, I was informed by my in-laws that the Thanksgiving dinner would be a Trump-free zone. And also, look, I mean, on a more serious note, I mean, writing a book is and I've written more than 10 nonfiction books on similar topics. It is a great way to really go deep into a topic you're interested in and fascinated by. And anyone, almost anyone, can now write a book with the access to the internet and Microsoft Word and several things. You can write the book. You can self-publish it if you want on Amazon. It could get picked up by a publishing house, which happened with me in 1 or 2 cases. And it's an amazing thing, and that what we have access to.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk a little about the book itself and your premise.
Sure.
You weave together a very comprehensive look at what you call the octopus of global control, what I think we used to euphemistically call the Eastern Seaboard liberal establishment and its interactions with other like-minded establishments around the world.
Yeah.
What do you see as the main nexus of, and in a sense, the brain of this octopus?
Well, it's so the octopus concept was not mine. Obviously, it went on early. It's been around for a while. And one of the quotes that I used talks about. It's a quote from a guy named John Francis Hyland, and he talks about this octopus with its sprawling tentacles that have captured the state, the courthouses and the media and the banking and the government. And he's going on this long thing, and he says, let me be specific. I am talking about the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests. And when you get to the very end of this guy's 3-paragraph quote, he was the mayor of New York City. It was 1922, and if you would remove that and put 2020, his statement would have been as relevant today as it was 100 years ago. So what occurred to me was that this has been around for a very long time, and in the brains behind it is this group of banking. God, I hate to use the word elite because there's nothing elite about them in the sense of being good people. They're reprehensible people, but elite in the sense that they consider themselves to be above everybody else. So it's these banking oligarchic families that have been around, that have like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, and they're less concerned about nationalities, and they talk about it in their own works as being internationalists. Now we call them globalists, but David Rockefeller talks about himself as being an internationalist. So it's these internationalist type families that have a controlling hold through their interlocking boards of governors and through the corporations that they run, through the central banking components that they are involved in. But it's a fluid situation, though, because I think that it's not just that. I think that there's new people being added to this octopus. I think that the new tech oligarchs are going to carry this moving forward. It's a philosophy more so than anything. It's a philosophy that they believe they are. They look at themselves as being the people that are making the tough decisions for humanity. They are doing the work that needs to be done, and that we should actually be thanking them for stepping up to the plate and taking care of this. And we see this, we're starting to see this now in a more modern context with what Bill Gates is involved in. And he would definitely be part of this group, part of this octopus. And you see him stepping up and saying things like, in order to get the economy back and get people out, everybody's going to have to take this vaccination. We're going to need to see where everybody is. And, and he says it in such a matter of fact way, as if like, oh, okay, well, we'll just follow you. But this is the mentality that they have. They've been either in control of their large corporate interests. They have tons of money. They're psychopathic in nature.
They have a messiah complex, I would say.
For sure.
I mean, they believe that and a lot of them are well-meaning, but they believe they live in this kind of ethereal bubble that's resulted from either inherited success or actual success, to the point where they've gotten used to power and they believe that they want to reach out and exercise their visions on the rest of us, that somehow they're smarter than the rest of us.
Yeah.
And while some of them are well-meaning, I think some of them are not well-meaning, they're sinister, they nevertheless believe in this kind of informal international governments that by which they leave in place the governments of the world, they leave in place the religions of the world, they leave in place the cultural institutions and the economic institutions of the world, but they would quietly exercise their power to control these things. And I think it was Whittaker Chambers in his book Witness, which is one of my favorite books. He referred to it as a conspiracy of gentlemen.
Mm.
You know, it's not like a literal conspiracy where you have a bunch of people sitting around smoking cigars and, you know, drinking scotch, you know, in some wood-paneled room somewhere. It's a people who are like-minded, who think similarly, and who hear each other and make sure that that particular type of voice and that particular means of communication is the predominant one that is heard. A perfect example of that is Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a classic example of somebody who was fixing parking tickets, and all of a sudden he's catapulted into the presidency, and he spoke that kind of language, that sort of double talk, that sophistic style where it's all coded and it's a lot of dog whistles and indirection. And, you know, you hear that when you hear that, it was French scholar Alain Benescon who referred to it as the language of totalitarianism. It's not real. And one of the reasons that they so much hate and despise Trump is because he doesn't engage in that kind of language. He speaks plainly. He can be crude, and certainly he can be cruel, but is what it is. It's not, and when he says things, he means it. It's not like, I mean, Obama, Clinton, they all gave a lot of speak about strengthening America's borders and stopping illegal immigration and that kind of thing. But no, everybody knew they didn't mean it. And if you listen to the way they said it, you knew they didn't mean it because it was couched in this kind of doublespeak.
Yeah.
Whereas with President Trump, he says it and he means it and he's doing it. Yeah. So this is a major stick in the eye of this establishmentese, this internationalist set that scorns things like sovereign nations and belief in a creator of the universe and individual rights, you know, and has contempt for those things as being backward and anachronistic.
Yeah. Yeah, and people have always said, well, what are these guys just sitting around, you know, like you said, sitting around a smoky table and, you know, plotting out how to rule the world? It's like, well, they don't need to. They know what's good for them. They understand what works for them. They understand what benefits their industries, and they have relationships with other people, high-ranking people that understand the plan as well. And do they have meetings? Yes, of course they have meetings. They have Bilderberg meetings and Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. They have all of these things, but above those organizations is a group of people that understand what works best for them, and they all understand what does best for them. So they push the policies that will benefit them in terms of either making them more money, which is not as high on the list as maybe everybody thinks, because when you have access to the central banks, you have access to the money, but it's more about controlling the minds of people and shrinking the power into as few hands as possible, and playing this game where they make it look like the nation states are calling the shots on all of these things and that the presidents are calling the shots. I totally agree with you. When you're Bill Clinton or you're Barack Obama or George H.W. Bush, that when you watch them speak, there's two speeches in one. There's always two speeches in one. There's one that goes out to the public, and then there's one that you can interpret much differently based on understanding the words that they use, the phrases that they use. there's even coded language, like like the way they use their hands when they put their thumb on top of they make a fist and put their thumb on top, and they do this. It's a very unnatural. If you watch politicians give speeches, when they do that, it's like a trigger mechanism. It's like waving a big banner that says, "I'm lying to you right now." I'm lying to you.
Well, they affect certain mannerisms that are very studied, like the way Bill Clinton would bite his lower lip. I mean, this meant that he actually cared about anyone but himself, which we all know he didn't.
Right.
And I think they practice in front of a mirror how to deliver and how to gesture their arms. I would suggest, and I don't mean that, I'm not trying to say here that they are the equivalent by any means, but I think that one of the public figures that they study as a matter of rote was Adolf Hitler.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
a master communicator. He knew how to, he would start, if you listen to his speeches, he starts very soft and then he gradually builds and builds. And by the end, he's screaming and gesturing. And it's an emotional, I mean, the tactics were very studied. This wasn't an accident. It was how to hypnotize people, how to, it's like a form of wizardry. I mean, how to create a mass experience. It's something that Edward Bernays, speaking of Rockefeller, I think he was his brother-in-law. He's considered the father of marketing. He wrote a book called Propaganda in the early 20th century, where he basically taught Americans to have bacon and eggs for breakfast.
Yeah.
He taught women to smoke. I mean, there were these
Torches
kind of like,
liberty.
Yeah. I mean, to manipulate, it was to manipulate emotions and to manipulate people's behaviors. That was what it was all about. I mean, it's this is a very carefully studied thing. This is the whole art and science of psychology, in a way. Is, I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but it's a study of control. It's a study of how to manipulate and control emotions, both control of individuals, but of masses, of entire countries.
Yeah. And you're right when you talk about Hitler. If you watch his videos, some of his speeches, he'll step up to the podium and he'll stand there for like 2 minutes and not say anything. He'll just put his hand, fold his hands together and stand there and wait. And and the crowd is roaring. And after a minute, it starts to get a little calm. And after 2 minutes, it's silent. And then he starts very softly.
And they even went so far as this. It's an interesting study because they would manipulate all the senses. Like they would manipulate what you see with bonfires at night. What they would have smells, they would have sounds, it was kind of like a multimedia experience. And people would get caught up in it emotionally to the point where women were fainting. I mean, Obama reminded me of that a little bit. I'm not saying he was like Hitler at all, but there was that same phenomenon, which was not something you generally saw in the United States, where women were fainting at his rallies.
Yeah.
Now, Trump is the opposite. I mean, it's very freewheeling and he's talking bluntly and, he doesn't look at the teleprompter. Sometimes he goes way off the edge and he needs to be reeled in a bit. But nevertheless, I mean, I've been to a Trump rally and it's a very real thing. No one's hypnotized. It's not like nobody worships Trump. It's quite the opposite. But they're into like worship of the state and of people and things that represent the state. And they exalt those things and they venerate them almost like they're demigods. And that's, I think, part of this whole program of international manipulation and control.
Yeah. Yeah. And you see that come out of the Tavistock Institute in the UK, where I just kind of describe that as the culture factory. When people see the Beatles, and they come to America and they're getting off the plane and all those women are screaming and everything. Those women were all paid to be there. I mean, that was a Tavistock project that they put forth, and they use this. And so there's a psychology behind crowd manipulation, and what works for politicians can also work for rock bands. And Tavistock was very heavily involved in this. Guys like Dr. Alexander King, who was one of the creators of one of the founders of NATO and was highly involved in this. And so you get these really sketchy characters involved in these institutes and connected to guys like Bernays as well. who create a culture. And they're, I mean, look, we have got to give them credit. They're very good at what they do. They
Right.
know how to get us riled up. And that took, they took that to new levels. And then once television came about and became really mainstream, they went to work on television through the Tavistock Institute and the CIA to really use that to shape reality. And I think it's fair to say, especially given what we're going through currently with this coronavirus pandemic situation, that the media, in my opinion, is one of the most dangerous components of this whole octopus, because
and they do their nightly, like fear mongering, atrocity kind of reporting and anything. But okay, my guest is Charlie Robinson, and the book is The Octopus of Global Control. It's available at Amazon and other locations. Charlie, you brought up the Beatles. That's a really interesting subject to me. I mean, look, I love the Beatles.
Me too.
I love their music. I think they were geniuses. But John Lennon was always the truth teller in that band, and he's the one who said politically, he goes, "Look, we've been made to be more popular than Jesus Christ."
Yeah.
And he got in trouble for that. He kind of went off the reservation a bit, but he was saying something there. I mean, he was like, this is insane. I mean, and he would do, when they would appear, he would make Hitler salutes on the balcony when he'd wave to people. And he totally was like letting the cat out of the bag with all of that. And then it also is worthy to note that the Beatles, as great as they were, and as brilliant as they were, they introduced alternative Eastern religion, and they also introduced drugs. I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but they glamorized drug use in the 1960s with their lyrics and their actions. And it was followed by other cultural icons as well. I mean, the Stones, of course, the Doors, various groups. And it was one of the contributing factors to the development of what Aldous Huxley talked about in his Brave New World, that he said in an interview just before he committed suicide in 1963, that the world was going to be turned into a drug-induced concentration camp, that we would all be on some kind of controlled substance, and we would become, servile to this kind of mass instinct. And so, you can't dismiss the possibility that the Beatles, certainly, maybe even others, might have been conscious and witting participants in this agenda.
Yeah. And the work of guys like Mike Williams, the Sage of Quay, who's done a lot of research into the Beatles, Mark Devlin, who's written 2 books, Musical Truth, Volume 1 and 2. He and I both spoke at an Acapulco a year ago, and I watched his presentation called No More Heroes, and it was interesting to dig into the background of not just these really famous musicians, but their families. You start to realize start to see that, like Jim Morrison, lead singer of the Doors.
Yes, his father was in the CIA.
His father was the admiral of the ship that was allegedly attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin incident in Vietnam, which is one of, it didn't happen. It was an event that didn't happen. And so you start to dig into who are these people, and we see this now. We see this in pop culture with regards to like the Super Bowl halftime shows and the Olympics opening ceremonies. And we see a lot of the one eye symbology of the people, the famous pop stars that are covering one eye and all this stuff. And at some point, early on, that you conspiracy theorists are all the same, but look, it doesn't matter to me, but it matters to them. They are sending a message. And you talked about this earlier about how these important families are, that ritual and the way they carry on a public event, it matters to them. It comes from their culture of ceremonies and like witchcraft and Luciferianism and all these things that they're really into, and it's right. And it matters to. So we can be dismissive of it. My point is, we can be dismissive of all this stuff as just
not at all,
but it matters to them. And so maybe we should pay attention when you keep seeing the pyramid showing up in all of these music videos or opening ceremonies of the Olympics or the opening opening ceremonies of CERN, or you're like, why are you having all these? Why are you doing these crazy?
Oh, we could do a lot of talk on this topic. I mean, I feel nervous going too far because I don't want to lose my YouTube channel here.
Well, listen, let's get off it then, because it's a real thing.
I think that probably people who follow me and follow you, Charlie, kind of know what we're talking about here.
Yeah, there's plenty of other places you can go and get deep into that information.
That's right. I could do it on my audio show.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I want to do it live on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube's funny
because
about that
maybe
stuff.
YouTube might be part of this. I don't know. I'm not saying they are, but you never
We'll
know.
talk
And I
about
appreciate
unicorns and
YouTube.
rainbows instead.
So anyway, your book is really weaves together all of these various elements to show, as you say, an octopus of control.
Yeah.
And I think that the three pillars in this is the culture, politics, and money.
Yeah.
And I suppose the fourth estate is religion.
Mhm.
And they tend to try to gradually, over time, control the high ground in all of these areas informally by getting into the system, working up the route line. I mean, a good example is the complete co-opting of American academe.
Oh, yeah.
Starting in the 1960s and right up till today, liberals gradually worked their way into these institutions and promoted other liberals to come in and got rid of conservatives through attrition, to the degree that now, even I think Boston Magazine, and I'm in Boston, they did an article showing that Boston and Massachusetts universities are like 97, 96% liberal professors.
Yeah.
It's like there's not a lot of diversity there. There's not a lot of dissent. There's a great deal of conformity. And at this point, it's become, really oppressive. And I think that students who go to these institutions, they kind of internalize these things, or they've already internalized them. And if they haven't, then they do so pretty quickly because they want to get through it and keep their head low and get their degree. You don't want to buck this kind of system. And I don't know. I'll just give an anecdotal situation. Back in 1998, I went to Tufts University and got a radio show as a citizen broadcaster. And I was conservative. And people there were mostly liberals, and they came in there with the blue hair and everything else. But we had a great time, and I would invite people in my show, and we would have debate and dialogue. And I had on prominent liberals like Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn and others. Mm-hmm. And then I left that station, and I think it was 15 years later, in 2015, I came back and decided to do a show. And it was like Rumpelstiltskin waking up after having been asleep for 30 years. It was a whole different atmosphere. Nobody would talk to me. Eventually, I was reported to the anti-bias police. And then the newspaper did a story on me, calling me all kinds of names. And they moved my show to like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And it just was like a very kind of fascistic attitude. I mean, everything had changed. People were afraid. Nobody wanted to stick their neck out. People didn't want to, you're spending 60 grand a year for a college education. You don't want to get in trouble. They had this anti-bias Gestapo that could kick you out of school and could ruin your life. If you didn't goose step to the politically correct agenda.
Yeah.
So I think that they've really taken, again, I agree this is anecdotal, but they really have assumed the high ground in academia at this point.
Yeah, they've used tenure as a way to reward those professors that are towing the proper line that they want, and use it as, the carrot for others to get on board. If you want, it's kind of like the Supreme Court. You give someone a job for life, and then you're like, okay, well, then you lose all control over them. I mean, there's nothing you can do to them at that point. Where you're going to, so you've got college professors that are rewarded with tenure for doing it the way that the university wants them to do it. Then you've got this insanity that has sprung up lately that you're talking about, which is safe spaces and all of this, 57 different genders and all this stuff. And if you point out the obvious, that this is all ridiculous, then you're somehow you're always anti-Semitic for whatever reason, just because.
Well, anybody that disagrees with the left is called an anti-Semite by the ADL.
Right.
And it's nothing to do with Judaism. I'm a Jew, by the way, and
Right.
I think that they're one of the worst groups. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You
the
know,
eight-
if you don't goose step to the left, you're an anti-Semite, and they can put you under a microscope. I mean, black groups are doing the same thing. If you don't goose step to the left, you're racist. Gay
Yeah,
groups, if you don't goose step to their agenda, you're anti-gay. I mean, it's ridiculous.
it's how about I'm anti-insanity. I don't.
Yeah.
I I went to USC, which is in LA, and I got out of there in '95, and there was none of this stuff. But I don't know why. I don't. I have a daughter who's 8. When she decides to go to college, if she chooses that route, I don't want her to be in a school that says, "Oh, somebody has called you a bad name. Well, we've got a safe space for you." Because then you're starting to teach them that the world is filled with safe spaces. And like, listen, some of
Oh
this
my
is
God.
like
No, I mean, I was broadcasting at Tufts, as I said, right. I came back during the Trump election, and people were like weeping, and they had to set up like safe rooms where people could play with Play-Doh, like they had reverted back to nursery school.
it's crazy.
I mean, and this is a time, whether you like Trump or not, we should have been celebrating the fact that we had a peaceful election, we'd had a change of power, that we have a democracy in the broad sense within a Republican context, and that we're going to have a new administration, whether you like it or not. I celebrated when Obama was elected, even though I didn't vote for him, because that's the system. I mean, you go into opposition, a loyal opposition, where you then criticize policies. You don't become the resistance. That's a communist term. It's just anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, and I had this conversation with Sam Tripoli, who does Tinfoil Hat and is also a professional stand-up comedian. And I asked him, like, can you go out and play colleges? He's like, no, there's no way I can play a college. He goes, I have to make everybody in the audience happy. If I make one person unhappy, they go to an administrator who goes to, who then comes up on stage and, with the old hook cane thing and just pulls you right off stage. Well, who needs that stuff? And by
It's
the way,
become like, I mean, look at they drove Ben Shapiro out of I think it was UCal. I mean, he's like a moderate conservative guy. I mean, we're not talking about some real
not Milo.
ideologue there. And I mean, they came up with pitchforks and burning.
Yeah.
They were like crashing the door down.
Yeah. It's insane to me, but
And this very well could be a product of what we were talking about earlier with this kind of mass manipulation and
oh yeah,
the establishment using the means of communication, the media and the culture to present something in a way that is so pervasive and so over the top that people come to they internalize it, they are conditioned by it.
Yeah, and when you want to make a huge impact on society, if you're these maniac controllers and you want to impact society, it makes sense, like Adolf Hitler says, give me control of the textbooks and I control the next generation. So you've got them infiltrating not just the colleges and universities to get those kids thinking the way they want them to think, but also taking it a step earlier and going after the curriculum of schools. And one of the things that we saw early on was the Rockefellers and Carnegies putting lots of money into the compulsory schooling system. And we have Bill Gates in his new version of this, and he's one of the new Rockefellers, hiding behind his foundation. We've got him pushing Common Core, which is, if anyone has taken a look at the Common Core math component, it is, I don't know any other way to describe it other than intentional disinformation and torture of these kids, because it is so backward that it screws kids up, not to mention puts us way behind every other country in terms of math.
Well, what they're doing is they've invented a new way to do equations that is so convoluted and complex that it doesn't get to the basic function of arithmetic, where you actually can solve problems. It becomes something else that, I mean, it's creating a dyslexic impulse. And my friend, the late Dr. Samuel Blumenfeld, wrote many books about this. He used to come on my show all the time. And he talks about how phonics, which is the way you learn English, because English is a phonetic language, and you develop a reflex by which you put vowels and consonants together to form words. it was replaced by look, say, reading, and it was done deliberately by this establishment, starting with John Dewey, who was the father of quote unquote progressive education. And what it did was require the new reader to memorize words as if they're pictographs. It created a dyslexic impulse. You didn't really read, you were guessing, and you were like looking at sentences and kind of glossing over them and kind of grasping at their meaning. And the result was, according not just to Sam, but to a lot of researchers who are legitimate people, including this Harvard professor, her name escapes me right now, the result was dyslexia and eventually ADD and other social disorders.
Wow.
Because, I mean, if you can read, you can become a real independent sovereign citizen. And that was interrupted by this whole rotten look-say method. And the Rockefellers had their fingerprints all over that one, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really devious what you can do to the kids if you take the time to invest in these education systems. I mean, people don't, and I didn't realize this either until I started researching for the book, that, you know, the reason why when you're a kid and you're in a public school and all the desks are in rows, you know, these single file rows, and then there's a bell that goes off, you know, when class is over or when school's over. It's that the Carnegies and Rockefellers wanted to create a simulation that would mimic the working in a factory, because they own the factories, and they wanted these kids to go in, get this, you know, like a minimum type education, so that, as George Carlin says, they're smart enough to work the machines, but dumb enough to not realize how badly they're getting screwed. And they incorporate the bells and the factory, you know, the desks in a straight line and all these things, so that when a kid goes into school, this becomes very normal. And when they get out of school and they go to work at a factory, that also becomes just a continuation of this. And so it's very, you know, what you realize is that we maybe haven't thought about it all that much, but they certainly did. They put a lot of time and effort into thinking of how this best would shape society for their benefits. And a lot of what we do and a lot of what we consider to be normal is normalized because they normalized us to it. You know, it wouldn't be normal to us if it hadn't been for the influence of these organizations like the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Institute, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And so we see this moving forward. So I think one thing that a lot of us need to be aware of is that sometimes these organizations that purport to be there for the benefit of humanity are not actually doing the things they say they're doing, but they're actually being run by maniacs that that have a very specific agenda, and they are shaping reality to fit their needs. And so somebody that thinks, oh, the Rockefeller Foundation is out there doing all this great work. No. The Rockefeller Foundation was created because the Rockefeller family was so hated by society because their companies had treated people so poorly that there was a massive revolt against them. And so the Rockefeller Foundation was started with these guys that had an understanding of the new concept of public relations and press releases and things like that. And they started working on their image, and they started having professionals come in and help them with their image. And now we see, now the average person sees the Rockefeller Foundation and thinks of it as this, foundation for the betterment of humanity. And that's not what it is at all. And so I think it's important for us moving forward to understand that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is very similar in that respect as well.
Right. No, I think you're right. I mean, they might do some good work as window dressing, but the fact is that part of the 1913 passage of the 16th Amendment, which was the direct taxation of income, and we need to realize that wasn't the case before that. Before that, the federal government raised money from tariffs and from apportionment from the states. The states would do taxes, and it was much more democratic in that sense. This gave the government the right to directly tax your income and also know everything about you from your tax return. But one of the addendums to that bill was the creation of foundations and nonprofits, which allowed these huge, behemoth, wealthy families like the Rockefellers and the Brown brothers and the Harrimans and these industrialists to put their money into these nonprofit silos, which they could then do two things. They could hire their kids, their ne'er-do-well children, and give them fat jobs and friends, and they could use the money to transform society outside of government by influencing and the culture and using money to do that.
Yeah.
And the Rockefellers were part of that. They were a big part of it, but there's a lot of these foundations that have gone on ever since. I think a good source of information on this is David Horowitz from the Freedom Center, wrote a book about it a couple of years ago that really documents how enormous the Carnegie Institute, the Ford Foundation, all of these people, the incredible amount of money they have and how they wield that money to fix our culture in a way that fits their image of how we should be, I should say. Now, again, I'm not saying they don't do also good work. I like the fact that they finance the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Why not? I'm talking about there's other aspects to it that are less visible. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they've got to do something good, right? Or else no one will buy it. So
That's right.
they go around and they do things from time to time that benefit people. But more than anything, it's a tax shelter, and it's a vehicle that they use to so that they don't lose all of their wealth through once they die. So it's either easy for them to pass it on to their future generations and all these things. So yeah, it's always a very suspect when you look at these large organizations that say that they're out to help humanity. Look, some of them have an intention to do good
Well, the
things.
smaller ones are usually, and they actually, I don't mean to be partisan about it, but the more conservative ones are. And of course, we knew that they were screwed over during the Obama years. They weren't allowed to get tax exempt status, thanks to Lois Lerner, who pled the fifth about 50 times before Congress and who met with Obama and who made sure that suddenly conservatives were waking up and saying, hey, we could do this too. We can form nonprofits. We can create foundations. And they said, oh, no, sorry, that's not meant for you. But anyway, Charlie, I'm reaching toward the end of the segment. So
Sure.
Where do you see the present pandemic falling into all of this octopus, if you will? How are they manipulating what is a real disease, by the way? I mean, this isn't a joke, but I mean, I'm fearful about these mandarins of the octopus, as you call it. I mean, and them manipulating the situation to suit their image.
Yeah, for sure. They'll take advantage of every sort of crisis that they get because it creates chaos and panic, and it becomes this whole, the problem reaction solution sort of situation. So it almost doesn't matter whether an event is real or faked, staged, or not as organic as it appears, because the damage that's done as a result of it is what really matters, because we're seeing things like everybody's lining up to just loot the government as much as they can. You've got big business asking for money. You've got industries that have, that should never get government handouts or tax breaks or things like the cruise line industry when they register all their ships in Liberia and in Western Africa and then
the Kennedy Center.
What's that?
The Kennedy Center got $27 million.
Right.
Harvard got a big chunk of money. They've got more money than the Vatican. I mean, they've got like a $60 billion endowment, and they're taking money out of that.
Yeah, anybody that everybody sees this opportunity and they go.
Although they did return it after it became public, but
yeah, exactly. They had, but that actually surprised me that they returned it because I would have expected them to just pocket it. But everybody's got their hands out in situations like this. The big pharma, which I don't trust at all, they're deeply involved in this, of course, with Bill Gates.
Well, they want to make. I mean, I think that's why they are discounting hydroxychloroquine, which, by the way, from what I understand, is very effective and very low risk. But the problem with hydroxychloroquine is it's cheap. It's been on the market since the 1930s or 50s, and you can get a 1 month supply for $20. Yeah. The drug companies aren't going to make money on that.
No.
So they don't want that. They want to have like these new expensive things that they can put on the market, and the stock price goes way up, and you've got these the vaccines, which are very questionable. Yep. And they end up really cashing in on it, and then raise the price of Medicare, and healthcare goes up because it all gets billed to the government. But anyways, Charlie, again, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Oh, sure. You can get the book at Amazon. If you like the paperback version, you can get it at Amazon, or you can get it at barnesandnoble.com. If you like the digital version, you can also get it there, or you can get it at my website, which is theoctopusofglobalcontrol.com. And I have a podcast called Macro Aggressions, which is on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and iHeartRadio, and also on David Icke's new video platform called Iconic. So you can check that out. But yeah, anybody that wants to connect with me can do so through the website as well.
And let's not go shape-shifting anytime soon either.
No, we will not. We will not go shape-shifting.
No, I like David Icke. Anyways, Charlie, listen, thanks for joining me. I'll put a link up to all of your sites on the YouTube channel as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much,
and
Charles.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you reaching out.
All right. Have a good one. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, Charlie, I'll send you a link to YouTube once it's up.
Right on. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks for reaching out to me. This is fun. I love talking to interesting people.
Yeah, me too. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest emanating from Israel is Captain Elkanah Cohen. He is the author of the new book, October 7th, The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. Elkanah, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you. It's a great privilege to be here.
Well, I'm glad to really finally have someone directly from Israel who is on the front line of this whole situation. Obviously, we're all concerned about Israel. Especially since this horrendous attack. And, certainly those of us who support Israel are. We're not talking about those who don't. But I'd like you to, first of all, start a little bit in our discussion on a more personal note and talk about what you went through on that day and how you dealt with the situation.
All right. So before telling my experience, I want to tell a little bit about myself. Okay. So as you said, my name is Elkanah Cohen. I'm 27 years old. Mm-hmm. Most of my friends call me Kuno, which means that you are also welcome to call me Kuno.
Thank you.
Newlywed, expecting father, and finally a student, also captain in reserve, and right now I'm in a break. And above all of that, love my country. And yes. When you tell me to describe how was it for me, so I think October 7th, not just for me, for everyone, was a shocking experience. That morning, I slept in my in-laws. I slept in their bomb shelter. I don't know if anyone knows, but it's not quite rare to have a bomb shelter in Israel. Almost every house in Israel have a bomb shelter. This was the empty room, so this is where we slept, me and my wife. And at 5:30 in the morning, she woke me up terrified, and she told me that 100 of terrorists are chasing us, and I couldn't use my gun for some reason. I'm usually walk with a gun, and for some reason I couldn't activate my gun. I told her, Shiran, don't worry, it's just a nightmare. I hugged her and I went back to sleep. And hours later, I was awake by the siren and the missile, and I realized that something happened. To be honest, I went back to sleep. I sometimes here in Israel, it's happened, unfortunately.
Right.
And then hour later, when I woke up, I realized that it's not just a regular thing. And I ran into my house, which is 15 minutes walk. I opened my phone. I'm religious, and usually I'm not using my phone during holidays.
Right.
But I opened my phone. I called my commander, and I asked him, "You'll see what's happened, and just for you, let you know I'm here, and whatever it takes." And he told me, "All right, prepare your stuff. I actually don't know anything what's happening yet and now." And while I'm turning off that phone call, I'm getting another phone call of my friend Gabi from a unit, and he told me that Shiran, Elkanah, where is Shiran? Shiran, she's my wife. I met her on my active service. She also served in my unit. And he told me, you and your wife both called up. And for people who doing reserve, it's fine for me to get to called up. But me and my wife at the same time getting called up in a holiday, I
Right.
realized that we are in something.
Something big. Now,
Yeah.
is your parents-in-law located near Gaza, or where in general were they? Where were they?
So I my parents live in the south, but not quite close to the Gaza Strip. There are, I think, 45 minutes drive, maybe a
Right.
bit more. But we didn't needed to hear from our parents. Everything was burning here. I got phone calls. I've got nothing even started yet, and I already figured that some of my friends already got murdered, unfortunately. And me and my wife, as I told you, we went to the base together. And that time I got another phone call of my friends from my old team, the one that I used to train with from my active service, and I decided to join them and to be part of their team. Usually, as you know, I'm a captain and I have a different job, different
Mm-hmm.
place to be. But that time I decided that I couldn't stay from the side and do something else and instead of fighting. So I joined my friends, and this is how everything began.
Right. So, the thing that impressed me a lot in this horrible situation was how Israel really pulled itself together completely. And I mean that as a society and politically and militarily, the people started to just go out there. You had, retired boobies and zadis showing up, and ready to fight. And everybody kind of was, clicked into action. I mean, to deal with the crisis. And I think that had it not been for that kind of mobilization, it would have been a lot worse, because it seems to me that the IDF was caught flat-footed.
Yeah, that time was amazing because it wasn't just one person. I think everyone who realized the situation just did everything as much as it could in order to save those people in the south. Some of them went to the bases, some of them took their own pistol and went down to the Gaza Strip in order to fight. It was amazing because usually when you see terror attack happen, most of the time you can see people running away. But in our case, people run into the terror attack, into the breaching in order to fight and to protect their brothers and sisters that are getting slaughtered right now. So I think it's part of our Jewish DNA and the Israeli culture, not just the Jewish, because I can tell you that there was also Muslims who ran and Christians.
There's a Muslim bus driver who saved many people. I mean, it was just everybody mobilized in Israel. And it was an extraordinary aspect to this story, one that is very inspiring in the face of this horrendous atrocity. Now, there are people on the on the anti-Semitic side of the fence who are denying the level of atrocities that were committed by these terrorists pouring over into Israel, but yet they were filming it themselves. They had their own smartphones and they were making videos and bragging and sending it back to people saying, look at how many Jews I killed. And, and they were filming many of the atrocities that we've heard about and that the anti-Semites want to deny happened. So it's not really a matter of the Israelis talking about this. It is these depraved and hateful genocidal terrorists who are talking about it and who are performing this kind of atrocious event.
Yes. I'm always says that if it wasn't for hate, those protests, I'm the first one to go and speak with the people who protest, because if they are actually protest for the Palestinian, I think they just don't know the fact, because the IDF do as much as it can in order to protect those civilians, and you know, Hamas is the worst thing that can ever happen to any Palestinian, and people don't understand that. You know, that you see people protest for Hamas, gays for Hamas. It's almost, I don't know, it's almost like a joke, because if they will be in the Gaza Strip, those people going to be slaughtered by Hamas themselves. So,
well, it's not rational, and it's also very well funded by Qatar and others who contribute huge sums of money to American colleges, and they have successfully pitched this, you know, this atrocity propaganda to the left and to the same people who came out, you know, against Trump. I mean, not to get into a political issue, but, you know, the pussy hat ralliers and all the rest, and the people who burned American cities, particularly black neighborhoods after George Floyd's death. These are the same motley crew of people who are now agitating against Israel. And again, this isn't an issue of whether or not Israel should negotiate the so-called two-state solution. It's more a group of people who want to destroy Israel and openly do so. And that they began the agitation within hours after the attack. So Israel didn't really respond yet. I mean, Israel, I think there was several weeks before Israel responded by going into Gaza. So, you know, it's pretty obvious what their agenda is. So, Elkanah, then you're deployed. Can you talk a little bit about that? What happened in Gaza in terms of deployment? And has the operation been successful? I mean, I wonder if it has not been as successful as we might assume. Not that you can talk about specifics. I understand that.
So if I share my experience, I think that in some places, yeah, we did manage to have success, a huge success, and unfortunately sometimes we were the one to rescue bodies of hostages that were kidnapped and slaughtered. So, you know, it's always sad because you feel like it is a success. You rescue your own people, but you rescue bodies, and it's hard to feel. It's hard to realize that you call it as a success. It's not really a success, but
No.
but yeah, we did manage to bring the body of the family, to bring their loved one into bury, which is also a big thing. And we discover lots of terror tunnels that used Hamas, and we destroyed them. And we figure that almost every house at the Gaza Strip, I don't know to speak for all the Gaza Strip. I can talk about the places that I've been to.
Okay.
And the places that I've been to, they were full with ammunition. The entire houses was full with ammunition.
Right.
Each house had rifles, bombs on their baby beds. This is how they're educating their people, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Once we went through a school and I found a notebook, and I saw the Israel map inside the books. It was in a historical or a geographic book or something like that. And when I read that, I said, oh, there is a little bit of hope because Israel doesn't exist on their map. But then I realized it's not that Israel exists on their map. There is no Israel. There was Palestine.
Exactly.
And the state of Israel. It's not just the Gaza Strip. They want everything. They want to wipe us out.
Of course, putting aside the fact that they actually expropriated the word Palestine, which was the description of the Jewish state before independence. So you have a situation where Israel has to fight this very, very difficult urban atmosphere of war, where people are setting up their munitions and their missiles inside their own homes with their children right there, and their wives and children, their parents, their family. And they seem to be doing this deliberately because they want to see people. I'm talking maybe the Hamas leadership, they want to see their people killed so they can use that as propaganda against Israel and to kind of hook into some of these anti-Semitic tropes about the Jews as, being somehow mean people and involved in atrocities. And they hide behind their own families as a way to do this. So Israel has to go in, unfortunately, in order to find the people who are killing Israelis and who are military targets. They have to go in and find them and try to take them out without hurting innocent people, which is almost impossible.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and they're using that because for them it's a weapon. It is a weapon. Every footage and every video that they're taking, it's a weapon. They're using human as a human shield, and one of their tactical army that they developed lately. I don't know if lately they're using that for years, but through the war, I realized that what they've done after, if you remember, after the first ceasefire, there were hostages exchanged, and they released some of the hostages. So we saw that what they've done, they put ammunition and weapons everywhere. And when we went back in order to keep fighting, we saw that those people was coming into their houses like they were innocent civilians. Then they get into the houses, they taking their AK-47, start shooting at you. They lay down their weapon and they going out like they taking care of their son. And unfortunately, they forcing us to think that everyone can be a terrorist. One of the time, a crippled guy on a wheelchair, and suddenly, miraculously, he stand up and pulling and a rocket. He built up I don't know how to say it in English, but he kind of a rocket, and he tried to shoot it towards us. So if you're getting to my mind, you can think about anyone that you see. You see a cripple, but you want to take care of them, and then he can stand up and kill you.
Yeah, I mean and they deliberately set it up like that. They're playing up to basic notions of humanity when they send out someone like that, and of course, in violation of standards of war, they're putting on civilian garb and they're hiding and integrating within the civilian community while they're fighting. So it's a very difficult terrain, which is what's causing and I have to ask you this, what is reported to be high casualty rates, because this is the main item of propaganda by Israel's enemies. So the UN recently downsized the numbers of innocent casualties and admitted that they had gotten all of their information directly from Hamas, and they weren't checking it and double checking it. And they've also not included within those figures, they don't mention that probably a high percentage of them, if not half of them, were militants. So those are legitimate targets of war, and they don't mention the numbers of people that Hamas itself has killed. They found recently something like near a hospital, 20 or 30 body bags wrapped in black plastic. Turns out that it was Hamas who did this because these people were seen as informers for Israel. And it's not the kind of thing that Israel does. It just didn't look quite right. But yet that's reported as, Israel is engaging in cruel activities and, atrocities. What is the actual, do you have any handle on what are the real numbers? Because, we are concerned about innocent people being killed. It's a very difficult situation, but, how does that actually break down?
First of all, I don't know the numbers, but I can tell you from my experience, as I told you, that we're doing as much as we can in order to avoid any casualties. And sadly, sometimes Hamas put us in position which we cannot choose, because while he decide to shoot at us, I have to respond. By the way, a lot of the time, we're just taking cover because we don't want to take care of those people. And still, sometimes that's happened. It's war, and I don't remember anyone protest against Britain when they killed German people when they fought against the Nazis. You know, sometimes in war there is casualties, and we, believe me, we did, and we're doing right now as much as we can in order to avoid those people. I want to show you a picture. But every interview that I have, I'm trying to talk about one of my friends that died and or got murdered, and I want to show you an amazing picture of
Okay.
a friend of mine, Shauli Greenlich.
Mhm.
And that guy, this is in Gaza. This guy unfortunately died several months ago.
Yeah.
And as you can see, he's an officer, captain as me. And during that time in Gaza, he saw a crippled lady and he decided to approach her and evacuate her from the place because, by the way, her entire family and everyone just ran away. They don't care about people. Sometimes we care much more about their children, much more about their parents, because they leave them out there and run away. Or they're using them as a human shield. But these guy, amazing guy, Shauli Greenlich, which is a truly amazing person. I can talk about him later if you want, but you can see from his picture that we care about those people much more than they care about themselves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the day they care about their children as much as the Israelis do about theirs. I think it was Golda Meir said something
Yeah.
like that will have a peace. There'll be a move toward peace. So my guest is Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. The book is October 7th, The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. It's available at Amazon and other sites. You seem to have covered the map politically in that you have a blurb from both Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and also from former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Why did the prisoner from Jabalia reveal to IDF soldiers that he had millions of shekels hidden in his home?
It's a great question, and the reason will shock you. The reason he told us that he had millions of shekels and dollars in his house was we were needed to interrogate him and to send him into some interrogator in order to realize if he somehow connected to the October 7 attack. And right before we took him, he told us in Hebrew, by the way. And it's important for people to understand why they talk in Hebrew. It's because they're working in Israel. A lot of them, I think every person in the Gaza Strip have cousins or uncle that getting salaries and getting paid in Israel, and still they decide to do what they do. So he approached us and said in Hebrew, I'll say it in English, not in Hebrew, but he said, I have all of that amount of money in my house. So my friend asked them, why do you telling me that? You want to lead me into a bomb, into a how you say, a booby trap?
Yeah.
So he told them, no, the reason that I'm telling you that it's because if I leave my house, the Palestinian people who lives here, the Gaza people will, the first second after I'm going to leave my house, they're going to steal everything. And you know what? I'm trust you. I trust the IDF soldiers. And it sounds weird, but I think that you can hear huge truths in this sentence because they know that they can trust on us and that we are actually moral and working with humanity code that they can trust us while they acting like animals. Lots of them.
Well, I mean, I think that maybe one of the things that's been learned from this whole war is that the Hamas, which of course Gaza was handed over to the Palestinian Authority on a silver platter in 1995 by Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, and Jews were ethnically cleansed from their villages and their factories and farms were turned over to the Palestinian Authority, and money poured in from all over the world, including the U.S. taxpayer, to try to create a peaceful society there, one that could, and all Israel asked in return was just peace. They weren't asking for anything else. They weren't even asking for recognition. They just, they wanted an end of the hostilities. And this was an opportunity for the Palestinian Authority to turn Gaza into what would be the equivalent of Hong Kong. I mean, they're talking about beachfront property. These people are not poor there. You take a look at Gaza, from pictures. I mean, this is like the French Riviera. And they could
definitely could make it as an amazing place. I think they have the nicest beaches in our area.
It's beautiful, and Israel handed it to them, and they could have created a peaceful state alongside Israel, but instead they took all of their money and they poured it into this war machine, this incredible network of tunnels, which it's unbelievable. I mean, the football field size buildings underground with tunnels that connect, hundreds of miles of sophisticated tunnels, and they immediately started to fire missiles into Israel, engaging in acts of war. They immediately started to ship shipments of armaments, like from the Karine B, and that's why Israel had to put a blockade. And they started to do other stuff, the flying in the terror balloons, the gas balloons to burn Israeli fields. And of course, eventually they showed up with the hang gliders with machine guns. So, here you have a corrupt leadership there that, they're going to steal every penny they can. And instead of investing it in their own people, they're going to build a war machine in Israel and engage actively in a war against Israel. Not to mention that they siphon off enough so that these guys in Qatar have a bank account like $3 billion each. So, I mean, that's what you're describing here is kind of a manifestation of that. I mean, they're just going to grab everything.
You're saying hardly. I'm agreed with that.
Yeah. What's on the Hamas terrorist GoPro cameras?
So one of the time, one of the soldiers in my division found a GoPro, and beside the fact that they were filming everything, as everyone knows, as you start in the beginning, you said people try to say they did that, but they document them themselves and put it online on social media. They did that. So of course that, but also we saw huge tunnels. When I'm saying huge tunnels, I'm talking about tunnels that shuffles. I don't know how to say,
you mean like a
D9. It's a huge structures.
Yeah. It looks like the Southeast Expressway here in Boston. I mean, we're talking about, like four 2-lane highways, and this isn't.
I think subway will look even smaller sometimes.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
They invest so much on terror infrastructure. It's hard for me to say.
Infrastructure, absolutely.
Yeah,
well, that's where all the money goes, and that's something that I think should be clear. Why do you feel sick every time you eat meat?
I think I will let the readers to search deeply in the book while they read it.
That's in your book, okay? The book is October 7th. The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. So, my guest being Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. So Kuno, what is going to be the end game here? I know that you're not prime minister, but I have you here as an Israeli, so I need to ask, since I can't get high-level people yet. I mean, it's going to take a long time, I think, to finally defeat Hamas, but is Israel going to do this job of completely pacifying Gaza? Because I think if they don't, it's going to be a future war. And if and when they do, what happens then?
So first of all, as you said, I'm not the prime minister. I'm the one who...
Speaking for yourself.
Yeah, I'm speaking for myself, and I'm also the one who do what he needs to do. And right now, as I told you, I'm on a break reserve, but we always here and ready to protect our country. But before I'll tell you what I think that they're going to be, I also want to say thank you for the people that maybe the people who watched that video and the USA government. I know that there is disagreement what they should do or what they shouldn't do, but me as a soldier, the fact that we're getting the support, sometimes we got equipment, and we also in my active service, I had the privilege to train with Marines, which is bonding us, and I think it's a great connection. And when we're talking about how the solution will be in that moment, when we figure that this is not just Israel war, because Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and we are a void right now from all the other democracy to fight against those terror organization. And how it's going to be end? I think it will be end by all the other democracy, and of course the US, to understand that we are here together in order to fight those people, and no second guessing, no too much hesitation, because otherwise all the terror organization, they using that. You said about the hospital. Well, they're using the hospital in order to fight.
Oh, their headquarters is underneath that hospital.
Yeah.
But I want to get back to my question here. What happens to Gaza after the war? I mean, I don't see Israel. I mean, again, this is my opinion from the comfort of my Boston home here, that I can't imagine Israel allowing another Palestinian entity to develop there, because it's just going to be another repeat maybe down the road. They're going to just once again, I mean, if there's any lesson here, it's that Israel can't do that. I think that maybe there could be local election, municipal Arab governments, but I hope that at the end of the war, an Israeli could go to the beach in Gaza and order a shawarma at a beach stand and not worry and bring his family. That's the way it has to be after this war. So what do you see happening there?
Again, I'm not the prime minister, but what I realize that those people, the thing that they care the most, it's land. And I think that in order to show them that we are here and we are not gonna vanish,
right?
We need to take some of their land and to tell them, if you're gonna do more than that, more land will be taken, and it will be just after we're gonna clear their entire educating system and all their leaders that support Hamas, because this is not. People say Hamas, but Hamas it's not the only thing. There is lots of terror organization at the Gaza Strip. So it's a code name for me, Hamas. But I'm saying we need to kill all the people that supporting our deaths, because whoever wants to kill me needs to be dead.
Of course, this is a war, and these are military combatants. They've declared war against Israel. They've stated their mission, which is to destroy Israel. So Israel has every right, both from a practical and a moral standpoint, to fight back and to stop them by any means necessary. But my point is that once that's done, if you have Arabs in Gaza who want to live peacefully alongside Israel and who want to live with Israelis, then they should be honored, and I think they will be honored. But if you have those who want to continue to fight, they have to be stopped. And I just think that Israel has to maintain the upper hand there forever. I don't see them turning that region over ever again to anyone outside of Israel.
Unfortunately, I'm agree about that. I really hope to, I'm looking
from that standpoint. I mean, it's not going to work.
What?
I mean, it's a practical matter. How many times is it going to take where they continue to build up a war machine and continue to try to kill Israelis? It's like, if there's some lesson from this, it's that. And I think that from what I've heard in reports, there is an even bigger tunnel infrastructure and a more frightening and more dangerous system on the northern border. And I mean, unfortunately, Israel betrayed our Christian allies in Lebanon in 1990 when they evacuated south of Litani, and General Haddad lost his command, and the southern Lebanese army basically went into the Galilee. Now you have Hezbollah in control there, And I hope that Israel can at least keep them at bay, but I fear that Israel's going to have to do the same thing they did in Gaza. Again, you're not the prime minister, you're not the general, but I'm asking you as an Israeli on the
As
street.
Israeli and someone who
Yeah,
served,
commando.
I just came back from a defense combat at the Lebanon border.
Okay.
I can tell you that for me, I don't see how nothing will change unless they all will be behind the Litani, because there is places in Israel like Metula. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, the northern border there. Mhm.
Yeah, so they surrounded 320 degrees of Lebanon, and they getting missile and RP like rockets every day, which is crazy. And the border looked like some little kid tried to draw and he couldn't do a straight up line.
Right.
Border should be on a by geographic and also something that
Right,
you
like
can
the
control.
Litani River.
That the
Yeah.
border right now, yeah. And when you have river and you have high hills to control it, it makes sense. But when they have higher hills than you, and you're surrounded by mountain that they control over your villages, it's cannot be like that, because as you know, we don't shoot them. We don't want them to die, but they do that to us. So if we want to live side by side, that even if they want to kill us, let's say, we have to have the insurance that they can shut us every
Right.
time they want.
Well, I mean, Israel learned this lesson in 1967 when they took over the Golan. The Syrians were firing from the heights into Israel, and it's simply a matter of practicality that to protect the country from these enemies, and they're not going anywhere. They have to ensure that there is, as the French say, a cordon sanitaire to preserve the border. I just hope that it's done carefully and swiftly and with limited numbers of casualties on both the Israeli and the Lebanese side. And I hope that Israel is able to make an alliance with the Lebanese Christian government in terms of completely eradicating Hezbollah.
I wish for that, and people
Yeah.
don't understand that. The IDF, and it's not the IDF. When you say the IDF, it's like it's a big term. It's a system. Well, I'm not talking as the IDF. Everyone in my unit, we don't want to fight.
No,
We want, we are young people.
Of
Some
course.
of us have families, expecting fathers. The last thing that we want to do is war. We hate to participate war, but sometimes we realize that we have to do that. And when we have to do that, we will do that with all of our power. But until then, we don't want that. And we hope that there will be as non-casualties at all. And
of course.
that's
I
it.
mean it's heartbreaking to think about the fact that Israelis, my fellow Jews in Israel, have to fight this ongoing war, but that's the reality. I mean, they have to operate from a position of strength and awareness of the nature of an enemy that's never going to back down. Israel, after the horrible attack of October, as a society, seemed to pull itself together. There was very serious conflicts going on between the anti-Netanyahu. I don't want to get into that, but I just want to say that it was concerning. It reminded me of the historically what we learn in Hebrew school about the destruction of the Second Temple. That it wasn't really the Romans; they just stood by and watched. It was the factions that became so hateful toward each other that they killed each other, and the place fell apart. I hope that doesn't describe Israel today. I know that it seems like everybody has kind of circled the wagons. Is there any societal change now in Israel where people are a little bit more cohesive? I know that I understand there are major conflicts on both sides, and some of those are very real. But is there more concern now with preserving the society and the state?
So you're right. At the beginning of the war, before October 7, we were super divisive. and I think this is what allow our enemy to attack us. And right after that, we saw an amazing unity in our nation, it's not just nation, in Israel, Arab, Muslim, Christian, Jews, everyone got together. And unfortunately, I feel that maybe we're going in a little bit on the wrong way right now.
Okay.
But I always says that this is the mission of all the soldiers. You know, in between our units, even those we have people from all the stream of the Israeli stream, left wing, right wing.
Right.
We all can communicate, and we are trust each other, and I think that this is the mission of every soldier. They're coming back from a fight. You're finished, not finished. You need to go and to show that this is a possibility of living together. And I think also this will be an example for the entire world, because right now you can see what happened in USA. It's the same thing. And I think people should realize that we can communicate. We need to communicate, and this is our only way to survive, because otherwise we will unfortunately get to the point that you just mentioned before the Second Temple Mount.
Right. Now, Kuno, I want to kind of wrap it up by just asking you generally, because this is, I think, a major concern for those of us in the United States who support Israel. That, I mean, how are Israelis feeling now? I mean, after this horrible event, and I'm sure that it's affected a lot of things. It's affected probably tourism. It's affected the fact that, as you say, Gazan Arabs worked in Israel and they got salaries, and turns out that they were spying on Israel in some cases. How are people feeling? I mean, is there a sense of like optimism? I mean, and how are Israelis dealing with this kind of pressure?
I think Israelis are great, and they have huge spirit. Of course, unfortunately, I can show you, this is my book in Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I lost 26 friends during that fight. I write their name, all of them here. So I'm not saying that we're not dealing with a lot, and unfortunately, we're waiting for our entire hostages to come back. So yeah, we have some serious bad things that going on, and we need to take care of them. But beside that, I think we have great spirit, and it's amazing to see how we survive over and over again. It's, we're talking right now about October 7th, but there was the Holocaust. It's not a new thing. Even the Egyptians tried to wipe us out. So I think one of the most incredible things about the Jews that we are here to thrive, and we have the ability and the spirit for that. And
yeah. And we're able to persevere and even thrive and have a good time in the face of some very harsh and difficult circumstances that come up from time to time. And that's just the reality that we're in. It's an interesting subject. We could get into that. I mean, theologically, it's a big subject, so we'll have to leave it there. But I just want to thank you very much for joining me today, Captain Cohen. Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. The book is October 7th, The War Against Hamas, Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. Kuno, is there any website that you'd like to share with our listeners, or any more information about you and what you're working on?
Yeah, so if people want to pre-order the book, they can go into my site. It's elkanah-cohen.com. And they can also pre-order through Amazon. I'm also, by the way, on 29th of September, I'm coming to New York to give some lecture.
Wonderful.
People for some communities, and if people want to reach me out, they can call me. And I have all the details in my site, so it's elkanah-cohen.com, and that's it.
I'm just glad that you're doing what you're doing. Thank God. I mean, you're putting a nice human face to the conflict, somebody who's been there. And, I think that I hope to see more of that. And I just really want to thank you for your service in Israel. God bless you. God bless the state of Israel. And just thank you for joining me today, Kuno.
Thank you. It's a privilege. Again, privilege to talk to you. Thank you for
very
that.
much. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Welcome to the program. Brent Waltz is my guest. Brent, you Indiana State Senator. You were prosecuted by the Department of Justice in the Biden administration. I want you to talk about what happened to you in the context of what I would argue has happened to a lot of people who are conservatives, Trump supporters, whatever, MAGA, since this regime was put in place, including hundreds of people who were peacefully protesting on January 6th and who were doing things like trespassing, which is not really a felony, it's more of a misdemeanor. And people like Stephen K. Bannon and others who have been prosecuted for doing things that really are not previously such matters as would require the level of prosecution and jail terms that they would receive. So before we go into your particular case, give us a little background of what's going on in this country right now, where you have, I would argue, essentially people who could be described as political prisoners.
Well, that's the title of my book, A Prisoner of Washington. And so
Yeah.
I'm in complete agreement with your assessment on this. I think you're absolutely spot on in your analysis and your assessment. I had never heard the term lawfare until a few years ago. It was a
Right.
foreign concept to me. I'd never heard the phrase, didn't know what it meant, but I am acutely aware of that now, as are dozens, if not hundreds, of people who are conservative, that are Republican, that support Donald Trump. And what I have seen is the use of the Justice Department as a weapon. Now, if the Justice Department was an equal opportunity indicter, if you will, where they would take liberals and conservatives and say, okay, if you were coloring outside the lines, we're going to indict you and we're going to hold you accountable for your actions, then I don't think too many Americans would have a problem with that. Neither would I. But when they specifically look and target people first and then try to determine whether or not they did anything untoward or illegal, or that could be spun to be made or viewed illegal in front of a jury, that's an entirely different metric. That's an entirely different criteria that when I went to law school anyway, we were never informed that. And I find it extremely offensive. First of all, as an American citizen, I find it very troubling, as a conservative Republican and Donald Trump supporter. And I think it'll have a very chilling effect on other people who are inclined to try to support conservatives, try to support Donald Trump, donate to their causes or his campaign in the months ahead. I think that's what it's all designed to do, frankly, Charles.
Oh, I think it's entirely about not only intimidation of the public in general, who are afraid to say things publicly like that they think that the 2020 election was stolen. You could end up being picked up by the FBI, which has been completely weaponized since the appointment of Mueller as FBI director back in the 1990s. And you have situations where the law itself, our system of justice, is now used by the people in power to go after their opponents, as opposed to going after real criminals like, I don't know, drug dealers or, child pedophile people, traffickers and whatnot. Instead, they're focusing on their own political opponents, both in terms of intimidating them generally and specifically taking people off the field, like they have done with Stephen K. Bannon, who's one of President Trump's chief advisors, and who they're not going to let out of prison until a few days before the election. So, we have a situation here which is really similar to what you might have in a dictatorship type of a country. I'm not saying we're an outright dictatorship, but certainly there's a sense that we're moving in that direction when you have this phenomena Alan Dershowitz, who's a Harvard law professor formerly, speaks about this very well on his own podcast, which I recommend, The Der Show, where he goes into it as a professor, very easy to understand terms, how this government is using our system of law and abusing it in this manner. This is not what our system of law was set up for. It's not what we're supposed to be all about, using the legal system to go after enemies, whether it be Christians protesting or standing anywhere near an abortion clinic, whether it be parents at a school board meeting who are critical of child sex change operations or masks, or Catholics or anyone else that apparently this government views as enemies. I mean, as they've referred to them as domestic terrorists. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that happens in communist China, and it's very frightening. And and we're all chilled by it. We're all chilled by the censorship of losing our shows. I mean, my show was taken off a few years ago on YouTube, and and I think that it's going to get worse before it gets better as we move toward the election day, and as they try to continue to consolidate their power. Now, Brent, I want you to talk about what happened to you over in Indiana, where you were a state senator for many years. What happened? How is it that they went after you, and why?
Sure, I'd be happy to explain. I was a state senator for 12 years, conservative Republican, A+ rating with the NRA, lifetime card-carrying member, 100% rating with Indiana Right to Life. So about as conservative of a Republican as you're going to find in one of the reddest of red states. Never had any issues with law enforcement, never had any issues with investigations. 2016, I decided to run for Congress. I lose the election in the primary. One of the gentlemen who's a longtime friend of mine supported one of my opponents. In fact, the Indiana Attorney General at the time was named Rod Radcliffe. He was in the gaming industry, was a majority shareholder in a couple of casinos in Indiana. And even though he did not support my campaign, certainly I considered him a very good friend, known him for 25 years. Again, not really had any issue with law enforcement with him. He's probably one of the most investigated men in the state of Indiana because of his gaming licenses. So the Indiana State Police investigate him. He has to turn in all of his financial statements, his tax returns, his business tax returns. If he was jaywalking, he would lose his gaming license and potentially cost him tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And so he is well incentivized to stay way, way, way on the correct legal side of the line on everything. In 2016, he was a strong Donald Trump supporter. He became Indiana's campaign finance chairman for Trump in the summer of 2016. Shortly after he was named campaign finance chairman for Indiana, the FBI calls me. They want to meet with me. So I met with them for coffee. Two agents show up, very gruff, trying to be intimidating, not really asking me any questions about any actions that I ever did. They were asking about Rod. They were saying, do you know anything that Rod has done that might be illegal? Are there any people who might know something?
Can I just ask you a question here? Did you, when you went to the FBI, and by the way, this is James Comey's FBI under Obama, and your governor was running as part of the team as vice president, that being Mike Pence.
Yes.
So it's not like it was a big secret to be a Trump supporter in Indiana at that time.
Right.
But when you went to this meeting, did you go with a legal counsel and with witnesses? Because I think that when one goes to a meeting with the FBI, it should be like you're going to a meeting with the IRS. It's not that you did anything wrong, but you want to make sure that everything is on the record, everything is filmed, every question is answered with a legal counsel sitting next to you, because they may engage in a thing called entrapment, like they did to General Michael Flynn and others. They'll find some little technical thing. Oh, I did this on March 3rd, but it actually was March 4th. I did it at 2 o'clock. Well, it was actually 3 o'clock. And they'll get
Then they
you can end up
charge you with a felony, lying to the FBI. Correct.
That's right. That's right. So is that what happened here?
No, in my case, I had done nothing wrong. And let me assure you, as somebody who I'd
Right.
like to think is reasonably legally sophisticated, I went to law school. Had I done anything that could have even been remotely viewed as negative, I would have lawyered up. I would have had an army of lawyers with me, or I just simply would not have had the meeting. But in this case, I thought back. Is there anything that they
You went in
could?
as an innocent, honest American being called into a meeting by a government agency, figuring, okay, maybe I'll help out here. What do you need? You know what I mean? You weren't like suspecting any kind of entrapment.
No, not at all. And more to the point on that, Charles, you're absolutely right. Is that when I asked, as I think most people would, when you originally get a phone call like that, what is this pertaining to? Of course, they won't tell you. They'll say, we have some issues we'd like to discuss with you. Oh, okay. It was all about Rod. They wanted, he was pushing for some legalization of marijuana legislation, a couple years before that. Nothing illegal about that. He has every right to advocate for that. I opposed the legalization of marijuana.
Right.
I voted
That's
against
a
the
political
legislation.
opinion. Okay.
And I said, well, as far as I know, he's done nothing illegal about this. He has every right to advocate as a. Did you lose me there?
No, there you're back.
Okay. He has every right to advocate this. I opposed his view, but at the same time, he has every right to advocate this position. And clearly, the FBI was not happy with the responses that I gave. And as they continued investigating, they went through all of my tax returns. They went through all of my campaign finance information. And there were a couple of donations that they viewed as questionable. There was a campaign. It's very similar to what happened with Dinesh D'Souza. You may recall.
Oh, I was going to ask you about
a few
that.
years ago with that.
Apparently, he gave a little too much money to a candidate. And also, it's similar to the way they've gone after Donald Trump, in that they took a misdemeanor and they turned it into a felony and then attached it to a alleged campaign violation. Now, just as a matter of law here, and I'm speaking here as somebody who I also ran for Congress many, many years ago. And I remember how the Federal Elections Commission worked, and they questioned me pretty heavily on something which I ended up proving my innocence on, because it had to do with a Boston Globe ad. They claimed that I had done something with that. I got the Globe editor and publisher to call them back and verify me, so everything went away. But the point is, I had to spend a lot of time on this, on the phone, and I didn't want to hire a lawyer. But the point I'm making here is that they found campaign, Federal Election Commission issues are not crimes. They're violations. I mean, Hillary Clinton got hit with a $7 million fine for Federal Election Commission violations with regard to the Steele dossier. But it wasn't a crime. It was a misdemeanor. And she paid the $7 million campaign, probably some rich, I don't know, George Soros, maybe, I don't know, somebody stepped forward, and they paid the fine for her. So why is it then, therefore, a crime for you? Or a crime.
Well, it apparently was a crime if you're a conservative Republican, because I spent 176 days in captivity. So it may be okay for Hillary to do these sorts of things, but apparently if there's any confusion on a campaign finance, and the irony to this is that the person who donated the money to my campaign was interviewed by the FBI 3 times. And he admitted to doing it. And he also said that I had no knowledge of this. In fact, he said that he intentionally tried to keep this from me. And the FBI had this information. They had these, on the record. And rather than charging him with lying to the FBI if they didn't believe him, I'm assuming that they would have or should have done that. They kept that information out of the grand jury. They intentionally hid information that would have been exculpatory, to me, in order to get an indictment. And this is something that, unfortunately, in lawfare, they do, the Department of Injustice, as I refer to them. They're consistently doing things like that. In the case of
Brad, let me just ask you on this point. If someone is in a situation like that, where a grand jury is having evidence withheld, isn't there some kind of a legal recourse there? I mean, doesn't the grand jury hear minutes of a trial where that evidence can be presented? I mean, if you have evidence, exculpatory evidence that would exonerate you, don't you have a legal venue to present that evidence?
Well, you do a trial, but you don't during the grand jury process. The grand jury process is secret. I never had an opportunity to testify before the grand jury. So essentially, you have rumors that they're investigating you. And then the next thing you know, at 6:20 a.m., you get a knock on your door with a half dozen armed FBI agents, getting ready to invade your home and slap handcuffs on you. That's the state of justice in the United States today.
And you've never, I mean, this is what happened to Roger Stone. And in his case, I mean, there you have, they pull an elderly man out of bed and drag him out onto the front lawn in his underwear with the CNN cameras rolling. Apparently they knew about this in advance. And they bang his door down with a bludgeon, and they're showing up guys in like SWAT outfits. He's never
Well, and I
committed a
described
crime.
this in my book, POW Prisoner of Washington, that I had seen what had happened to some of our fellow conservatives. And so
Right.
not wanting to have a picture of my hair all, sticking out or, being drug out of my home in my underwear, first thing in the morning, I took a
Right.
page from General Mattis, who said that during a period of high tension in North Korea, he slept fully clothed. And so that he'd be able to get up, at
Yes.
literally a second's notice and be
Yeah,
ready.
but in this
for
case, this is America, and they're doing a perp walk.
Oh,
And
yeah, no, it's designed to humiliate. It's designed to try to
intimidation.
color, I think, public perception.
They want
Because
to destroy your reputation in public. I mean, this
exactly right.
this is
Exactly right.
defamation, in the classic sense to do this. So you're dragged out into the front lawn, and then what happens?
Well, actually, it was more into a black SUV, but they then go through and they put you in a local jail cell. I had a co-defendant who was the general counsel of the company that Rod Radcliffe was in charge of, and they got him on a minor income tax violation. He apparently, a company that this company involved, apparently mislabeled a professional service contract, and it was a campaign contribution instead. And it was about a $14,000 tax liability. This is a company that was doing $720 million in sales of the year in question. A $14,000 tax liability, but because he signed off on it, and it was over the $10,000 statutory limit, this 70-something-year-old man, a longtime state legislator, Marine, spent 6 weeks at the Terre Haute Federal Prison and is now a convicted felon for the rest of his life.
Let
This
me
is
interrupt
crazy.
there. Even if he knew that there might be a question about the classification of that deduction or that contribution, that still is the type of situation that normally would be handled by an accountant meeting with the IRS, doing some kind of negotiation, and then if you are found to be in error, you pay the difference. I mean, you end up being billed, being fined with interest, and that's how it works. You're not taken into prison for 7 years for this.
No,
I mean,
nor should they be. I'm an investment
No.
banker, and I have clients that are literally owe hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they work through the IRS, and none of them get carted off to jail. They pay it maybe in installments over time. They pay a penalty, they pay interest, and they move on with their lives.
It happens all the time in business. I mean, it's just, this isn't, we're talking about, again, about misdemeanors here, about technical violations that are usually handled with some kind of a settlement. And it particularly rankles me to think about this because under the Biden regime, they're bringing in 80,000 new IRS agents, and those are, we're going to go after the rich. Nonsense. The rich can afford to have all their fancy accountants. They get every little penny. If I recall, people like Ted Kennedy, he never even owned anything. Everything was
Right.
in a trust. They would just pay his bills. It's an attempt to go after, average John and Jane Q. Schmo, trying to earn a buck. I mean, it's an attack on the middle class. Anyway, Brent, so what happens then?
Well, so I spend 2 days at the Marion County Jail, and so I was placed in a room without a toilet, without water. I was given, I think it was 12 ounces of apple juice in a 36-hour period of time.
Cruel and unusual punishment.
Well, it was definitely unusual. I'll just put it that way. I'll leave it to your listeners to decide the depth of cruelty as far as that goes. But it was definitely unusual.
Okay.
And I encountered something very similar to that in my 176 days of captivity. I walk in and turn myself in. This is a couple years ago, to do my 176 days of captivity. And I was asked if I had had a COVID shot. Well, I had not taken a COVID vaccine for whatever reason. And they said, well, we're going to have to put you in quarantine. And quarantine was a 6 by 8 foot cell, a standard jail cell. And I was kept there nonstop for 10 days. I was not released out of that for any exercise. I asked for books. The guards, oh yeah, we'll get you a book, and of course they never did. That's the kind of now that is cruel and unusual punishment. That is a direct violation of a citizen's constitutional rights.
At least they didn't forcibly jab you.
Well, that's true. That is absolutely true. They say we can give you a jab, or we can keep you in this 6 by 8 foot metal box for a week and a half. I chose the box, but to each their own.
Right, I would have too. So after that little stint, what happens?
Well, after that, then everything was fairly calm and peaceful. When I was by myself in my jail cell for that 10 days, I started writing my book. I thought that somebody needs to chronicle this. I think of myself as a pretty decent writer, and I said, I can either hide in the corner and let these people win, or I can shine a bright light, as former Justice Felix Frankfurter used to say, that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And so I thought at that point it would be a good idea for me to share my experience. Both to make people aware of what is out there and what the government does do and can do, and hopefully allow those people who are in positions of authority, our Congress, our court system, to be able to understand this and start asking some very hard questions of these bureaucrats who have never held a day of elected office in their life. And maybe they're just grumpy that they lost their student council election in 8th grade. I don't know. But for whatever reason, they seem to want to target conservative Republicans who did. And,
they get
here
these
we are.
sadistic people to kind of do the dirty work on the front lines.
Yeah.
And to pull this kind of thing off. And at least they gave you pencil and paper.
Well, I had to use they didn't give me paper. They give you a manual of do's and don'ts, right? So I used actually the back page of that to begin writing my journal. And they had it's not really a pencil. They have a small, it was about 1 inch long, kind of a rubberized, graphite thing that you have to kind of use your thumb and forefinger with, kind of drill down and use that. Took a great deal of effort to write, but I wasn't going anywhere. And apparently I had plenty of time at that point. So
sounds like something they do in Siberia.
Well, it would be very similar in a lot of ways. Nevsky, I think, the gentleman who who was a big critic of Vladimir Putin, who passed away under rather curious circumstances a few months ago, would have felt right at home, I think, in that cell.
Right. I mean, he was challenging Putin's election. Let's just leave it at that. Now, you then go into the general population. I saw your press release. You said it reminded you of one of my favorite sitcoms, Hogan's Heroes. How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you have this vision, or at least I did, of, these bars and these guards and how everything, what you see in the movies. Now, to be fair, I was in a minimum security camp. And so other people's experiences would undoubtedly vary. But as far as the camp's concerned, of the 140 people, I'd say there were probably 50 to 60 cell phones that were spaced out and hidden. Drugs were smuggled in consistently. Buffalo Wild Wings with extra hot sauce smuggled in consistently.
Well, that's
Tequila.
contraband in prison. Yeah, to
You
get
know, I was offered a cell phone, I think, within my first probably 10 or 15 minutes there. Since if you have a cell phone, you can go through Venmos and Cash Apps and things like that for the economy of that. But it was very similar to Hogan's Heroes, but the difference being instead of German accents of incompetent guards, you had very thick Southern accents of incompetent guards that took themselves way too seriously, I think.
Right, and you didn't have any problem. What were the prisoners like? What was it?
Oh no, I found many of the people quite fascinating. In fact, on my there's a term called a shot caller. Basically, the inmate who runs the jail, at least as far as the prisoner's point of view is concerned on that. And I was kind of proclaimed the shot caller for my remaining last couple months or so that I was there. Not a particularly exciting job. If two people have an argument over something, they kind of come to you and ask you to adjudicate the dispute. That kind of thing. I'm not a huge man by, I weigh 150 pounds. And so when the previous shot caller, who was transferring to a prison in Pensacola for his final 6 months or year or whatever it was, suggested that I take on that role. He was a former mixed martial artist, right? Used to compete. And I remember looking at him and laughing at him and saying, I'm not quite sure I'm qualified for that position. And he called over 3 or 4 very large, burly guys, all of them having been convicted of drug offenses. And he said, well, you guys like Brent, right? Oh, yeah, we like Brent. Yeah, he's cool. If Brent ever got into trouble or anything, you'd help him out, right? Oh, yeah, sure we would. And never had a problem.
It sounds like a scene out of Wallace Beery's The Big House.
I'm not familiar with that, but I'll take your word for it. But it was just it was just absolutely ridiculous, going from being a state senator to being a shot caller. And there's a lot of very humorous aspects in the book POW Prisoner of Washington that I convey, as well as a number of issues that are frankly quite serious. Healthcare in our prisons are virtually non-existent. And only occur when there's a serious crisis. I didn't know this, that if you have a cavity, you're given 2 choices in prison, whether you're in long-term or short-term, a camp or in Supermax. The dentist will either extract your tooth, just yank it out, or it'll rot out on its own. There's no such thing as fillings.
No drill
in federal prison. They're prohibited. Dentists are prohibited doing it by contract, which I thought was interesting. So
that's serious, and it could be a serious health problem.
Absolutely.
I know that I've heard stories like that here in Boston with prisons. So I mean that's and you also talk about racism in prison.
Absolutely. I was at the camp during Martin Luther King Day. And I was very surprised when the guards would go up to African-American inmates and wish them a James Earl Ray Day. Of course, the assassin of Martin Luther King. Yeah. And just not one guard, multiple guards did this. They thought it was hilarious. During holiday meals, they try to have a meal that's reflective or endemic of the holidays. So for Thanksgiving, we're given turkey. Christmas, we were given a Cornish game hen, for our meal. They gave us fried chicken and melon for Martin Luther King Day. You just can't make this stuff up.
Well, that's a cultural thing, but
it's something.
Yeah,
it's definitely something.
So Brent, here you are. You've gone through the fire, as it were, and you've come out pretty sound and pretty safe. You seem like you're in good shape, thank God. Yeah. What are you up to now that you're out, and are you getting back into politics?
Well, my first thought, of course, I'm blessed. I'm fortunate to be in a financial position that I really don't need to explain myself to a potential employer. I'm not married. My family's always been very supportive of me going through this legal process, and so I appreciate my parents and very much in this regard. And so I think it's important first to be able to publicize, my story. I don't, plan on making any money on this book. I will donate it to charity. That's not my purpose of this. It's strictly to shed some light on lawfare and what the Department of Injustice does to conservative Republican Donald Trump supporters. Personally, I continue on with my private equity venture capital business. And so, and that's done fairly well, thankfully, over the years, and hopefully will continue to do so in the years and decades ahead.
No, that's a great field to be in if you know what you're doing, and you seem to. Are you involved in presidential politics or Republican politics as we approach this election?
Not yet. No, I certainly don't want to inject myself into the discourse as it might be a distraction. I think it's important first to be able to explain what has happened, and then let my fellow Republicans decide in what role, if any role, they would like me to play in terms of the public discourse. And so at this point, in terms of the overall public relations or public discourse, I think the best thing I can do is to shine a light, shed some light on what's happened to the Michael Flynn's of the world, the Roger Stones, the Paul Manaforts, the Peter Navarros, and the list goes on and on and on, because it's a very recurring, consistent thing.
Indeed, we have political prisoners. We have, I think there's still about 200, mostly men, some women, who were detained on January 6th of 2001 on the lawn of the U.S. Capitol building, basically for trespassing, who have not yet been charged. And, you have an attorney general even now who is not only bragging about this, but who's threatening anyone who questions the upcoming election. I think people were afraid to question the 2020 election, even though we all saw what happened with our own eyes on election evening on television in real time, because they see what can happen. I mean, they can, there's polls I don't think were accurate because people are afraid to tell the truth. They don't know if that information might end up with the FBI. This is what's happened, I think, in this country. And I think that
think about the inconsistency that with the mostly peaceful protesters when they were torching federal courthouses in Oregon and Washington State, and that reaction January 6th, and you see. Charles, it's been a pleasure speaking with you today.
Yeah, Brad, for some reason I'm getting a lot of feedback. I wonder if it makes me paranoid. I think someone might be, dropping in on this show. But anyway, Brad, let our listeners here and viewers know where they can get your excellent book and anything else you'd like to share in terms of websites and whatnot.
Sure. Prisoner of Washington, POW Prisoner of Washington is the name of the book. It's available on Amazon and various bookstores, but you can go on Amazon.com and pull it up anytime.
Okay, Brent Waltz, I want to thank you for joining me this afternoon. Great talk. Let's stay in touch. Let me know if anything develops. You're always welcome here. All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here. Thanks for joining me, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to welcome Dr. Jerome Corsi to the program. Dr. Corsi has been a guest from time to time. He has been on the forefront of political and cultural analysis for the better part of the last several decades, going back to his work on the Swift boat controversy in 2004 when John Kerry was running for president. And he's got into a lot of very important issues. He's got a shelf full of books. His most recent research in 2 books is on the Kennedy assassination, and his most recent book on the topic, which he co-wrote with David W. Mantik and others, is The Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, The Final Analysis. Forensic analysis of the JFK autopsy. X-rays prove 2 headshots from the right front and 1 from the rear. So, Dr. Corsi, let's go right into it. What are the latest discoveries with regard to the Kennedy assassination?
Well, I'm going to start. First of all, Charles, it's great to be back with you. Thank you for the invitation. And I want to show you the cover of the book, and then we'll start there.
Okay.
Here's the cover of the book. I think you can see it now. Is it clear on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Is it shared? Okay. So the title is The Assassination of John F. Kennedy, The Final Analysis. And I co-authored it here, as you can see, with David Mantik. David Mantik is an MD. He's a radiation oncologist. So he's been reading X-rays for cancer patients for over 4 decades. And he also has a PhD in physics. And his PhD was on a physics topic dealing with X-rays. Now, Dr. Mantik has seen the JFK skull X-rays from the autopsy in the archives, the National Archives, 9 times more than anyone else. And he has done optical density measurements, which means you take a odometer, which is a scientific instrument, and you can meter or centimeter, okay, millimeter by millimeter, sometimes 1/10 of a millimeter by 1/10 of a millimeter. You can measure the amount of light coming through the X-ray, which permits you to really do a detailed scientific analysis of what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of the 3 X-rays that exist in the archives of JFK's autopsy from the skull, all 3 are, first of all, forged. They're not the originals, and they were altered to mask evidence of frontal shots.
Right.
Now, okay, so what you can see in the cover here, this is a Zapruder film. This is the frame.
Right.
JFK has just been shot in the throat. You can see his hands coming up to his neck. A bullet has entered the windshield from the front and it's hit him in the neck. Okay, and then of the headshots, the first one that hit Jack Kennedy was at frame 313 in the Zapruder film, and it moved his head forward, and it blew out a lot of the right front of his head. Less than 2 seconds later, a shot hit JFK in the temporal bone, which is right by the right ear, and it blew out the back of his head, the right back of his head. And then a shot hit him in the forehead almost at the same time. And if we look at that, in fact, if I increase the magnification on that and give it to you in a little bit bigger format, let's see if I can do that. Well, I'll do that when we get inside the others. But you can see here, the shot entered the forehead right at above the right eye at the hairline, and you can see the fragment of the bullet breaking up and goes across the top of Jack Kennedy's head, the right quadrant of his head, and the biggest fragments in the back, which is clear indication of a frontal shot, because the large fragments they weigh more and they have more momentum. They travel the farthest, and it did not exit the back of the head. So that's a clear evidence of a frontal shot. Okay, and that's again, what this means is that Lee Harvey Oswald was not the sole gun shooter, because he was supposed to have been shooting from the Texas School Book Depository, which was behind the limousine when the shooting started. And so therefore, there's no way and this means that there are essentially at least 3 gunmen, one from a low angle behind Jack Kennedy probably in the Daltex building directly behind the limousine, and across the street from the Texas School Book Depository. The one from the hit in the temple, this keyhole fracture right here, that shot came from the grassy knoll. And I can show you some of the Zapruder film here when we get into it in a minute. This shot up here, like the shot through the windshield, probably came from a shooter who was on the other side of the grassy knoll, the south side of Dealey Plaza, up by the railroad yard above the triple underpass.
Right.
So you've got a crossfire. You got 3 shooters, and this is different than other books, because here we've got scientific evidence. This is the measurement. You're looking at the X-rays. We know these X-rays are Jack Kennedy's X-rays because they are the X-rays of the teeth. The dental records match a pre-mortem before he was killed X-ray Jack Kennedy had taken of his skull that was found at the JFK Presidential Library in Boston. But this white patch back here,
right,
which you can see, that's too white. It's off the grade for what the range of light that can come through an X-ray. That means that this was intentionally patched and blocked from light, because the shot that came here and blew out the back of the head undoubtedly did damage this whole part of the skull. And you couldn't be permitted to see that in the X-rays, or you would have known that this was a frontal shot. Okay, now I'm going to quit sharing this for a minute, and here I want to give you a couple of other things here to think about.
Mhm.
At Parkland Hospital, which Jack Kennedy was taken to Parkland Hospital immediately after the shooting.
Right.
And this was the doctors who, had the first look at Jack Kennedy, but no time to alter the wounds. And what they saw, they all said that it was two frontal shots that they saw. And I'm going to read you some of what they said. Here is a nurse. Her name is Nurse Bell.
Mhm.
She just comes into the trauma room 1, the emergency room at Parkland, for just a couple of minutes. For literally, her job is to see how badly the patient is injured and
Right.
whether or not there's going to be an operation needed, because she's going to go prepare the operating room.
Right. So she was the first person to see the president when he came in.
Yeah, and she's taking a look at it to see how bad the wounds are. So her testimony under oath to the Warren Commission, she said, when I took the first look, I could recognize the president, but I didn't see an injury because there was no injury around his face, she explained. So she said, where's the injury? Now, Dr. Perry, who was standing there, he was trying to do a tracheotomy. He's trying to open up the bullet wound in the throat, see if they get a tube down there to get JFK breathing.
Mhm.
Perry reached up on the president's head and he pulled it up and he turned it a little to the left so you could see in here. And there was a gaping hole, she said, where the brain and fluids were dripping out. The wound on the back of JFK's head could have been 3 or 4 inches in diameter, what I saw. That's like a baseball.
Yeah.
Dr. Crenshaw said, I walked to the president's head to get a closer look. His entire right cerebral hemisphere, that's this part, the whole right of the hemisphere, appeared to be gone. It looked like a crater, an empty crater. All I could see was mangled, bloody tissue. From the damage I saw, there was no doubt in my mind that the bullet had entered the head through the front. As it surgically passed through the cranium, the missile obliterated the temporal, that's up by the ear,
Right.
and all the parietal, this is up more towards the top of the head, and the occipital lobes in the back of the head were gone, lacerated, and then it lacerated the cerebellum, which is a part of the brain at the very back.
Yes.
The wound resembled a deep furrow in a freshly plowed field. Several years later, when I showed slow motion films of the bullet striking the president, the physics of the head being thrown back provided final and complete confirmation of a frontal entry by the bullet to the cranium. Okay, so now that's what they saw at Parkland. And I want to show you some of the Zapruder film and I'm going to share my screen again.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you in the Zapruder film where you can see these two of the shots very clearly. And here we go. Share this, and I'm going to pick out frame 313. Okay, this frame here is where the shot hits JFK in the back of the head. And you can see the blood and tissue are going up out of his head forward.
Mhm.
The front of his head, the very front of his head here, they're kind of like a head flap. That's where the bullets exited, and the damage has caused the bullet going through the head, and he's pushed forward.
Mhm.
Now, less than 2 seconds later, in frame 331, there is a massive hit to the side of the head, and I'm going to blow this one up so you can see the comparison here. This one here, I'm going to make that one go to be much bigger.
Mhm.
And so you can get a close-up of it. We're going to go to, I'm going to zoom in on it.
Okay.
You can see basically there that JFK's head, you can see 2 separate wounds. This is just the front of it. This is the whole side of his head is just blown open by the bullet that hit the side. And
Right.
it's blowing out the back of the head.
Mm.
Okay, now those 2 separate shots.
Yes.
Okay, so those are a shot from the rear, a shot from the front, and he is now thrown violently to the left. So if we follow through here, you can see he's pushed violently back into the left. This is where you get the violently back into the left sequence. And that's clearly from a frontal shot. Okay, and I'm going to now show you some more of these. See, that's again a separate shot from the shot that hit at 313.
Mhm.
I'm going to go actually into the book, and I'm going to show you some from the book now.
Okay.
I'm going to quit showing this, and I'm going to pick up the screen share here of the book.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to find the pictures I want. Let me look at the book for itself. The book is a large book, by the way. It's 500 and some pages long, and it is very, very thoroughly illustrated.
Mhm.
Everything we're talking about is very clearly demonstrated in the book, and you can follow it along and see exactly. We put all the medical, really detailed medical and scientific evidence in the back and appendices. So if you
Mhm.
want to see them, you can read them. But again, it's not really required if you really want to just understand the argument of the book.
Right.
Now, I'm going to come up here to the frame 411. This is I'm showing you some of the Zapruder film now in frames. Okay, so here is this is the head explosion of 331, and I'm going to
Right.
now again make sure I bring this up so you can see it really well.
Mm-hmm.
I bring that up to 500.
Oh, okay.
You can see how much the head is blown apart.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough.
Yeah, these are gruesome pictures.
No, it's I can barely, even now I can barely stand to see
So
this.
he's moving back into the left, and Clint Hill is coming up onto the. This is a Secret Service agent. He's
Yes.
trying reaching for the hand. So the shot throws Jack Kennedy back into the left. Clint Hill gets covered by brain matter. As this officer over here gets covered by brain matter. Jackie Kennedy starts to come out of the car.
Yeah.
And she's reaching back. She's reaching for a piece of Jack Kennedy's brain in the back. I want to increase this one in size so that we get a good look at it.
I think this part of the Zapruder film was only declassified recently. I mean, we saw a lot of it originally, but we didn't see this. I mean,
in this detail, she's reaching for a piece of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
And when she gets the piece of the brain, and the whole point of this is it's all blown to the left. There's a fragment of Jack Kennedy's head that's actually blown on the lawn over here.
Right.
That's clearly a shot from the grassy knoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the X-rays validate that. Now, when Jackie gets it, she goes back into the car. And what she does is she tries to put Jack's head back together again.
Oh.
So when they're going through they're now driving further down on Elm Street, and they're going through the triple underpass, and Jack Kennedy is sitting upright. You can see his face.
Yeah.
You can see his ear. He's dead.
Right.
Back of his head, you can see this is all blown out here.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, Jackie was trying to get him. It's like a reaction when you break a wrist or something like that, and you think you can put it back together again.
Right.
But the evidence here that this is in fact these shots. I want to show you a couple. I want to show you more clearly the shot to the forehead because it's dramatically clearly a frontal shot. And again, this book now is definitive in that it lays to rest the question of whether Lee Harvey Oswald was the shooter, because no shots in this head came from the Texas School Book Depository. So we know now that the government has been lying for 60 years.
Yes.
And framed Lee Harvey Oswald as the shooter when they
knew there was no shots coming from the Texas School Book Depository?
None at all that hit his head.
Right. I mean, obviously the people that did the shooting, they were very, very experienced sharpshooters. I mean, obviously.
Oh, these whoever did these shooting shots were perfectly. They were just killers.
Oh, yeah. They knew what they were doing. Yeah,
they knew what they were doing. I mean, they don't hit Jackie. They're shooting through the windshield through two Secret Service agents. The bullet that entered the forehead created the red blob. It's a marking. This was a liquid mercury bullet. As I'm going to explain, the body showed frontal shots, and the government's explanations that the shots had to come from the back.
Right.
So they flew the body into Andrews Air Force Base, and as I'll tell you in a few minutes, there was pre-autopsy surgery. Before the autopsy started, the two Navy pathologists at Bethesda altered Jack Kennedy's wounds. They did pre-autopsy surgery.
And who were they?
I'll get to that in just a minute.
Right. Thank you.
This is the track of the bullet. And so you can see it breaking up. It doesn't exit. You can't remove a liquid mercury bullet. And so therefore, this is just clear evidence of a frontal shot.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it entered the front. Dr. Chesser also did an analysis of it. When it entered the front of the head, there was all these little scatter dust-like particles that came at the entry point.
Right.
And then a picture of it here that shows you without color, but you can see here how it looked in the X-ray, where there's clearly so that's clearly a frontal shot.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now, the government had a problem in that there was a photographer who was taking pictures of in front of the limousine. His name was Alchins. He was standing in front of the limousine when the shooting happened. And so the Texas School Book Depository was seen in the background, and that picture was published in newspapers across the country within about an hour or so of the assassination. It was on the AP wire.
Okay.
And so people across the country knew that the shooting had occurred. That's a big blow up of the Alchins picture, but the Texas School Book Depository is behind when the shooting starts. The bullet's coming through the windshield here and hitting his neck. So they couldn't have had any. If Lee Harvey Oswald was a shooter, you can't have had any shots from the front.
Right, of course.
And if we take a look at the pictures, the Alchins took another picture as the Kennedy limousine passed him. There you can see the bullet coming through the windshield. It's even clearer here in this blow up. So that's a reflection of where the bullet came through the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, when they flew Jack Kennedy's body back to, by the way, the body was taken out of Parkland Hospital at gunpoint because the autopsy pathologist showed up and he said, "This is a local murder. I am the coroner. I am going to do the autopsy in Dallas." Well, it was known that the shots came from the front and they had a problem. They couldn't let the autopsy be done in Dallas. I'm going to read you what Clint Hill said, and then I'm going to go back to sharing in a minute. But Clint Hill gave a very good description of what of how the shots affected him. He's the Secret Service agent in the back of the car. He said, "As I approached the vehicle, JFK's limousine, there was a third shot. It hit the president in the head, the upper right of the right ear, causing a gaping hole in his head, which caused the brain matter, blood, and bone fragments spew forth out over the car, over myself. At this point, Mrs. Kennedy came out of the back seat under the trunk of the car. She was trying to relieve something that had gone off to the right rear. She did not know I was there. At that point, I grabbed Mrs. Kennedy, put her in the back seat. The president fell over onto her lap to his left."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Frontal shot. And he also said the right head of JFK's head was exposed. I could see his eyes were fixed. There was a hole in the right rear portion of his head about the size of my palm. Most of the gray matter in that area had been removed. It was scattered throughout the entire car, including on Mrs. Kennedy. So there's no doubt. And in fact, if we go back to the book, all the doctors at Parkland say that they clearly saw that this was if I go to figure 4.3 about, all the pictures taken of these doctors show that they have to go find it here for a minute. It's not exactly numbered in the manuscript the way it got into the book. There were some changes.
Okay.
But you can see that in a minute. I'm going to show you the picture where all these doctors are saying he was hit in the back. By the way, that's how the bullet came in the forehead at a higher angle. That's how the bullet at the side blew out the back of his head, entering it by the right ear.
Mm-hmm.
And then all these doctors at Parkland, when they were asked about that's the Harper fragment that was blown out of the back of Jack Kennedy's head and was found on the lawn on the other side of the Dealey Plaza.
Right.
It's very clear he was shot from the front. There's another shot of the Harper fragment. And as you go through this and see what the doctors say, it's just clear the doctors are all in agreement at Parkland that he was shot. And let's see if I can find it quickly here. 4 point. it's pretty dramatic when you go. Oh, by the way, this is what Dr. Mantik's optical density measurements look like. He's doing taking measurements and recording them all across the skull.
Right.
It's very, very detailed analysis of the. See, these are the doctors at Parkland. They're all holding the back of their head where they saw the
Yeah.
blowout.
Yeah, I see that. Wow.
Okay, so there was really no doubt about it. Now, when they got the airplane landed, you see Bobby Kennedy comes and runs into the front. They comes up on the stairs and gets into the front of the airplane, and they begin to take the casket out of the airplane with a lift. There's a Navy ambulance there. And the Navy ambulance, they put the casket in the Navy ambulance, and Bobby and Jackie get in the Navy ambulance and they head off to Bethesda. And Lyndon Johnson comes and gives us a few minutes speech, very quick speech. And the lights are off. And that's at 6 p.m. on the night of the assassination, November 22nd, 1963. Now, the JFK's body arrives at Bethesda morgue a half an hour later, and it arrives in a shipping casket, a pink metal gray shipping casket. And these Navy corpsmen at Bethesda bring the shipping casket into the morgue, they open it. There's a body bag in it. They take the body bag out, but Jack Kennedy's in the body bag naked, and he's got a towel around his head. Now, that's not how Jack Kennedy left Dallas.
Right.
He left Dallas in a ceremonial casket that they brought up from a local funeral home, and the nurses had wrapped him in sheets, his body and his head.
Yeah.
So the body had gotten removed from the casket and was helicoptered to Bethesda, and it arrived in a black Navy ambulance, which was not the same ambulance that, of course, Jackie and Bobby left left to go towards Bethesda. That was a completely different hearse. I want to find the quote here from Paul O'Connor, who was one of the corpsmen that night, and he made it clear that there was. He says Paul O'Connor was interviewed. He said, Paul O'Connor, the back of the morgue opened up, and a crew of hospital corpsmen and a higher-ranking corpsman, Dennis David, brought in a plain pinkish gray, what I call a shipping casket. It was not ornate. It was not damaged. It was just pinkish gray casket. They brought it up into the morgue and set it. We had two tables in the morgue, autopsy tables. They were back to front. They weren't side by side. They were back to front. They brought it up front where we were. At that time, we opened the coffin, and inside was a body bag. Now, William Matson-Law, who did a lot of interviewing of these Navy corpsmen, interrupts. He says, "You're sure there was a body bag?" Paul O'Connor, absolutely sure there was a body bag. We unzipped it quickly. Inside was a nude body with a bloody sheet wrapped around the head of the body.